Hi guys. I hope you enjoy listening to these stories. Don't forget to leave a comment, hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't already. Chapter 1 A hero? No, I'm not. It seems like something unexpected happened. All I can see is white. I never thought that what I heard is really true. Hold on, let me recall what happened. Right, I was hit by a truck. I remember seeing a dazzling light at the last moment. And there are 4 others aside from me. Apparently, we were run over together and are now floating for some reason. Floating? What is happening? Why? Those 4 started to shine. What's going on? Why am I not shining? Why? What to do? What should I do? I can hear a very impatient voice coming from somewhere. I wonder where it's coming from. All I can see is white. Why? What are we going to do with that? That's simply a failure. I seem to be a failure. By the way, the figure of the other 4 is getting thinner. I'm the only one who's not. I'm also the only one who's awake. Are the other 4 sleeping? Dead? Or something else? I don't know. Let's return it to their original world. Summoning technique. They can still be heroes if they put great efforts. Original world, original, hero? Hero like the characters from the manga my little sister has been addicted to? What to do? UWA. What the? That's a really loud yell. The other 4 disappeared. Found. What should I do? There's still one more. HNN, I guess I'm not part of their plan. Did they not see me earlier? I've been with the 4 all this time. I feel somewhat lonely. Using summoning technique even though you're still apprentice. UWA. Summoning technique is not a good technique to perform since it disturbs the order of the world. This is bad. I feel like the thing that seems to be wrapping me is gone. And I feel like I just fell. But where? What will happen to me? Chapter 2 Forestasu. There are only trees as far as my eye can see. I woke up. I feel heavy. My body is somewhat sluggish. What happened? In front of me is, where am I? I get up and walk around. Trees, and more trees. Moreover, a lot of them are gigantic trees that should be hundreds of years old. Young tree, young tree, big tree between big trees. First of all, let's calm down. All I can see are trees no matter where I look. I went around to check. This is indeed a forest. And I feel a little sluggish and heavy. And while I was looking around, it seems like this forest is somehow covered in black shadow. This heavy feeling, can I go on like this? The black shadow makes me feel worse too. For the time being, I found that this is a forest, but where is this located? Let's recall what has happened so far. I was sure that I heard voices of 3 apprentices. Yeah, there's no doubt I did. And from what they said, I seem to have been caught up in a hero summoning. Hero summoning, something like that happened in the manga my little sister is reading. Even though I don't want to hear it, she came to my room and talked about it until she's satisfied so I can somewhat remember it. Sure, being summoned in another world is very hero-like. I'm in a different world. Can I go home? Damn it. I'm frustrated. Because of that, I scream as hard as I can to reduce my stress. I push out the air from my lungs with everything I have. A little refreshing. My little sister said it's not good to keep it all inside, so I scream in my room before an exam. The method she recommended is the best way to get rid of stress. Alright, let's get back to reality. I'm probably in a different world. Another world, the manga my little sister was reading. I should know what to do next from that. But, what is? The usual template of Isekai stories is, recall, magic. Right, magic. Monsters. Oh my god, I shouldn't have screamed. I look around to check. Yeah, nothing. I check slowly again because it is scary. There's really nothing. I really feel bad. I feel like something was tied around my body ever since I woke up. What's more, it is something weird, something that gradually enters my body. No, this feeling. I feel like the black shadow is increasing. For the time being, where in Isekai am I? I want to ask for help but, there are only trees as far as my eyes can see. I can't see anything else. You don't want to be in the depth of a forest. Even so, my feeling is getting worse and worse. I have never experienced this discomfort before. No, this feeling of sluggishness and discomfort is somewhat familiar. I feel like I felt like this when I was watching a paranormal program yesterday. Ghost. This means that the black shadow is a curse of a vengeful spirit. Does this mean that curse is visible in this world? No way, right? That's not possible, right? For the time being, let's peel this evil spirit from me, but how? I tried doing it physically, but I'm embarrassed to say that nothing happened. Eto, according to a certain novel, Purification magic? I tried chanting, begone. Purification, in a low voice. What am I even doing? I have to calm down. Is it a vengeful spirit or am I just an idiot? I don't even know if magic exists in the first place. What? I feel like my body is getting lighter. No way. I tried it out to a black shadow in front of me. Purification, that's it. It was purified, then, is that really a vengeful spirit? Or an evil spirit? A world where I can cast magic. Escapism is good from time to time. Going back to reality, there's something behind me. Chapter 3, a dog, no, wolf? Apparently, I'm being intimidated from behind. I want to run away but, it's impossible. To not stimulate whatever it is, I gently look back and see what's there. Big. This dog has black shadow too, is it alright? Is it a dog? Its face is pretty scary. A dog won't be this scary, so it is probably a wolf. It is certainly too intimidating to be a dog. Yeah, I've decided that it is a wolf. I should stop my escapism. What should I do now? Fight the wolf, what a reckless plan. If that is the case, how about leaving this place quietly or walk away gently? Or run away without looking back? No, if I run, I'll be attacked. That's what the TV said, is it for bears? Yeah, panic Desu. When I moved my legs to try to run away, its face became even scarier. It groaned. Is it groaning? Why does it sound different? Scary. Roll over, get down, wolf. Today is the worst day ever. RA? Looking at it closely, it looks like it's wavering. Its legs look like it's out of strength and it is also very skinny. Is it okay? Am I the food? I see, I have to escape from here after all. When I moved my feet again, it groaned even louder. It's impossible to escape after all. It fell down. Something's wrong. At the moment it fell, the black shadow that's clinging on its legs covered the wolf's whole body. It looks horrible. It is flapping its legs as if it is in deep pain. Could the vengeful spirit cause this? There are a lot of black shadows. Is this forest full of curses from the vengeful spirit? That's not my present problem. This is bad. I'm panicking. Nothing makes sense. Let's calm down. How many things? Phoo. I have to think about what I should do first. It looks in pain, so I'll help it. I like animals. I even have 3 big dogs in our house. They're cute. I think that's why even though I'm scared when it groaned, I want to help it. I slowly approach the wolf. It made an amazing roar. I'm really scared. But I won't lose. Earlier, I managed to make it disappear using purification magic. It should work again this time, alright. I brought my hand closer to it while leaning. Purification. The shadow that was covering the wolf became a fluffy light and disappeared. Oh, success. By the way, is it a vengeful spirit? Or a curse? Can I calm down now? Dropped into another world to see. Chapter 4, the wolf, was tamed. When the shadow covering the wolf disappears, I become anxious of what will happen next. Will I end like those beautiful Japanese sagas? The wolf before me, it's quite dirty. I'm worried about it being too thin too, but I'm more worried about it being too dirty. There's dirt here and there are tangled hairs too. I wonder if wolves don't care about hygiene. Its face is still as fierce as ever and its eyes are wide open. Could it be surprised? It's so cute. As an animal lover, I want cute ones of course. Looking at it now, it feels like it became cool rather than scary. HNN? It's coming closer. No way, will it attack? The wild wolf showed its stomach. This is touching. I wonder if wild wolves of another world are this easy to tame. Before it changes its mind. I'm happy but it's dirty. This dirtiness is unbearable. By the way, there should be magic that I can use for this, right? What is this dirt anyway? What does it look like when it is clean? I'll imagine it being clean and beautiful. I patted the silky silver hair of the wolf in front of me. Good. This guy is really cool. The wolf looked at me. Is it a little proud? Cute guy. I'm worried about it being too thin, but there's nothing I can do about it now. Looking at it again, it's really a beautiful wolf. If its dirt will be cleaned, its handsomeness will improve from 20% to 80%. Enviable. Then, I noticed it already earlier, but it's really big. It's in its sitting position, but our eye level is the same. My height should be a little over 180 centimeters. Wolves in another world seem to be big. As for me, I also prefer being tall since I can do a little more. Chapter 5, Where to go, let's go together. Still, I'm surprised by magic. I can do this because magic exists in this world. It won't be like this in my world. Is there a powerful wizard here? I want to see one, but I'm scared. I can't even go anywhere now because I don't even know where I am. The wolf is stretching and loosening up its body. Is it going somewhere? It seems like we won't be together after all. Regrettable. R.A.? What should I even do in order to leave this place? I don't even know why I'm here in the first place. In other words, yeah, I shouldn't mind it. Next time I'll meet those fellows, I'll beat them up. So, which way should I go in order to leave this forest? Or rather, I just noticed now, but there are too many black shadows around that I can't see far. How strong is that vengeful spirit's curse? Is it really a curse? If the black shadow is a curse, this forest is a cursed forest. And I'm here, scary. There's no point in thinking about it. What should I do next? The wolves went away. Saddening. HNN? It stopped when it was already a little away. It's looking back at me. Does it want me to follow it? Is it guiding me? Does it know where I want to go? However, even if I stay here, there is nothing for me to do, so I'll just follow it. I'll run for now. I overtook it. Eto, I shouldn't be able to run this fast. The path we went through is a rocky and uphill path. And I'm fine with it. Since I can easily go through all of those, I won't think deeply and just treat it as good fortune. From now on, let's think about everything positively. The wolf looked at me who's following it for a moment. I guess I'll just run next to it. When we reached a 10-meter high cliff, I jumped through it in 4 to 5 steps with ease. Yeah, I don't care about anything anymore. I'm just good at this. 2 meters in front of me, there's an entrance. It looks like a cave, but inside it is so black that I can't see anything at all. This curse, it's really annoying. The wolf wants to go inside, but the curse seems to be getting in the way. It looks at me. You want to go in? When I stare at it, it looks like it really wants me to do something. Since that's the case, Purification. Chapter 6. Inside the cave, Shadow of Death. Purification failed. No, it didn't really fail, but there's a matter of range. It won't do much if I only purify the entrance of the cave. As soon as I entered, there's already a shadow. I somehow managed to purify the area. I was able to purify about 2 meters around me. Was the cave this wide? And there's a faint groan. This place seemed to be the den of the wolves. Did I come here voluntarily to be eaten? If that's the case, I'm too stupid. Perhaps it is the effect of purification. The shadow inside the cave became thinner. Thanks to that, I can barely see what's inside. A wolf, similar to the wolf that brought me here, is intimidating me from a distance. Behind it, a shadow moved. I can't confirm if that's only a silhouette of something of a shadow itself from where I'm standing at. And furthermore, behind is a mountain of black things. Once again, I put out my hand and used purification magic. The visibility became better than before. The black mountain now looks like wolves' corpses. They are piled up like a mountain. If I didn't see wolves' feet in some places, I wouldn't have noticed. That's a mountain of corpses. I feel really disturbed. When I try to get closer, the groaning increases. This is bad. The wolf that came with me barked once. It became quiet. What should I do? Purification only has a little range. Can't I do anything to see what's before me? I have to try everything. I imagine covering the whole area that my eyes can see. Purification. It seems like I can purify a wide area. However, the cave was wider than expected. Since my eyes can see more now, I tried repeating purification several times. It is interesting to see the black shadow in the cave disappear. But as expected, it is troublesome to repeat it several times. Strangely, whenever I use magic, I feel like my body becomes lighter. I wonder if magic has such an effect. I have no idea. Even if I think about it, I'll just waste time. Speaking of which, I've been moving around but I don't feel tired. This too, is a waste of time to worry about. I shake my head since I'm thinking too many unnecessary things. Well, next. I approach the mountain of corpses in the depths of the cave. Even if the cave is purified, there's no change in the shadow covering it. When I was looking at it, the wolf who brought me here stands next to me and quietly looks at the mountain of corpses. I don't know how to read its expression, but I feel that it's sad. I want to do something about it. I really don't like this personality of mine. It can't be helped. If I strengthen my imagination, I can lift that curse. Yeah, magic is almighty. Chapter 7. E5 Animals, everyone's to the depths. When the shadow that's covering it whitens, it becomes a piece of light and disappears. Given that there's a vast number of corpses, light appears and disappears from everywhere. I can't say anything because they are already corpses, but I think it was very beautiful in a different way. After watching till the last light disappears, I checked the living wolves. They look like wolves similar to the wolf that brought me here, but these 4 wolves are smaller. Especially that one. Is it a dog? Or is it one of them? Its face looks scary, but it looks like a dog. It should be a dog. It's not as scary as the one I first met. The first guy was honest. I was shocked at first, but I tamed it in time. I even managed to pat it. If I was a little calmer back then, I don't know what I could have done during that situation. I'm glad that what I did eventually ends to this. Dirty. When they heard me, all of them made pitiful expressions. Did they understand what I said? They might be highly intelligent. After all, wolves are smart animals. Dirt can be cleaned. I went to check the fur of the wolves and the dog and found that they are smooth and beautiful. 2 wolves have silver fur. 1 wolf with white fur and 1 wolf with white fur. The dog is mostly brown, but it has black fur in some places. Let's get along. Everyone's tail wagged, so I think it should be okay. What's bothering me now is that they are all too thin. And I can't do anything about it now. Now, what should I do from now on? When I purified the cave, I noticed that this place is fairly large. It should be more than 50 meters both horizontally and vertically. I can't really estimate accurately. Aside from the entrance, where we came from, there are 2 other paths that lead somewhere. Do you know what's there? I pointed at the 2 other paths and asked the wolf. The wolf shakes its head. It really can understand what I'm saying, though I'm not certain. When I looked at the other wolves and dog, they had the same response. I don't understand what I'm saying, but they understand the meaning of what I'm trying to say. If that is the case, can I rely on it? Well, there's no point in staying here. Although this place is wide, I won't be able to calm down until I know what's there. I don't want to be attacked by something. I have to find out what's there. It won't be impossible to be attacked from behind. For the time being, I approached one of the 2. Now the 6 of them are following me. It looks like they'll follow me. Reliable. Chapter 8, In the Depths, the curse is stronger. I rush into the depths of the cave with the wolves. We went to a 5-meter wide road, but the shadow became thicker and thicker. Does the curse become stronger as you go deeper? Maybe the cause of the curse is in the depths. Can I even purify it? We move forward as I purify the shadows as far as my eyes can see. But after a while, the black shadows will increase again. When I looked for its source, I found out that it seems to be seeping out of the wall. I have a bad feeling about it. When the shadow thickens, the wolves find it difficult to breathe. Their bodies seem to be trembling too. If I don't do something, something bad will happen to them. But what should I do? Even if I purify the shadow, it will come out of nowhere again. To keep them away, if this was a manga, I'll need a barrier. But that's something that prevents monsters from attacking, right? Will it have an effect on the curse? Let's try it for now. First step is imagining a barrier covering me, the wolves, and the dog. We are moving around, so we should be enclosed like a balloon. If the curse managed to get in the barrier, there's no point in having it, so I also put a purifying effect on the barrier. Barrier. Ooh, when I thought that we were being covered with a bluish membrane, it disappeared. However, the shadow can't come close to us. It looks like I've succeeded. I think this is effective not only for shadows, but also for physical attacks. This is a world of magic. I can use magic too. If that is the case, there's also the possibility of being sneak attacked. Can I strengthen the barrier? Well, let me try. Imagining that it can respond to both physical and magical attacks is difficult. Really difficult. I'll just imagine that if the barrier is attacked, the barrier will attack back. What kind of attack should I imagine? Sword, katana, knife, bullet, bomb, magic, and so on. RA? I suddenly imagined a double counterattack, but, well, I guess it's okay. Strengthen. A squeaking sound echoes on the path. And various colors run to the barrier before becoming transparent again. Did I succeed? The wolves are all staring at me. HNN? What's wrong? It's okay. I just reinforced the barrier. For some reason, everyone has complicated expressions. RA? Did my strengthening fail? I wouldn't know until we are attacked. That would be unpleasant though. Let's move on. After all, the shadow thickens as we go further. The view is bad, but I shouldn't get frustrated. I repeatedly cast Purification while walking. After walking quite a bit, we finally reached a wall. And there's also some sort of pathway that will lead to the next space. This cave seems to be bigger than I thought. Chapter 9, At the Depths, a Black Rock? When I entered the cave, the whole place was covered with black shadows, so I couldn't see anything. I did not notice it back then, but now, this is indeed a fairly large cave. I felt like after walking for about 5 minutes, I finally arrived at the next space. My eyes could only see shadows, but when I purify it, I can slightly see the large space. It feels like this space is similar to the space where I met the wolves when we entered this cave. I'm not sure though, since all I can see is shadow. Looking at the wolves, they seem to be quite tired. I think they're weak because they were cursed. I wonder if I should have taken a break first before moving. That would be bad. I don't think we can take a break here. There are shadows everywhere. Its existence itself can make your mind exhausted. If we really need to take a break, I'll have to purify them first. I control the range of purification using my imagination like what I did in the previous space. Let's try if I can purify this place in one go. It's annoying to do the same thing over and over again. Visibility 0, I don't know how far the interior is. I just want to cover all this shadow. I have no choice but to do something using magic. Since this is a dark space, it should be night vision. But if it is far, I wouldn't be able to see it, right? Clairvoyance? What kind of clairvoyance? I don't know. Something that can make me see in the dark and see invisible things too. Foo. Nothing is impossible using imagination. I can imagine using night vision but seeing things at a distant, clairvoyance. Impossible. I have no idea how I should imagine it. Let's think of a different magic. It's nice that I could see this space. Though I can imagine it, it's subtle. I'm in the dark and I shouldn't use my hands to feel things up, so can I just imagine the flow of magic? Can I even do it? I have no choice but to try. Night vision. Spatial recognition. Though I succeeded, I was scared. Suddenly, there's the image of this place in my head, but it's not like in the anime, so it's a problem. Next is using the image in my head to clean every corner of this place. Purification. Satisfactory. It felt great to be able to do it. By the way, it's really troublesome because shadows came from nowhere again. Barrier. This is perfect. I put up a guts pose. That's embarrassing. By the way, I realized that this place is really big. I glanced at a certain place. I don't want to see it, but I can see it. At the end of my line of sight is a black rock. It is mass-producing black, terrifying shadows. No, I've never heard of a curse-producing rock in Japan. Or maybe the reason why I've never heard of one because there's no curse like this in Japan. Chapter 10, A Cursed Rock, slightly different. The wolves started to growl all at once. The next moment, the cursed rock is already in front of me. UWA. I instinctively protect myself with my arms. I have no time to calmly analyze what's happening. Crash. After a loud crashing sound, the pain, RA? I don't feel any pain. When I checked what happened quietly, the cursed rock was embedded on the wall of the cave opposite of us. Moreover, the shape of the cursed rock has changed. It got smaller. When the cursed rock comes out of the wall, it moves along the wall for some reason. It looks like it's taking its distance from me. I don't remember doing anything against it though. What happened? It knocked against us. Was it attacked? The barrier. The barrier successfully protected me. However, that's a little different from the result that I thought of when I cast the barrier. Why did it even get into the wall? The place here is bigger compared to the space where the wolves were. We got here from a path that is connected to a corner of this space. This place is rectangular in shape and the cursed rock that moved to the opposite diagonal corner looks small. It seems like it was trying to escape, but I really don't know. I wonder if there was something in me that scared it. Does this rock even have a will? I twist my neck and look back at the wolves. They stared at me with their round lovely eyes. They are relaxed. My tension also loosens up a bit because of them. If I try to get a little closer, the cursed rock will attack me again. Let's try to receive its attack. It is blocked by the barrier and the barrier shines and attacks back. Attacks back? The light that pierced the cursed rock like a spear disappears. It was only for a moment. The barrier attacks back. What is it? I never thought that a barrier can be this frightening. The cursed rock sunk on the farthest wall again. At first, it is so big that it looks like it'll reach the ceiling of the floor, which is about 25 m high. Now, it has become much smaller. It became smaller twice, so it is probably around 7 to 8 meters. Well, pardon me, but you attack me first, so I can only fight back. Or rather, it was the barrier that attacked. When I looked at the wolves, they tilted their heads. It looks like they don't know what's happening too. It's a waste of time to think about barriers, so let's leave it alone. The problem is the cursed rock. I couldn't attack, so I could only try to get closer. It's not even moving from the corner. Is it just me? I feel like it's giving me the same impression as the wolf when I first met it, but this is an inorganic rock. Could it be a living rock? Is that the reason why it can curse? I tried purifying it. The cursed rock shines for a moment, but turns back to being a black rock immediately. It seems like the purification power is weak. Chapter 11, Magic. It's all about imagination. I don't know what will happen if I purify it, so I tried and failed successfully. The purification succeeded, but I failed to purify it. I'm shocked. I'm a magic beginner, so it can't be helped. That reminds me, there should be beginner and intermediate level magic. I'm a super beginner. I'm self-taught too. There seems to be a strong curse on the living rock. My current purification is probably weak. Stronger purification is needed. Stronger purification, that's too difficult for me who knows nothing about magic. Should I make a stronger imagination? Up to now, I'm thinking of making it float and removing dirt. That's how I imagine purification, washing. It was easy because I've seen those kinds of things in CM commercials. However, that has a little effect on the living rock in front of me. To break the curse, I need a strong spell. I need to imagine it being forcibly erased. Curses, various movies come to my mind, but they are all different. I should imagine the washed-out dirt floating in water like a sticky stain being removed. Speaking of sticky stains, a good example is oil. Sticky oil stains, should I go with it? It's not that hard to imagine. To remove it, I must imagine it being scraped off. Purification. The living rock in front of me glows white. When I look at it, part of the black curse is gradually being scraped off, disappearing into thin air. I can also hear crunchy sounds, but am I doing the right method? Well, as long as the curse is lifted, it's probably okay. Sure it's okay. The last curse was scraped off and disappeared. Ah, this is unexpected. Surprisingly, it seems like it was not a cursed living rock. There's a bloody bird in front of me. This bird, it gives off the same feeling as when I first met the wolf. However, this bird is only as big as a sparrow. Even though that's a massive materialization of curse, in the end, it was only a little bird. I was already surprised by the bird, but its size surprised me more. It is also bloody. Now it is more scary than surprising. Will it attack me if I go closer? The bloody bird flies flutteringly to me. It stopped when I put out my finger. Its bloody state is creepy. It's too creepy. Looking at it closely, this bird has a big wound on its chest. How did this guy get it? Is this wound caused by my barrier? If so, I apologize. That wound has to be closed for the time being. Wound regeneration, that's hard. If I imagine an injury, I can only think of blood flowing. I shouldn't. I must imagine damaged cells of the wound being regenerated first and then skin regenerating. I'm really worried. Heal and clean. Its chest got covered with a pale pink light and the wound disappeared. At the same time, its whole body faintly shines and its dirt disappears. When the blood and dirt came off, a beautiful bird perched on my fingertip. Chapter 12, A Bird, slightly disappointing. I think it's a beautiful bird. However, it's slightly disappointing. The bird, perched on my finger, whole body is red and its eyes are red too. The only thing that's not is its wings. The feathers on its wings have a gradation from red to white. And if you look at it closely, you'll find some shining parts like gold. It is very beautiful. However, it is as big as a sparrow. It is so small, so even if it is very beautiful, it's still disappointing. If it is big, it will look powerful and eye-catching, but, as big as a sparrow. Too small. The gradation looks great, but I'm sorry. Did it understand the way I look at it? It pecks my fingertip. This is the first time I got pecked and it hurts. When I gently stroked its head, it squinted its eyes. What a cutie. I got a little excited. Let's calm down. I checked the surroundings. Thanks to the barrier, the shadow can't invade. Let's take a break. I found a rock that looks like a chair. I have a lot of mental fatigue. This is not only a different world but also a world of magic. There's no reason for me not to get tired. I want to relax a little but the wolves are looking at me and the pathway alternately. Yeah, I know. I'm pretending I'm not seeing it, but I can see it. Since a while ago, the barrier I put on this space has been emitting strange light. It can't be helped. Although I'm scared, let's check it out. I'll look at that pathway while making sure that I won't be out of the barrier. It seems like light is being emitted because black shadows are trying to enter this space from that pathway. It looks like the barrier is preventing them from entering. Though I think that emitting light constantly is some sort of exaggeration. The shadow from the pathway disappeared. A shadow came out from nowhere again. When the shadow tries to enter the space, the barrier emits light. It is not repetition. Looking at it closely, the light runs through the pathway. And it looks like it exterminated the shadow in the pathway. The barrier prevents the attack from the shadows from that pathway. By the way, the barrier counterattacks even if it was hit by rocks. Is this barrier attacking the space too? I don't remember adding that feature, but it's kind of funny. I want a teacher. Chapter 13, A Problem, Surviving. I look at the pathway. It shined again. There are too many things I don't know about magic. For now, let's leave it alone. I have no time to spare. For now, let's sit down and take a break. When I sit down to think, a lot of things come to my mind. About this world, about this place, about that shadow curse, about magic. There are too many, and if I take every small thing as a problem, I'll absolutely die here. It is also uncertain if that shadow curse is really a curse. Thinking about it, it is impossible for me to come up with an answer. Since that is the case, I'll treat it as a curse. That's how I dealt with it, and once I can no longer do so, I'll think about it then. There are things that I have to worry about more. I don't know, and I'm curious about the wolves lying near me. They look much better. They can't even stand straight when I met them, and now they can do so. There's also a dog that got mixed in. Did they eat anything? No. They've been with me ever since I met them. Then, why did they become energetic? They are near me, so I'm anxious about it. Should I leave them as they are? I don't know what to do even if I think about it. I took a deep breath. Let's sort it out for now. What I need now is a place where I can sleep with peace of mind, water, and food. In order to live, I need those. I have to survive no matter what. If I get caught up in something that doesn't even make sense, I might end up dying. That's why I need a place where I feel safe. This cave is a good candidate. If I put a barrier at the entrance, I will be able to sleep with peace of mind. The barrier will protect me. After that, the shadows. The fact that the entrance is still emitting light means it's coming again and again. I won't feel safe until after I deal with it. The first step is to purify all the shadows in this cave. This is for my peace of mind. Whenever I see a shadow, I feel uneasy. I absolutely have to do something about it. I can't get rid of the shadows without knowing the whole picture of the cave. Can spatial recognition give me what I need? I have no choice but to try. Spatial recognition. It seems like I've succeeded, but the shadow is too thick for me to feel anything. The influence of the shadow is too great. However, there seems to be another space aside from the two I've been. That's the only thing I got. I wonder if I can see the whole cave from the outside? Spatial recognition. It looks like I failed. It seems like spatial recognition only works when you're inside. Perhaps I need a long-distance view or clairvoyance. Which one is easier to imagine? How do I imagine seeing something far? No. What I want is magic that can see the whole cave's bird's eye or 3D perspective view. Should I try clairvoyance? Something that can make me freely view something. Drone. I've seen them on TV, but they can move around freely to see things around. I will use drones as an inspiration for my imagination. The sunset projected on the monitor was beautiful. Clairvoyance. That scared me. The monitor suddenly projected what's before me. It projected a rocky mountain. I seem to have succeeded, but it scared me. Chapter 14, Purification, returns. I checked the projection. The projected image seems to be moving. Can it move like a drone? Can I see things from a higher place? Oh, it worked. It seems to be moving in the direction I thought. Amazing. Clairvoyance is like a real drone. I got a little excited. The feeling of traveling like a drone feels great. No. I did not cast this for fun. I took one deep breath. I made the clairvoyance drone move higher in order to project the whole place. It's hard to see because of the shadow, but I can indeed see a large rocky mountain. Looking at bird's eye view, I can't see the entrance I entered at earlier. Now, prepare for purification. I imagined the whole rocky mountain being covered with a dome. I was able to clearly imagine it. That reminds me, in Japan, this might return the curse to the caster. This is like an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth approach. Will the curse return to the one who put it when I purify the shadow? Well, if it happened, it can't be helped and I don't care. The curse you cast will haunt you back. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Purification. I can feel something coming out of my body. I was a little surprised. Is it magical power? It made my heart throb, but it doesn't seem to have any physical effect on my body. There seems to be no problem. The projection clearly shows the rocky mountain and its surroundings. Barrier. Strengthen. Spare me from being influenced by the shadow again. Let's check the projection again after a few minutes. It looks okay. It's not okay. A few hours later, shadows entered the barrier. Why? The answer is simple. The barrier only covered the area projected. The rocky mountain was only covered above. The shadow invaded from below. The projection shows that shadow is gradually seeping out of the soil. I feel sick and annoyed. Let's purify it again, but let's widen the range a little more. Not just the rocky mountain, but even the forest around it. I don't like seeing shadows. I can't help but feel uneasy from the shadow. Clairvoyance can only confirm what can be seen on the surface from above. It can't grasp anything with wall or cover. Let's think again, RA? It doesn't necessarily need to be grasped. Clairvoyance can see the whole place apart from under the soil. I should imagine it as something like a stake buried underground, and that will be the limit of the range of my barrier. Since it was only a simple imagination, I imagined 5 stakes buried deep under the rocky mountain. I tried connecting my imagined box-tied barrier to the 5 stakes one by one. A huge transparent box popped out underground in my imagination. I can go with this. Purification. Barrier. Strengthen. The shadows seeping out of the ground were so disgusting. I strongly imagine the curse being returned to the caster. I wonder who's the ringleader of this curse. Well, since he dares to cast a curse, let's give it back. Chapter 15, Arrest, Uneasiness. I looked around the cave. There are 3 pathways in the almost square place that I first reached. One leads to the space where the bird was. The other led to a space that is about the same as the first one. And finally, the path to leave this place. The newly found space is almost square and there are 2 pathways. Well, it's not really a pathway because immediately upon going there will be another space. In that space, there's only one doorway. There's only one entrance in this cave system. It was a bit reassuring in terms of security. Moreover, I confirmed this using clairvoyance. It seems like the place where I'm currently at is near the top of the Rocky Mountain. If someone wants to attack, that person has to go all the way up of the Rocky Mountain first. I also ran up this Rocky Mountain too. Aren't I being too worried about security? Well, since there's only one entrance in this cave, it might be safe. I return to the innermost part of the cave where I found the bird and sit on the rock. My body is full of strength and I don't feel tired. However, I am quite tired mentally. A day of rage will pass. What time is it? I don't know. For the time being, I got a place to sleep. Next is not good. I've been safe in Japan until now. Uneasiness crossed my mind. Since I woke up in the world, I have left all the problems behind and only focused on what's in front of me. And because of my character, once I stop, I don't know what to do next. At least I secured a safe place. My body is slightly trembling. Looking back on the things I've done, everything is scary. I still don't know. What should I do? What can I do? I want to go home. I want to go home. I want to go back home. My consciousness was suddenly pulled back. I felt something warm on my thigh. It was the first wolf I met. It closed its eyes comfortably. When I touched its head, it grumbled a little. Phew, aren't you a wild animal? It looked up at me. It looks cute. It can't be helped. Thinking about it, there's no point in panicking or even thinking like a pessimist. I feel calm. Thanks to the guy who put its head on my thigh. I'm being healed. It looks ferocious, but it can heal me. Chapter 16, Companions, Name. Oh. My body was leaning forward and was scared. I seemed to have fallen asleep before I knew it. I raise both of my hands up and stretch. My spine, it gave out a good sound. Now, what should I do next? One wolf is using my leg as a pillow. Hey, are you going to be with me? It raised its face and looked at me as if agreeing. Its face is as ferocious as ever, but it looks cute. It looks 1.5 times better. It doesn't matter now though. It barks and grumbles. I'm not sure if understands me, but from now on, I'll treat it as my companion. Let's not separate from each other. Since it is my companion, I have to give it a name. Can I name you? Grumbles. I don't know what it means. But I won't let you leave me. Let's just name it. This is the largest wolf I've seen and she's female. Her fur is a little long and beautiful. Although it is not long enough to call it long. Her face is a little scary, no, quite ferocious, but cute. She also has red eyes. Deep crimson. I look at the other wolves. There are 2 of them, a male and a female, and they have the same color as the first wolf. Are they parent and child? The black and white wolves are both males. The dog with brown and black fur mix is a male. As for the red bird, gender unknown. Now, what should I do? They won't understand it even if I ask. Should I just name them without permission? Red, bright red. Why don't I try using kanji? The first wolf is Scarlet Heart Koa. The 2 animals with the same color will be Scarlet Sky Soa, female, and Scarlet Sakura Hyo, male. The black wolf will be Black Sakura Karu. The white wolf will be White Soundshin. I named the wolves without asking them. There's no problem, I'm sure. Next. There's only one dog. This guy is big too. Not as big as a wolf, but if it stands with its hind legs, it will be taller than me. Its fur is brown, so let's call you Great Tea Chai. Last is the red bird. The color gradation in its wings is beautiful, so I'll name it Red Flame Karen. I just named them on my own. Are they dissatisfied? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, I was so excited about naming them. It delayed me seeing reality. Well, since I've given you names, let's face reality together. No, maybe later. Chapter 17, Outside the cave, let's make water. I still have to do what I can in order to live. Let's head out of the cave with Koa's group. After securing a place to live, the next thing to look for is water. Water is important. If there's no food but there's water, you can still survive for a few more days. There's no water in the cave. Disappointing. Let's have an out of this cave adventure with everyone. But it's not really an adventure since they are living here. RA? Why don't I just ask Koa what I'm looking for then? I can also test its comprehension skills. I look at them and everyone is looking at me. I'm scared. Take it easy. Koa, can you take me to a place where there is water? When it heard what I said, it turned its gaze to the foot of the mountain. Ah, we'll have to go down after all. It was easy to climb up, but it's scary to climb down. A cliff with 60 degrees slope. Karu and Shun started running ahead. I have no choice but to hang in there and follow them. They understand water, right? I'm slightly uneasy. By the way, I stepped on the edge of the cliff and jumped. Next to me is Koa. Oh, great, I can freely run down the cliff. In Japan, this is nothing but suicide. Jumping from the top of the cliff, I was able to follow Karu and Shun without incident. I'm not even short of breath. What's going on with my body? For now, let's look at it positively. It seems like there's no water within the barrier. We have to go out to get to the place with water. I'll just purify it when the time comes. We arrived. This means that Koa and the others understand what I'm saying. We've arrived at a place with water. It seems like they understand water, but not what I mean. Do they really not understand? We came to a place with water, but this is disgusting. There's a pond, but there's shadow in it. There's also a river, but it has shadow too. If I drink from there, I'll surely be cursed. I'm sorry, but I can't drink here. However, I need to get some water. But even if I purify the water before me, I wouldn't want to drink it. What should I do? Karu tilted its head in front of me. Oh my god. So cute. No, I have to deal with the water problem first. But I want to escape from reality. My subconscious is scary. I've endured everything so far, but I finally broke down. I stroked Karu's head using both of my hands. Karu has a surprised expression. I'm sorry. My heart is breaking because of the curse in the pond. Please, heal me a little. Water, in front of me, impossible. Suddenly, Koa cut in between Karu and me. What's wrong? It rubs its face into my hand. Forget the water, I squeeze Koa's head. For some reason, everyone wants me to pat them. Were they affected by my melancholy? Let's face reality. The water in the pond is non-drinkable, so I slowly head back to the cave. Purification. There's no curse as far as my eyes could reach. I destroyed them all. Can't I drink Japan's spring water? Water. Splash splash. Solution, I can make water with magic. Chapter 18 If food, again. Water seems to have been secured. I think how convenient magic is again. I'm glad, but what I understand about it is too subtle. Now that there's no problem with water, the next thing I need to secure is food. In order not to repeat the same mistake, I challenged magic again. Beef bowl. It seems like no matter how delicious I imagine it, it won't appear. After that, I tried uncooked vegetables and meat. Cabbage. Chicken. If cabbage is impossible and chicken is impossible too, why did I even try this in the first place? Seeing how Koa and the others look at me, I want to dig a hole and bury myself there. I took a deep breath. I therefore conclude that it is impossible to get food using magic. Then, what should I do? For now, let's find nuts. Mushrooms are scary, so no. This is a forest, so there must be something I can eat. I explore the cave area. There's no nut, but this place is purified. There's only one gigantic tree here. There are small trees, but there are no flowers or fruits. I'm in trouble. Hyo headbutts me. I was surprised since it was sudden, but why? To the surprised me, Hyo nodded. And it runs out of the barrier with Shun and Karu. The three of them ran somewhere. What happened? When I looked at Koa, she just looked back and nodded. Excuse me, but even if you nod. Could it be that they left me? No, maybe not. When I made a troubled face, Koa also had a troubled face. I managed to distinguish Koa's troubled face. However, I know that she's like that because we can't understand each other. By the way, what should I do? I want to wait for Hyo and the others, but I don't know when they'll come back. I want to do something about the food problem as soon as possible. Calm down and start exploring. Let's believe that they'll come back. I've discovered the secrets of the cave. That's what I want to say. I'm just a newbie in terms of exploration. I found an entrance. We were using the entrance of the space near the top of the rocky mountain. What I found was an entrance that can be accessed from the ground. Let's not act rashly and go inside. Absolutely don't. Even if my heart calls to explore it, I won't go in there. I casted spatial recognition. The image emerges in my head. No matter how many times I do this, it really gives off a strange feeling. I examined the cave from the projected image. I thought that it was a fairly wide cave, but when I saw the projection, it was wider than expected. Moreover, there seems to be a slope in the cave. When I moved up the slope, I found the part that can be considered as the second floor. The second floor is also wide. There's another slope. This is probably similar to a 3-story building. Oh, it's a 4-story building. The place where we were is the top. My heart is pounding and I feel excited. I have found a basement. Below the cave, the tension rises. The rising tension fell at once. As confirmed by the spatial recognition, I found something. I found a lump of black. I hate curses. Chapter 19 Food, with curse. Black lump. It looks similar to when I first found Karen. In other words, it could be a living being. Come to think of it, what are the monsters that my little sister was talking about in a forest? There are wolves, dogs, and birds. I have yet to meet a monster. Are Karen and Koa's group monsters? Monsters are creatures that attack people. It seems like it is said that in order to become strong, a hero needs to defeat monsters. Are they different from demons? The creatures that attack are monsters. And that means that Koa's group, which did not attack, is different from monsters. Karen attacked, but that's probably because of the curse. Ever since we met, Karen has been resting on my shoulder. She looked back at me with her lovely round eyes. She's definitely not a monster. The question is, what kind of being is trapped on that black lump? Should I go underground to check? Sound of someone approaching can be heard from outside the barrier. It is similar to the sound of shaking trees. When I turned my gaze, I saw the three who ran away earlier. They are dragging something cursed. What? Looks scary. Or rather, I have a bad feeling. I'm glad that Hyo, Shun, and Karu are back. Before me is a huge cursed prey. I was looking for food, so they hunted it and brought it back to me. But it's cursed. It is cursed. The three of them are wagging their tails as if waiting for me to praise them. I patted their heads and praised them. Cute little ones. Now, calm down. As expected, there's no other choice but to eat this because they even hunted it. I'll remove the curse with purification. I'll make sure to clean every corner of it. Purification. I imagined a vacuum cleaner sucking all its dirt. By the way, I'm already frustrated with curses. I don't know who cast that curse, but I'm already cursing at him in my heart. I put my feelings in my voice and purify it with a prayer. In front of me, the shadow in the prey completely disappeared. I'm very satisfied. However, I want to know what this is. This is a monster that I have never seen before until now. It looks like a wild boar with 4 fangs. All of them are big. Above all, its size, I don't know how big it is, but it is really big. Yeah, it looks like it's worth eating. Who'll dismantle this? Koa and the others probably can eat it as it is. Chai too. What about Karen? Can she eat meat? I'm the only one that needs this thing to be dismantled. In short, I have to dismantle this. When I wandered my gaze, I met Shun's eyes full of anticipation. I will eat it. I will dismantle it and eat it. Alright, I can do this. All I have to know is how to dismantle it. Chapter 20 Dismantling. I did my best. Calm down. Let's cool down first. It is necessary to be calm when thinking. If this rots, it will be a waste. I imagined strawberries being cooled in a refrigerator. Unfortunately, the strawberry I imagined is a high grade that I can only eat during payday. I eat it in my imagination. Refrigerate. When I gently touch it, it feels cold, so I seem to have succeeded. I wonder if this is a little too cold. Well, phew. Is it okay to dismantle something outside? I also likely fail. What are the things I need? The fishy smell is probably the blood and internal organs. I need to drain the blood. I cut off the neck and turned it upside down. I remembered from a drama that I have to do this for 2 hours. But that's on the drama. This is reality. Can I do it? It's difficult that I probably won't be able to sleep. I wonder if I can do something using magic. Blood. Should I drain it out? It won't be good if it dries up. For the time being, I looked inside the prey using spatial recognition. It feels disgusting, so I stopped it. What do I even need to look at the stomach and the heart for? What am I even thinking? Phew, let's calm down first in order to be able to think straight. Blood vessels. It's easy to imagine blood vessels and extract them, though it would be best if it comes out naturally from the prey. Blood vessels are slippery, so crawl out. I seem to have daydreamed. It's horrible. Phew. What should I do? What should I imagine for the prey's blood vessels? What can I use? Erase. What should I erase? What will happen after? Instead of erasing blood vessels, I should move them to another place. Teleport it out and burn it to ashes. Good idea. Let's go with that. I put my hand on the boar and imagined only the blood vessels. Well, there are also thin blood vessels. I barely understand the image that popped out of my mind. Yeah, imagining blood vessels without even recognizing them. Pull it out of the wild boar and burn it. Let's go with this. Teleport. Burn. Ashes pours over the prey. I should have moved it further. Clean. I regained my consciousness. Next is the internal organs. Let's burn them too. I imagined the internal organs. I've only seen internal organs of fishes, but it shouldn't be too different. The internal organs I know are heart and stomach, let's make it similar to humans. I've seen anatomy models of humans in science rooms. For a child, it may look as nothing but a creepy toy, but it helps a lot for studying. I can still remember it. Now, let's imagine the internal organs of the anatomy model. Brain, eyes, heart, internal organs, kidney, teleport, burn. I think I was able to do it. And from now on, when I cast this magic, I must absolutely do it with my eyes closed. This is a must. Wind magic is amazing. The prey was neatly split into two. I forgot to peel it off. Should I only take the meat for eating purposes? This is different from what I imagined, but I think this time's dismantling is a success. Raw meat is scary, so I roast the meat using burn magic. I forgot that it charred the internal organs in an instant. As a result, charcoal, nothing remains. That's a natural result. Burn magic is casted with imaginative burning. It was burnt, but it is enough to be my food for day 1. What a bad day. Chapter 21, Morning, Unexpected. Fluffy is the strongest. I was prepared to sleep on a hard rock, but I got on Koa's stomach. Ever since I came into this world, this is my first taste of happiness. Yesterday, I ate meat, only meat. The meat tasted good probably because I succeeded in dismantling it. To be honest, I'm surprised. It was cursed. It was reassuring that I'm still safe after everything. I want salt, but for now, I can't demand something luxurious. I've secured shelter, water, and food. It is a bit of a problem that the toilet is the whole outside world. Though this place is clean, I want a room with a toilet. I'll gradually have one. For now, let's think about what is necessary to improve the comfort of my home. There is no immediate problem for now. But there's a lump of curses underground. I can't be relieved until I confirm what it is. Let's look around the 3rd floor of the rocky mountain for the time being. This rock is strange. It is emitting light by itself. Although it is not very bright, it is bright enough to be seen. I didn't notice anything yesterday, but when I had to go to the toilet in the middle of the night, I found that whole room was glowing. It was too scary and dangerous, so let's forget about it. The effect of the barrier seems to be still effective, and there's been no change since yesterday. Will this magic continue forever? This is a wait and see until the barrier breaks. There is no problem in the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st floor. The ceiling on the 1st floor was the highest. I don't know the exact height, but I know just by looking. It should be twice as high as the others. Now, in the basement. The ceiling is higher than the 1st floor for some reason. Is there a need for it to be like this? There was something huge in the 1st basement. There's only that big space on the 1st basement, and there's something I'm a little anxious about, so let's check it out later. On the 2nd basement lies the problem. Wide area of this space is covered with a lump of black. Disgusting. Purification. The lump of black was divided into 2 and one of them attacked. I already expected it to attack back, but I never expected it to split into 2. I instinctively put my hand in front and purify it, but I know I'll fail. I'm not imagining anything after all. When I hurriedly looked at the lump of black, the white light of purification overflowed. I heard from my little sister that magic is all about imagination, but is it not necessary? I have no time for that now. The lump of black disappeared, there's nothing. That's unexpected. I never expected that there's nothing there. That's it? Isn't that a fingernail-sized spider? And there are about 20 of them, really? That's it? From the remaining black lump, there is a 500 yen size boss spider. And 5 fingernail-sized spiders. The boss spider has wings, and it is something I have never seen on Earth. Its wings are slightly smaller compared to its body, but they are flapping. The spiderlings gathered around the boss. What are they doing? It seems like they are observing me. By the way, are these enemies? Spiders are said to be beneficial bugs if they are not venomous. Are they beneficial bugs? I purified the curse on the wall. Well, I wonder if these spiders can be my companions too. Chapter 22, E-Magic. I understand a little. The boss spider flew flutteringly and got on my head. To be honest, I was a little scared. I'm glad I don't need to brush it off with my hand. The spiderlings hopped on Chai. It seems like they can't fly. They're not parent and children after all. The spiderlings are small and they look like bugs that came out of Chai. Chai was startled for a moment. Is he okay? They didn't get off my head nor on Chai, so I decided to let them come with us. What strange spiders. While looking around at the 2nd basement, I thought about it a little. When I was attacked by a group of spiderlings, I instinctively shouted purification that I used the most. However, I was not thinking of anything back then. I thought that imagination was important for magic, so I always used it with imagination, but, am I wrong? Do I need to say something? What should I try? How about fire without thinking of fire? Nothing happened. Then, water. Splash! There's now a puddle next to me. This time, I said fire while imagining a fireball. I did it. A fireball is floating in the air. This thing is scary if you find it floating in the middle of the night. Then, I look at the water puddle beside me before saying fire. 2 fireballs are now flying around me. Looking at the result, when I use new magic, I need to imagine it. Does that mean imagination is unnecessary for the second time? That makes it easier to use magic. It is exhausting to imagine every time I cast magic. For the time being, I have no choice but to try various things. Once I've tried it for a number of times, I'll know the answer. Along with the fireballs, I arrived at the last space on the second basement. It seems to be a space with nothing. The fireballs that were flying next to me are swaying in a certain direction. Wind? When I checked, there was a crack in the wall. I peeked into the crack, but it's too dark. I want light. For now, let's use spatial recognition. There's a huge space, but there's no lump of curse. Good. In the space at the other side of the crack, I imagined a large fireball. Fireball. I made a mistake and said fireball. I also imagined it. Let's be careful next time. It looks like the fireball was too big. Light is overflowing from the cracks, so it is hard to see what's inside. Let's make the fireball smaller. Adjustment is difficult. I repeat thrice to complete the adjustment. I became tired in using magic. On the other side of the crack, there seems to be a ores different from the rocks around. The light of the fireball is in the way, so I couldn't even see the color. Chapter 23, Boss-san, Tripping Prevention. It jumps off my head and quickly rushes into the crack. The boss spider came back with a small silver ore. I was surprised by the reactive power of Boss Spider-san. Since it was presented to me, I received the 10 yen coin size ore. Is this beautiful silver or what's beyond the crack? Thank you, Boss-san. Though I said Boss-san, is it okay with it? By the way, I haven't named it yet. Boss-san feels like the boss of spiders. As for the spiderlings. Hold on, I can't even tell one apart. They are of the same size, the same color, the same type. How can I tell them apart? The crack is small, so I can't go in as expected. I check the details again using spatial recognition to see if there are some other cracks or holes in the space with the silver ores. None. I finally conquered the rocky mountain. For the time being, I put the silver ore in my pocket. I don't know the name of the ore, but it is important because Boss-san gave it to me. While walking to the ground level, I picked up a piece of rock. By the way, I feel like this cave is full of rocks. I have picked up a rock for the first time. Isn't this too hard? I wonder if this can be processed. I'm planning to use this place as a base to explore the surroundings to look for people. I look around. No matter where I look, it is all bumpy. I've stumbled a number of times already, and one day, I might get seriously injured because of stumbling. Especially at night. This is difficult to process. It's a rock. I can file it to smoothen the surface, though wood would be easier to smoothen. I remember the shelf I made as a hobby before. It was painful to have a thorn stuck in my hand, but I tried my best to file it. Processing. The rock in my hand became smooth. Perhaps the things around it are only dregs. Can I process this with magic? If that is the case, magic is really amazing. With Karen on my shoulder and Boss-san on my head, I stare at the ore that has become smooth. Koa and Chai, who are a little far away, are also getting closer. I mean, they are really close. I wonder why. Is it unusual for a rock to become smooth? Is it hard to see something like this naturally? With this, I can make the comfort of living here a little better. Let's polish all the surfaces of the space for the time being. One spiderling jumped off Chai towards a smooth rock. It slips and falls as it is. Let's make the floor not slippery. Boss-san and spiderlings are banned from running on the floor. That's dangerous. I'm glad I didn't step on them. Chapter 24, A Forest, Person. I cut off the projection of the drone clairvoyance in front of me. It has been 5 days. 5 days. Now that we have a base, I decided to search the inside and outside of the forest. The drone clairvoyance took an active part there. Koa's group is here, but I still want to find people that I can get information from. It can't be helped. Somebody, please give me information. I started searching for that wish to be fulfilled. While being excited, I drive the drone clairvoyance at a considerable speed. I don't know how fast it is, but I think it was quite fast. It's hard to see because of the shadow, but I can still barely see the forest, so I wouldn't be able to overlook everything. I've already found many animals. There were also places where curse is really dense. However, I wasn't able to find what I'm looking for. Not a single person. Yes, there's not even a shadow of a person. Since this is a forest, I expected that there would be a village. However, nothing appeared in the projection at all. Moreover, all I can see is forest. There are no people but there's forest everywhere. I felt bad as the drone clairvoyance flew over the rocky mountain. Go as high as you could. It became so high that I couldn't see anything in detail, but in all directions, there's only forest as far as my eyes could see. The drone clairvoyance flew lower little by little. I'm trying to look for paths or open places in the forest, but I can't find one. I get that this forest is huge, and it is unlikely to have people in it. There's still a place I have not been able to find yet, so let's expect something there. An uneasiness hits my head. It is the possibility of this world not having a single person. I have not thought of that yet, but this world is different from Earth. Is it possible? No, there must be people in places I haven't found yet. Let's not give up and look for it. I roll around the floor. There are days that I feel like doing this, like today. The smooth floor doesn't hurt even if I roll around, and it even feels good for my head that's becoming hot because of thinking of a lot of things. There are already dark clouds on my second day of search for people. On the third day, as a change of pace, I tried thinking about where humans would build a community and explore those places. I was also worried about the fact that there are gold ores, that is different from the silver ore, here on the first floor. I failed on a certain part when I was processing it. It seems like magical power can't easily pass through to the ores taken out from the rocky mountain. The moment Chai took it out, I was scared for some reason. I was also scared by the fact that there might be something behind these ores. However, there was nothing, so can this be considered good? It was difficult to process the floor. When I processed it while imagining that someone might slightly slip on it, it became frighteningly smooth. It was even possible to skate there. I slipped and fell a number of times, and I can only think about the pain of my butt hitting the floor while I was in agony. If I process it to a non-slip type, it will become rough. I'm not good at fine-tuning magic. I did my best and managed to do it so it became like the floor of an apartment entrance. It's still a bit slippery, but it is already at the level of it doesn't matter. The wall looks like it is made from bricks as a measure for the spiders. If it is bricks, it wouldn't matter even if it is rough. Next thing to brag. Stairs from the first floor to the fourth floor. From the first to the third floor, I processed the slope going up into staircases. It was surprisingly easy. The third floor to the fourth floor is more of digging holes than processing. I cut blocks of rocks less than 1 meter on all sides and teleport them to the room on the third floor. The cutout rock became the steps of the stair. The processing of the stairs seems to have refined my teleportation technique. I can move it to the place I like even if it's a little far away. I'm also actively using it on dismantling. It became possible to instantly teleport the internal organs and blood vessels and burn them somewhere. This is a joyous thing. I was able to do it without even seeing them. However, if the teleportation fails, the rock will replace the fire and destroy the meat. When I was making the stairs, I was so scared when I saw internal organs on the rock. I made a bit of a disaster. Prior to teleportation, I should properly identify what will I teleport and where they would be teleported. A large amount of blood on the rock is scary. Chapter 25, Rock, Magic Plus. The problem of not finding people, I decided to leave it behind. I thought that since I'm stuck in the depths of the forest, I'll do what I have to first. Looking from the outside, this is just a rocky mountain. Although it doesn't look like a house, its inside is fully furnished. I'm particularly satisfied with how I complete the ceiling. I processed it by imagining it is concrete. The color of the rock was a little dark gray, which makes the interior cool. When I built a room, the light-emitting rock became noticeable again. There is no problem if it is only the ceiling that is emitting light, but the whole room is glowing. It's just faintly glowing, so I can overlook it even at night. However, when I woke up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet, I saw Shan being illuminated by the faint light, and I unintentionally screamed. The faint light doubles the scariness. The next day, I tried various things to extinguish the light emission. The image of turning off the light bulb from Earth was useful. Though I thought of various things, I solved it easily. The first thing I did was to turn off all the lights on the floor. I then erased the walls, leaving only the ceiling. I can increase the luminous intensity of the light, but it is difficult to fine-tune, so I left it for now. The second basement up to the fourth floor has become a grand mansion, construction ongoing. Satisfying. The cracks on the second basement are processed so that Koa's group can pass through. I processed those two spaces, the big space and the space with core, into one. I also tried to process a gold ore. However, this ore is like a magic insulator, so I can't process it by teleportation. Since I can't cut it by teleportation, I tried cutting it little by little using magic. However, it turns out that this ore is quite hard too. Rock cutter magic can only leave a scratch to it. When I was thinking about how to cut it, I remembered the diamond cutter I saw on TV. I was anxious, but when I tried, I was able to cut it cleanly. The sharpness is really scary though. Also, I found out that when it becomes smaller to a certain degree, it can now be teleported. The The gold ore is so strong against magic, and it is probably the strongest of all the rocks and ores. The first basement is a food storage floor. Koa's group has secured lots of prey. I also improved my dismantling technique. I didn't see the internal organs directly, but there's no problem with that. I can also dismantle the skin off using a rock knife. I feel like I'm an adventurer when I'm dismantling. However, the rock knife I'm using is sharper than I imagined. This kind of knife is kind of difficult to use, but this has taken care of me ever since. I'm glad that it hasn't cut off my finger too. However, I failed to process any skin yet. As for those failed products, I incinerated them. It's a waste, so I want to do something about it. The first basement originally has 4 spaces. I processed them all, turning this place into one huge space. I trial and error magic to make this place a storage room. I also got a new processing method there. I only have to spread magic power to everything in this place. After that, I can freely change its shape like clay. However, when I did that, Koa and the others were threatened by the rocks for a moment. They did not react after that, and I still don't know what happened. Were they afraid when rocks suddenly started rising from the floor without any sign? If so, I'm sorry. By processing the whole place, I was able to sense magic power. I think it was an amazing progress for a magic rookie. However, I can't work for a long time because it needs full concentration and it's really tiring. Even so, I did my best. I completed 5 rooms. The entrance is arch-shaped, and it is also big enough for Koa and the others to freely enter and exit. It's regrettable that I can't make a door though. It is impossible for now. From the 1st floor to the 4th floor, only the ceiling, walls, and floors are processed. Even without anyone else, I can live in this world. Are there any animals that can talk? Chapter 26. I, a certain kingdom's king. A man kneels before me saying that there's an incident in the forest. What a joke. That forest is just this king's plaything. Nothing more. No matter what anyone does with it, it will all be in vain. What are you being restless for? Fools! Sacrifice blood and strengthen it. Laughter spills over the back of the mage that had just an audience. It's just a little incident. A little bit more and the world will be mine. In that forest lives the damned kings, but that was a long time ago. Many may have died, but there are still those who survive. I will use them to death under my rule. They should be honored because they can be of help to the king of this world. What happened to the forest? It was so far that nothing is certain, but there's news that it has shone faintly. What has occurred? The forest, did it die? The Emperor's kingdom casted a compound evil eye magic over the entire forest. Because of this, the balance fell apart. Many holy beasts in the forest disappeared and the unrestricted monsters and demon beasts overflowed. Compound evil eye magic, how did they cast it? There's a rumor that they had a sacrificial ritual for it. No one knows the truth, but anyone who speaks of it will be taken care of by the kingdom. If the forest is ruled by the Emperor's kingdom. Hearing the report, I can hear breaths around me. It has been nearly 200 years since the Emperor's kingdom began to control the forest. Little by little, the forest is changing. What does this incident mean? There were 2 countries around the Emperor's kingdom. Those countries disappeared about 200 years ago. It is said that many people suddenly disappeared. At first, the compound evil eye magic is something that was made to rule the forest. There was a rumor saying that in order to cast it, sacrifices are needed. Everyone thought it was just a rumor. Of course, if it is the truth, it means hundreds of thousands of lives and blood would have been sacrificed. A taboo like that can't be violated. However, that rumor might have been true. The Emperor's kingdom violated the taboo. We were wrong all this time. Chapter 27. E-barrier, activate. Once again, I was scared. To be honest, if Koa and the others weren't here, I would have screamed and panicked. I was sleeping soundly and I don't know what time it is, but I suddenly heard a loud bursting sound. I jumped up. Isn't that scary? I'm sure anyone will jump out of bed too. You're tired and sleeping one quiet night and you suddenly hear a bursting sound. Anyone will be scared. Therefore, I'm scared too. It is pointless to cheer myself up. In the past, I have a little sister that makes a fool out of me when I'm depressed. There's no point in reminiscing. I'll be more upset. Let's move forward. Take a deep breath and check it out. What happened? Let's go outside and check. It's night. There's no way I can see anything. I waited a while but nothing happened. I'll just wait a little longer then. I'm sleepy. I'll just check it out tomorrow. I'm tired because of processing the house today. I failed in processing the skin to leather too. Since I became able to feel magic power, let's try feeling the magic power from this rocky mountain to the lake. That's far. Is it too far? I have no choice but to try. I spread magic power to the left and right. I let magic power seep into the basements and seep more underground. It's quite deep. Eventually, my magic power spreads in a huge circle that surrounds the rocky mountain to the lake. Under that magic circle, my magic power seeped deep. With this, I can even purify this whole place. I imagined the mold in the bath. I imagined mold remover slowly removing black mold including the dense roots. Mold is persistent. Every year-end cleaning, I have to deal with them in the bathroom. Also, I have to return it to sender. I will return the curse as I receive. Purification. Next is the barrier. There is no problem with the barrier on the ground, but I found the problem deep underground. The curse flows with underground water. I imagined an oil strainer. The thing that is used in activated carbon filters. Mother was really impressed when she used one. By the way, I stacked 3 of them and strengthened them too. Should I have made 5? I probably can't gather the curse and send them back, but yeah, let's return it to the sender one day. I think it's good to add a little color. By the way, it looks like my purification failed. I should really give back something more. Barrier. It's a refreshing morning. Chapter 28. To the lake. As expected. I noticed after the purification. Water is difficult to purify. The reason for failure is due to the fact that the curse was mixed with water that has seeped into the barrier. I went to the lake for the time being. The lake is a little far away. There's no problem given my current body, but it is really far. And now, I'm in front of the cursed lake. Purification failed. For the time being, I shut the lake and river by erecting a barrier. Water purification. How can I make this lake beautiful? I'm troubled because I can't think of anything. Shadow, curse, dirt. Can I use the image of collecting dirt by using static electricity? Dust that is flying around a room can be collected with the use of a mop with static electricity. Can I do it? Well, let's try. Absorption. Countless of black lumps floated in the lake. Just one side and you have this many black lumps. I'm scared. Creepy. Should I purify it? No, let's give it back. I realized that I was able to grasp magic power. My technique might have been successful. I was lost for a moment. What should I do if that causes a problem? However, seeing that there are many shadows in the forest, we can consider it as a consequence of one's own deed. I thought that I should give it all back at once and shouldn't hesitate. Soa, Chai, and even the spiderlings were troubled by the curse. Which weighs more to me? Yeah, give it all back. I don't know what the source of the curse is, but whatever did it should bear the responsibility. I imagined the curse returning to the source. Return technique. The lake shines so bright. It turned into a beautiful lake. I was a little impressed for the first time ever since I came to this world after receiving the glittering reflection of the sun from the lake. Shadow gradually disappears in the river too. 5 curse filters are enough to prevent the curse from flowing in from the river outside the strengthened barrier. Is there fish here? House processing. Renovation? What should I do first? The first floor is the place where I cook food and it is also where I eat. It was so spacious that it is all right for everyone to eat together. Well, a little too wide. And the bath. Aside from making water, I can also make it hotter using magic. Though there's clean, a bath is much better. This bath is particularly big. When I made it, I thought of Koa and the others bathing with me too. I became able to control the luminous intensity of the light-emitting rock to some degree, though fine-tuning is still impossible. And the long-awaited toilet. In my private room, I turned a rock into a Western-style toilet bowl. When I imagined it, I got an unexpected result. When I was making it, I imagined it into a self-cleaning restroom like in Japan and it worked. Automatic clean magic. I did not notice it at first, so when I first used it, it scared me. Now, I want a door. I made toilets from the 2nd basement to the 4th floor. I somehow made them safely. I wonder if I should make a toilet for Koa and the others. Chapter 29. In a convenient house, I miss wooden floor. The processing from the 2nd basement to the 4th floor is complete. The 4th floor is 2 big spaces. It was only one at first, but it was too wide, so I made a wall in the middle. One of them is my bedroom. Everyone sleeps together in that room and the second room is being neglected. I wanted a window, so I drilled a hole. However, it can't be called a window because I can't even close it. If it stays as a hole, rain and insects will come through it. I already gave up on it, but when I was practicing magic using an ore, I was able to make something unexpected. A glass-like material. It was possible to spread the silver ore from the basement thinly. Moreover, it can be translucent that even light passes through. I was surprised and became playful, so I tried various things. Why is Karu looking at me all this time? Is it because I can use magic? By the way, can they use magic? Let's check next time. The silver ore is better than the gold ore in terms of magic conductivity. Rock is the best magic conductor since it is easy to reshape it. Is magic conductivity and strength linked? The gold ore is stronger, but the rock is more conductive. Strange. Gold or silver or rock. I fitted the glass-like material into the rock with a hole. A new window was completed, and even if the glass is big, it is durable. I made a rather large window for light. I added a window to each floor depending on the best location, I think. I also put on the stairs. The level of improvement of my house is satisfying. I thought of creating something on the second and third floors, but I can't think of anything. What I want are bedroom, kitchen, dining room, toilet, and bath. All of those are already created on the fourth and first floors. What's left are big spaces. Let's leave it for the time being. I created a pillar from the rock I removed when I was creating a space. A huge pillar in a huge space makes it look like an archaeological site. Ancient ruins. I tried to create an atmosphere like that and even extend the windows vertically. When I calmed down, I completed an eerie space. It's definitely unnecessary work. I want flooring. I'm polishing the rocks so I don't have a problem with my daily life. However, I miss the warmth of wood. Outside my house is a forest. Materials can be easily obtained. My next move is to make flooring. At the same time, I'll look for ingredients. Ever since I came here, Hyoenshin have hunted for us. There's no problem with food, but we only have meat. I really want vegetables too. Are there vegetables in a forest? I have my doubt, but I might be able to find something. I also want to look for anything that I can use as seasonings. I want to make the meat tasty. Even salt would do. Chapter 30 Ifenria King Koa. POV of Koa, who was mistaken for a wolf. I'm looking at his lordship staring at a tree. His lordship liberated me from the unpleasant evil eye magic and even gave me a name. Koa. It is the first time a Fenrir king acknowledges a lord. But I have no regrets. His lordship is overflowing with magic power, and just being by his side feels good. An unpleasant evil eye magic covered the entire forest since 200 years ago. It's not a magic that a person can cast. However, it was casted on the forest by using some sort of method. Just remembering it already makes my blood boil. Purification magic only has a temporary effect, and any kind of barrier will be depleted after some time, because it blocks something all the time. No matter how strong, even if we erect it using strong magical power, it will be continuously eroded. Our weak companions were swallowed, and after that, they attacked others and died. Our strong companions who don't want to be swallowed ended their lives voluntarily. For 200 years, I continued watching my companions die. When my consciousness was slowly being swallowed, I felt the presence of a person in the forest. Infuriating. Disgust and anger swirls within me. I rushed to the place where I felt the presence of the person while my consciousness was being swallowed. The only thing running on my mind at that time was to kill. I can see the back of the person. He was just standing there without an ounce of anxiousness. I tried to attack him at once, but my body swayed for a moment. Our eyes met. I put all my remaining strength to kill him, but I wasn't able to do so. It was frustrating. Was I weakened that much? Even though the enemy is in front of me, I can't even do anything against it. Despair struck me, but I'll intimidate him with my stare until the end. The next moment, the power swallowing my body activates. It was able to swallow me, and I hate myself for it. My whole body refuses to let my consciousness disappear. That moment, I thought that my last string of consciousness would fade. Suddenly, my body becomes lighter, and the discomfort that has been bothering me for hundreds of years disappeared. And it was through normal purification magic. The ineffective purification magic. I prepared myself for the after effect of the purification magic. I was surprised that the after effect did not come, so I checked my body. What did he do? I looked at the man. Bottomless magic power. This is not something a human can possess. Even I, the one who stands at the top of the Fenris, can't measure his magic power. When our eyes meet, magic power flows from the human. It sinks in my badly hurt body, and I was healed inside and out. I gently approached and submitted. This is the first time that the Fenrir king has made a human her lord. However, this man deserves to be my lord. Before I noticed it, my body became beautiful as if it was cleaned. The magic power of his lordship is so precise that I have never seen anyone like him. That's in addition to his bottomless magic power. The one that can stand as the king has appeared in the forest. By the way, your lordship, he made that tree into something strange. Chapter 31 Idaya Wolf Chai. POV of Chai, who was mistaken for a dog. The place where I escaped to was the residence of the Fenrir king. I was prepared to die, but I was allowed to stay there as long as I stayed sane. How much time has passed since then? However, all we can do is brace ourselves against the power of evil eye magic that's trying to take over us. How many days will my consciousness last? I can't even stand up. I don't even know if what I'm trying to do is something I myself want to do. It looks like my end is near. I can't let Fenris, who gave me a place to stay, be in trouble. I must lose my sanity in another place. That time, when my consciousness was about to fly out, I felt something mysterious that made me open my close eyes. Then, I saw despair. The Fenrir king brought a human to this place. What does that mean? The king is dead. The surviving Fenrirs intimidated him. The king replied in the human's stead. She can reply? Wasn't she swallowed? When I was thinking about what on earth is happening, warm light spreads through the room many times. When I was hit by the light, discomfort disappeared from my body. Over the past few decades, I have lived in absolute discomfort. I never thought that it would disappear. I finally realized that the light is purification. However, it is not an ordinary purification but the most powerful purification I have ever seen. Is the human doing it for us? Didn't the humans attack this forest in the first place? A human with mysterious magical power. He used his magical power to heal my long-tormented body. When we started living to serve his lordship, I noticed that his magical power is out of this world. He can continuously use magical power at all times and can even casually cast barriers. At first, I was scared that he'll lose consciousness if he runs out of magical power. Is his lordship a monster? He casted barrier many times. On top of that, there is no sign of the barrier running out of magical power. He even strengthened it. That amount of magical power is terrible. He also reacted to mithril like it was nothing. Humans usually react strangely to mithril. What's more, he was able to magically mold a huge piece of orichalcum. Orichalcum is an ore that doesn't conduct magical power easily. I couldn't help but think if that's what really happening in front of me, it might be my mistake to put his lordship at the same level as a human. Just his magical power alone already says that he's a never been seen or heard species. There are a lot of times that I feel scared of him. However, when he pats my head, warm magical power flows out of his lordship. No matter how strong he is, this warmth makes me not want to leave him. Chapter 32, Wood Processing, Fine-Tuning is Difficult. A gigantic tree that is worthy of being a tree of this forest is standing before me. The tree is in a strange state. I intended to process it and then put it on the floor when I used magic. Where did I go wrong? I think this tree is now barked and perhaps even dried. Methods of processing would according to what I barely remember. Remove all the barks, dry it, and cut in according to the thickness you desire. Drying is important. Looking at its current state. Barked, dried, and even cut into 25 centimeters thickness although not obvious. It's a success if it is not standing. This is a failure. The very first step is cutting down the big tree. I completely forgot it. Now, how should I bring this big tree down? This is already dozens of boards, so if I make a mistake, it will fall apart. I have to cut it anyway. Should I use wind magic? After that, teleport them down by imagining that they are lying down horizontally on the ground. This is a challenge. I had Koa and the others move to a safe place and use wind magic. I also use teleportation at the same time. Magic has a high degree of freedom. As long as you can imagine it, you can do anything. Well, imagining is difficult. And the result, the tree was too long to lie down. It got caught in other trees, and fell apart. Cutting a gigantic tree first is definitely a must. I put the wooden boards in a room on the 4th floor. 5 gigantic trees. No wonder why I feel tired. Koa and the others' faces look terrible for a number of times. Or is it my imagination? However, I somehow managed to move them to the 4th floor. All I have to do now is to arrange them. It will be easy now since it is only lining them up on the floor. It should be easy. I only need to make sure there's no gap between them. It is quite difficult to adjust them to another place 1 millimeter apart from the previous one using teleportation. Or rather, I'm not good at it. I never thought of myself as someone with a rough personality, but looking at the pile of wooden boards, I don't want to manually move them after laying them down. It is probably because I didn't cut them shorter. It's impossible for me to do that. It would be great if I can adjust their place just by looking at them. I think while I'm looking at the boards, what should I use to make big things move? If I'm in Japan, I would use a crane. I remember the scene of a crane moving a container. Can I do it? Can I lift things like a crane? Rise. I tried pushing it by hand. Oh, this is fun. I never thought I could do it. Descent. I adjusted the wooden board to make sure there will be no gap as it descends. It went well. Looking at the pile of boards and the size of this room, I suddenly felt a little dizzy. Chapter 33, A Rock Doll, Scary, Scary. I would like to refrain from waking up to a phenomena beyond my imagination. When I woke up, a wooden board was moving by itself. Someone should praise me for not screaming. Scary. Looking at it closely, it is not only one piece, but many boards are moving on their own. The pile of boards is also lower compared to yesterday. If there's a curse, shouldn't there be ghosts too? Seriously? No ghost, please. I want to sleep again, but that's already impossible. I try to get up against my will. Rock doll. It was not a ghost. That's good. But what is this mysterious scene before me? The boards are not moving on their own. They are being carried by dolls made of rock. Yeah, the same doll I made last night. Since I can freely manipulate rock, I tried making one in humanoid form. Its height is about 60 centimeters. I was satisfied with how good I made the first one, so I tried making another until I completed 10. I thought it was funny, so I made it like a yokai with one eye. And that part emits pale light. I don't really mind them moving, but why do their eyes have to glow? It's surreal. Now, 9 of them are lifting boards and arranging them for flooring. They've done well. There's no gap in between, and they are fast. Koa and the others seem to have been awake all this time and were observing the rock dolls. When they noticed that I was awake, everyone's eyes fell on me. I gently divert my gaze. I don't know what's happening. Meanwhile, the flooring of the room is silently being fitted by the rock dolls. Hey, how can you move? I picked up the one that's not moving. This is certainly something I made yesterday. I was able to make one according to my imagination, so I made another one. That time, I remember an old picture book. It is about a shoe store that a fairy secretly helps in making shoes in the middle of the night. I thought I wanted the fairy in the picture book when I recalled it like that. However, it looks like a fairy would have a hard time helping me with the flooring. I thought back then that a robot helper would be great too. I created the 9 others while thinking like that. It would be great if the flooring would be completed while I was sleeping. After saying that, I went to bed. Right. Did they start moving because of that? Seriously? The reason why the first one is not moving is because I did not imagine it helping me when I was making it. Or rather, did I really imagine the dolls moving when I was making them? Well, I can't think of any other reason. Work stop, gather. No way, they really gather. 9 of them are lined up side by side. This is surreal, but charming too. The non-moving doll in my hand. I imagined a robot and said, move. When I put it down on the floor, it stands up and lines up beside the other 9. It moved. Well, I can't think of any other reason. Thank you for your hard work. How many of them are fairies, and how many of them are helper robots? Chapter 34, A Knight of a Certain Country. Emperor's Kingdom's First Knight's Commander's POV. When I was walking hastily down the corridor, I heard a voice from behind. Have you heard about it? The entire castle is wrapped in tension because of that topic. The king who received the report killed the knight who reported it on the spot. Killing the knight won't change anything. However, if you said something like that, it will be your head who'll be flying next or even fall into slavery. Either way, your life is over. It started with an incident in the forest. The king probably thought it was the last stand. Because of that, he tried to conclude it by strengthening the evil eye power. However, the result is, 1 magic stone supports the compound evil eye magic. It is a magic stone that is said to have been found in an ancient ruin. Compound evil eye magic was realized with the discovery of this magic stone. The magic stone possesses extraordinary power. Even if a mage studies it, it won't result in anything. I heard that blood of many mags flowed because of it. The king of our country used the magic stone. At first, he stopped the aging of his body using the power of the stone. No, it's not that it completely stopped it. It only delayed the inevitable. It seems like he is getting older little by little. Next, in order to become the king of the world, he used it to strengthen the compound evil eye magic. Over tens of thousands of sacrifices poured into the magic stone. Because of the blood sacrifice, the magic stone became stronger and the compound evil eye magic became stronger too. Everyone believed and no one doubted that he would get the forest and become the king of the world. That stone has that much power. The magic stone cracked. A really small crack. I feel sorry for the mage who found it out. He has found something that touches the king's inverse scale. And now, it seems like the 4th knights have gathered. Perhaps they will be ordered to go to the forest and investigate. There is still a place where the power of the kings of the forest exists. The area around the forest seems to have been suppressed. Looking at the whole forest, it's probably less than 10 to 1. Moreover, it is in the centermost part of the forest. There's no way the Emperor's knights can go there and return. However, what's happening? I heard that the magic stone has been significantly strengthened since it was first found. There is no existence that can scratch the magic stone. It is said that the kings of the forest have repeatedly counterattacked. However, they don't have enough power to fight against the magic stone. Suddenly, this has happened. Did something awaken? An existence more powerful than the kings of the forest? Isn't the only one above kings is God? Did a god awaken? Chapter 35 Explore the forest, Parent Spider. Spiderling? These rock dolls are great. I only need to prepare boards for the third and second floor and they'll stack them up themselves. These rock dolls are great helpers. Since my hands are free, I decided to explore the forest. As for Soa's group, they are both scouting the forest and hunting for prey. My companion is Koa. I want vegetables and seasonings. The way the big trees look changes a little when we move away from the rocky mountain. They seem to be influenced by the shadow. The shadows here are clearly thicker than the trees near the rocky mountain. I used purification and made sure that even the insides of the trees will be purified. A gentle light wraps the trees. After a few seconds, the light gathers in the air and flies somewhere. I look in the direction it flew by. This is the first time I saw the light after purification. It was more dazzling than I imagined, but why did it go somewhere? I wonder if there is a curse source in the direction it flew. It's scary to think about it. When I checked the trees, their colors became vivid, probably because the effect of the shadow is gone. It's great, but they are really big. Even the fruit on that tree seems to be difficult to harvest. I'm now in front of the tree. When I look up, I can see that it has red fruits. This is the first time I see this red fruit in this world. The question now is whether it is edible or not and how to get them. When I was thinking about what to do, Boss-san came. It climbs the tree. There are many Boss-san. 8 of them, RA? No way, those are the spiderlings. Yeah, they have no wings. They are larger compared to when I saw them before. They look like they are almost as big as Boss-san. Did they grow? In just a few days? While I was busy being surprised, a spiderling brought me a red fruit. I now have a red fruit on my hand. Thank you. The 8 spiderlings are around the size of a 500 yen coin. They've grown up. Actually, the fruit it gave me looks like a small watermelon. I cut it using the silver ore knife and tried to eat it. It's crispy and the taste is fresh and sweet like a peach. Good. I finally ate something other than meat for the first time in a few days. It is ripe, so it is sweet and I'm somewhat healed. After everyone finished eating, we resumed the harvesting. The spiderlings harvested dozens of red fruits. How are we going to bring them home? When I was teleported into this world, I only had my clothes and shoes with me. The black sling bag on my shoulder has my wallet and smartphone. Even if I use my bag, it can only fit one small ball-size fruit. I wish this bag could be used like the pocket of that famous robot. In that case, I would be able to store as much as I want. The bag becomes lighter. I was surprised to see that the fruit on the bag that I just put in is no longer there. It disappeared? Chapter 36, The Forest is Wide, Boss-san. The red fruits that are harvested by the spiderlings are thrown into the bag one after another. No way, the bag I brought has become a magic bag? Thanks to a famous robot. The spiderlings already harvested 30 fruits, but there seems to be more. Is it harvest season? The spiderlings are moving freely from trees to trees. They are like mini ninjas. I followed the spiderlings through the forest. For some reason, the spiderlings are leading the way. Thank you. A spiderling passes in front of me. I stopped and checked why, and it seems like there's a small tree with overgrown leaves a few steps away. When I approached it, the spiderlings started harvesting again. A cabbage-like thing can be seen in those overgrown leaves. They brought me one of those. It's quite big. As big as a basketball. Looking at the size of the spiderlings, I'm even wondering how they managed to harvest this. I peel one piece of leaf from the vegetable and eat it. There's no tingling substance, it is crispy, and it has a gentle sweetness. It doesn't taste like cabbage or lettuce, so is it somewhere in between? It's hard to explain, but it's good. I put it in my bag again. Are those vegetable trees? There are dozens of them. We managed to harvest a lot because they are nearby each other. We got 50 in total. They might rot before we can eat them. When I get home, I'll think about whether I can cast some magic into the storage room. I walk quite a bit, but there seem to be few trees with edible fruits. There are also a fair number of monsters that try to attack us, but Koa's growl drives them away. Koa's the strongest. When she growls, even I get scared. We discover a bright yellow-green fruit tree. The spiderlings harvested fist-size fruits this time. It has a refreshing lemon-like smell. This time, we harvested bluish fruit from the same tree. However, it's odorless. It's strange, but I still put it in my bag. We harvested 50 pieces in total. There are 3 types of that fruit. Let's go back to the house for the time being. When we got home, there were 5 preys in front of Shun and Chai who acted separately. There were 7 in front of Soa and Hyo. There are 2 in front of Karu. The number of prey they hunt is increasing each day. However, these are already a lot. We all only eat 1 to 3 preys per day, so I asked them not to hunt too much. But before that, let me stroke your heads for a job well done. I'm already used to dismantling, so it didn't take a long time. I also can skin them using magic, which saves a lot of time. I teleport the meat to the refrigerated room. As for the skin, still thinking about what to do with it. In order to check the size of the spiderlings, I called out Boss-san. Boss-san, are you growing too? Chapter 37 Evolution of the Storage Room, Familiar Taste? Boss-san has grown. Its size now is as big as an L-size Japanese watermelon. Its wings have also grown and it gives off a very mysterious atmosphere. By the way, will it still grow? How big will it grow? The fruits here are big, so do the wolves and dogs. The first basement had a higher ceiling than the rest of the floors. Could it be? No way, right? I'm worried about the storage room. Now, the storage room has a function of a refrigerator. It also has an auto-clean function like what I did in the toilet. I tried making a refrigerator and this is the result. I imagined a refrigerator that cools things and magic spread on the rocks of the storage room. As a result, this room became a functional refrigerator. However, for today's harvest of fruits and vegetables, to be honest, I harvested a lot, and if I put them in the refrigerator, their freshness will fall. A freezer is also not a good place to preserve vegetables. I'm now thinking, what can I do for that, or is there something that I can replicate to do that? I want to keep their current freshness. I'm thinking about that while taking out the fruits and vegetables out of the bag. An impossible amount of fruits and vegetables come out of an ordinary bag. No matter who sees it, that person will surely find it strange. By the way, if you turn the bag over, everything will come out. More fruits and vegetables came out than I counted. I'm sure I've counted them carefully. Just why? How to keep their freshness? They should be fresh as they are now. I can say that in words, but I can't imagine it. I imagine a warm meal and then imagine the calendar about the passage of time. Imagine steaming food. Then, imagine the January 1st, 2018 calendar and change it to 2118 calendar. Stopping time in order to keep it as it is. Time stop. The whole room is shrouded in a bright light and returns to its original state after that. I don't know if I succeeded. Let's put some fruits and vegetables and observe them. I built rock shelves. I add time stop magic on the shelves too. This has evolved into a high-performance food storage. There are only a few shelves with nothing. On my first day of forest exploration, my harvest was more than expected. The bright yellow-green fruit smells like a combination of lemon and orange. I was impressed when I tried to season the meat with it. The vegetable meat rolls are good too. I want yakiniku sauce. When I peeled the bluish fruit, sweet and sour aroma spread. When I eat it, HNN. Is this a strawberry? The texture is crispy like an apple. Its taste is similar to a strawberry. It was delicious, but I feel like it's somewhat of a complex fruit. Chapter 38, Completion of the Flooring. The forest is wide. The flooring was completed in 3 days of hard work of the rock dolls. They laid the boards without gaps in between. Somehow, why do I feel like it is more beautiful than what I imagined? Well, the rock dolls are more amazing than expected. When they are lining the boards, they manage to arrange them in a way that there will be no gap even in the part of the pillars. Before I could help, they already used rocks to reshape the boards. Where did they learn that? I gave them a knife made from silver ore for the time being. Since the flooring was completed, I remodeled my residence a little. I made a small room at the entrance of the first floor and the entrance of the fourth floor. I also added cleaning magic on those places. I take off my shoes there and enter my residence. Let's make this a Japanese house. The rock dolls lined up along the wall when their work was done. I processed the wall and made dedicated shelves where they can line up. It was satisfying to see them lining up like that. Since there's flooring, I now want a bed. I can sleep on the floor. However, there's something in me that's longing for a proper place to sleep. I also want a big bed for Koa and the others. I process trees in the forest. I've already got used to the process of making timber because of my experience in making wooden boards. My technique improved further. Now, the surface is so beautiful that you would think that I used a file to polish it. I had the rock dolls take the boards to the fourth floor. I'll turn them to beds. Bed creation. It worked, but not how I expected. Does this mean that I don't truly know a bed? Do I only know how to make flooring? Once again, I imagined the process of assembling a bed. Hard. Making a bed is harder than I thought. I arranged 60 centimeters square timbers at equal intervals. They have a uniform length of 200 centimeters. The total width is 160 centimeters. This should be the size of a queen-size bed. I carved grooves on the square timbers and insert the board there. That's what my bed-making imagination looks like. That should be the frame and the bed. But why am I anxious? For the time being, let's process the boards into square timbers and boards according to my imagined sizes. It would be great if the rock dolls could think and adjust my command accordingly. Bed creation. The rock doll began moving. I see. It seems like they will start moving as soon as I think of something. However, I'm worried whether they can build a bed with how I imagined it. My bed is like the prototype. If it goes well, I'll make beds for Koa and the others. Looking at the rock dolls, I feel a little lost. Good luck. I feel anxious, so let's escape and go to the forest. No, I'm not escaping, I'm only exploring. It seems like there are more ingredients in the forest than I imagined. Today, we're exploring a new place. I want to find something that I could use as thread. For clothes. The one leading the exploration today is Boss-san. It looks a level higher in terms of moving freely on the trees compared to other spiders. Before we left, I told it that we were going to look for threads. Where did it lead me? This is a nest of giant worms. Why did it take me here? Chapter 39, A Giant Bug, Spinning Thread. The giant bugs turned all their gazes to me. I want to run away. Why did you bring me here? What did I do to you, Boss-san? While my mind was thinking a lot of things in a panic, Boss-san brought one of the giant insects in front of me. It is about 120 centimeters big. I really want to escape. However, I believe in Boss-san. This child should be safe, I'm sure. UWA. I protected my face with my arms immediately. Something came from the giant, but to me, is it an attack? The attack has subsided, and when I put my arms down, countless white things are entangled on my arms. Threads? Countless threads are entangled in my arm. I see. Threads. I definitely said I want threads. So it wasn't an attack. I was surprised. What I have in mind are cotton-like materials that I can turn into thread. However, what I got was a giant bug that spits thread. Well, if you think about it, it saved me the trouble of making thread myself. They fully understood my request. Boss-san is moving restlessly to gather the thread. How about? I decided to bring a giant bug home. 2 giant bugs are now riding on Chai and Karu's backs. Or at least that's what's happening on the outside. Looking at the situation, the giant bugs seem to be following Boss-san's instructions. What a strange scene. When we got home, the giant bugs immediately made threads in a room on the 2nd floor. I also brought leaves to feed them and left them in a corner of the room. I thought of what things are necessary to process the thread. A rod where the thread can be wound. After that, I created 2 new rock dolls. Wind the thread, wind the thread. Pleased to meet you. The rock dolls began moving. The giant bugs freaked out when they saw the golems approaching, even though they are cute. I even made 3 eyes for them. 2 are in the place they should be at and 1 on the forehead. I somehow want to make them like that. When I was still a student, I was addicted to Japanese Isekai, so they made me feel nostalgic. They smoothly wind the threads of the giant bugs to their sticks. Spin, spin. Yeah, I secured thread. This thread is also smooth and considerably beautiful. If I ask the rock dolls to make clothes, can they do it? But I don't know the process. I don't even know how to knit. I can only imagine the threads being intertwined. That's more complicated than making bed. The bed-making rock doll group is amazing. They managed to build a bed more solid than I imagined. The board is firmly incorporated into a solid wooden frame. There are also spaces for ventilation. It's a low-type bed, so it doesn't even budge even though I'm on it. Moreover, they built for Koa and the others too. HNN? But I don't have a mattress, so those ventilation spaces are unnecessary. I hastily processed another board and gave it to the rock dolls. I'm sorry. I made a mistake in my imagination. One of the rock dolls patted my shoulder as if encouraging me. R.A. Chapter 40 Ichiwara near Boss-san. Big Spider, Boss-san's POV. I'm currently looking at a little golem putting a board on a wooden frame. A strange scene. Golems are weapons made by humans. It was made as a countermeasure against monsters and demon beasts. Given its charming size and the fact that it was only created earlier, I can say that this is a kind of golem that I've never seen before. Even the magics that his lordship uses are something I've never seen before. In the presence of his lordship's magical power, I can feel my lost power gradually returning. It is the power I continued using to protect my companions. However, I still continued to lose a lot of my companions. If I can't maintain that power, my body, along with my children, can only powerlessly approach extinction. But now, that power is gradually returning. Warm magical power envelops my injured body. It is the magical power of his lordship and it's very pleasant. By the way, how many golems can his lordship create at the same time? Even those who were accepted as the best mags can only make 3 at best. Although tiny, I can feel inexhaustible power from his lordship's golems. Moreover, I feel ego in the golem that his lordship created, which should be impossible. Golem is an entity that can only move by executing the command of its creator. It is something that's not alive. How can I feel ego in something that's not alive? I have my doubts, but the golems in front of me, after putting the boards on the wooden frame, they high-five. I think they're happy. As for the others, one is scrapping a board using a mithril knife, but it's not doing well. Seeing that, the other golems helped. And that said golem bowed, Perhaps thanking them? I wonder. The first is joy and the next is gratitude. Those behaviors are impossible if we are talking about golems that are supposed to have no life. The power of his lordship is too vast for me to understand. I introduced him to Swasoa, a monster that makes thread as his lordship requested. I never thought that he would attack his lordship. However, his poison did not affect his lordship in any way. Swasoa's poison is extremely poisonous. It won't work on me, but that doesn't mean that it won't work on a person. It's a nasty poison that can even pass through barriers. Well, in front of his lordship's monstrous and unbreakable barrier, that deadly poison doesn't mean anything. Speaking of which, I thought I would die the moment the Swasoa attacked, since I thought his lordship's barrier will definitely counterattack. It's a good thing that it didn't attack Swasoa back. If it counterattacked, not only Swasoa but even me would be a collateral damage under the barrier's counterattack. It has that much power. An attack on the barrier actually occurred one night. The next thing that happened is the barrier counterattacked with a light in the night sky. Although that light was an offensive attack, I can't help but admire its beauty when I saw it. And that's something I don't want to accept myself. Chapter 41, A Rock Doll, seems to have grown by itself. I now have a large number of big yarn balls. I look at the giant bugs who are eating leaves. When I was looking at them, they stopped eating. Thank you. There are a total of 200 big yarn balls. They are huge, but are they fine making this much? I wonder, but they look okay, so everything should be alright. I look at the thread-making rock dolls. It made 50 of them. The remaining 150 are the original rock dolls. It seems like they had helped before I knew it. Are the three-eyeds friends with one-eyeds? The three-eyed golems are staring at me. Perhaps they are asking what to do next. However, no matter how much I imagine it, it will only end up in jumbled threads. What should I do? I took off my t-shirt I'm wearing and showed it to them. The three-eyed approached and checked it together. Is that their thinking expression? I looked at the one-eyed and the three-eyed golems in the thread room. They all have the same expression. They are funny dolls, aren't they? However, looking at them, they seem to be really troubled. I handed over my t-shirt to a three-eyed golem. It turned over my t-shirt. After 10 minutes, they returned my t-shirt. The one-eyed and the three-eyed golems started to move. I did not give them any orders. What are they going to do? I don't know. Did the rock dolls grow themselves? I look at Boss-san and the spiderlings nearby. Everyone's panicking too much? For some reason, they are staring at the rock dolls. Those rock dolls are based on a famous blue robot. They seem to have evolved and finally became independent. I sincerely believe that it is safe to let them do what they want. I moved to the first floor and stopped by the kitchen. There was a rock table in the kitchen. It was still far from the kitchen I wanted. R.A.? What's going on? There are wooden table and wooden chairs that I was thinking of making. The countertop was originally made of rock, but now it is wooden. Or rather, the place to cook and the place to eat are now separated. 8 golems are still working. 2 golems are in the thread room. What is happening? Certainly, I talked about what I wanted to do with the kitchen 2 days ago, saying I want a dining room in the kitchen. I talked about that to Koa and the others, but I'm sure one of the one-eyed is there too. Come to think of it, why is it even there that time? Ma, they are doing what I want, so it's okay. Even so, they're amazing. My ideal dining area is about to be completed. Speaking of which, why are Koa and the others at the corner? Chapter 42, A Leather Processing, Additional Rock Doll. I was looking forward to eating at the dining area. I decided to not care about the growth of the rock dolls since they are improving in a good way. There are too many things that I don't understand, so I won't bother myself with something so trivial. Don't mind, absolutely don't mind. I don't mind whether they were able to make cups and plates. I was able to eat, that's it. I don't mind that my bed has a headboard too. There are handrails on the stairs now. Was it because they saw me slip and fall? One day, they urged me to make boards, so I processed a big tree for them. That same day, when I went to the bath, it is already made of wood. Aren't you going too far? As for processing leather, there's nothing but failure. I realized that it was important to clean off the excess fat from the skin. I made 4 additional Oni rock dolls for it. I put 1 horn on their foreheads. They asked me to give them rock knives. They were able to remove fats and they are on a different level compared to me. I'm not good with fine-tuning magic, so a considerable number of beast skins have already rotted. It's good that these Onis can remove the fats from the skin beautifully. Next, remove the dirt using water. The skin was quite dirty. It is good that I only need to watch the Onis cleaning them. Until now, every time I tan the skin, it becomes so hard that I couldn't use it. No matter what I do, that supposed to be tanned leather is so hard. Nothing changed even if I soak it in water for a few days. In other words, there's another step that I don't know that needs to be done. And I discovered it accidentally. When I was soaking it in water, I happened to use a stick. I've always been using magic, but that day, I picked up a wooden stick. They suddenly brought me a prey, so I left processing leather there, and of course, I also left the stick in water. I forgot about it in a few days. I still remember that day. When I washed it and dried it, it became softer than ever. It's still a little hard, but it is certainly softer compared to my previous failures. The only difference is the wooden stick I used. I thought there might be something on the sap of that tree. When I checked the tree, I found that there's a crowd of them in a place a little far away from my residence. I collected some sap and prepared animal hides that I asked from the little Onis. After that, I left it for the little Onis since they should have a better success rate. The Onis soaked the beast skins in sap water. I'm only watching over them. After a long time, I had them wash and dry the soaked animal hide. If we fail, I'll be really sad. I want to succeed. A few days later, there's a leather rug laid on my bed. It is warm and comfortable to sleep on. Chapter 43, Iplo the Forest, I'm not scared. It became possible to process animal skin, but there's a problem. There's no place to dry the skin. It is forest everywhere. I already cut some trees around my residence, but that's only a little. A big tree will be able to produce lots of boards after all. The number of trees I cut until now is less than 10. However, since the trees I cut are big trees, just cutting one greatly improves the viewability of this place. Since I've only cut big trees, trees that are not that big are still around. In order to create a place where I can sun-dry animal skin, I need to open up an area around the rocky mountain. I look around the area. It looks like I don't have to cut down all the trees around. Let's secure some space in front of the entrance of my residence for the time being. I cut a tree and process it. Cut, cut, cut. I'm tired. A large number of processed boards were stacked up. I moved those boards to the first basement and the third floor, which are not being used. That's the first one. How about the others? I chose the trees to cut by listening to the Little Oni and Koa's group suggestions. Trees in an area were cut in no time. Now, this place is full of tree stumps. It's funny since I never planned to make it so wide in the first place. After listening to Koa and the others, a huge tree stump field was created. Looking at the left and right, it looks like the Rocky Mountain is now the center. The cleared area is about 100 m to the left and 100 m to the right of it. Isn't it too much? Ha ha ha, it is. I take a break because I'm tired. Upon entering my residence, the entrance now has totally become wooden. It looks like the first group worked hard to turn my residence to a wooden one. I won't say anything, but you did well. However, what are you trying to achieve? At least the dining area has become cozy. There are shelves where you can put the tableware, and there's also space for Koa and the others to relax. The chair I can sit on is so well made that it looks like a rocking chair. All of the furniture looks familiar to me though. I'm sure they are designs from a magazine I've seen. However, I don't even remember their details, so it's a bit scary. No, it's because the golems worked hard. Yeah, it's okay to have a hanging chair from the ceiling. I remember wanting to have one when I saw it in a magazine when I was still in high school. And it is now in front of me. I'm not scared. Sitting on a hanging chair is very comfortable. Chapter 44, A Three Eyes Production, Cave Discovery. The search for seasonings continues. No progress has been made on this aspect. Today, I'm checking out the clothes made by the Three Eyes. Clothes for my whole body are finally completed. Moreover, what they did was not white from head to toe. The pants are black, the t-shirt is pale green, and the underwear is white. When I was checking them working, I was surprised to see that there are colored yarns. It looks like the giant bugs can produce colored threads depending on what they eat. Are the spiderlings instructed by Three Eyes? They were collecting flowers and leaves. Does this mean that the Three Eyes can think by themselves? What the Three Eyes brought me this morning is satisfying. The comfort level is also different from what I have been wearing until now. It feels good to touch. It's smooth and slippery. However, there's something I don't like with the pants. Please make the cloth thicker if you're going to use it to make pants. I handed over several needles I made from the silver ore. They instantly used it with pleasure. The best thing they did for me is the underwear. I finally have a new one. However, I feel embarrassed when the Three Eyes are examining my underwear closely. But I didn't say anything about it. Unfortunately, there's no rubber. So, both the underwear and pants don't go down with the use of a rope tied on my waist. It can't be helped. Nevertheless, I feel fresh while exploring the forest. I found a big hole in a place a few minutes away from the place I reclaimed in front of the Rocky Mountain. Checking it out, it slowly goes downhill. Cave? Just looking at it from the entrance, I see that it's kind of deep. I don't know how deep it is though. This place is only a little away from the Rocky Mountain, which is my residence. Not too far, not too close. However, it can be said that it is a place where if something happens, we will be affected. It looks like I need to check what's inside. I proceed inside while illuminating the path using light ball magic. The path is always downhill. I've been walking quite a bit, but it is still ongoing. However, the size of the path is kind of worrisome. The entrance was so large, but it became narrower as I went down. I don't know how long I walked, but I finally arrived at a big space. This is. Looking at the width of the path, I felt that this cave is that, and it seems like I'm correct. In front of me is an unusually big ant with intimidating tusks in its mouth. It is twice as big as Koa. The giant ant has a bright red body with mysterious-looking black pattern. The black pattern emits strange light. It gives me the same feeling as a shadow. Though it is not a shadow, is it a curse too? Since it gives me the same feeling as a shadow, purification. The whole body of the ant shines, but the black pattern negates the light. It was not purified. Chapter 45, A Curse, Scary. This is the first time that purification did not work. My heart throbbed a little. The curse might fight back. Barrier. Strengthen. I have to protect myself first before anything else. The ant's whole body has black pattern. Did it change because of the curse? Speaking of curses, could be a binding curse, vengeful spirit, or possession. Is it possessed? I look at the giant ant. I look into its eyes. I don't know. Let's just do what I can do this time. Before I knew it, Koa was already in front of me. She prevented the giant ant from attacking. Koa's whole body shines. After that, the giant ant was blown away. The vibration echoes through the cave. When the giant ant stands up, Koa groans to intimidate it. Soa and Hyo lined up next to Koa. And the giant ant has children? They are fairly smaller compared to the giant ant, but there's a number of them. Though all of them have black patterns too. They gave me a feeling of disgust. For now, let me try what I can do. They are probably possessed, so exorcism. Impossible. I can't imagine anything related to exorcism. Let's try something else. The sound of giant ants clasping their tusks echoes. Garchi garchi garchi. Scary. Their state is definitely abnormal. Could it be that their mind was being controlled? It means that they are in a state where they can't do what their heart desires. I think I can imagine something for them. I imagine the ants being tied by something, and all I need to do is burn those binding things or cut them. Cut them and let them be free. Binding curse cancellation. The giant ant and the smaller ants were surrounded by rings of light. As it covers them and as the light amplifies, their black pattern gradually becomes thinner. When light disappears from the giant ant, the black pattern also disappears. The smaller ants also lost their patterns. Did I succeed? Will their binding curse be transferred to someone else? Scary. When I looked at them, the giant ant was looking at me. It is not intimidating like earlier. It's just plainly looking at me. When the giant ant tried to approach us, Koa intimidated it. The giant ant stopped. I feel like it is somewhat puzzled. When I'm with Koa's group or Boss-san's group, I can at least read the atmosphere a little. However, I still find it difficult to communicate with them. I approach the giant ant. Somehow, I find myself patting its head. It's cold and slippery like pottery. Though it looks rough, I still pat it. I don't know why, but the giant ant looks more puzzled now. Chapter 46, At the back of the cave, a beautiful lake. I'm strolling through the cave with the giant ant. Unlike my initial impression, the giant ant is gentle. It catches me when I tripped upon a stone in the cave. Ever since I came here, my athletic ability rose, but I still tripped. This is not Japan where I came from. The path here is not smooth. I trip from time to time and it hurts. I've been hurt a number of times, so I got used to it. Ha ha ha. My guide on this cave is the giant ant. It looks like there's something in the innermost part. The children of the giant ants are following us through the ceiling and walls. What an interesting bunch. This time, I'm sure that the small ants are really children of the bigger one. Not really. The place where I was taken was the deepest part of the cave. It was dark and I can't see anything, but I know that there's a lake. I feel like it is also influenced by the curse. I point my hand at the lake and cast Purification. I tried doubling my imagination compared to when I cast Purification to the ants. I don't know if it will be useful, but I'm glad that the curse seems to weaken and the shadow disappears. I also tried to spread Binding Curse Cancellation to the whole forest. I'm not sure if I can really cover the whole forest, but I'm already satisfied as long as there's an effect. In this forest, there may be monsters and animals that are bound with curse. Well, let's take our time exploring the forest. I'll do what I can do. After purifying the lake, the cave became blue that looks similar to what I've seen on TV. However, there's no light in this cave. Perhaps the lake itself was shining blue. Add the atmosphere the cave gives, this became somewhat a mysterious place. I want to check the lake out, but I still have to explore the forest. Also, I made up my mind that I'll leave once my cave exploration ends. Are the giant ants going to follow us, I was lost for a moment on what to do since there's no trouble that needs my attention. When we all left the cave, Boss-san appeared. Did you wait for us? Why? The giant ant and Boss-san. Both of them release bloodlust in an instant. Don't do that. 2 of the 4 eyes, no, Boss-san has 8 eyes, 6 of them are staring straight. No fighting. You have to get along with each other. For some reason, the giant ant and Boss-san went somewhere, just the 2 of them. Is it going to be all right? I feel uneasy, but let's believe in them. A little away from the cave, we found a fist-size black fruit. I feel like the color is amazing. After coming to this world, this is the first time I harvest something with my own 2 hands. There are too many things in this world that I can't reach. Hayo gestures me to eat it. I peeled the skin and took a bite. Salty. I was surprised since I expected this fruit to be sweet. However, I felt like my tongue wanted saltiness. Speaking of which, I'm in a different world, so it is wrong for me to look at everything using a Japanese's perspective like looking for salt. I harvest the black fruits. I harvest these salt fruits. Boss-san came back and helped me harvest. Thanks. Chapter 47 Ian for Fermi. Giant Ant's POV. The evil eye magic that attacked the forest. It's not really threatening at first. I still spent my time like usual back then. However, the forest changed because of it. The kings of the forest keep fighting against it while figuring out how to stop the changes of the forest. However, the attacks of the kings failed and they have no choice but to stop. Because of that, the forest continues to change over time. Before anyone noticed it, the whole forest was already under the evil eye magic. Monsters with weak will changed and became ferocious. They not only attack enemies but allies too. A new type of monster appeared from nowhere too, and that made the forest change from bad to worse. The kings of the forests lost one by, and they gradually lost magical power too. When the power of the kings of the forest totally disappeared, the power of darkness increased along with the power of the evil eye magic. The life in the forest only circled around that vicious cycle. As for me, I fought to protect my companions. However, I know that someday, my will sink into the darkness too. During my last struggle, I managed to tie myself up near the holy lake. This can only delay the time of the deterioration of my will. I know that this is nothing but delaying the inevitable. After a long time, my consciousness sunk into endless darkness. Then, I was suddenly guided by light, as that warm light invalidates the effect of the evil eye magic that devoured me. It destroyed the darkness that has nested in the depths of my heart. The first thing I saw after that was a human. I was surprised when I saw the Fenrir king standing up to protect the human. I never thought that the Fenrir king would protect a human. I checked around and found my perplexed children. Their number is quite small. Even so, I still felt joy that some of my children were saved. The human approached me and stroked my head. It was the human that dares to touch me. The human keeps on stroking me. I'm troubled with how I'll react. However, I feel the warm magical power that I felt earlier flowing out from this human. I finally understood that it was him who helped us. I hate humans, but this man is different. I finally understand the reason why the Fenrir king is protecting this human. Can I also do the same? I decided to take his lordship to the holy lake. Looking at its state, I can only describe it as horrible. I felt so sad that I can't help but close my eyes. Then, suddenly, in front of me, a blinding light appears. The lake returned to its former appearance. It looks like his lordship protected this lake. This is the lake where the dragon that controls the water of this forest lives. I can't see the dragon, but I believe it is there, somewhere. When we got out of the forest, I can see that the forest was the same as before, still affected by the evil eye magic. Anne, Chuaranir. She is the guardian of death. It is not an exaggeration that anyone who sees her will definitely be killed. She is also one of the kings that protect this forest. She's full of bloodlust. When his lordship said something, her bloodlust instantly disappeared. I was surprised. For that to happen, I think his lordship is the only one capable of doing that. I can't believe that there will come a time where I will talk with Chuaranir. Chapter 48 Salt Making. First thing first, I went home with the new giant ant companion. I'm kind of worried since my residence doesn't look like a cave, but it looks like the giant ant doesn't care. There's no problem then. When Chai saw the giant ant, its tail suddenly fell. Hey, you don't have to be that scared. Are you alright? I looked at the giant ant. It's not doing anything. I still don't get what's happening, but there shouldn't be any problem. Chai, it's okay. It's our new companion. I decided to name the giant ant. One that's kind of difficult to say. Shuri. I want to believe that it likes its name. I have to do something about the stump field, but my apologies. First thing first. Today, I would want to make salt from the salty fruit before anything else. Can I even crystallize it after juicing it? If I want to use it as a seasoning, the crystallized form will be easier to use. And so, I went straight to the kitchen. As for everyone else, they are free to do what they want to do. The number of fruits we harvested is 65. That's quite a lot, so there shouldn't be any problem. I cut the fruits and filtered them using a cloth to a bowl made of silver ore. The fruit is more watery than I thought, so it fills the bowl enough with just 5. Let's try this much first. I warm it little by little to remove water using magic. I was worried if it got dirty when it was evaporating earlier, so I filtered it again. I warmed it up little by little until it became sherbet-like. I stopped since I'm afraid that it will get burnt. I poked it with my finger and tasted it. Salty. I'm a little moved. I filtered it again with a clean piece of cloth and used wind magic to dry it. I finally managed to get salt. Who would have thought that I made this using fruit juice? Today is a good day. I met Shuri and got salt. I made my magical power flow through the gold ore. I imagined a container with a lid. Transformation. I worked hard to turn all the remaining fruits into salt. I made a total of 4 containers. The salt that I wished for, get. After that day, my ability to fine-tune magical power has improved. Making salt needed a deep level of concentration, which made me skillful in fine-tuning. A good example of someone who got the carrot by working. Now, eating meat with salt gives me a moment of bliss. The usual meat tastes several times better. Next, I want eggs. I want mayonnaise, garlic, dashi, and so on. When I went out, I couldn't find any tree stump. How can those massive tree stumps disappear? In the place that I reclaimed, there's a hole. A big hole. Shuri's face suddenly pops out from there. Ant nest. It looks like the stumps were taken by the antlings. They took it on the hole. What are you going to use it for? Whatever it is, thanks for reducing my workload. It looks like they are surrounding the hole with wood. They are making a roof in order to prevent rainwater from entering the hole. It's great that they even know how to build it. By the way, how did they know how to build a roof? I didn't teach them. Chapter 49, A Commander of the Fourth Night Order. Commander of the Fourth Night Order of Emperor's Kingdoms POV. The royal order from the king orders me to lead my Fourth Night Order. We're going to survey the forest. If there's a problem found during the survey, we will resolve it as soon as possible. That's the order of the king this time. The Fourth Night Order has a lot of contact with the forest from the start. Our job usually revolves around capturing monsters, subjugation, and surveying the forest like this time. The only difference now is it has become noisy since there's an abnormality with the magic stone. For me, it's just a normal survey like any others. I don't feel anything strange about this job, unlike the noisy people around. To the center of the forest where the kings are. This might be a problem. Those are the words of my friend, but for me, there's no problem at all. Those insignificant existents who are called kings of the forest are nothing before our king. Those kings have already disappeared from the forest several decades ago. What's so frightening about their existence? The information that the magic stone was cracked ran among the knights. However, if one listens closely, you'll hear that the crack of the magic stone is just a small one. The size of the magic stone is so big that it can't be compared to a normal one. The magic stone is about 1 meter, so a small crack is nothing. It is also written in the reports that the magic stone already had cracks when it was first found. What are you afraid of? Even if the kings of the forest are alive and counterattacked, we just have to suppress them. Those kings of the forest are nothing but a relic of the past. In the beginning, there are many knights who felt uneasy after hearing that the magic stone cracked. However, when they heard that it was only a very small crack, those who felt uneasy were mocked. That's natural because our country is the most powerful in the world. I hope so. I laughed at my friend who's acting timidly. I secretly sneered at that coward. We trekked the mountain path into the forest like usual. However, we did not step forward immediately. When I look back, I can see that the faces of my subordinates are stiff. There's no change in the forest if you are looking outside of it. That's natural, but just looking at it will make you feel something. You'll feel fear, rising fear. I ordered the slave unit to survey. If it is the usual, we should have been preparing for a place to sleep already. However, no one started to prepare. There is something in everyone that refuses to prepare in this place. The slave unit finally returned from the forest. There's no problem around the entrance of the forest. I took a big breath and exhaled. Though my heart is heavy, we have to continue surveying. I stepped forward into the forest by dragging my heavy feet. I remember the anxiety on my friend's face. That time, I should have listened to him. Chapter 50, A Commander of the Fourth Night Order 2. Commander of the Fourth Night Order of Emperor's Kingdoms POV. The forest is as quiet as it used to be. Monsters' howls can be heard from time to time. Yeah, the feeling and what can be heard are the same as before. Things are what they used to be, but the discomfort that's hanging on my body is still there. I had the slave troops scout ahead while we, the Fourth Night Order, were behind them. We went into the forest little by little. How long have we been traveling? Discomfort continues and soon turns to fear. Fear piled up more and more with every step we took into the depths of the forest. No matter how many times I try to calm down, I can't do it. The number of monsters that the scouts found so far is 4. The fourth one is still under the excessive attack of my subordinates. They are in the state where attacking is the only way to relieve the tension. The number of monsters is too small. In the place we are, there should have been 10 monsters that attacked us. All 4 of those monsters are monsters that our country made in the magic stone experiment. They should have attacked monsters and not people. What's happening? Does this mean that something is indeed in the center of the forest? The 4th monster was subdued. I exhaled. Though they accumulated fatigue, my subordinates' tension decreased. This could be fatal. Break. It might be a bad idea to take a break in a place where you feel fear. However, it is not possible for us to leave the forest every time we want to rest. It can't be helped, so we took a break in this place. I instructed the slave troops to patrol. They have no expression at all since they were slaves since they were born. Slaves don't need hearts, so they are probably not scared. I envy them. I look around to check the condition of my subordinates. That time, light runs through the forest. I did not know what happened at that moment. It happened in an instant. No signs or anything. There's no way to prevent it. Screams rise everywhere. In an instant, the fear everyone was holding deep in them was stirred. I didn't do anything other than looking at myself and my subordinates. No one was wounded, no one died. However, that moment, my heart beats at an impossible speed as sweat drips and falls from my forehead. I hold the weapon using my hand and look around, but I can't find anything. While we're in a state of panic, light spreads from the earth to the sky. I heard screams everywhere and even the sound of running. I tried to stop them in a hurry, but no voice came out of my throat. My legs gave out and I kneed on the ground on the spot. I can only breathe. I have to calm down, calm down. After a great effort, I managed to get back on my feet. When I look around, I can only see fear and despair. I took a big breath and sent the withdraw order. We have to get out of the forest. We move away from the forest. Though our progress is slow, everyone runs out of the forest as if escaping from something. Commander, the slave troops are gone. I look around and indeed can't see any slaves. The slave crest is powered by the magic stone, so no slaves can get away from our country. Now, the slaves have escaped. What's going on? Chapter 51. Are ants carnivorous, Karen? Reclamation of the forest has progressed faster than expected. I never thought that Shuri could easily take away the tree stumps. What have I been doing before? I look at Shuri, who's going in and out of holes on the ground. Should I go in too? I'm kind of curious, so let's check. It doesn't look like I'm going to fall if I enter. After entering a hole, I feel a little cold. Is it just my imagination? Read only at shuemtranslations.com. Koa and the others hunted today too. There are too many and I'm the one dismantling them. If I can't use magic, things would have been terrible. Skinning the ogres alone would have been. Now, there's only the last prey to dismantle. I'm sure there should have been one more. It looks like it has been dragged to somewhere. I found a trail and it was going to Shuri's hole. Aren't carnivorous? When I peeked at the hole, I saw a bloody scene. It's too surreal. I quietly shift my gaze. The tree stumps are gone now. With this, I should think about what I should do with this place from now on. While thinking of that, the ants came out of the hole and dive into the soil. When I was thinking about what they were doing, they moved in the soil. I continue to watch them. I see, so they are plowing the soil. Thank you. Now that it is plowed, what should I do next? If I were in Japan, farmers would have started planting vegetables now, but I don't have anything here. By the way, I've never seen root crops like potatoes here. The soil suddenly. Shuri? Do you know any vegetables we can plant here? I'm thinking of potatoes, sweet potatoes, radish, etc. If there are seeds, that would be great too. If the vegetables of my former world exist here, perhaps I could find them in the wild. There should be some in the forest. Shuri tilted her neck. I guess that's a no. She went out with her antlings. Are the spiders going too? Don't overdo it. Karen came back. These 3 days, I was uneasy because it did not come back, but it seemed to have grown while it was away. But this kind of growth is strange. Why is it 3 times larger than it used to be? 3 days ago, it was still a small bird. As expected, it is also getting bigger, like what's happening to Boss-san. Boss-san is growing little by little every day, and now she's as big as Koa. Thinking of how big it will grow, I'm already scared. And it looks like the spiderlings are secretly getting bigger too. Darn, don't tell me Shuri will get bigger too. I'm uneasy. Karen brought something round with wings. It's a mysterious creature. This mysterious winged creature is currently curled like a yarn ball. This fluffer-looking thing is floating even though it's not using its wings. What's the use of its wings then? However, since I feel the power of curse in it, I used Purification. The dark yarn ball became deep blue. So, what is this? I don't know what kind of creature this is, but it's Fluffy the Desu. Chapter 52, Planting Potato, Stones from Monsters. Shuri is back. Thanks. You brought quite a lot. More than I expected. After checking, I found that there are 10 different kinds of the 100 potato-like things they brought. Are they edible? I asked using gestures. The antlings nod. They are all nodding at the same time. For now, let's plant the potatoes in the field I plowed. Since I have a field, it needs fertilizer, so I tried making organic fertilizer. The knowledge my father taught me became useful. I dug a large hole and placed a wooden crate on top of it. I put garbage like dried leaves, grass, etc. in it and step on it to compact it. Then, I put garbage again and stepped on it again. Since dried leaves are dry, I'll moisturize it a little. Next is searing for indigenous fungus in the forest and mix it in. Since I'm on a different world, I'm worried if I'll even find any fungus here, but it's a good thing that I found some. This should work. Next is to wait for half a year for it to ferment, but there's no way I can wait that long, so I tried fast-forwarding time for 1 year. Guys is great. The fertilizer was completed. And what I found are really fungus. That's a good sign. I mixed the fertilizer on the soil I plowed. I'm not sure if what I plant will grow up, but I can't help but do it. If I plant these potatoes, half of the ridges I made will become potato fields. The number of ridges I made are 100. That's what Boss-san requested. I made 100 but less than half were used. Did I reclaim too much? Or did I make too many ridges? How do I plant them now? Also, let's ask again if they are edible. Can I request that only one of you answer? The way you answered earlier is kind of scary. And so, they are planted, and planted. It took half a day to completely plant them all. It's kind of amusing that the result is not what I expected. I only want a kitchen garden. Now, I have a farm in front of me. Where did I go wrong? Scene change. Shin and the others came back with praise. Are the prey they hunted getting bigger and bigger? Are they? Is Shin floating in the air? Or is it my imagination? Ma, how is that possible? Maybe I'm overthinking things recently. After dismantling, 2 preys were brought to Shuri's dwelling. Yeah, thank you for your hard work. Make sure the antlings eat well. Spiderlings, wait a minute. Recently, they prefer grilled meat. After dismantling, I also found a stone from a prey. Not all preys have stones and the probability of getting one is around 9%. I wonder what this is. In Japan, you won't find stones inside animals. It's not like you shouldn't find one. Another evidence that I'm in a different world. Ma, I've accumulated quite a few stones so far. Can it be used for something? Chapter 53, Monster Stone, Barbecue. I stared at the stone that came out of the prey. Even though it is a monster, to find a stone inside a beast, is it sick? Or is it related to the curse? This is something I never thought of until now. However, there is no change even after I tried to purify it, so it shouldn't be key then. What is it? What should I do with it? I tried pouring magical power in it. I was surprised. Magical power was absorbed by the stone in an instant. Much faster than rocks. Can this discharge magical power like the rocks do? Can the magic power absorbed by it used for automatic operation? The automatic function of the toilet on the first floor stopped working, so I have to pour magical power on it again. Then, let's try pouring magical power to it. It shined for a moment. I was surprised. When I looked at the stone, it turned into a beautiful green stone. I get a different reaction from it compared to rocks, and I can feel it has more magical power capacity compared to rocks. When I took it out from the monster, it had a blackish color. No, it's transparent green. What's going on? Let's pour more magical power. HNN? It no longer absorbs magical power. Does it mean it is full? For now, I'll try to pour magical power on the other stones as well. In front of me, there are green stone, red stone, dark red stone, light blue stone, and blue stone. What's the use of the color? How do I even find out? Speaking of which, I managed to pour magical power to them. Can I take it out? I guess no. HNN? Koa? Koa spewed fire from her mouth. That was scary, but why did you do that all of a sudden? Or rather, I never thought Koa can use magic. I should have expected this, right? Then, Koa put her forefoot on the red stone and spewed fire again. The power is twice as powerful and it also became faster. Do that again. Are they magic stones that can amplify magic by 2? Let's have a little experiment. Water with redstone, no change. Same power as usual. Koa puts her 4 feet on the light blue stone and blue stone. The light blue stone is water. About 5 times more water. Not just twice. Clean. I also tried. I took the blue stone and said water. Overflowing water was produced. I should have tested this outside. I may need to fine-tune to use this, but that's something I find difficult. I'll give them to Koa and the others for now. Scene change. I turned a rock into a fist-size ball, poured magical power on it, and added heat magic. I made 50 pieces. I processed the silver ore into a sink of 1 m long and 50 centimeters wide. I put the rock balls in it. Now, the barbecue grill is ready. I processed the gold ore into thin and long sticks. The meat I cut will be skewered by them. I put my hand over the sink. Generate heat. After that, I checked if they are working and it looks like I've succeeded. Instead of charcoal, I'm using rocks to heat things up. I put the meat skewers over the grill. When I turn them, I put salt over them again. I've always grilled using fire magic, but it is difficult to control the shape. I think I'll use this sink grill from now on. After that, we ate dinner, which made me want sauce more. Chapter 54, A Knight of a Certain Country 2. Emperor's Kingdom's First Knights Commander's POV. There is a deafening silence at the king's audience. I think it's about the newly arrived report. The Fourth Knight Order has strangely returned early to the royal castle. Moreover, everyone's expression is still and all of them are silent, refusing to open their mouths. The Fourth Knight Order is having an audience with His Majesty. The commander and the vice-commander of all other Knight Orders were called too. I knew something had happened, but it was worse than expected. Rather than dying, the slaves ran away. Is that correct? The king's aide asked the Fourth Knight Order, especially their commander. The answer is yes. Silence spreads in the hall. That situation aside, incidents in the forest and monsters-related incidents are being reported continuously. I'm sure no one had even imagined this. There are already those who got scared when the magic stone got cracked, and before things calmed down, strange things started to happen. Only a fool will not think that they are related. Everyone recognized that the forest is a threat, even now. However, there was certainly change in how much threat we are treating it now. We have previously treated the forest as part of our country. However, this report, the slaves can only escape if their slave crest was nullified. The monsters in the forest that were supposed to be distorted by the magic stone are active again. The cause of all of these is still unknown. Aside from the fact that the forest and the magic stone are related. A sound echoes in the room. It is the sound of the irritated king standing up. I can see an ample amount of anger from how he leaves the hall silently. His anger is understandable since we were only a step away from conquering the forest. However, I'm still a little relieved. The commander of the Fourth Knight Order is my friend. The king doesn't tolerate failure, so there's a possibility of him being killed as punishment. I pat my friend's shoulder and leave the hall with him. It's good that you're safe. Hearing what I said, his face looks sour. That's a rare expression. What's going on with the forest? I want to know. It didn't look the same, and I feel fear I had never felt before. His voice is trembling a little. To think that he would feel that much fear. What will the king do? I'm sure he won't back down with just this. Perhaps he'll start a war in the forest. I know that he will use the magic stone again this time. However, the problem is related to the magic stone. Is it correct to use the stone again given what happened? For the king, the magic stone is the king's power. It is normal for him to use the magic stone. Do you think it is scarier than the king? My friend looked surprised at my question. Why are you surprised? Do you think that the kings of the forest are fighting back? If that is the case, we should counterattack soon. There is something in the forest that is more powerful than our king and more powerful than the kings of the forest. What kind of existence is that? Chapter 55, Fluffy's Special Skill. Let's make something for now. I want soy sauce. However, soy sauce can't be made without soybeans. Impossible. Then, is there any kind of seasoning I can make with what I presently have? There's a lake. There should be fish there, right? If I have fish, I should be able to make fish sauce. From what I watched on TV, to make some, I should mix fish and salt and ferment it. That should be smelly, but it's worth a try. For now, let's go to the lake. Scene change. I came to the lake and it's very wide. I can't see any curses and it's something refreshing to see. So, are there fishes in this lake? I can't see any from the bank. What should I do? How about using a fishing rod? How do I make one? The rod can be made of wood, and as for the thread, I'll ask Three Eyes. The rest are hook and bait. Hook, this is quite a problem. Hayo and Karu came with me and they are watching over the place. Thanks. Fluffy looks the same today. For some reason, Fluffy has been flying around restlessly since morning. What's wrong? Fluffy, Fluffy, Fluffy. Eto, it's kind of disturbing to fly around before me. Are you trying to tell me something? It's harder to read its movement. Harder than Boss-san and Shuri. Fluffy, I want to catch some fish. Hearing what I said, it turned away from me and moved its wings for some reason. Ah, this is the first time I see its wings moving. Then, it flies towards the distant part of the lake. And jumped in. Is it okay? The lake glowed blue and something was thrown out of the lake. It looks like it will land in front of me. I see. Fluffy is good at catching fish. I thought it was just a small fish. When it arrived in front of me, I saw a 5m long fish splashing. This is the thing that Fluffy catches for me. Ha ha, thanks. You helped me a lot. I caught a fish. Let's grill it. Scene change. I caught the big fish with my hand and cut its head on the spot since I don't know how I should deal with it. The internal organs are unnecessary too, so I obliterated them. I cool it with magic and use time stop. I move it by floating in the air. All thanks to magic. I cut the big fish and washed it cleanly. Since this is a trial product, I'll use 1/6 of the fish first. I don't know how much salt to use too. It should be quite a lot, so how about 20% of the fish? But how should I measure the amount of salt? Imagination. Impossible. That's too rash. Let's just do our best using eye measurement. I made a container using silver ore and cleaned it. When I cut the fish, blood gushed out. Because of that, I drained it using magic. It's great that I've already made a lot of salt. I put it in the container and added some salt. I closed the lid. Now, all I have to do is wait a year or two. I can only force time to go in the container for 3 months at a time using magic. I use it repeatedly until the 4th time. It should have fermented already. I open the lid. Ah, the unique smell. I was surprised because this is only my first try. I filtered it using a cloth. It became a clear brown liquid. I think it's a little salty, but it is still acceptable. I grilled meat and put a little on it. It's good. Koa and the others are eating like there's no tomorrow. There was even a conflict between her and Shuri, and the battle terrified the antlings. The fish is seasoned with salt and grilled. I've finally eaten fish after a long time. There's no peculiar smell of a river fish and it's quite delicious. I want rice. Chapter 56, The Basics of Cultivating Vegetables, Chibi Ants, Chibi Spiders. I noticed something after I planted the potatoes. Are there 4 seasons in this world too? If there are 4 seasons, that means there are seasons where I can or can't plant vegetables. It's getting hot little by little since I came to this world. I think we should be heading to summer now if there's summer in this world. Perhaps it is already summer. What a headache. There is also the problem of how to cultivate vegetables. Before, I had the strength of my father and the pocket money he gave to buy organic fertilizer. However, I have never planted vegetables before. What other things I need to consider? Watering, pest control, and fertilizing only? Let's make rock dolls for those. There's no way I can handle everything on my own given the size of this field. After going home, I thought that I should not only use rock but also monster stone. I have found during my experiment that light blue and blue are water, and green is healing. Currently, I have 3 light blue, 3 blue, 2 green, and 2 transparent. I still don't know what's the effect of the transparent ones, but let's try to use it. I made rock dolls and put the monster stones on their foreheads. I poured a lot of magical power so that each doll can use magic. After that, I imagined farm work and some key things for pest control. I made sure I imagined it clearly. If you see pests, attack and destroy them. Hello. I tried greeting them. Why is everyone saluting? Ma, I guess I succeeded since they moved. By the way, I named them the Farming Corps. It's the name of a whole group, but that doesn't really matter. Please take care of me from now on. Scene change. The Farming Corps is amazing. The dolls with light blue and blue stones were watering the whole field with drizzle. Though I'm still unsure if this can be called success. As for the green stones dolls, wind? Healing wind? They are making the field windy. I don't even know why. The transparent stone dolls seem to be on the side of giving instructions. They requested me to increase their number to 3 times. As expected, the field is still too big for the few of them. Am I imagining things, or are there new ridges? Boss-san and Shuri brought white balls to me. The one that Boss-san brought is as big as 3 basketballs. As for Shuri, it's as big as 2. They brought them in front of me. I'm sandwiched by Boss-san and Shuri's white balls. What are those? Also, what do you want me to do with them? Boss-san puts its foreleg on the white ball. Are you pouring magic power to it? It stopped and pushed the white ball in front of me. Shuri did the same. You want me to pour magic power on them? Okay. I put my hands on each white ball and pour magic power to them. The white balls seem to be able to accumulate magical power. There's not even an overflow. Eh? How much should I pour? I've been pouring magic power to them for tens of minutes. Crack! I was surprised when I heard a crack, but what happened next made me panic. Tons of chibi spiders and chibi ants came out. They are as big as a little finger, about the size when I first met the spiders. I never expected them to be eggs. I had a nightmare that night. I dreamed of being devoured by countless little creatures. I was really scared. Chapter 57, Exploring the Forest, Chai's Friends. The field has become more amazing than I ever expected. The farming core, chibi ants, and chibi spiders are the ones responsible for it. When I process a tree to plant support sticks, I only have to leave it there and someone will put them on the field for me. More specifically, the chibi ants and chibi spiders. I don't get near them not because I'm scared or anything, but I just don't want to accidentally step on one. Thank you for your supervision, One Eye. The farming core has also evolved from their day-to-day works. They are doing their jobs more and more efficiently as the day goes by. That's kind of strange. I mean, how can they learn? It's a mystery. The Oni sands that are processing fur are doing their job perfectly. Compared to when they were just starting, the fur they process now feels amazing. I don't even know how they do it. They are simply amazing. The clothes that the 3 eyes are making have also leveled up. They finally were able to make a shirt. I was surprised with the cargo pants style they made too. When I wake up in the morning, my clothes for the day have already been prepared. But I kind of find it a little scary. Scene change. The forest exploration is ongoing. It was a treasure trove of ingredients and the number of storage warehouses has increased. Aside from the 2-3 new refrigerated rooms are now added and there are now 5 active time-stop rooms. That's basically 5 rooms for each type. I'm still thinking of whether to increase them a little more because of winter. It was good that my rock house is big. Today, we are still searching around. My companions are Chai and Koa. On top of Chai is a fist-sized spiderling. It has grown that much. Is that all right? However, if you look up, you can see spiderlings bigger than fist jumping between trees. Recently, the spiderlings have grown individually. Some of them became big. It's strange. A cave. A new cave was discovered. The first cave was Koa's, the second one was Shuri's. What about this one? I'm worried since it is dark, but I still tried to enter the cave. And I was attacked the moment I entered. I have strengthened my barrier so I'm not injured. Great. In front are HNN? There are 7 dogs that look like Chai. Chai is barking towards them, but they are not reacting. The spiderlings are making menacing sounds, and they are still not reacting. They don't have the black pattern like Shuri, but they gave off the same atmosphere. Are they possessed? I want to exorcise them immediately, but it is difficult to move around. It can't be helped. Restraint. I'm kind of uneasy with just imagining them being bound with a rope, so I imagined them being confined in a cage. I succeeded in stopping their movement. Looking closely at the 7 animals, they are strangely thin and injured. Binding curse cancellation. A circle of light surrounded each of the 7 animals. A wall of light covered and light poured to them. When the light went out, all 7 animals fell. Some of them even vomited blood. Heal. I did it in a hurry since I don't want them to die. They did well in surviving until now. Were they waiting for me? Their breath calmed down and even Chai calmed down. I'm still shocked when I saw them vomiting blood. I'm really glad they didn't die. When the dogs regained consciousness, they became really scared. Chai tried to speak with them and they gradually calmed down and checked the surroundings. Good. Now that I'm relieved, I feel angry. I imagine lightning falling towards the one who made this curse. Divine punishment. Since I have not made a solid image, it shouldn't be casted. It's a matter of feelings, and I feel a little refreshed. Chapter 58, Night of a Certain Country 3. Emperor's Kingdom's First Knight's Commander's POV, 25 mags, the Second Knight Order will be their guards. The Fifth Knight Order will be responsible for monster subjugation. I look at them. The Second Knight Order seems to be a little nervous. As for their commander, not that much. The Fifth Knight Order is a combat group that has been strengthened by the magic stone. Hunting is their specialty. They will be burning the forest. A friend stands next to me. It is rare that no one was blamed for a failed mission, but even the king himself is shocked. The power of the magic stone that should have been absolute was broken. It has been a few days since the Fourth Knight Order returned. The inside of the castle was strangely quiet. Then, mags were gathered and even the Fifth Knight Order was called. The king seems to have decided to destroy the forest. It is said that there is a powerful magical power in the forest now. It is unknown if that is true since no one has gone inside to examine it. There are still too many things we don't know about the forest. Is it even okay to burn the forest? You seemed uneasy. If the cause was erased, won't the problem be solved? My friend seemed to have noticed my doubt. Since the problem is at the center of the forest, just burn the forest and everything will be solved. That sounds like it makes sense, but it is actually a very terrible decision. How many of those who are gathered here understand that? If the cause of the problem is a king of the forest, it may be a little effective. It has already been declared earlier, but the power of the mags gathered is considerable. Yes, the mags gathered now can even boast that they are the most powerful mags in the kingdom. They have records that back up their confidence of not failing, and even the king is confident with their ability. They are certainly powerful. In the human world, their magical power is so great that it can be called a nightmare. I heard that they will join forces to burn the forest once and for all. This is probably the most powerful force gathered in human history. However, like I said, in human history, can humans even do something to an existence higher than the king? That's. From the time I heard that they were going to burn the forest, I was struck with extreme anxiety. I've stayed quiet, but something will surely happen. Commander, the sky is. I heard my vice commander's voice from behind. I look out of the window and check the sky out. It is sunny. We also trained earlier. What is that cloud? Black clouds suddenly patch a part of the sky. Boom, 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 boom. The whole castle shook with that loud sound. Screams can be heard all over the castle. That loud sound echoed many times. And each time, the castle shakes. The knights are also unable to cope. Meanwhile, all the window panes at the king's audience hall broke and scattered. Boo-boom. Something passed through the window. A bolt of lightning. In an instant, the hall became hell. Perhaps a minute or two. I'm not sure, but it is only for a short time. Fire came out from all over the castle and people around were running to extinguish the fire. A bolt of lightning entered the audience hall just after the window panes broke. There's no way that's a normal phenomenon. I started at where the king is. And I shifted my gaze to the king's feet. The floor was black, an evidence of where the lightning fell. Chapter 59, Rock Dolls Are Autonomous, Attack from the Sky. Morning, the farming corps refused my help. Why? I even helped them water the crops yesterday evening. I should be able to fine-tune my magic now. It looks like I can only watch them from afar. A small lake was dug near my house. It seems like the one-eyes, the farming corps, the chibi spiders, and chibi ants worked hard. Fluffy is floating over it, making a large amount of water with the help of magic. It looks like Fluffy wants to expand this small lake. I cut down the trees nearby in order to expand it. Isn't this a little too wide? It became a 25-meter pool with 4 lanes. Fluffy is delighted, so it's okay. The stump suddenly came out from the ground. I was startled until I saw Shuri showing up under it. Boss-san is pulling the stump that Shuri was pushing from the ground. Their collaboration is superb. I think this is enough. I saw a spiderling and a transparent stone rock doll from the farming corps going to the forest. It's strange, but I think the spiderling has a magic bag. When they returned, they went to the first level basement. It's strong enough to carry the spiderling on its shoulder. When I checked them out, there were newly brought fruits and vegetables in the storage room. The one-eyes are making shelves while the 3-eyes are organizing them. Amazing. It asked the spiderling to move the content of the bag to the storage room, but they were stopped. Koa pointed at the cold room and the time-stop room with her forefoot and was complaining about something. Is she asking them to utilize those rooms? You want a cold room with time-stop function, I see. I remodeled the first basement and turned a big empty space into a big time-stop cold room. I imagine that time will stop after the ingredients there get cold. After I made the room, 3 One-Eyes quickly made shelves in the room. They are fast. They move the ingredients from the storage room and make the empty spaces rooms. They have done that again and again and again until Time Stop Cold Room became 25. Time Stop only rooms now are only 3 and only 2 rooms were left as cold rooms only. All the spaces on the first basement are now filled with rooms. The One-Eyes are making shelves for all of them before I knew it. Amazing. I watch how they make shelves. Their assembly method is too professional and they are excellent, too excellent. It looks like there's no problem. Speaking of problem, I've never seen them make any errors. Is this okay? It should be. Thank you anyway. Scene change. I went out to hunt with Koa and the others. I want to have more meat stock. It seems there are quite a few monsters inside the barrier. And monsters run away just after seeing Koa. Speaking of which, compared to when I came here the first time, the preys are no longer affected by the curse. Why? When we were chasing a monster, we arrived at the edge of the barrier. It's not wider than I thought. If I run seriously, I should expand the barrier. Koa suddenly spewed fire into the sky. When I look up, a giant bird-like monster is nosediving towards us. It evaded Koa's fire skillfully and attacked me. I already thought that it would attack and I've already imagined an attack magic. Cat. If I want to kill an opponent with a single blow, beheading is the answer. However, that was supposed to be used for monsters running on the ground, so if its head suddenly flew out from its body while nosediving, scary. Chapter 60, Phoenix Karen. Karen's POV, mistaken for a normal bird. I returned to his lordship's side after a few days. It seems like I'm really long-sighted. I just saw the Hell's Guard who drags creatures into the holes on the ground. Not only that, Anfa Fermi is now even friends with Chuaranir. His lordship is truly a mysterious being. He gathered 2 hostile forces to one place. Speaking of that, I and Fenrir are also Imar, as expected of his lordship. However, did the golems increase again? The power of his lordship is bottomless, but this number is truly frightening. The golems inside the house have also been increasing. There are now 15 golems that process wood. There are now 5 golems that make his lordship's clothes and cloth. There are now 6 golems that are processing monster skin. There are 30 new golems outside the house. The golems of his lordship can think on their own. They move without being ordered, and it seems like they are even consulting each other. The golems should have no ego, but with the power of his lordship, common sense is no more. As expected of his lordship, golems are originally made for one reason: battle. When his lordship first created golems, I was anxious of their power. Every golem can easily crush the rock of this place. The rocks of this place are famous for being extremely hard. They are perfect guards for the house. When I look closely, the newly made golems have been taught to use magic. Only creatures with magical power can use magic, which means they were blessed with magic. They can be called a horrible existence, and it is good that they are our allies. I stared at the newly made golems. They have magic stones on their foreheads. And they are not normal magic stones, but evolved ones. When you accumulate high purity magical power in a magic stone, the magic stone will evolve. The value of a magic stone can be derived from their transparency, but all of his lordship's magic stones are of the highest rank. To make one highest rank magic stone, it is said that 30 mags are needed. To use it on golems is. In addition, there are golems with universal stones which are rare among magic stones. Perhaps it was for securing the outside of the house. His lordship is making magic stones evolve while walking. As expected of his lordship. That's white. A magic stone that can heal anyone even if they are already one step to dying. When he saw me staring at it, he gave me the magic stone. I never thought I could ever obtain a stone like this. I will use it carefully. Scene change. I heard that his lordship went hunting with Koa Dono's group, so I chased them. When I found his lordship's party, a wyvern attacked his lordship. The wyvern who tried to attack his lordship suddenly got decapitated. I froze in the air due to seeing too many things to understand. Wyverns are magic users, and that wyvern has been using magic for years. To successfully land a hit on it, you have to destroy its protective barrier first. His lordship tore its barrier with his attack and decapitated it with the same attack. His lordship is mighty. Chapter 61, Giant Bird, a Door. We were attacked, but we were all unharmed. No problem. Karen is flying in the air for some reason. Did something happen at home? Nothing. Good. For now, let's check out that fallen giant bird. We found it immediately since it was big. However, it looks more like a lizard with wings than a bird. Giant lizard. Cooling. Time stop. I did what I could to keep it fresh. The next step is to process them in the first basement as soon as possible. But let's do that once I get home. Let's ask Koa and the others first. Is this winged lizard edible? Looks like it. Let's go home at once. I look at the bag I brought as it floats in the air. It's a bag that the Three Eyes made for me. Of course, it's a space magic bag. I usually put things in the bag manually, but I wonder if I can teleport things to it. I imagined the inside of the bag as a large space. Winged lizard to bag. Alright, let's hunt a little more before going home. Scene change. I took out today's praise in front of the little Onis. Winged lizard, giant boar, and giant cow-like animal. These animals are big. There's too much for everyone. And the magic bag is so useful. And it's dismantling time as usual. The skins are already cut out by the little Onis. Thank you very much. The way they dismantle them is very fast. When I was watching the little Onis, I heard a rattling sound in the back. When I look back, there's a wood deck on a spacious area made by the One Eyes. And for some reason, everyone's gathering there. The spiderlings even brought fish sauce. When I checked around, there I saw the antlings preparing the barbecue set. It looks like they are looking forward to the winged lizard. Let's do our best to grill it. It was delicious. It can fly, but it doesn't taste like chicken. The boar tastes a little like pork. I want meat that tastes like chicken. I made a sauce by mixing sweet fruit in fish sauce. I want white rice. Scene change. Something stopped me from entering my house. There's a door at the entrance, a real door. Not a push and pull door, but a sliding door. Until now, I used cloth as a door, so it's great that we have a proper door now. I slid the door and entered. What awaits me are the One Eyes. What is it? They brought me to the second basement and brought out silver ores. We went back to the ground floor and they pointed to the door, the window on the door. I see. There's a window for light on the door, so they want me to process the silver ores for it. Got it. A door with window for light was completed. It looks good as an entrance door. This door also moves very smoothly. The toilet, the bath, and each room have their own doors. I was surprised that there was a room dedicated to Chai and the others on the third floor. They are okay with it, so I guess there's no problem. I was impressed with the home makeover by the One Eyes. It seems like my work is not over yet. I have to process silver ores from the second basement. I need to process many pieces of glass that the One Eyes requested. 10 pieces for 10 large sliding doors were prepared, and each time I finish one, the One Eyes will insert them to the doors. Again, the One Eyes brought me to the ground floor living room. They want me to process the rock so that I can go from the living room directly to the wood deck. I see. The living room becomes brighter than ever because of the doors. The wood deck is made of equally spaced pillars and has a wooden frame roof. Cloth made by the Three Eyes is installed on them to prevent sunlight. Perfect. There are benches, tables, and chairs for me to sit on there. It looks like the One Eyes are proud of this wood deck. The One Eyes look cute as they brag a little, but they did well after all. Chapter 62. Let's decide their names. Crushing seeds. Chai's 7 friends seem to be doing well. I was really worried about how feeble they looked when we first met them. They can run around the pond now. I didn't imagine it well, so I had to clean it using magic once a day. By the way, the area around the pond is changing every day. Are the farming crew doing something? Before I knew it, there's already fish in the pond. There are also other strange creatures that look like lobsters. I decided not to mind them. Since they have gotten better, it is time to name them. The 7 are 3 males and 4 females. Most of them look like Chai, but one of the males is white with brown spots. One of the females has red spots and even her eyes are red. The males are Chaya, Chatter, and the white with brown spots is Choru. The females are Saw, Sosa, Sami, and the one with red spots is Kisa. I named them based on Chai's character. TN, all of them have character on their names. My degree of satisfaction is 100% Desu. I'm sure they like their names too, maybe. Chai and Koa were a little shy at the beginning, but they have been always with me recently. There's no difference even when I hunt. I thought it would change because we found Chai's friends, but it seems like the arrangement won't change. Whenever I go out, Koa and Chai will come with me. I was worried since they are 2 different species, but they seem to be okay with each other. Peace of mind. Speaking of something strange, I'm always accompanied by 2 wolves and a dog. Are they supposed to be my guards? Thanks. There are also 2 chibi spiders, 2 chibi ants, and 2 spiderlings. Perhaps I'm too weak for needing too many guards. Anyway, let's do our best together. Scene change. One day, I remembered something. According to a certain program that develops an island, you can get oil from squeezing camellia seeds. There should be seeds where I can extract oil in this world. If there's oil, I can eat fried food. There are fruits that look like eggplant and pumpkin here. I acknowledge them as vegetables and not fruits though. I want to deep fry these vegetables and eat them after dipping them in some fish sauce. I'm sure it will be delicious. Even so, there are many kinds of seeds. I need to check the seeds first. Day 1, I gathered dozens of types of seeds and crushed them but failed to find anything. Day 2, I gathered dozens of types of seeds and crushed them but failed to find anything. Day 3, I woke up to find over 100 kinds of seeds on the table. It seems like the spiderlings and the antlings gathered them for me. Thanks. On that day, for the whole day, I did nothing but crush seeds. I did it using magic, so I'm not tired, but I feel tired. Oh, when I crush a seed, I feel something uncomfortable at my fingertips. When I looked at my fingertips, I found them shiny. It came from a big fruit that's about as big as my head. Inside it is hard but sweet-smelling fruit. The seeds are packed tightly in the center. Come to think of it, what kind of seeds can be oiled? I don't know in the first place. I tried eating the fruit and regret it. Sosa, who's watching me, was surprised. Maybe she knew that it was bitter. For the time being, everything is a challenge. Let's take the seeds out from this big fruit. Before that, let's harvest a little more of this fruit. Chapter 63, We Don't Need It, I Made You Worry. I showed the fruit to the spiderlings and antlings and asked them to guide me to the tree that bears that fruit. I ran through the forest with Sosa, Shun, and Karu. We move as fast as the wind. However, I must be careful of stumbling. I hate the roots of the trees. There are dense trees that bear the fruit I want. However, most of them are outside the barrier. Why should they be in a cursed location? What should I do now? When I tried to expand the barrier before, Koa and the others stopped me. I don't know why. We haven't been able to communicate that much. However, given how they shook their heads and the atmosphere they gave off, they are strongly against it. But what I want is already in front of me. I'll apologize later. One deep breath. I close my eyes and feel the barrier with my whole body. I imagined seeing the barrier from above and executed it with magic. It went well. From there, I imagined the barrier expanding. How far should I expand it? About twice, should be a little more. Let's expand it 3 times. I found a vegetation that caught my attention from above. It's hard to see anything because of the curse, which is worrying. Let's expand the barrier 5 times. I imagine a temporary barrier with purification effect. I also strengthened it twice and added return. It is best to return what you don't need to the owner. The barrier gradually expands its territory. I expanded the barrier as much as the first barrier, and cast a purification, then return. The barrier is expanding earnestly, and while that's happening, I add strengthen to it. I can see that it reached the river and lake from the top. I used absorb and returned to the curse in the water. I removed the barrier that has been protecting this place until now and added another layer of purification to the new barrier. It cleaned the trees from their roots to the tip of their leaves. Finally, return. Great satisfaction. Now, all I can see from above is a forest full of lush trees. There's not even a shadow of the curse. I'm delighted at this level of purification. When I look at Shun, Karu, and Sosa, they are looking around. Now, let's harvest the fruits I need and go back. On the way home, a prey came out, but Shun intimidated it while Sosa killed it. It ended quickly. I feel like my new dog companions are also very strong. They are reliable, so I wonder if I should even train. Scene change. When I got home, everyone gathered for some reason. That got me a little anxious, but what happened? I looked around but nothing changed. It seems like this place was not attacked. Koa gets closer to me. I pat her head and she stares at me. After a while, she started wagging her tail. The tension disappeared. Were you angry because I expanded the barrier? Sorry for making you worry. It's okay, the barrier expansion went well. Did I worry her because of that? However, forgive me since it is necessary. Chapter 64, Fenrir King Koa 2. POV of Koa, who was mistaken for a wolf. I'm looking at the field. The items collected by the Anfafermi Shuri are growing fine. The edible things on the soil were gathered with the wish of his lordship. I know many of them, but I have never eaten any. In the first place, why should I eat something from the soil? I'm sure the others here are like me too. However, the food that his lordship makes is all good. He can even make meat taste better, which is nothing but a miracle. Are these things good too? I'm kind of expecting a little. By the way, the golems taking things outside are quite strong. When we all went out to hunt, we found a monster heading towards our home. We immediately chased it, but it was instantly killed by a golem. The golem can use magic, but it didn't even need to use magic that time. Even with my eyes, I can only see blur since it moves so fast. Its physical strength is enough to destroy monsters in one blow. As expected of the golem his lordship made. I don't want it as an enemy. I took a break at a pond near our home. There is a magic that keeps the water on the pond clean. All of the magic his lordship is using is tremendous in terms of power and scale. Not only did it clean the water of the pond, but it also made the water contain magical power. Because of that, many things that I can only see on clear springs are swimming in its limited space. They are not showing hostility even if I show my face to them. They even look relaxed. A golem with green magic stone causes healing wind inside the barrier. That wind flows from our home to the surroundings. I feel like dozing off because it's too comfortable. What is this? I feel like his lordship's magical power is increasing like there's no tomorrow. What happened? However, I never received any signal from those who accompanied his lordship. His lordship's magical power is dozens of times more powerful than before and is now running through the forest. Riding on the wind, to the earth, to the trees, to the water, invisible magical power is pouring down on everything. I felt the barrier that had always protected this place disappear. It seems like the others felt it as well, but no one seemed to panic. I sighed deeply and checked the situation around. The golems outside are still doing their work as usual. It was as if nothing had happened. The golems should be directly connected to his lordship, so they are a good indicator if something happened to him. Does this mean there's no problem? However, the barrier is. The golems have been calm because nothing happened to his lordship, which means we only need to wait for his return. When his lordship showed up, he looked as usual. I went closer to check on him and couldn't find anything unusual. I was relieved. The next day, I noticed that the barrier expanded. Previously, when his lordship told us he wanted to expand the barrier, we all refused it. We were worried that maintaining it would cause too much burden to his lordship's body. However, it looks like it was an unnecessary worry. I tried running along the barrier, but given its size, I won't be able to return even if I run for a whole day. There's no way a barrier this vast can be maintained, but his lordship is as usual. He's also doing the usual things like checking the water in the lake, checking the golems, and checking us. Nothing has really changed. As expected of his lordship. Chapter 65, Lots of seeds. I remembered. A large amount of seeds are in front of me. I don't even know what will happen, but I pick them in large quantities. If I fail, it would be painful. It's also important to try everything. Oil. How do you extract oil? Let's try squeezing it. Crush the seeds finely, then squeeze. Now, let's do it. Wash thoroughly and remove any kind of dirt. Crush the seeds finely, powder if possible, are very hard to do. Magic! And I powdered them in an instant. How to squeeze? I wrap the crushed seeds with a cloth and try to squeeze it. I managed to wrinkle the cloth, that's it. Is my squeezing power too weak? I processed the gold ore. I made a cylindrical hollow tube and a solid tube that fits in the cylindrical tube. I also attached a mesh in the cylindrical tube using magic. I made sure that the solid tube perfectly fits the hollow tube. I put seeds wrapped in cloth on the cylindrical bed and pushed the solid tube that perfectly fits the hollow tube from above. After that, I applied pressure gradually with magic. I can see the seed being squeezed little by little. Perhaps because it is made of magic, the mesh was destroyed on the way. It looks like I put too much pressure on it. My machine broke, but it managed to squeeze the seeds to some extent. The color is light pink. Very unfamiliar. It has a faint sweet smell, but I have no problem with that. Next, tasting it. It's oily. It's more refreshing than the oil I know, but it is similar. Is this okay? Then, how do I check it out? I want a frying pan. I heat a rock and let the oily thing on it. I tried to lick it again. The taste did not change, so there shouldn't be any problem. I heat the oily thing to a high temperature. Some types of oil fire up even at low temperatures. Looks like it's okay. It will not suddenly catch fire when I'm cooking. Shun came next to me and asked me if she could taste it too. It looks like she doesn't understand what's the use of this. For the time being, oil making is a success. Let's improve the squeezing machine and turn all the harvested seeds into oil. I broke for squeezing machines before finishing the oiling. I succeeded in squeezing a fairly large amount. And there's still room for improvement for my squeezing machine. I fried the eggplant like fruit, put fish sauce on it and, it's delicious. I was worried about the sweet smell, but there doesn't seem to be a problem at all. Chai and the others seem to like deep-fried pumpkin-like vegetables. Boss-san was struggling with stir-fried eggplant-like vegetables. It's hot after all. After leaving the oil for a day, it was separated into 2 layers. When I lick the part above, I feel like it becomes more oily. I took the layer above and put it in another container. I guess my work yesterday can be further improved. Scene change. I checked the baggage I have when I flew into this world. I found the thing I was looking for in the bag. What I was looking for was a magnet. Ever since I made oil, I've wanted an iron frying pan. I thought of a lot of things on how I will be able to get one. Iron came from iron ore, which is attracted to magnets. Starting tomorrow, I will try to attach this magnet to every rock or stone I could find. I'm sure I'll find some. Chapter 66, Squirrel with Horn. Not really. On the 5th day of my search, I found another cave. It is within the barrier, and it is too wide. Looking at it from above, it looks like it is widespread. It's a cave system. I can't find what I want. In the newly found cave, there were shining red ores and shining blue ores. Fluffy, who came with me, looked very pleased, but they are not what I'm looking for, so let's leave them behind. Sorry. This cave system is also like a gigantic maze. We might get lost if we go too deep. This will eat up my time too. Day 5. Though the entrance was covered in vegetation and it's a little hard to see, I noticed a cave. The atmosphere is a little different from all the caves I've been to before. Then, upon entering, I found a squirrel with strange color in front of me. It looks like it's on ice. There's no change even if I casted Purification to it. It seems like it is not cursed. Scary and creepy. I want to turn back immediately, but it already took my interest. I tried touching the ice, but it's not cold. I stared at the squirrel inside this not ice thing. I mean, this squirrel has a horn on its head. Its color is also blue-green. Since it has a horn, is it ferocious? I don't feel it's dead. Or is it dead? What a mysterious phenomenon. When I touch the ice-like thing, it cracks. I caused it, but I didn't intend to break it. If this ice-like thing continues to crack, it will shatter soon. What should I do? How do you fix this ice-like thing? When I looked around, I saw Kisa being vigilant. As for Soa, not much. Is it dangerous? I stared at the squirrel inside the cracked ice-like thing. Its eyes are opened. It's alive. What should I do? The squirrel-looking creature looked around and checked its companions who were also inside other ice-like things. And then, stared at me. Scene change. I broke all the ice-like things. The squirrels come out one after another. It looks like every one of them is fine. There are 34 squirrels in total. They look like behaved little creatures, so there shouldn't be any problem. I was relieved that Koa and Boss-san came with me. The squirrels looked surprised when they saw them. However, they don't look scared. The squirrels are friendly. I'm a little scared of their horns, but one of them is already on my shoulder. They are cute, but I'm not that familiar with their color. Since they're good little creatures, I decided to take all of them home. Scene change. However, I can't just go back. I went to the cave where I found Chatter and the others since it's on the way home. When I was checking the cave, the magnet got stuck. Then, I remember that I'm in a different world. Who said that iron is supposed to be silvery? The color of the rock that the magnet got stuck on is mixed black and yellow-green. Does that mean that iron here is yellow-green? Is it iron to begin with? Even if I'm in a different world, I'm uneasy even if the magnet is sticking on it. Then, what should I do now? There's no point in overthinking things and I should just do what I can do. Let's secure some yellow-green rocks. After I try, I'll be able to find out. Let's go home and introduce the squirrels to others. Looking at the squirrels, I can't distinguish which is which. It might be impossible to name them. Chapter 67, New Friends, Tackling Rocks. I introduced the squirrels. Fluffy flies around the squirrel. Is it happy? I fail to notice what it's thinking. Fluffy looks like a hairball with small eyes, so it's difficult to tell its expression. Karoo and the others seem fine. They are staring at the squirrels normally. Chai's group seems to have accepted them too. They looked shocked for an instant, but when they looked at me and then the squirrels, they nodded with each other. The antlings and chibi ants escaped into their holes the moment they saw the squirrels. Eh? Escaped? When I saw Shuri, it indeed looked scared. I approached Shuri and patted its head. It looked at me and looked at the representative of the squirrels and nodded. Let's believe they are okay. Do squirrels eat ants? The antlings and chibi ants came out of their hole. They are still a little scared, but at least better than earlier. Karen came home. It usually goes out in the morning and comes back in the evening these last few days. I don't know what she's up to. The perch made for Karen in the garden, has she grown bigger again? A bigger perch is needed. When I tried to introduce Karen to the squirrels fled to the wooden deck. And they did not stop there and even climbed up the pillar and hid under the roof. Let me talk to Karen first. She's okay with them. When I called the squirrels, they only peep through the gaps of the roof. It's okay. You can go down from there. They went down fearfully when I asked them to come down, and they didn't even come close. HNN? And squirrel bird, I looked at Karen. It's not a matter of size but power? I don't really get it, but I think there shouldn't be a problem now. Since we have new friends, let's eat together. The antlings love fish. At first, they were carnivorous, but after tasting the fish sauce I made, they always eat fish. By the way, Shuri's not like them. Did Fluffy fish? I'll grill fish today, and it will be the main course. I decided to do so since they are scared. I seasoned the fish with fish sauce and sweet fruit. I had the antlings and chibi ants eat it with the squirrels. The ants seem to be okay now. The antlings and chibi ants won against fear. They have superiority in number after all. Though they still can't look at the other party directly, they are trying to do their best. They are still scared of the squirrels, but they can't resist grilled fish. Though I'm still wondering why they were so scared that they decided to hide in their hole. After eating, the squirrels found Karen nearby and froze. Eating is important. Scene change. The yellow-green rocks that I brought back. For the time being, let's label it as iron ore. I can't imagine how to take out iron. How do you get iron out of a rock? Iron should be melted at high temperatures, but I stopped imagining it. I can only imagine it being burned. Imagining temperature being high enough to turn iron red, impossible. I cut a small rock. I imagined other parts being separated from the rock and casted discharge. Several kinds of yellow-green things appeared right next to the rock. Did I succeed? When I brought the magnet close, they didn't stick. When the magnet approaches the rock, it sticks. No way, the rock is the iron ore? Chapter 68, has borne fruit. I did my best. When I got up in the morning, I found the 30 farming core lining up in my bedroom. You should really stop doing something scary like that. Are they trying to harass me? I don't think so, or at least that's what I want to believe. I stared at the farming core and all 30 of them stared back. Scary. The field is ready for harvest? Then, why did you all come here? The field is ready for harvest, but all I did for it was sow seeds and water it once. After that, everything has been taken care of by the farming core, the chibi ants, and chibi spiders. I have never cultivated vegetables before, but I know that we have a good harvest. Though I don't even know that it is already harvesting time. The plan was to harvest the 10 kinds of vegetables that look familiar. They look edible, but I don't know how they taste. There's even a possibility that they are not edible. I went into the field and found a new building next to the Rocky Mountain. It was a warehouse where anything related to farming was stored. When did we have it? Let's just focus on harvesting. Out of those 10 familiar-looking vegetables, we'll harvest 7 today. I poured a little water into a rock pot and put a rock plate in it. Then, I put one of each of the 7 kinds of crops that we had just harvested on it. After that, I put a cover on it and put it on the fire to cook them. I only want to steam them to know their tastes better. When I removed the cover, I smelled something good. I took them all out and it looks like there's no problem. The first one, it tastes and looks like a potato. The second one, HNN? The texture is good, but the taste is too thin, regrettable. The third one, sweet and sticky, like sweet potato. The fourth one, kind of refreshing and it's similar to radish. I tried it raw. It's delicious, but nothing I've tasted before. The fifth one, sticky potato. Is this some kind of taro root? The sixth one, it's sweet, however, I don't think it should be eaten as it is. The last one, it's watery and feels weird, but it's delicious. Except for second and sixth, everything else will be moved to the storage room. The second and sixth will be moved to a temporary room on the first floor. That day, I cooked meat with the harvested vegetables. They are edible and make things more delicious. The next day, only one of them was waiting by my bed. When we went to the field, the ants and the spiders were already plowing the field. They seemed to have liked their tastes. Scene change. It took 10 days to harvest everything. There are 7 potato-like crops. Their taste, texture, and sizes differ. There are 3 radish-like crops. Their sweetness and sizes differ. There is 1 sweet potato-like crop. It's quite sweet. There are 2 taro root-like crops. They differ in size. There were also crops that were not under the ground, but on top. There are 3 pumpkin-like crops. Their sweetness and sizes differ. There is 1 ginger-like crop. There are 4 onion-like crops. There are 13 other crops that I've never seen before, but all of them taste good. There are 34 kinds of crops in total, a great harvest. We left 10 of each on the field. We'll turn them to seeds later. The rest will be moved to the storage room. There are 4 types that I rejected after tasting. 3 of them were super bitter and had eerie tastes. We'll turn them into fertilizers later. The crops that are light tasting, sweet or long-lasting will be preserved. If I succeed, my seasonings will increase, and that's what I want to happen. We did our best and the harvest was completed without anything being wasted. I think that's good. Chapter 69, Plow the Forest. Rock dolls are efficient. The farming core and 3 eyes wish to expand the field. They are looking at me with eyes full of expectations. Fluffy also wants to expand the pond again. Currently, the front of my rock house has fully turned into a field. Is it okay to continuously reclaim the forest? Or is it not? For now, since they are my only companions, let's talk about their opinion. I would like to at least follow their wishes. I decided to make a big square with the house as the center. The first blueprint I draw on the ground is a square 10 times the size of the Rocky Mountain. At one of the corners of the square is the pond, and on another one is Shuri's burrow's main entrance. I have to ensure the size before implementing this. Looking at the completed square, Koa and the others seem glad. Since the square is decided, let's plan the field next. There is a place added in the field, and I don't know what it is for. And unfortunately, they can't talk, so we can't communicate well. It seems like the farming core and 3 eyes are planning something. Let's just believe in them. However, if I leave them to do as they wish, rather than a wide field, they'll make a vast field. They want to make the field 10 times bigger than the current one. Alright, let's do it. When the vast field's plan has been completed. The chibi ants and chibi spiders celebrate. Enclosed by a river. Wait a minute, who wished for that? According to Fluffy's wish, the river will be connected to the pond. I see. Are you sure we should enclose the square with a river? Eh? Am I going to make the square bigger? Maybe in time, but not now. In the end, we added the high fence and moat that Fluffy requested. Why did it come to this? Koa and Chai wanted huts of their own. Since I accepted the others' wishes, it will be troublesome if I don't give others my consent. 10 slim huts with solid foundations will be built along the fence of the square. I see. So you really want your own huts, huh? Karen's wish is to increase the number of perches. The 1 eyes accepted the job. The giant worm and 3 eyes have wished for nothing. Boss-san wished for a dedicated room on the 2nd floor, and the 1 eyes would make it according to her wishes. How can they tell what they want with just gestures? Scene change. I did my best to take care of the huge number of giant trees. I seriously did my best. Cut a tree, cut another 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 tree. I took a break. After I cut the trees, everyone else will move fast. Shuri will pull out the stump and Boss-san will move it. The antlings will move the soil. The farming core will level the soil, and the 1 eyes are divided into fence making and hut building teams. The river was being dug by Fluffy with the help of the chibi ants and chibi spiders. They should have been very small, but they have grown to around 50 centimeters. It seems like their work is progressing well. Ridges are being made in the place marked as the field. They are already planting potatoes and other crops while making the field. The spiderlings are also helping making the progress fast. I cut and cut and cut and cut trees. I can't keep up with the processing. However, I have no choice but to do it. When the river was completed, water flowed and everyone took a break to play in the water. There was a strange creature there, but I didn't care. That only means we have another companion. We took a break from time to time. Koa and Chai's group are helping us by hunting. Food security is also important. The little Onis learn to dismantle prey. Thanks to that, my work has lessened. I don't really mind doing it though. I cut and processed a tree outside the river. I turned it into a bridge. While I was doing that, I saw the tree stumps disappear, then the place was plowed and turned into a field. Everyone's motivation is scary. We had a yakiniku party that day. I'm finally freed from cutting trees. Great, really great. Chapter 70, Night of a Certain Country 4. Emperor's Kingdom's First Night's Commander's POV. When I walk around the royal castle, I see fear oozing out of people's faces. I think it can't be helped. In the past few hundred years, the Emperor's Kingdom has never been attacked, not even once. We strengthened the power of the magic stone that strengthened the barrier of the kingdom. As a result, it has become the country with the strongest barrier. However, even though only for a minute or two, we were attacked. Looking out from the window, I can see a clear bright sky without a single cloud. However, it is possible for the weather to instantly change. "You're here?" I heard my friend's voice from behind. I don't even need to look at him, just his voice is enough for me to confirm that he's tired. After that lightning attack, it is said that the king increased the number of barriers near the magic stone several times. Mags were placed near it to assure its safety. However, 20 days later, as if mocking them, several spheres of light appear and erase the barriers that are tightly protecting the magic stone. It seems like the magic stone's crack has now become a big vertical crack. According to eyewitnesses, countless lights flew from the forest in a straight line. Given how the lights are visible to the people's eyes, it is nerve-wracking. The lightning aimed at the king scorched the place around his feet without hitting the king directly. The knights thought that the king was being protected by the king's barrier, and I also thought it was the case back then. However, when I calmed down, I began to worry about one thing. Was he really being protected? The royal castle is quite far from the forest. It will take 10 days to get to the entrance of the forest. If it is the center of the forest, it will take several more times than that. The king was targeted from that place. Perhaps it's because the king ordered to burn the forest. Does that mean it can view the world from the center of the forest? And given how the king was accurately targeted, it should be the case. Otherwise, an attack with perfect timing like that is impossible. What's wrong? I feel like he's being tested. Tested? Who? The king of this country, by the king of this world. I heard my friend holding his breath. Thinking about it for a while, I realized that we were mistaken about one thing. Yeah, it's even very funny. A small crack appeared in the magic stone and the mags confirmed and judged that it was due to an attack from somewhere. That's right, an attack. We should have already noticed it that time. We are against someone who can completely negate the power of the magic stone. What do you mean? Barrier is used to defend against an attack. Normally, the barrier has the power to invalidate the magic casted against it. The barrier of this country is strengthened by the magic stone, so the barrier has the same power as the magic stone. It is absolutely necessary to break the barrier first before being able to damage the thing inside the barrier. Certainly, what are you trying to say? The barrier of this country has never been broken. Not even once. Yes, even though the barrier of the country has not been broken, the things inside it are being damaged. I should have noticed it immediately since it is abnormal for the barrier to not be broken even though there is an attack. The mags have noticed it too. However, they are worried about how they should report it to the king. Because this country is a country strengthened and defended by the magic stone. If the king changes his mind, perhaps. Chapter 71, complete. Is it summer? At last, I finally made iron using the rock and the yellow-greenish thing. I never thought that it was necessary to mix the two ingredients together. It took me 1 week until I realized it. I only realized it when I softened the rock and the yellow-green part using magic like clay. When I mixed them together, their color changed and became more iron-like. Truly materials from another world. However, when I used it continuously, who would have thought that it would crack? It is probably because I used it as it is and not made it using high temperature. When I was happily using it, it cracked on the 3rd day. I was quite depressed during that time. I was really depressed and even became desperate. Well, thanks to that, I knew that I should make it under high temperature. Though I was really depressed at that time. The iron I saw on Japanese TV was melted at high temperatures and poured into a mold. Because of that, I casted magic on the frying pan to make it hot. Black smoke suddenly came out of it and it didn't even melt. I was scared at that time. However, when the smoke disappeared, a glossy, black frying pan came out. It was originally blackish, but it's now pitch black. What's more, it's glossy. I stared at the frying pan without any idea what had occurred. I went to the kitchen with a pounding heart. I've completed the frying pan, I know. I grilled meat and vegetables, and they were cooked right. However, I did not let myself indulge in joy again. Who knows if this will break again? Maybe I'll fall to the bottom of despair this time, so I observed it for a week. 1 week and counting, but it's not breaking. Officially complete. Though until that day, I'm always tense. The next day, I suddenly realized that I was uselessly worried. I decided to forget it. Scene change. After making a frying pan, I reclaimed around my residence as a change of pace. The reclamation took more than a month. It was almost the same period as when I made the frying pan. I think that was not a change of pace. It's increasing stress. From now on, let's think firmly first before doing something. I just noticed that the temperature is quite high. The same high temperature has been ongoing for the last few days. Is it summer? If so, it's kind of easy to spend summer in this world. I shouldn't let my guard down yet. Various ingredients brought by the farming corps are lined up in front of me. When I woke up in the morning and went to the dining room on the first floor, I saw ingredients that I've never seen before at the table where I sat today. Are they here to confirm if they can be eaten? Though I think it would be better to check them out after breakfast. When I looked to the side, I saw 2 members of the farming corps staring at me. Don't scare me. I'll eat them. This is such a pain even though I just woke up. Good luck to me. I found a pepper-like seasoning. That's good. And I found grapes too. I don't care if it is 5 times bigger than the grapes in Japan, but it tastes like grapes. It means I can make wine. I wanted beer, but that's impossible, so I can only try to brew wine. For the time being, I asked the farming corps to bring more grapevines. By the way, please don't make me taste test something again in the morning. Chapter 72, Rock is Rock, Adventure is Exciting. I made a huge pan. Now I have a variety of sizes from small to large pans, and I can even eat stewed dishes now. After making a small pan, I was pretty much satisfied upon seeing my cookware at home. Spoons, forks, and a slightly big ladle. The handle part is wrapped with silver ore to prevent burns. I also have a big grill and iron plate for barbecue. We collected shining ores and shining blue ores that Fluffy wants. Upon processing them with my magical power and examining them, I didn't find out anything. They are just beautiful colored ores. After processing them, they are no longer shining, but it's not like I mind. They also became transparent, so I processed them into bottles. Their cap is made of silver ore. I made several things in various sizes with that transparent ore. Did you ask me to gather them so I can make some bottles? Fluffy froze for some reason. I gathered rocks and ores from other caves and holes. I lined them up. According to my description, if it is grey, it should be rock, and if it looks pure, it should be an ore. I don't know what's the difference between rock and ore. In the first place, I have never bothered with rocks or ores when I was in Japan, so I have really no idea about them. Let's just name the useful rocks. As for the rock that turns to iron, let's call it false iron. The rock that made up my residence and stove will be universal rocks. It's good that I classified them to something familiar sounding. So far, I only used these 2 rocks. As for ores, I used 4, and they are color-coded. Calling them with easy-to-understand names is the best. From the rocks I gathered, there's this one with bluish color. There are also indescribably rocks that are mixed with red and black colors. I don't need them for now, so let's leave them be. I'll check them out once I have time. Scene change. Adventure. The word alone sounds exciting. We're going to re-challenge the labyrinth-like cave we found. Koa and Chai walked in front of me when we arrived at the cave. On top of us is a spidering, there are 2 of them. They are hanging on the ceiling while spreading their webs. I was surprised. Both Boss-san and the spiderling were not the kinds to put out their web. Boss-san's running speed is amazing. It's on a level that is not inferior to Koa's serious running speed. Imagine her jumping from trees to trees at that speed. Scary. The prey she chased always had terrible expressions. She's scary after all. Since the spider is now using web, I was surprised. I was surprised that it can even use web. I'm not sure if it is some sort of evolution or change. However, the spiderlings are all growing. Their big bodies are hanging by a web in the ceiling. I'm uneasy since I think the web might break. It seems like there's no problem, so we head to the depths of the cave. The cave has a slightly different air. It's stagnant. From the entrance of the cave, we descend a little and continue to the labyrinth-like path ahead. Spiderling on the ceiling, please guide us. It will be convenient for us to proceed while not thinking about how we would leave. There were traps on the way. Spears appear, walls fall, and there was even a pitfall. The spear was caught by the spiderling in the air and the wall was crushed by Koa. We walked over the pitfall with the use of wind magic. I only knew now that Chai can use wind magic. The first airwalk was scary. My hips want to give up, but other than that, there's no problem. Our group advances without taking too much time. I'm only walking behind everyone. By the way, Shin and Sami are behind me and there's a squirrel on my shoulder. I didn't do a single thing aside from walking. This is different from the adventure I thought. Chapter 73, New Companions, Forest Field. While going through the labyrinth, we arrived at a large space. I look back at the labyrinth. It's only a half-hearted maze in a space with walls made of rocks. The ceiling is high and there's no wall at the top, so, in a sense, there's no need to walk through it and just clear it by jumping over. What is this labyrinth for? Are they made by prehistoric people? It doesn't matter now. There is nothing in the space. I was stunned since I was expected to find something there. Too bad. Shin clawed at a wall. What are you doing? Everyone approached to check it out. The wall blam, and there's a hidden door. Tension rushed back up. Another labyrinth. Tension. We move forward with the guidance of the spiderlings. And we arrived in another large space, and this time, there's a dog. Dog that is smaller than Chai when we first met. Both Koa and Chai have grown ever since I found them. The current Koa is higher than 2m and Chai is a little less than 2m. I feel small. This new dog, I hope it stays small. Its head should be as high as my chest, but I'm not really sure since it's still away. However, it's the smallest dog ever. As for how it looks, probably the child of Koa and Chai, ha ha ha. It seems like there are several of them. 3 of them are so weak that they can't even stand up. In front of those 3, the other 4 intimidated us to protect them. What should I do? Calm down. Koa and Chai step forward. They got bigger. What is happening? My legs almost gave out, but I endured it. The dogs have all their tails drooped. Yeah, I understand how you feel. To calm down a little, I shifted my gaze and took a deep breath. We're friends, okay? We're your friends. Now, the dogs have completely surrendered. I thought so. I approached and checked their condition and found that they were not cursed. Purification, binding, curse cancellation, heal clean. I used all those magic on them. It seems like the little ones that were too weak are now able to raise their heads. I still feel uneasy, but that will be fine for now. Both Koa and Chai are back to their original sizes. Good. The place where we found the dogs is the end of the cave. What was that labyrinth for? At least it seems it was able to protect the dogs. Scene change. I invited the dogs to my residence. We arrived at our house without any incident aside from when they intimidated us when we first met. Perhaps Koa has talked sense to them. Crossing the bridge, walking through the field, wide. I'm not used to this wide place yet, but I have no choice but to get used to it. Arriving at my residence, I saw the open field behind my house. There's something there. I feel like the view is different from this morning. What was it? I asked the dogs to wait and check it. Far. A part of the field has become a forest. I looked up and saw that all trees had some kind of fruits on them. And they are even well organized. Checking them out, there are 6 kinds of leafy vegetable trees, and there are 5 trees of each kind. There are also 9 kinds of vegetable trees, with 5 trees of each kind, and 17 kinds of fruit trees with 10 trees of each. The field is wide, so there is still room, but this alone is already expansive. The farming corps is working hard. Yeah, let's face the reality. And they did it all today? Come to think of it, Boss-san and Shuri, and their teams were kind of energetic this morning. Ha ha ha, that's great and thank you. What else can I say? I'm sure that there will be good harvest in this place soon. Chapter 74, a making seasoning, magic, tasteless vegetables and sweet and gooey vegetables. I prepared both. I hope that I can make seasonings from them according to my knowledge from Japan. I'll make starch from one and sugar from the other. I want to increase the number of seasonings I can use aside from salt and fish sauce. The tasteless vegetable has a familiar potato-ish texture. It's a pity because it's tasteless, but from what I remember, potato starch came from potatoes. And I remember how to make it. I peeled and grated the tasteless vegetables first. For this, I made my own grater. The silver ore is very easy to use. I need to be careful with my fingers though, since it's super sharp. I put the tasteless vegetable in a cloth and mashed the cloth in water with a rock bowl. I mashed it earnestly. It is lighter than I remembered, but what I need came out from the squeezed fabric. I squeezed the fabric with the ingredient firmly to get everything out. I left the rock bowl for about 20 minutes. This is the start of the heart-throbbing part. After 20 minutes, I gently dump out the water from the rock bowl. If something was left at the bottom of the bowl, there's a good chance that I succeeded. There it is. When I poured the water out, there's a white thing left. I put water in there again, stir, and leave it for 20 minutes. I dump the water and repeat the process. After pouring the water out for the third time, I transferred the remaining stuff on the bottom of the bowl to a plate and let it dry. I dried it using magic. I crushed the white stuff and it became white powder. I sprinkled it on the meat and fried it in oil. This is only a trial, so I'll only fry 10 pieces. The seasoning is salt. Finally tasting something this good after a long time, tears run out of my eyes. A spiderling is hanging from the ceiling. Keep it a secret for now because we only have a little starch. I gave it a bribe. All the remaining tasteless vegetables were turned into starch. I worked non-stop for one whole day to process them all. Then, I remembered the existence of magic before I went to bed. Why did I punish myself by working manually? Scene change. Today is the time to challenge sugar making with magic. In Japan, sugar beet was used. I heard that sugar beet is sweet and it is also gooey. Thus, I chose a vegetable that is both sweet and gooey. This vegetable looks a little creepy. The color is purple and the surface is bumpy. Is this okay? Ma, I have no choice but to try. How do I make sugar? I only glanced at my mother when she's making some before, so I am uneasy. I think she boiled it. Ma, let's try boiling it. If I want to boil out the sugar component, I probably need to cut it into small pieces. Then, I put them into an iron pan, add water, and boil. Lye came out. If I don't clean this, it might affect the taste. Nothing changed after an hour. I'm afraid that I failed, but I can't stop here. Just a little more. Ah, the purple color has deepened. Did I succeed? I took the fire out for now, it's not hardening. I put it on fire again, and after 30 minutes, the color became vivid. I took the fire out again, it hardened. I tried to crush a small piece for tasting, sweet. This is sweeter than the sugar I know, and there's also an umami taste. I did it! I used magic to boil down the rest, but when I did, it failed. Why? I worked hard to boil them down manually and got a large amount of sugar. Does magic have its weakness? It's great that I made a big pan, so I finished boiling everything by evening. I tried making teriyaki from the meat of the winged lizard. I want white rice, but it's also delicious when I eat it with the leafy vegetables from trees. I got scared of Koa and the other's eyes, so I made a lot. I need more fish sauce. Chapter 75, Hot, I don't care. Who said it's okay? I did. It is I. Hot, not this hot. Summer is in full swing. It's hot like hell. I don't even have a thermometer, but I'm pretty sure it's close to 40 degrees. Wanna bet? There's not even anyone I can bet with. Ah, the heat is driving me crazy. Scene change. It feels great. I'm glad there's a river. It's a river and not a pool, but I don't care. The river is so clean and the water is very much transparent after all. There are also a lot of things in here, but I don't care. Those lobster-like creatures, but look a little different. Fishes that appear and disappear. I won't be able to play in the river if I care about those things. Cool. By the way, I've been riding something since a while ago. What is this something? I wonder. It looks like a transparent amoeba. Is it some sort of creature? I don't really know. Ah, it's a creature. I found its eyes. There are only eyes. There should be a mouth somewhere, right? It's transparent so I can clearly see the whole thing. It is around 3 m big. Or is it bigger than that? I don't know because I feel like I'm in the water. This guy's cold. It feels good. It's not an enemy, is it? I drifted and drifted past the field, behind the house, and into the fruit forest area. The river passes through the forest. After a major renovation, the forest area has been expanded for around 2 times. It was completed in a few days because there's not really much to remodel, but, compared to its size when we started reclaiming this place, it is now 5 times the original. I don't really oppose the farming course standing in line at the foot of my bed when I wake up in the morning. Though I must admit, I'm scared. I thought they were going to curse me. I continue drifting in the river in the forest area. This place is really big. Scene change. I'm slowly drifting on the river with the amoeba. When I looked at the sky, I suddenly saw a tree flying in the air. It's flying. It's flying. I was so surprised that the amoeba stopped. What a good guy. I see, so the trees of the fruit forest were transported by flying in the air. I've been thinking about it for a long time and it turned out to be this. I can't believe the roots can look so amazing from below. By the way, how many trees are they transporting in the air? The sight of trees flying one after another. It's not scary, but it's kind of a subtle scene. Ah, there's a spiderling on the tree? When I was staring at it, it waved. I waved back. Do your best. I can see Shin and Karu running in the sky between the trees. HNN? In the sky? Shin and Karu are running in the sky. Perhaps they're using magic. So they can't just use fire magic. Amazing. Can Koa, Soa, and Hyo do that too? I envy you. Ah, perhaps it is the last tree. Shuri's riding it. I waved at her, and she raised her leg. The antlings show up from the leaves and wave their legs too. Amazing. It should be Shuri's family who dug the roots of the trees. They are amazing when it comes to soil. But it's so hot. I continue to ride the amoeba and cool down at the river. I thought I'm already used to it, but there are still many things that surprise me. Let's just focus on not caring about anything. Chapter 76, Garm Ari. Ari's POV, which is definitely a dog. For a long time, we've been fighting an invisible enemy. From time to time, one of our companions will be swallowed, lose himself, and attack others. We have been living like that while preparing for our end. Still, when I was pushing myself to the limit, all I could do was watch how my friends fell one after another. While looking for a place to rest, we wandered through the forest and came upon a cave. It looks like a place built by one of the kings. I huddled with my friends to fight the evil eye magic in that place to the very end. I wondered how many days had passed when a sudden pleasant breeze flowed through the cave. My consciousness was about to be swallowed. I was suddenly freed and felt lighter. What happened? I looked around in the cave but couldn't find anything unusual. I became nervous since one major change in the forest might lead to terrible things. I managed to stand up and stay alert. Then I felt the wind again. Wind containing magical power. Gentle magical power that comfortably heals every part of my body. The power of the evil eye magic completely disappeared from my body. The rest of my companions seemed to be the same. They were surprised that their bodies became a little lighter too. They seem to have lost a lot of strength, and even though they can stand up, they can't move. I wanted to see what had happened in the forest, but given my body condition, I did not do so. My companions and I decided to check the forest once we regained a little more strength. Scene change. I don't know how many days have passed since the first change, but I'm too deprived of physical strength to move around. Even so, I did what I could to get out to check the forest and found that the power of the evil eye magic that was flooding the forest had disappeared. Moreover, I could see the magical power that had healed me that day was protecting the entire forest. It may still be too early to think that the threat is gone, but I'm still relieved. A few of my companions are already close to their limits. I'd like to go hunt for some prey, but it is impossible to do so given my current state. In the last few days, healing magic came with the wind. Thanks to that magical power, my physical strength is returning slowly. If I recover more of my physical strength, I will be able to at least hunt small creatures. Scene change. I was able to hunt small prey. Though I never thought that I would be ragged with just that. Still, thank you, healing wind. Thanks to that I'm recovering my physical strength faster. Though it's hard to recover since I'm not even fully healed myself. A few days of rest. I heard a noise from the entrance of the cave. I keep my vigilance up since my other companions can't still move. The king of a part of the forest, Fenrir. Next to it is a dire wolf. Why are so many different species together? Is that an Arumirania? Although I never heard of an Arumirania being able to use web. Given how it looks, it should be an Arumirania. Human? Why is a human here? Humans are enemies. The Fenris and dire wolf got angry when I intimidated them. I was surprised to see the dire wolf turned into a giant. Their consciousness should be taken over by the human, but they are definitely stronger than us. We can only surrender and see what will happen next. The human approaches. I suddenly felt fear and almost attacked him, but the Fenrir protected him by sending me bloodlust, preventing me from moving. When I was no longer able to move, magical power passed through my body, 4 times. I'm surprised by those magical powers. It's the same as the healing magic brought by the wind. Each magical power has its own characteristics, so you'll feel the difference in magical power. However, I can feel that the magical power from this human is the same as the magical power that dispelled the evil eye magic and the healing magic. And the physical discomfort left my body all at once. So, this human is the source of the magical power that saved us. The Fenrir and the dire wolf who served him gained the power to break through the limit. His magical power made the Arumirania evolve. My tail can't help but wag. Chapter 77, Chuaranir Boss-san 2. Big Spider, Boss-san's POV. My child is dangling from the ceiling in front of me using a web. Is it really a web? Our race has no ability like that. My body is strengthened in fire, we are a race that wears hellfire. Aside from our body that is strong enough to move freely in magma, we move fast. It doesn't change whether we are traveling on magma or trees, we are fast anywhere. That's how our race is, or at least should be. That web, what kind of web is that? I wonder if it can't be cut or affected by fire, since that is the power of our race. Can you freely make web? How fast are you if you're running on a web? It looks like it's as fast as usual. It is also a convenient way to catch enemies without being seen. HNN? You can use it to set a trap? You can make it sticky? Sticky, huh? It doesn't come off when it sticks, which is convenient. How did you do it? Melting the web a little with heat? Is it resistant to heat? It nullifies some of the effects of the web. I see. How effective is it? There shouldn't be any prey in the forest that can escape from it. Yeah, a pretty good evolution. Scene change. So, half of my children can now use webs. HNN? You succeeded in enveloping the web with fire? You're doing great. That's amazing. His lordship is still in the river today. The river is a very pleasant place. Even I, who possesses hellfire, can't stay away from it. His lordship's magical power surrounds the river. The water in the river is purer and gentler than anywhere else because of that magical power. I look at the water spirit carrying his lordship. The water is so clean that its entire body is clear. I've never seen a water spirit like that before. HNN? It seems like the water spirits have gathered. His lordship often plays with the spirits in the water. There shouldn't be any problem even if they increase. His lordship's magical power knows no bound after all. Oh, today's prey is a red death frog. That dire wolf is evolving over time. The difference in power between it and the other dire wolves is becoming obvious. HNN. The other dire wolves are getting stronger too. As expected of a race recognized by his lordship. The golems are dismantling it. And they are fast. Did his lordship put some new power into the golems? Some of them have been running out of our residence to the forest lately. It seems like his lordship is leaving the river. That means it's time to eat. I can't wait for the food that his lordship will cook. HNN? Is the web entangled? To deal with this, you need to spread magical power all the way to the end of the web. If you do this, you'll be able to remove any tangled part. Look at this. Are you watching? I pull out 3 webs from my back and spread them in 3 different directions. Then, I made another one from my leg. I can move each of them freely to make shapes and show them to my children. Web is interesting. It took me a few tricks to learn how to use it, but once you get the hang of it, you can use it for both attack and defense without any problem. You can also use the new technique called trap, which is very convenient. What's wrong, your lordship? Is there something that surprises you? Chapter 78, Spider, from a hole in the ground. The hot days continue. My days of playing in the river continue. It is especially hard for me because I'm weak to heat. I can't stand the cold either, but the heat here is a bit unusual. Today, I'm drifting in the river while riding the amoeba as usual. HNN? I looked to the side and saw the amoeba's face. There is something down the amoeba's face. It's multiplying. Is it dividing? I heard that amoebas divide. Ah? How much will it increase? Ma, I looked at amoeba 1 to see what's going on. And when I looked around, I noticed a lot of offshoots. I'll pretend I didn't see them. I think it's important to have peace of mind. I think it's time to eat. I made some nikujaga earlier, though it's the almost all-meat version. This is the first nikujaga in the world with onion-like and potato-like vegetables. I'm looking forward to it. I've started making it this morning and I'm currently letting the flavor sip in. I really want some rice. I'm going to go to the place I'm worried about when I set up the barrier, of course, after the heat has passed a little. It's impossible for me to go anywhere now. RA? Did a spider build its web in that place? When I looked at that place closely, I found out that it was Boss-san. There are 3 webs coming from its back. And 1 from its front leg. I'm in a different world, yes, a different world. I won't mind that kind of thing. By the way, when did she start spewing webs? The nikujaga is delicious. But it was scary. There's been a lot of fighting recently, so let's triple the amount I cook. I think I have to make a big pot. Scene change. Shuri's hole is increasing. There are 2 new holes near my house and in the big square. Are those an entrance and exit? The atmosphere that came from those holes is a little different. Shuri's hole will make you feel that it's scary to get close. It gives off the feeling that you'll be swallowed as soon as you get close. The new holes are kind of gentle? I'm not really sure. When I approached, it was not Shuri who popped out of the hole but a reptile. A lizard-like thing came out. I was surprised. I was afraid that it would attack me, but it only poked its face out of the hole and stared at me. I stared back. I'm not interested in a staring contest, so I tried to wave my hand. It's getting closer, I'm in trouble. Lizard? Its shape is slightly different from a Japanese lizard. Ma, I'm in a different world. Even the prey looks similar, but everyone's a little different. Also, is this lizard-like lizard okay? If it's a normal lizard, it will die in this heat. Shuri is delighted when she sees the lizard. Koa and the others stick their nose together with it, and I feel like this is some sort of greeting. I think it's some sort of cross-cultural exchange. Definitely not. Chai and the others are a little scared that they even lied down. Boss-san puts her front leg on the lizard's nose, so I guess that's some sort of greeting. But what is it really? The lizard and Fluffy seem to be getting along pretty well. They were flying together, flying. How can it fly even though it has no wings? Ah, no, Fluffy is flying without using its wings even though it has wings. Are they from the same race? They look different but similar at the same time? Surely no. For the time being, it seems like we have a new companion. Scene change. Oh, they're back. All the dogs in our new group went out today. I was worried since one of those dogs' physical condition was not immediately cured, but it looks like it's okay. Good. It's time to think about their names. Chapter 79, Garm RE2. Ari's POV, which is definitely a dog. Everyone's out of the house and it's kind of noisy. Most are outside when his lordship is out, but it is rare when everyone's in one place. I'll go there with my companions. My companions and I stopped in our tracks. In front of us is the Earth Dragon. It looks far from what it looked like before, but given its magic and presence, it is definitely the Earth Dragon. We were already surprised when we saw the Water Dragon earlier, and now the Earth Dragon is here too. His lordship accepted it plainly. I was a little scared, but when I tried to get closer, his lordship looked worried. He often comes to check on us, especially our companion who's still in bad shape. I'm glad that my companions are not that scared and even wagging their tails. The water spirits are playing by peeping from the river and diving into the water. When his lordship notices them, he waves his hand and seems to keep them company and plays with them. It looks like the water spirits are increasing. This place is simply amazing. Scene change. We ran at full speed through the forest. There are things we have yet to be able to do. We had not moved our body all these times, so it can't be helped. It will take time before we'll be able to move as we did before. The dire wolves Charu and Chatter are running with us. It seems like his lordship ordered them to go with us since he's still worried about our condition. To be honest, I'm grateful. There are enemies in the forest that we can't fight against yet. I don't want his lordship to grieve because of our recklessness, since there will always be a chance. We decided to go home after we got used to running with this body of ours. It's getting hot every day. I can see that the season that had disappeared from the forest is coming back. His lordship is amazing after all. Scene change. His lordship is making sure that the golems have entered the house. The day must have ended. I was surprised when I first saw the number of golems working in the field. Too many. I had no idea that his lordship was supplying all the magical power needed in this place alone. Maintaining the barrier, circulating magical power, and maintaining the golems. His lordship's magical power is amazing. It's time to eat. His lordship seems to have set time for eating, and we all follow it. The food his lordship makes is strange and very delicious. There are many things that I have never eaten before. It has become one of the things I look forward to. Both my friends and the other races here seem to be looking forward to it as well, and the atmosphere is kind of enjoyable. We're too scared to participate in serious battles though. In particular, the battle between the Koa-san and Fenris against Boss-san and her Arumiranias. We also can't get close to the battle between Shuri-san and her Abinfermi against the Ratatoskas. We don't want to get close to either, they are too scary. Even today, strange food was served and it was delicious. Is Evil Serpent really this delicious? It seems like we participated in the battle without realizing it. It's kind of funny because we're too afraid and we're avoiding them. But it can't be helped since it's too good. I wish our original strength would return soon so we can at least last till the end. Scene change. Ari. His lordship has been calling me Ari lately. When I asked Chai, he told me that it was probably my name. I like the name he gave me even though it sounds a little strange. It seems like my companions have been given names too, so we are doing our best to remember them. Since I learned my name, I'll learn my companions' names as well. Chapter 80. Did my best to remember 3 times? 5 times? I named our new dog companions. On my own like usual. I want to think that no one's against it. When I look at the dogs, I naturally notice the one who seems to be their leader. He's the one who looks out, worries about, and cares about his companions the most. These new companions of mine are also very smart and seem to be very friendly. They have no problem with the other breeds. Name. Our new companions look similar. I'll do my best to remember their names. The dog that I think is the leader is Ari. The 3 other males are Sora, Nea, and Raki. The 3 female dogs will be Amy, Ayu, and Myra. I thought of naming them as such because their fur color has a shade of indigo. I'm happy with how I named them, so there shouldn't be any problem. TN, their names all have the indigo character. After a few days, they started to react to their names. I can't get their names wrong anymore, so I'll do my best to remember. They have been living in my rock house until they regained their strength. I don't know why they wanted to live in a hut outside. If that's the place that is best for them, then go for it, even though I'm a little lonely. Scene change. About the lizard that joined us. It's a little different from the lizard I know. It's not a problem though. I called it flying lizard. I thought about it a lot, but its first impression to me was too strong. It was a disappointing result, but I couldn't take the flying lizard out of my head. Ma, you're cute, so forgive me. Fluffy and the flying lizard often hang out together. Fluffy and the flying lizard are often together and they drift down the river with me. Me, Fluffy, flying lizards, and the amoebas. Does our group look creepy? Ma, who cares? Scene change. Yesterday, a large number of creepy snakes were hunted. I was even startled when I saw them, but the problem now is, are they edible? They brought them back, so they should be. I tried grilling a little and tasted it. It tastes like chicken. The giant rabbit was the closest chicken meat tasting meat here, but this is more chicken meat tasting. Today, I prepared a lot, and I even started this morning. Since we have chicken-like meat here, I want to make courage. I seasoned it with fish sauce and sugar, covered it with potato starch, and fried it. I'm looking forward to it. The only thing I'm worried about is whether I've prepared enough. The last time I cooked, things heated up. This time, I tripled the amount, so I hope it's enough. For garnishing, I boiled and mashed potatoes and stir-fry them. I'd like some eggs, but I don't have any, so I gave up. There are also other things I want, and I'll look for them when it gets a little cooler. And the usual eating scene, a struggle. Ari and his companions entered the fray for the first time. Does this mean that 3 times as much is not enough? I don't have enough hands to make more. Courage is delicious. The potato salad is also good. I'm satisfied with today's meal. I can't help but feel the pain of those who lost the battle. Come to think of it, they never tried to get mine. If they do, should I run away? I don't want to participate in that battle. The battle will definitely be decided in an instant. I'm not even sure if I have any other choice aside from running. Chapter 81, Mage of a Certain Country. Emperor's Kingdom, High Mage's POV. The big magic stone is in front of me. A vertical crack has appeared on the magic stone. Since there was an order to repair it, the mags began to prepare. I did not participate in the preparation to repair it since I'm investigating the cause. The chief mage is the leader of the mags. The chief mage reported one thing to the king. The magic stone barrier has not been broken. After examining it, there's neither damage nor hole. The attack was carried out inside the barrier of the country. I remember the king's expression when that report was mentioned. His whole body oozed with an air of refusing to believe. However, it's real. No matter how we look at it, there's nothing wrong with the barrier. A few days later, an order was given to give top priority on investigating the cause. The chief mage's face was filled with bitterness. I, as his assistant, could understand the difficulty. How are we supposed to investigate it? We don't even have any idea where to start. Everything is normal except for the attacks. There's nothing wrong with it, so how can we examine it? I look at the magic stone, and in the corner of my mind, I thought maybe we deserved this. I don't even remember how many lives have been sacrificed to strengthen the magic stone. Even though it was an order, the ones who did it are us, mags. More specifically, it is the chief mage and his assistants. The king used the mags as trial before extending his own life. Those mags are the chief mage and his 3 assistants. The people that were killed prolonged their lives. These 4 are the only ones who know the exact number. How many lives were poured into the magic stone? And how many lives were wasted before they succeeded? Even now, I can still remember. One girl stared at me in the face until the very end. She did not look away even in an instant. At that time, I was happy that I succeeded in extending my lifespan and that I was superior to others. Because of that, I didn't like the girl's eyes and punched her repeatedly. Still, she didn't look away. Even so, I was immersed in my sense of superiority over her. I only thought of one thing back then, being strong is all that matters. Since that day, everything has been going smoothly. Corpse piled up non-stop. But now, I can't erase the girl's eyes and the words she shouted in my mind. The world will never forgive you. The word she said, I can't get it off my head. I can feel my fellow mage next to me shivering. He is one of the mags who came here as my assistant. The kings of the forest should have been suppressed by the magic stone. No, they have been suppressed. If that is the case, then the one attacking this country right now is not the king of the forest. It means that there was a higher being or even a higher existence there. The forest is the center of the world and a higher existence showed up. Perhaps that existence is what our king sought to be. An existence that could be called the king of the world. Or perhaps the kings of the forest summoned him to protect the world. This country has incurred the wrath of the king of the world. As retribution for what it had done. The sense of guilt that I should have already abandoned is eating my heart away. The things that were unnecessary to serve the king, things that are considered hindrances. I should have thrown them away already. However, I guess they are not possible to throw away. I stare at the magic stone. It was supposed to be the strongest thing in this world. How could it have cracked like this? How many more lives would be sacrificed to repair these cracks? Will the king of the world allow it? Chapter 82, What is a curse? Result of too much heat 1. It has been boiling hot day after day. Today, I'm enjoying the coolness while drifting on the river. The water in the river is always cold and the amoebas are cold too. I want to do something with my sleepiness since I can't sleep. If I cool the room with magic, wouldn't it be easier to sleep? Damn it, why didn't I think of it before? Is it because I'm not that familiar with magic yet? There's something about magic that still feels strange to me. I'll just need to get used to it. There's no need to rush things. I'll use magic to cool this place down before going to bed starting today. I'll absolutely do it. As expected, since I've done nothing but play every day, I feel uneasy. Because of that, let's not get into the river and think about the curse. I don't know if there are people in this world. When I was in Japan, a curse is something that happens to people. Maybe there are people somewhere, although there's a high possibility that they are not in the forest. It is also possible that this world is only a forest. Ah, my imagination is getting darker. Next. What is a curse? In Japan, I think the major one is attaching something to a person's body. Or perhaps it is a place. Isn't a cursed place a place with ghosts? This forest is a place. So, is the curse here the work of a ghost? Ha ha ha, of course not, of course not. Don't think of it. Ha ha ha, think of something happy. The most terrible thing about the curse in the forest is the shadow. It will cling to your body, makes you go berserk, and will make your friends scared too. If you see one, don't hesitate to purify it the soonest time possible. It is nothing but evil. Other than that, there's possession. Shuri and the Antlinks were possessed. Another evil curse. HNN? Is there such a thing as good and evil curse? Ma, I don't really care. Ha ha ha. As I recall, when you are possessed, you won't notice it immediately, right? Then, as time passes by, you'll hear voices coming from inside of you and your body will be more and more invaded. Aren't I referring to devils? In the movie, Ma, it's probably similar to what's happening. In other words, possession isn't good and as soon as you notice it, you have to break the spell and immediately get rid of the devil. Whether it's a curse or a devil, their existence is considered evil. I wonder if purification is effective for both curse and devil. No idea. I have no idea since I've never seriously thought about it. Am I thinking something necessary? I guess so since I need to exterminate both curse and devil. Why is my head a little fuzzy? Ma, I should be okay. For now, let's exterminate the devil. HNNN, in case of devils, the first thing I imagine is sacrifice. People use sacrifices to summon devils, gain power, and rule over the world. That's what they do in movies. Is there any way to prevent that? Kill the devil? Exorcism is also related to devils, right? No, my head is too fuzzy to remember it. Is this place cursed? Or is it the work of a devil? It doesn't matter which, both are enemies. I need to exterminate both. No sacrifice. No possession. No curse. They are all evil so I'll get rid of all of them. Are curse and devil the same thing? They're not? I can't think straight, for now. Let's consider them as the same thing. Whether it is a curse or a summoned devil, I'll stop them. Ha ha ha, what a fun time my head is having. Chapter 83, What is a curse? Result of too much heat. 2. How to prevent a devil summoning. To summon a devil, you need a magic circle. If you want to prevent the summoning, it is best not to make a magic circle. However, I don't know a thing about magic circles. When a person or an object is cursed, there is a source of that curse. I should be able to get rid of it by doing something to the source. The problem is the devil summoning. Anyway, in case of devil summoning, it should start with offering a sacrifice. Sacrifice, what a scary word. I mean, being sacrificed is very dangerous. Too evil. I have to do something about it. I don't know what a magic circle looks like, so I'll just imagine it as a black stone. If someone ever tries to sacrifice to the black stone, I'll have them fall asleep because I wouldn't feel too good to have them die. Yeah, that's a good idea. I don't know what kind of technique or how do they perform that sacrificial ritual, but for now, I'll have the perpetrator sleep. And they should also forget how to do it. Good. I don't want anyone to go through the sacrificial ritual again, so I decided to go for it. It's so hot I want to be in the river. Now, I have to think on how to deal with the curse. It's a pain, so I'll just imagine it as the same black stone. I want to attack the source, but I'm afraid of being counterattacked. I'm afraid of the curse. So let's return the curse to the black stone itself. And please forgive me if I add the torment that my companions underwent. Ha ha ha. As for the method to prevent the curse from increasing, as soon as the curse goes out of the black stone, I'll send it back. In addition, I'll lock it up so it can't come out. I think it would be better to prevent it from being created than preventing it from coming out, right? Let's imagine that the black stone can't create a curse. That would be better. Alright? If I lock it up or seal it inside, it will look like a stone in a Japanese shrine. A black stone with rope around it, I guess that's possible too. I don't know what it is, but I'm sure anyone will be surprised if they suddenly see a Shimenawa decorating it. Then, is the technique of summoning a devil related to 666? No, I can't mess up my imagination. Let's start over. For the devil summoning, if someone tried to hurt the sacrifice, put the perpetrator to sleep and have him forget it. For the curse, don't create curse. That was easy. Now, start imagining it. What am I supposed to do? Exterminate the curse. That's right, I have to execute it. So, I'm going to execute it on the black stone, right? Then, to the black stone it is. Activate. I was wrapped in light, but it disappeared in a moment. Scary. My consciousness suddenly became clear. Alright? I'm a little dehydrated. It seems like time has progressed while I was thinking about something. HNN? I was thinking about something important, but what was it? No, hydrate first, hydrate first. I haven't slept well these last few days since it's so hot. I might have been in danger. By the way, it seems like I activated some kind of magic. Remember? Is it related to devils? Or rather, why am I thinking of a devil in the first place? Let's go to bed early today. After making the room cool with magic, I slept. Scene change. The farming core is harvesting. I joined after lowering the temperature around me a little using magic to make working more comfortable. I worked hard. I was sluggish because I worked hard. Or rather, I could have continued working if I used magic from the start. I was too late to notice. After that, I tried my best to remember, but I couldn't figure out the magic I casted. My mind was foggy because of dehydration and my memory seemed to have jumbled up. I was thinking about the curse, then I suddenly came up with devil. An exterminating devil too. I can't remember. If something is to happen, I'll pretend I don't know and ask for forgiveness. Yeah, I didn't do it on purpose, so let's do that. Scene change. Is harvesting really this hard? Harvest, harvest, and more harvest. There's no end to this. Chapter 84, Dire Wolf Chai, 2. POV of Chai, who was mistaken for a dog. His lordship is harvesting with the golems. Honestly, it's a mysterious spectacle. The golems are here to work for his lordship. His lordship working with them is just too strange. Until a while ago, his lordship seemed to be feeling a little ill and everyone was worried. He's using too much magical power after all. We were afraid that he would collapse, so we made sure that there should be at least one who's by his side to check on him. Now, his current appearance is close to his previous problem-free state. His magical power must have calmed down. And that's good. But I was surprised by what happened a few days ago. A huge amount of magical power was suddenly released by his lordship. I never thought that I would see so much magical power in my whole life. I was surprised not only by the quantity but also the quality of the magical power. The magical power was pure without any turbidity. I'm constantly amazed by his lordship. However, I'm not only surprised, I'm also frightened. If you lose all your magical power at once, your life would be in danger. My head went blank for a moment. While everyone was gathering at the river, his lordship calmly gets out of the river and drinks some water. He seemed to be thinking about something, but when he saw us gathered there, he was surprised. I guess it's probably because everyone in the house had gathered there. For the next few days, no one left our home except those who went hunting. Everyone's still worried. However, our daily lives are slowly returning to their previous routine. His lordship is also returning to the way he was before he got sick. The magical power flowing inside the barrier is as calm and gentle as usual. It can be said that there's no problem. I stared at his lordship once again. I guess he's fine now. Perhaps the balance in his body broke because large amount of magical power was needed to expand the barrier. I don't know what's the cause of the mass release of magical power, but it may have been necessary to retain the balance. As long as his lordship is fine, there would be no problem. Scene change. I'm going hunting with Koa-san today. As usual, we hunted several prey quickly and returned home. His lordship has not sent any image. The first person his lordship met was Koa-san. After Koa-san, he met me with Koa-san's companions. In the early days, his lordship used to send us images. He couldn't understand what we were saying and neither could we. I guess that's the reason he's sending us images of important things. When he wants to tell us something important, he'll send us images. However, the number of images he's sending is decreasing day by day, and now, he's using hand gestures. I'm not complaining though. It is probably his lordship's kindness. Being forcibly sent with images inside the head is a burden to the one receiving. Right. If an image is sent unexpectedly, the receiver will be damaged or burdened. But we're okay with it. Our connection has not broken. I was read by Koa-san. Even if it is one way, I feel a strong connection with his lordship. I'm sad that it's gone. I know, but I certainly feel a little lonely. Koa-san laughed and started running with her prey floating in the air. As I follow her, I can't get it out of my mind. Chapter 85. Harvesting is hard work, digging the basement. The arduous task of harvesting is getting to me. My back hurts. My arms hurt. I'm so tired. After coming to this world, I have never been tired, but now, I'm tired. Half sitting to harvest is killing me, especially when I bend. Praise me for enduring this. Why did Karen suddenly rub herself on me? Could it be that she's healing me? Thank you. Hugging Myra and Fluffy tightly feels great. Why are Myra's companion coming to me? I was healed by hugging everyone tightly. The farming corps have brought a lot of vegetables, and some of them have already been proven to be edible. Now, we've harvested quite a lot. Because of that, there's a little shortage of storage room. Not really a little, but it's not enough at all. How much did you harvest? Back? The place I was taken by the farming corps was the fruit forest. I see. You are harvesting here too. It's certainly not a surprise that we ran out. However, why is the farming corps stocking so much? Is it necessary? Next, I'm not sure what the farming corps is trying to tell me. Sorry. I wonder what it is. Okay, I'll accompany you. They are telling me about the grapes harvest. Wine. Let's prepare wine. Wine is easy to make. If you count barrels aside. Scene change. I gave up making barrels. It's impossible to make. I tried using magic, tried making a small one, but water still leaks. I gave up, so I looked for a big tree. I cut it down and cut 1 meter of its trunk and hollowed the inside with magic. I made it look like a barrel and put a hole in the hollow trunk and made a cork for it too. I made 43 pieces of those. I used a pretty big tree. Grapes have natural yeasts on their skin and they can be used to make wine. In short, the only thing I need to do is to crush it, put it in a barrel, put the cork in, and store it. Anyway, Fare? I filled 38, but there are 3 kinds of grapes. I only tasted one of those 3. Is this all right? Let's believe in the farming corps. I should expand the basement since we've run out of storage room. Scene change. Though I'm motivated, I'm only cutting rocks to a moderate size one with magic and move it out. I'm almost not moving my body. I only imagine and use magical power. However, I'll work hard. Cut and move, cut and move. This repetitive work is tiring. But I'll work hard. Now, the first basement is 3 times larger than the original. I got carried away. I didn't plan carefully and just expanded the basement. Now, it has become a big mess. I thought this place might collapse, so I made pillars in the middle and reinforced them. I was still worried, so I reinforced the whole house to make sure it won't collapse. I'm glad to hear that both the One-Eyes and the farming core are happy. We built more storage rooms and a wine storage room. There's still plenty of space, of course. I'd be scared if there wasn't. When I went outside, I found a huge number of chunks of rocks in the square. What should I do with it? Anyway, I processed the rocks and laid them like cobblestones on the path leading from my house to the outside. It didn't decrease. Next, I tried to make a new hole near the house just right next to Shuri's hole and the flying lizard's hole, but they declined. Perhaps because there's not enough room underground. I've expanded the basement floor too much. What should I do now? Chapter 86, Mage of a Certain Country 2. Emperor's Kingdom, High Mage's POV. Slaves with tense expressions are lining up in front of me. Their lives are necessary to repair the crack of the magic stone. This is a necessary ritual because the magic stone needs to be restored to its original state. However, there is an unknown feeling spreading through my heart. This day arrived without me being able to know what it is. The first batch of slaves was 100 and the number will increase depending on the condition of the crack. Slaves are being forced to bear children in this country and all of them fall into that category. They are born to become slaves. They will either be disposable warriors or research materials. Born slaves are always given compulsory work and are at the bottommost layer of this country. It is common knowledge in this country. The people of this nation know that slaves are not human beings unlike themselves. On the contrary, there are many people who think that they are a necessity in order for their lives to be better. All those who have objected have been publicly executed as examples. Presently, no one would dare raise their voice no matter what their heart tells them. That's how this country works. The slaves we gathered are all under the age of 15. They were wounded by a knife on their arms and were thrown into the magic circle as if objects. Because of slavery magic, they won't be able to resist, but you can see with their expression how miserable they feel. I can feel the chief mage arriving next to me. The investigation of the cause of the problem has been a waste of time and has yielded no result. He will eventually eat the wrath of the king. The magic circle begins to glow black. I sighed and turned around to leave the room. The next thing that will happen is an ivy showing up from the magic circle that will stab the slaves to death one by one. Then, it will pull the slaves into the magic circle. I can already imagine that happening next. It is something I've seen a number of times after all. The moment I try to step out, white light attacks the room. I hear screams everywhere. I wondered what had happened. I waited for the light to disappear, and after I regained my normal eyesight, I looked around. What? That's the voice of the chief mage. Indeed, what happened? The mags around the magic stone all have fallen. The slaves were looking around wondering what had happened. I visually checked them, but it seems like no slave has lost its life. I tried to speak with the chief mage, but he's staring at something. I followed his gaze. An unknown object is tying up the magic stone. It is something I've never seen before. I don't know what it is, but I know it is not just a thing. Suddenly I heard groans. It seems like those mags who had fallen have woken up. I rushed up to them and asked them. When they saw me, they looked very frightened. Knights who noticed that something happened rushed into the room. I'm relieved a little when I saw them. A knight gave instruction to take the mags out. At that time, I remembered those mags were acting a little strange, so I thought I should visit them later. I arranged the slaves to be moved back to their original place and prioritized handling the situation first. However, there's nothing we could do about the magic stone. And we have to report this incident to the king. However, I'm sure no one can accurately explain what had occurred. Even so, I'm sure something happened to the magic stone. Scene change. The face of the king turned blue after hearing the report of the chief mage. After that, he also reported that the mags lost their memory. The king can only stare at the chief mage with his eyes wide open. The audience hall fell silent. This country has made a mistake. Chapter 87, Super Bag, Flying, Scary. No matter how much I think about it, I can't think of any other uses for the rocks. This is troublesome. Then, I remembered the pocket of one famous robot. It is bottomless and no matter what you want to put in it, you can put in it. No matter how many gadgets you put in it, the pocket will never overflow. I thought I should do the same. And thus, the rock problem was easily solved. I'll take them out when I need them. Everyone was surprised, but I'm probably the most surprised. The capability of this bag is scary. The farming crew are farming new crops. This time, they are planting on a smaller scale without using the entire area. Do your best. Scene change. The heat has passed. It's getting a little cooler. I'm going to go to that place. The place I found when I expanded the barrier. When I looked at it from above, I saw something familiar. I want to go there to verify. Maybe I'll be able to get a staple food. The place is, I forgot. Darn, I forgot because when I saw it from above, I'm not in my house. Anyway, let me check it again from above. It might be farther than I thought. However, it already caught my full attention. I guess I have to go. Accompanying me are Hyo, Shun, Chaya, Sosa, some spiderlings, and antlings. Thank you. I put some food and water in the back. Anything could happen. It's quite far to go by running, isn't it? I wish I could fly, but I can't, so let's just work hard. Ha ha ha, we really didn't get there in a day. I'm glad I brought some food. The spiderlings seem to be able to communicate with the others. But, are they okay? I'm kind of worried, but thank you. We encountered a few monsters, and they were delicious. There are more kinds of food in the forest, but there are different kinds of monsters too. Since there are monsters, we need to find a safe place we can sleep at. We found a small cave. I put a barrier to erase any signs of us being there. Then I asked Shun if it is working. It looks like there's no problem. We sleep in turn and move again when the sun rises. I'm sorry for having you go out with me. Scene change. We arrived. It took us 1.5 days. It's quite far. I wasn't able to grasp the distance just by looking at it from above. However, I'm glad that we came. There are ears of wheat in front of me, and maybe they are considerably bigger than the wheat I know. It is probably time to harvest them because they have a beautiful yellow-brown color and the ears are already drooping. I tear one off, rub it with my hands, and thresh it with magic. I also magically grind it into powder and try to taste it. I smiled. This tastes better than the wheat I know, and it even has some kind of sweetness. I'm thankful that there is wheat in another world. Let's harvest. Harvest, but I'm alone. I can't possibly do it. No, I won't give up. All I want are the ears, so cutting the stalk from the base shouldn't be a problem. I used wind magic cut to cut the base of the wheat, then used stabilized so they won't fall. I harvested the floating wheat one after another. One part of the wheat field has disappeared in no time. I took a break. When I was about to leave, Hyo blocked me. After making eye contact, he twisted his head to show his back. Is he asking me to ride him? And so, I got on him. Ah, this is high, too high. Then, Hyo and Shun flew. Chaya and Sosa fly too. You can fly? Chaya and Sosa seem to be a little scared. I remember this scenery when we were flying. Are Chaya and Sosa flying because of Hyo or Shun's magic? Ha ha, they're scared, but I'm actually pretty scared too. It seems like the spiderlings and antlings will return via the land route. Are they okay? I'm worried. I'm worried that I would fall too, so I hugged Hyo's neck. The day-and-a-half trip turned into a few hours. It's amazing how fast you can fly. It's so fast that all I can think of is being scared. On the way home, we met Karen, Fluffy, and the flying lizard who probably went out like usual. When we got back home, Koa and Chai were there, waiting. I must have worried them. Don't worry, I'm careful. The spiderlings and antlings came home safely after hunting down a creepy snake. I guess they want some courage. As you wish. Chapter 88, There's a limit to magic, wheat. I went to the corner of the field where fertilizer is being made. I checked to see if they're decomposing. It seems like fallen leaves are decomposing faster here than in Japan. The hard parts like stalks that don't need to be harvested are also unrecognizable. Scene change. It has been a month since we built a dumping site for vegetable scraps and cooking garbage in the fertilizer production area. I noticed that the decomposition speed here is faster than in Japan. In Japan, vegetable wastes that are dumped in the soil would take a month to decompose. Here, it looks like it will only take 2 weeks. Amazing decomposition speed. The color and smell also differ from the fertilizer that was artificially accelerated with magic. I was curious, so I decided to do an experiment in cultivation to see the growth speed. I prepared 10 kinds of crops with 2 samples each. 10 were fertilized with fertilizer made with magic, and the other 10 will be fertilized with natural fertilizer. Scene change. The 20 samples are now in front of me. No matter how you look at them, it is better to use natural fertilizer. I felt from this cultivation experiment that crops grow in this world very fast. The growth of those who use natural fertilizer is especially remarkable. Since I could harvest good vegetables, I may never have to worry about food. I'm glad that I don't have to worry about food in another world. The difference in the fertilizer used is not only in growth rate but also in the color of the leaves and the thickness of the trunk. And it also affects the amount of harvest. Depending on which crop, the amount that can be harvested is close to 2 times. It seems like it is better to leave decomposition to nature. I thought magic was omnipotent, but vegetables and fungi, in other words, living things. Maybe that's the basis of magic. It seems like I can't do everything with magic, so I have to keep that in mind. It might be better to ferment seasoning naturally, even though they are only fish sauce and wine. However, I can't wait for all of them to ferment. I really can't. No, patience, patience. The magic thing got me thinking, so I did a little experiment. I planted a seed and made it grow rapidly using magic. I also grilled meat with magic and with natural fire. Conclusion. It is better to not use magic and force crops to grow. Use as little magic as possible when cooking. If you use magic to cultivate vegetables from the beginning, the taste will be much worse and the flavor of the food will be a little less. I thought magic is almighty, but it has pitfalls. This time, I'll cultivate crops and cook food normally. However, if I want to ferment naturally, I'll have to think about the timing of my preparations. So far, I've only made fish sauce and wine. It will be important to study the speed of fermentation in the future. I'll get to that in due time. Scene change. The wheat I brought home needs threshing. I made a comb-like thresher with spaces smaller than the ears of wheat and threshed the wheat using that. Threshing is easier than I had imagined. The next step is to remove the wheat from the hull. I sandwich wheat between 2 boards and grind them together. I don't remember how to do this, but it works pretty well, so I tried carving grooves on the boards. The hulling became a little faster. But given my speed, there's no way I'm going to finish everything. The one-eyes came to help me. Thanks for your help. They work faster than me, gathering the hulled wheat by dropping it down from a high place and using wind to blow the hull away. It's a little difficult to fine-tune wind, but after a few failed attempts, I succeeded. It's all thanks to the one-eye's help. For drying, I air-dried them in a room for a few days. The wheat is now ready and is packed in cloth sacks. Of course, I secured some seeds to plant next spring-like season. Satisfaction. Next step is making natural yeast and baking bread. Chapter 89, Making Yeast, Mass-Producing Pizza Oven. I turned the wheat into flour. It's a brownish powder rather than the pure white flour I know. Ma, let's at least try using it. Natural yeast is necessary to make bread. It is usually purchased at a store, but there's no store here. In short, I have to make it using the flour I made. I'm glad that I helped my elder sister who was addicted to bread in making some. For some reason, she assigned me to be the yeast maker, so I have experience in making different kinds of yeast. I guess her teaching is useful to me now. How nostalgic. I made 2 spoons of the same size using silver ore. I also made 1 red jar. I cleaned all the items and added 1 tablespoon of flour to the red jar. Then, I added 1 tablespoon of water to the red jar. I mix them thoroughly and store them at room temperature. After 24 hours, I add 2 spoons of flour and 2 spoons of water and mix them again. I store it at room temperature for 24 hours. I can see bubbles coming out of the jar. That means I'm doing good. I'm going to increase the amount of flour and let the fermentation continue. I started pouring for spoons of flour and for spoons of water. I put it in the cool room and let it rest. After 3 days, I mix for spoons of flour and for spoons of water. Then, store it again in the cool room. I repeated that several times and checked the fermentation state when the jar is around 80% full. If it smells fermented and looks fluffy, it means it is ready. Fermentation is faster in this world compared to Japan, so I have to check it every day. By the way, there was a one-eye next to me when I was doing all of those. What is it? Scene change. While making the natural yeast, I remembered one problem. I don't have a scale. I need it to make bread. A substitute for a scale would be a balance scale. It can't measure accurately, but it should be able to measure the weight of 2 things. I made a balance. I fine-tuned it by using a universal rock on each side of the balance. I made several identical ones, divided one into halves, and put it on the balance again, and fine-tuned them again to make sure they are the same exact half. The process was repeated over and over again to make sure that the balance is working as it was supposed to be. I am now able to roughly weigh halves, quarters, and so on. I could feel progress. Again, a one-eye is next to me while I'm doing all of those. I'm a little scared. I made sure that I have prepared everything, but I'm missing something important. Baking tools. I'm surprised that I forgot. I've seen pizza ovens on TV and I'm sure it can be used to bake bread. In the meantime, I'll think about where to set it up. Since charcoal rocks don't emit smoke, it's okay to build it inside the house. If I'm kind of worried, so I'll put it on the wooden deck and see how it goes. I would make it in the house if there's no problem. My present kitchen is a Japanese-style kitchen. I've been cooking big pot meals on the barbecue table outside. Perhaps I should remodel my kitchen later. I decided to put it next to the barbecue grill. To avoid direct heat transfer to the wooden deck, I made a plate made of gold ore. I'll be placing it over the gold ore plate. I wonder if bigger is better. I made a big one with 1 meter width and 1.3 meters depth. It should be fine. I processed the rock into a base with the same size as the gold ore plate, and the height is lower than my waist. The pizza oven I've seen on TV is dome-shaped, so I made it dome-shaped. I used magic to mold it from one rock to another and voila, it's complete. Let's perform a quenching test. I heated some charcoal rocks and put them inside the oven. I'll bake meat for testing. Delicious. The taste is different from barbecue. I made around 5 pizza ovens. These should be enough. Chapter 90, Bread Making. Autumn is but a moment. I need a tool that will turn wheat into flour. What exactly? Come to think of it, it should be a mortar or a stone mill like on the TV. I want to make it, but let's do that once I have time. Let's use magic again. HNN? If you're just going to watch, there shouldn't be any problem. Using the balance, I prepare 1 part of flour and 1 part of water. I prepare the natural yeast the same amount as the water. I also prepared 1/10 amount of sugar and a pinch of salt. I warmed the water a little, added sugar and kneaded it with natural yeast. If I leave it for a while, pre-fermentation begins. Add flour and salt and knead. If it is watery, add a little flour and see how it goes. I'm kind of proud of how well it turned out. For some reason, the one eye poked the dough, but that's not a problem. Now put them together and knead them. Kneading dough is a lot of work, isn't it? I'd like to do it with magic, but let's just work hard. I knead and knead and knead. I knead until there's no more visible flour. The surface is smooth. It looks like I've achieved my target. One eye, don't poke it. Next, cover the dough with a wet cloth and let it ferment. It takes around 6 hours for the dough to be twice as big. In the meantime, I helped with harvesting. The vegetables that the farming corps planted on a small scale have been growing. And they are growing so fast. I've never seen this crop before. They have an eerie color, but they should be okay. I help with the dismantling and play a little with the amoebas and the fermentation ends. Seeing how it swelled feels great. I knead it once again, roll the dough, cover it with a wet cloth, and let it ferment again. 28 degrees Celsius should be the best fermenting temperature, but I don't have a thermometer here, so I can only rely on how I feel. I put the bread dough on the rock rack I had prepared and put my hand in it to adjust the temperature inside. The one I did the same. What are you checking? I better not mind it. I set the temperature to what I thought was okay, put the cover, and left it for 2 hours. I don't have a clock, so I'll just feel it too. When I checked, I confirmed that it's bulging out. I put the dough on a baking plate, cover it with a wet cloth, and let it ferment again. After waiting for 45 minutes, I put it in the heated pizza oven for 10 minutes. My first bread is crunchy on the outside and fluffy on the inside. And honestly speaking, it was delicious. I didn't even think that I'd succeed, since I'm already prepared to do this several more times. I'm glad that no flour was wasted. The one eye lifted the baked bread, look at it back and forth. What are you doing? I stared at it, but it handed me the bread and left. What was that? Is it curious? No, I don't think that's possible. Let's just enjoy the bread now, since it has been a while since I've eaten one. A large group of spiderlings and antlings came. Everyone enjoyed their little share. Scene change. I was enjoying my pleasant days, and then I noticed that it was cold. I feel like autumn is but a moment. Is that how it is in this world? The 3 eyes brought me long-sleeved clothes, some of which looked like jackets with fur sewn inside. During summer, most of my clothes were blue, but as it started to get colder, orange-colored clothes started to increase. It gives off a seasonal feeling. I think it's better not to think about where they got their fashion information. You have better taste than me, but I don't care. Too bad, there's no one I can show them to. No, I'm not giving up yet. Scene change. Freshly baked bread in the morning. I had a hunch, but it was more moist and fluffy than the one I baked. Delicious. So that's why it's curious. Chapter 91, Beginning of Winter. What should I do? It's getting cold. I feel like it's been getting colder and colder for the last few days. Suddenly, it became severely cold. I feel like this world is too hot and too cold for me. Since it's been cold, I'll just do things that can be done indoors, are? There are 3 one-eyes hulling wheat. Thank you. As for flowering, I wonder if the one-eye can use magic as well. That would be great. Yeast making, the amount of yeast has not decreased, though I can't see any of them making some. Fish sauce is increasing. I can see more bottles of them being fermented. Sugar has not decreased either. As for oil, they're in the middle of extraction, thank you. And salt too. There's nothing for me to do. The farming core joined the one-eyes, thank you too. I think I'll just make a millstone. Yeah, I'll do that. I know the shape and I'm kinda familiar with the structure. For now, let's make a rough 30 centimeters cylinder from rock. The height is 20 centimeters. I cut the cylinder in half. The point is not to cut them in the middle, but one should be thicker than the other. The lower part of the millstone should be shorter. The longer one will be the one that moves. From what I remember, the top and bottom parts should be machined. The upper part should be concave and the lower part should be convex according to what I watch on TV. I remember seeing it on TV, so I used magic to cut them like that. The lower part looks too thin, but I don't think that would be a problem. It's just become a little thinner. It should be okay. I made a handle on the top part of the mill. It will be the one the user will use to spin it. The handle is also made of rock, so I plated it with gold ore to make it smooth so that it won't wound the user. I pierced a hole at the center of the upper and lower part of the stone mill. The hole in the upper part of the mill is where the grains will come in and the upper part is now complete. I put a silver ore stick at the lower hoe and put the upper part of the mill on it. I forgot to dig some groove where the top and the bottom mill will meet. I dug clean grooves with magic and this time, I'm sure it's complete. I put some wheat grains in the millstone and spin it. Before I knew it, there's already a one-eye beside me. I'll take care of the rest. The room next to the kitchen on the first floor was renovated. There's a workbench and a stove. The rock dolls are kind of small, so they need a step stool. A place to ferment bread? A shelf in order to see the state of fermentation? A small storage room? I made them since they asked me, but are you going to do them all? Also, my job? Take it easy, I'll just find something else to do. Scene change. It's cold. I'm certain it's winter. There's snow after all. Thinking about it, I neither see Shuri nor Boss-san. When I looked for Boss-san, she got a little smaller, and she with the spiderlings and chibi spiders in the second basement sleeping. Are they hibernating? Does that mean that Shuri is hibernating underground too? I haven't seen her in the morning or afternoon, so perhaps she does. That means I won't see them for some time. They were there during dinner. I guess they're not hibernating. Tonight, I made courage, could it be? Anyway, it only means I have to make more food now. The kitchen in my house has its limitations. While frying, I decided that it would be best to remodel it. The farming core is helping me, but there are too few places where we could fry. Let's do our best to remodel it. I got burned when I tried eating while cooking, though they were delicious. Courage, teriyaki, koshuyaki, mushiyaki, fried pork, char siu, deep-fried eggplant, karakariyaki, hasamiyaki, simmered eggplant, deep-fried radish, sweet and spicy radish, simmered radish. Shuri and Boss-san's family stopped hibernating and were woken up by the menu. Boss-san's family likes eggplant dishes while Shuri's family likes radish dishes. As for meat, both of them love it. They're not hibernating. However, in all other cases, they don't wake up. Is this some kind of hibernation? Either way, they have great sense of smell. That's what I thought when I watched the chibi ants and chibi spiderlings fighting over food. Chapter 92, Remodeling Kitchen, Wine. I'll remodel the kitchen. What I need now is a stove big enough to use several large pots at the same time. For now, I'll prepare charcoal rocks. I wonder if I should build a Kamado-style stove. To do that, I have to expand the kitchen. There's a dining room and a living room next to it, so I don't think I can do that. I have rocks. I instantly made a wall on the opposite side that is adjacent to the kitchen. Then, I used magical power to make the kitchen a single space. After that, I imagined space expansion by pushing the wall outward. I tripled the size of the kitchen by doing that. Now, it's big. Perfect. I made a window by incorporating the glass into the newly made wall. Below it, I made a waist-high, Kamado-style stove. I think this is the best easy-to-use position to put the pots on the stove. There shouldn't be any problem. The number of stoves is 5, no, I made 8. I also need a place where I can light fire under the stoves. It should be hard to store heat in a large kamado with 8 stoves. It is also inconvenient and wasteful to use only one fire door. I should build a door for each stove and make them independent from each other. This way, there will be no waste if we only need to use one. The fire door I saw on TV is the door where you put charcoal. I made sure they are airtight. The size of the hole of the stove is good for a big pot. If I ever use a small pot, I have to put a griddle on it to prevent the pot from falling down. I plated the entire stove with silver ore to prevent burns, completing an 8-stove big kamado. Next to that are 3 barbecue grills and 3 pizza ovens. The entire wall was filled. That's something I shouldn't worry about. I made a washing area on the opposite side of the kamado. Since we wash a lot of vegetables, I prepared 3 large ones. As for smoke and odor control, I have no idea. Is that a problem? I've already confirmed that charcoal rocks don't produce smoke and the barbecue grills are only for cooking meat. As for the pizza oven, I guess I'll just use them when I need to use them. Remodeling the kitchen. Complete. I was kind of nervous about setting fire the first time, but no problem occurred when we tested it. Koa and Chai were hanging around the barbecue grill. Ari and the squirrels are wandering around the pizza ovens. When they were done happily inspecting the new kitchen, they all gathered at the dining room and living room next door. As for Shuri and Boss-san's family, don't stick to the ceiling. Even if you have web, it's not safe to hang in there. My impression of the kamado when we tried cooking. The whole room became too hot due to a large number of heat sources. This is a problem that needs to be improved. I can use magic to lower the temperature in an instant, but that will also lower the temperature of the stove, so no. I made a small window as an exhaust to let the air flow. It somehow improved. We baked some bread, grilled some skewers, and cooked a lot of vegetables and meat to eat. I made a good decision when I built 3 barbecue grills. I don't even mind that one of them is big. I can cook a lot at once, so the fighting has calmed down. I finally managed to put an end to the struggle, thank goodness. I was really glad because that was scary. Boss-san and Shuri's family went back to bed looking satisfied. They look more satisfied than usual. Is that the effect of hibernation? Scene change. A one-eye called me, so I followed it and went to the wine cellar. I picked out a barrel and tasted a little wine from it. Oh, delicious. Wine is also fermenting fast. Let's have everyone taste them tonight. I checked how much wine was stored. I counted 150 barrels. For some reason, it has increased and now there are more than 100. The one-eye is telling me that they made it as I showed them. It is also asking for my impression. There are 3 different types of grape wine. All of them are delicious, making them is a good decision. Chapter 93, Enjoying Wine, Snow. Everyone's enjoying wine. Boss-san and Shuri did not participate. Don't they like alcohol? Very unexpected. Koa and the others got excited and are now fighting in the square for some reason. The others are having a blast too. It's not a dog fight, but a wolf fight. Some are already injured here and there, and if I could stop them, I already did. I don't know what to do. It's over, thank God. Chai's group and Ari's group are next. Why? I have no choice but to wait and see. Koa, you and the others, come here. I'll heal you. I didn't know that Chai's group could become bigger. They're so powerful, not as powerful as Koa's group though. Ari's group tried their best, but the difference in power is obvious. In the end, they were overpowered. Hibernate today, go sleep. How can Shuri be so motivated under this cold weather? The antlings and chibi ants too. Even Boss-san. I mean, when did you drink? I don't know if the chibi ants are okay, but they look cute while staggering. They are fighting against giant spiders. Stop spamming magic. Ah, a spiderling fell in the river. Wait, I'll help you. Karen, are you a quiet drinker type? Don't sleep with your head in the barrel. Fluffy and Flying Lizard are the usual. I'm relieved. I'm really relieved. Great. One-eye, don't walk around while distributing wine. Look, Koa and the others are running back. I was right when I immediately put a barrier on the square. There is no damage. If I didn't do so, it would be a hole. The next night, Koa tried to get wine barrels again, as if I'll let you. Everyone's gaze is kind of painful. The alcohol ban will be lifted every 7 days. I find it hard to explain, but I did what I could. I put a wooden board with the number 7 written on it, and the number will be reduced every day. When it reaches 1, the ban will be lifted. Don't you dare try anything on the board without my permission. I never thought I'd see drunken brawls every 7 days. Will this go on forever? that can't be, I'm sure they'll get used to it. I had no problem with food, so I was relieved. I was relieved because I won't get hungry, but I didn't realize that alcohol was a pitfall. Scene change. Snow has piled up. A lot of it in just one day. When I was in Japan, it will only snow like this once or twice a year. Sometimes it snows so much that visibility is low. However, it never piled up to my waist. Pure white snow. Quite beautiful. Ari's group and Chai's group are doing quite well. Maybe Boss-san and Shuri will go into full-blown hibernation. No, they won't. Karen is flying through the snow, burning. When I first saw her like that, I thought she was being burned by the fire, but she seems to be fine. She only looks like she's burning, but she's fine. This world is strange. Even with snow on the ground, the drunken brawl begins. I wonder if wine is bad for them. I'm starting to worry. It looks like they were having fun, but I'm not sure if I'm also having the same fun watching them. Today, we had a lot of courage and wine. Beer is courage's best buddy, but we don't have beer here, so we can only drink wine. I decided to drink a slightly spicy wine that would go well with courage. Hibernation is, they are probably taking a break. Shuri and Chai are fighting. Shuri sometimes shoots out a black thing. I wonder what kind of magic is that. Ma, watch out for injuries. Fluffy's group is still enjoying wine, all three of them. 3? There's another round creature that looks like snow. Its eyes are small and its mouth is a bit bigger than its eyes. Who are you? No, don't stare at me like that. Ma, it's not aggressive, so there shouldn't be a problem. And as expected, it could fly too. In any case, I approached and touched it. It feels like a marshmallow. It's not snow but marshmallow. I'm drunk too. Anyway, it looks like we're getting a new companion. I think I'll call it Marshmallow. Chapter 94 of Amoeba, Snow Monsters? I'm neither drunk nor dreaming. Marshmallow increased. No, I should change its name, but it likes it. Looks like I can't change it. The new marshmallows are some kind of new species I don't know. They look like Fluffy, but they also don't. Ma, there's no point in thinking about it. Just let them be. It's a waste of time to think about it. However, they are amoebas. When I finally calmed down, I noticed that they are really amoebas. I was frightened when more suddenly popped out from the snow. I don't know why, but they're giving me a different feeling compared to the original amoebas. Was it because they are in snow? They are amoebas all right. But how are they different? Is the magic power I feel from them different? The amoeba that was in the water feels similar to Fluffy. The new amoebas in the snow are more similar to Marshmallow. Could it be that they are not increasing but are completely different kinds of amoebas? Ma, either way, it means the amoebas have increased. At any rate, there's no problem, right? Everything's okay, right? They are nothing, so I guess they're okay. They are nodding all the time, but when I tried to pet one, it's cold. It's colder than a water amoeba, but is it all right? Ma, they are hiding under the snow themselves, so I guess they have no problem with the environment. Anyway, nice to meet you. Scene change. It seems like it has gotten a little warmer. Is winter coming to an end? But the snow hasn't melted yet. Boss-san suddenly carried me. I was so scared that I froze. I'll entrust my body to her for now. We went out and even passed through the river. She brought me to a hole. A new hole? This time, the hole had stairs. I'm wondering what it was, but when I saw Shuri peeking from the inside. Shuri's new hole? Shuri comes out and pushes me with her front legs. What does she want? Anyway, I went into the hole and found it to be quite big. The spiderlings brought the bag of rocks. Then, Shuri took a rock from the bag and put it on the wall of the hole she dug. Should I make the wall of this space from those rocks? For now, I took out rocks and turned them to a wall of this place. Boss-san and her spiderlings look satisfied. It seems like I'm right. I coated the entire wall of that space with rocks. Shuri pointed up and down. It looks like I need to turn the ceiling and the floor to rocks too. Let's get it on. Now, this place looks like it was originally made of rock. So, what's next? The spiderlings are bringing in snow from the outside. I see, snow. However, I think they will melt if we leave them here. So that's how it is using freezer enough? The air in this whole hole instantly turned cold. I guess snow won't melt now. The spiderlings are celebrating banzai with their front legs. My guess is right again. By the way, where did they learn to banzai? The spiderling, antlings, chibi ants, and chibi spiders are continuously bringing snow from the outside. I helped them using teleport. It should be faster this way. It was over in a flash. Are they? Amoeba? Given the magical power, they should be the new amoeba. They are swimming in the snow. Marshmallow is rolling on the snow too. Could they be some kind of species that need snow to survive? By the way, Marshmallow never went inside my house. Only Fluffy and Flying Lizard. I wonder if it is a snow-type monster. Is this really okay? I asked Boss-san. She said everything is fine and I shouldn't worry. Thank goodness. Snow monster, snowman? No, doesn't look like it. I coated the stairs of the hole with rocks and I also used magic to keep the temperature outside from affecting the space. I also made the entrance higher than the surroundings to prevent water from flowing in using magic. I also made a roof to protect it from rain. Perfect. Koa and the others' concern is regarding the top part of the underground space. They are worried that the roots of the trees might damage it even if the underground space is magically fortified. Thus, they decided to make this place a second square. Are they? We're going to expand again, Ma. I guess it shouldn't be a problem. Chapter 94.5. Companions Race and Name. Race according to the MC's recognition. Fenrir Wolf. Koa, leader, one of the kings of the forest. Soa, Hyo, Karu, Shun, Dire Wolf Dog. Chai, leader. Chaya, Chatter, Churu, Saw, Sosa, Sami, Kisa, Phoenix Bird. Karen, one of the kings of the forest. Chuarania Giant Spider. Bossan, one of the kings of the forest. Armirania Spiderlings. A lot, indistinguishable. Swasoa Silk-making bugs. Amphifermi Giant Ant. Shuri, Abifermi Antlings. A lot, indistinguishable. Water Dragon Round Creature with Wings. Unknown, Fluffy, one of the kings of the forest. Ratatusk Squirrel, indistinguishable from each other. Garmdog, Ai, leader. Sora, Enye, Raki, Amy, Ayu, Myra. Earth Dragon Lizard with Wings. Unknown, Flying Lizard, one of the kings of the forest. Ice Dragon Round Lump of Snow. Unknown, Marshmallow, one of the kings of the forest. Water Spirit Amoeba. Ice Spirit Amoeba. Oh make. Here's a comment from fellow reader Paulintka. I recently reread it all and made a list for myself, because the names are confusing AF. Should help you. Happy Face. Monsters. Koa, Kanji, Scarlet Heart, Fenrir King. Female, Silver Fur, Red Eyes, the biggest. Soa, Kanji, Scarlet Sky, Fenrir. Female, Silver Fur. Hyo, Kanji, Scarlet Sakura, Fenrir. Male, Silver Fur. Shun, Kanji, White Sound, Fenrir. Male, White Fur. Karu, Kanji, Black Sakura, Fenrir. Male, Black Fur. Chai, Kanji, Great Tea, Dire Wolf. Male, Brown Fur with black spots. Karen, Kanji, Red Flame, Phoenix, Sparrow-sized bird, grew 3x bigger, whole red except wings with gradient red to white, bits have a gold shine. Bossan, Spider, Chuarania, at first 2.5 centimeters, size of a watermelon, as big as Koa, has small wings. Female, the guardian of death, about 25 spiderlings, at first fingernail-sized, 2.5 centimeters, big. Swasoa, insect, 120 centimeters, produces thread, poisonous. Shuri, giant ant, and queen. Amphifermi, the Hell's Guard. Antlings. Fluffy, deep blue hairball with small eyes, has wings but doesn't need to use them to fly. New chibi spiders and ants, grew to 50 centimeters. Chaya, dire wolf, male, brown fur with black spots. Chatter, dire wolf, male, brown fur with black spots. Charu, dire wolf, male, white fur with brown spots. Saw, dire wolf, female, brown fur with black spots. Sosa, dire wolf, female, brown fur with black spots. Sami, dire wolf, female, brown fur with black spots. Kisa, dire wolf, female, brown fur with red spots, red eyes. Squirrels, blue-green fur, horn on head. 7 dogs, Garm, 3 smaller, leader's name is Ari. Water spirit, floats in the river, looks like a slime or amoeba. Lizard, has no wings, but flies. Golems, 15 by 60 centimeters, looks like yukai with one eye, the eye glows, made to process floors. 5 by 3-eyed, made to win the thread from Swasoa. 6 by 1 horn on forehead, made to process skins. 30x with magic stones in foreheads, at first, 3 light blue, 3 blue, 2 green, 2 transparent, farming core. Chapter 95, Spring Desu, Reclamation and Pregnancy. As it got warmer, we cleared up the top of the new underground facility. Trees were cut down like usual. Stumps would be dug out by Shuri while Boss-san will move them. They work in sync. By the way, both Shuri and Boss-san have become big. They are about as big as a minivan? After growing to a certain extent, the spiderling's growing period has slowed down. The chibi spiders are still growing fast on the other hand. I wonder if they'll catch up to the spiderlings. When I imagined all of them being as big as a minivan, I stopped. That's too scary. I watched the slow movement of the stumps, or rather, it's quite fast. Wait, isn't it too fast? Ma, it's good since they can be processed early. These days, they go hunting like usual. Like always, they hunted lots of prey. However, seeing them go, I always see the same members. The others are not hunting at all. Is there something wrong with them? I hope they are not sick or something. I'm worried. Before I knew it, I'm already standing on a big, very big, second square. Looking around, the one-eyes are happily fencing it. They didn't do much this winter after all. However, I don't think there will always be something for them to do. I think I'm going to imagine something scary again, so let's stop thinking about it. The farming corps are plowing the field. No, it is better to say the antlings and chibi ants are plowing the field. The farming corps are in charge of planting seeds. It looks like there isn't enough manpower there. Did the others go to the fruit forest? That forest is big, so good luck to them. The hunt went well and the little Oni began to dismantle them with joy. When I saw how fast they were dismantling, I gave up the idea of helping them. Ma, I know this would happen. I was given new clothes by the three eyes. The design was completely different from the previous ones. I'm already afraid of counting the number of my clothes. You don't need to make that much. Spring is the time where everyone is motivated to work. As for me, I'm bored. Scene change? I now know why the others are not hunting. The she-wolves, including Koa, and the bitches are pregnant. I was a little surprised. It's spring, so it shouldn't be surprising. I'm starting to miss people a little. Let's find the border of the forest in the future. Let's take our time to do things. I'm happy that they are pregnant. I'll be happier if they gave birth without any problem. Is our food supply still okay? Last winter, we managed to get by consuming the food in the storage room. What surprised me was that everyone had their favorite fruits and vegetables. I thought we would definitely have surplus fruits and vegetables, but there were only a few left in the storage room. If our family grows, I should think about increasing the amount of food we store. Do we have to expand the field? I was heard. It seemed like I said that unconsciously. I said that unconsciously before the terrible farming corps. The next day, the farming corps are already asking me to expand the field. I hadn't decided yet, but I should do it. I can't let the young ones starve, so we have no choice but to expand the field. Of course, it's not because I'm scared of the farming corps. I'm not scared of them. Scene change? It's too wide. Just a little more and you'll reach the cave where we found Charu and the others. It's kind of funny since my house looks small. This is it. I'll do my best. Next time, I won't succumb. Along with the field, we expanded the fruit forest too. The way they looked at the fruit forest was scary, so I let them expand it. However, why is it that more than half of the expanded area became vineyards? Ma, it's true that everyone's asking for them, but I don't want them to frequently get drunk. What happens after that has always scared me. Yes, I'd rather run out of wine. Yahaha. I'm currently helping with hunting. I was kicked out of the field. Ha ha ha, I don't care anymore. Let's just think that we are in need of storing a large amount of meat. I've expanded the storage room, but if more little ones were born than expected, this will still be insufficient. But where should I build more storage rooms? Ma, let's just be happy that I have something to do. It's getting warmer, the breeze has become pleasant, and new pups were born. Cute! Let's work hard for them. Chapter 96 A King of Emperors. Emperor's Kingdom's King's POV. What's happening? No one answered my question. You don't even bother listening to your king. I'll kill them all. All of them are useless and incompetent. Ah, god damn it. What's happening? The kings of the forest should either be dead or weak. And yet, after all this time, why now? Just a little more and everything should have fallen into my hands. Shit! My apologies. The chief mage kneels in front of me. This is quite a fortunate one. He obtained power superior to people because of me. However, he betrayed me for being useless. My voice trembled as I grew irritated at what he said. So, you think it is impossible to repair the crack? Yes, we have tried several times, but all have failed. The mags who tried to repair it seems to have lost all their memories and magic. Where are those mags now? In their rooms. Kill them all. I don't need useless things. But they are. Go and kill them now. I gave the order to the nearby knights. The knights seemed to have hesitated for a moment but acted quickly. The chief mage seemed to want to say something but did not do so. Rubbishes deserve death, including those who don't follow orders immediately. Fix it, that's an order. By your will. I stared at the chief mage hatefully as he exited the room. If he fails again, I'll just use him to strengthen me. But what is the cause? I have been strengthening the magic stone so many times, why can't it be done suddenly? Damn it. They're all useless. I tapped the armrest of my throne again and again. I can't help but be frustrated. The magic stone's barrier is useless? The crack can't be fixed. How is that even possible? Those incompetent mags should have overlooked something. But that thunderbolt made me feel so much threatened. Once I found out who did it, I'll give you what you deserve. Did I overlook something? I don't think any country would dare do it. Or are they using the forest as camouflage? No, they're all cowards. There's no one who would dare offend my powerful kingdom. But I think we need to investigate. I'll have the second knight order to look into it. Scene change. It's been a long time since I came here. Slaves were laid out in front of me. The best way to relieve my frustration is to torment slaves. I've done it so much for the last few hundred years that I've gotten tired of it, but this time, I need to strengthen my sword. I have to strengthen the power of my sword just in case. Anyway, slaves are unsightly things. Just looking at the ears over their heads already makes me feel disgusted. I will make you useful to this world even a little. The reddish-black light of my magic sword as I pulled it out from its sheath was absolutely beautiful. This magic sword was found in an ancient ruin. This is a luxurious magic sword as it was poured with power from the magic stone and strengthened by the blood of the living. A smile appeared on the slave's face. So I immediately swung my sword to it. Ah! I felt pain in my arm. What happened? When I turned my gaze, I saw the sword enveloped in white light. Someone came running to me and checked my arm. I was about to check the source of the pain, but the mage who came running to me seemed to be using healing magic. When I looked at my arm, blood was dripping. The pain receded but I bled? I have many layers of barriers around me. I bled. What's happening? The sword, the power, the sacrifice, what happened? I look at the sword. The white light is already gone and the sword is lying on the ground. I stand up and pick the sword up. My sword, which used to be shining in reddish-black light, has turned black and cloudy. The blade is even in tatters, and I can't even see a trace of shadow. In addition, an unidentifiable white light seemed to be tangled in it. What's happening? What's happening? I slammed the sword into the ground. The blade of the sword snapped with a crisp sound. I found the magic sword at the same time as the magic stone. I bathed it with sacrifices to make it grow into the most powerful sword in the world. I thought that only then could it be worthy to be held in my hand. What's happening? Chapter 97, Knight of a Certain Country, 5. Emperor's Kingdom's First Knights Commander's POV. The magic sword was raised in the air. There's a line of slaves. I want to sigh, but I hold it in and quietly turn my gaze down. This is a normal scene in this country, but I've never been used to it. I mean, the square was flooded with light. It's too bright that I had to cover my eyes with my hands. The light also made me stagger, but I endured it and looked at the place where the king was. What happened? Blood was dripping from the king's arm. The healers panicked. I shifted my gaze to look at something that was still glowing white. The magic sword is still covered with white light while floating in the air. It looks beautiful. When the light disappeared, the magic sword also fell to the ground. It's not possible for me to check it out given where I'm standing. I turned my gaze to the slaves. They all have surprised expressions. Surprised? The slaves are supposed to have their minds sealed in order to prevent them from rebelling. Why are they? I leaned forward to check again, but the knights immediately took the slaves away. Scene change. A mage retrieved the magic sword. I was about to go back to my room, but I saw him, so I asked him if he could show it to me. When I saw it before, I was surprised with how powerful the magical power I felt from it. I took out the cloth covering the magic sword. Is this the same magic sword? I checked and it seems to be the same sword. However, this magic sword in front of me didn't feel powerful at all. It only looks like a black sword with broken blade. And there's also something white entwined in the blade. This looks like the same thing that was entangling the magic stone. The mags have examined it, but they still don't know the effect it has. I took my time and looked at the sword in my hand, but I couldn't tell what had happened. I touched the object that was entangled in the sword, but it didn't feel anything special. I thanked the mage and returned the sword. The irreparable crack of the magic stone, the thing with this magic sword today, I can't help but think that what happened at these two should be the same. The magic stone and the magic sword. They were found in an ancient ruin. Is that the cause of the problem? In the corner of my eye, I saw the mags panicking. As I approached, I saw one of the mags on the floor. I'm not sure what happened, but it seems like he collapsed while trying to activate the technique. Activating the technique? It seems like in order to sacrifice someone to the sword, you need to cut it with the sword and activate the technique at the same time. He was the mage who activated the technique. He suddenly collapsed and stopped moving. The healer seemed to have arrived, so he was moved to a different location in order to check his condition better. The healer checked his pulse while looking confused. The mage is still unconscious. The healer seems to be giving him another round of treatment, but nothing changes. There's no need for treatment? Does that mean there's nothing wrong with him? But he's still down. After a while, the mage seemed to have woken up. The healer is relieved. The mags around him started scolding him. I guess he's safe. I turned around and started walking back to my room. You guys are, where am I? Who? The newly awoken mage shouted with all his might. As he was shouting with all his might, everyone fell silent. I stopped and looked at them. One of the mags grabs the shoulders of the shouting mage and tries to call him out. The mage shakes him off and looks around and shows distrust to everyone. I'm already familiar with this scene. The same thing happened to the mags who were repairing the crack of the magic stone. A mage with no memory. The other mage has a look of despair on his face. That's probably because a few hours ago, the other mags with no memories disappeared from this world. By the order of the king. I see. I suddenly thought about the similarities between the magic stone and the magic sword. I'm sure that's the reason. Both of them need lives as sacrifice. And both happened just before killing the slave sacrifice. Then, have we angered him again? Chapter 98. Cute Day. I had no idea that everyone would give birth a few days later. No mother fell and the babies seemed to be doing well. Thank goodness. However, our number has increased. Both Koa and Soa have 4 pups each. Chai has always been near Koa. Could this be an interspecies birth? Ma, they don't have a problem with it, so I guess it's okay. There are 4 bitches in Chai's family. Sora and Sosa have 5 each, Sami has 4, and Kisa has 3. Everyone looks the same. I can't differentiate them. There are 3 bitches in Ari's family. Amy, Ayu, and Myra have 5 puppies each. They all look the same to me. No matter how much I look, they all look the same to me. There are an additional 40 puppies in our family. HNN? Squirrel. Babies. A little squirrel is riding the back of a big squirrel. So, the squirrels gave birth too. They're so cute. My family has grown in an instant. Let's make more storage rooms. I check on the first basement, but they're already full. Is it already impossible? Looking at the whole rock mountain, the only available place is the second basement where the silver ores are mined. It has become a processing room for ores, but maybe this rock is deeper than what I imagined. I examined this place using magical power. I was able to confirm that this rock mountain is gigantic. I remembered checking this place once, but I stopped halfway because it's too big. Since this is such a big rock, there shouldn't be a problem even if I dig a third basement. I did my best. I made a new staircase that can be used from the first basement, and created a new space from scratch. Ma, I just cut rocks and threw them in my bag. It took me a lot of time. My greatest enemy, when I was digging the third basement, was boredom from a monotonous job. I spent around 10 days digging the space and building storage rooms on the second and third basements. Each time I make one, the one-eyes are happily making shelves. A few hours after the last room was built, everything was completed. The number of storage rooms is quite a lot. I've also added a wine storage room. Let's just make sure the chances of drinking them will not increase. I should be able to do it, maybe. Scene change. The children are growing up so fast, they've only been born for about a month. Now, they are chasing each other around the square, casting magic. Is that okay? Ma, the mothers are watching them over, so I guess they should be fine. They're cut, but are they playing? Or are they practicing hunting? Just be careful to not get hurt. Scene change. Deja vu. There are 6 eggs before me. Boss-san and Shuri brought them to me. Eto, I just need to have to pour my magic to them, right? I'll do my best since they are staring at me with eyes full of expectations. There are more eggs than last time. I better not think about it. Deja vu again. As soon as the eggs cracked, black mini spiders and ants started crawling out. I knew it. Are you Boss-san and Shuri's grandchildren? As expected of 6 eggs. They are uncountable. Should I name them? The mini spider and ants are working in the field along with the farming corps. As for how many, I can't count them. They're powerful new allies in field expansion. As for the way I call them, I better call them by dividing them by size. I can't imagine anything aside from a bad future if I keep naming them as they are born. Even if I try hard, what is impossible is impossible. I can't even tell the difference between the current children alone. For those smaller than my head, let's call them chibi. For those as big as my open arm, lings. For those who are as big as my open arms, parent. Those who are currently working on the field are the chibi ant, antlings, and chibi spiders. The spiderlings are working in the fruit forest. There are no parent spiders or parent ants. I'm just preparing for the future, but I hope they stay that way. If everyone becomes parent size. Chapter 99, Can Amoebas Help Too? I'm free. It seems like the farming corps has finished planting seeds. For some reason, they refused my help, so I gave up negotiating. I'll just do my best when it's harvesting time. Still, this is a big place. I can feel the warmth of the spring as far as my eyes can see. To the fields, to the forest, and to the square. This is quite different from what I'm aiming for, but there's no problem. I'm not thinking of living all my life in a rainforest. Why? Why is there an amoeba in the field? I went closer to check. It seems to be helping with the field work. Even though they refused my help. What's with this discrimination? RA? Is this a new kind of amoeba? The amoebas in the river won't leave the river. Eto, nice to meet you, a field amoeba. Scene change. The pups born this year have already gone hunting with their parents. I was worried because they are still so small compared to their parent, but it seems like it's okay. Recently, the pups managed to hunt smaller prey. The mothers have also started to participate in hunting, so we have enough hunters. I have nothing to do though. That's a problem. I've been looking for work lately. It's strange, there are a lot of things to do, and we also have to hunt more. This is too far from the life I've prepared for. No, isn't it good that I'm taking it easy? I'm taking it easy, but I feel uneasy not doing anything. I heard that it's good to have capable friends, but I don't think it's good to have too many of such friends. This would ruin me. I have to keep that in mind. I went to check Marshmallow and the others underground. I was worried that the snow might melt since it's already spring, but they seem to be fine. I hope they'll keep it up all even in summer. They are throwing snow at me. Be a little more gentle. You too, snow amoebas. Alright, let's do it. I'm covered in snow. It's funny since I just came here to check on them. I was a little worried about the snow, so I made snow with magic. They were very happy. Perhaps they were running low on snow. Let's take note of that. Warm. As expected, it was too cold in that freezer. I can't use magic to warm myself inside it. Let's bring a coat when I visit them again. Next, check the condition of the river. The river was flowing normally and did not freeze during winter. The water amoebas come out and invite me. I'm sorry, it's still cold. Now, it's water. I tried to run away from them, but I failed. There are more than 10 of them now. I'm tired. I just wanted to check the river. It looks like the pups and their mothers have returned from their hunting trip. Giant cow and giant frog. I haven't seen a giant frog since the weather started getting cold. Did they hibernate? As for dismantling, the little Onis will take care of it. As expected, I have nothing to do. The mothers are looking at me proudly. I guess their parenting is going well. Thanks for your hard work. These sizes of prey, did the pups hunt them? Could it be? No way. They've only hunted smaller prey until this time. The pups. Yeah, they're so proud. Ha ha ha, you're amazing. You've done well, but be sure not to get hurt. The squirrel babies are still babies. I'm so relieved. Chapter 100, Walking Tree, nice to meet you. Played with the snow amoebas, played with the river amoebas. Played with Koa's group, played with Chai's group, played with the pups. Healed by the squirrels, played with Ari's group, surprised by Karen. What's this? From what I remember, Karen left 10 days ago. How can you play that long? No, let's just prepare for dinner. In short, cooking. However, it is impossible for me alone to cook for everyone. Me and the One Eyes are working hard. I'm like the head chef. Ma, I don't hate it, so it's fine. No problem. Everyone's happy, so I'm happy too. I can just leave everything to the One Eyes? I'm a little worried. They don't have sense of taste, so they don't understand much. They seem to be able to remember the amount to use after seeing it once, but they can't adjust the taste while cooking. That's kind of hard since the tastes of the ingredients in this world are unstable. It is necessary to adjust the taste every cooking time. If it's just salt and pepper, it will be alright since we can just use sauce. It's a secret, but I'm relieved that they can cook. I'm relieved that they can bake bread as well. I don't regret it, but I tried making different kinds of bread. The bread mixed with fruits was very popular with the wolf and dog pups. I first baked them as a test product, but the pups immediately fought over it. Unlike their parents, they didn't know how to control themselves yet. Their parents don't know either. Yeah, there are so many of them fighting that I found it amazing. Next time, I'll prepare a lot. I'm in charge of baking bread. Scene change. Like usual, I'll play. No, let's change the wordings. I will be on patrol again. Yeah, patrol, that sounds better. I was soaking wet every time I checked the snow area and the river. As I was drying myself with magic, I saw a 3 eyes. It looked at me with great sadness. The next day, after my morning patrol, I was given dry clothes. Thank you. Each time I was given clothes, it had a different design and color. I'm already scared with how many my clothes are. I'm currently on the wood deck for fruit water time. I think it's time for me to go into the forest and find some tea. Who are you? There is a tree standing before me. I know what this is, a nanafushi. Nanafushi equals walking stick insect. It's a tree, so I did not translate it to walking stick. It's around 10 times bigger than the nanafushi I know. However, it is certainly a nanafushi. Is this a monster? This nanafushi was brought by Karen. Eto, did you bring it here to brag? Recently, when I compliment someone, that one will push its chest out. She's trying to tell me something using gestures. Sorry, I don't know what to compliment, don't look at me like that. That's good. So, what do we do now? No matter where I look at the nanafushi, it's a tree, shouldn't it be an insect? It's wood alright. It has 6 legs. It has 6 legs, but it's only using 2 to stand. Can it walk normally? It looks like it can. The nanafushi moves its front legs to point direction. Does this mean that it wants me to go somewhere? Karen introduced it, so I guess there shouldn't be any problem. Scene change. I'm currently in the forest while being guided by the nanafushi. The squirrels are following us. There are also spiderlings, Koa's group, and Shuri. It's a lively group. We arrived at the destination. There is a tree thicker than any tree I've ever seen. The only problem is that this tree is withering and looks dying. I touched it and felt sad. When I looked at the nanafushi, it seems like it has 2 other companions. The 3 of them are watching me. They seem to want something from me. This is troublesome. What am I supposed to do? As I hold the tree using my hands, I can feel magic naturally flowing into the tree. Should I pour my magic? I looked at the nanafushi and it did not do anything to stop me, which means it's okay. Then, I poured magical power into the tree. All the leaves of the tree fell and withered. No way, it died. The nanafushis also approached the tree in surprise. Yeah, I guess it didn't go as planned. Chapter 101, It's a tree alright, Koa is the best. Awkward. Very awkward. I look at the dead tree. This tree is terribly old and big. And to think I've killed such a tree, which is probably very important to the nanafushis. What should I do? Is there something at the base of the dead tree? As I approached, light suddenly shined from the part one was looking at. Whoa, I can't help but close my eyes. Please don't do something like that suddenly. When the light finally calmed down, I looked at it again and found nothing. What was that? I checked the surroundings. There doesn't seem to be any problem with Koa and the others. The spiderlings are fine. The squirrels looked surprised, but they're fine too. The nanafushis are, sorry, I don't know how to determine their expression. But I'm sure they're fine. What is this? Something stuck on my pants. Eto, looks like a tree. It's a tree alright. It's a small tree with 6 roots. It can use them to move on the ground, but it's certainly a tree. Is this an enemy? Perhaps not. It gives off a very friendly feeling. The nanafushis were stupefied when they saw the monster tree. I waved my hand in front of the nanafushi. Are they alright? I wonder what happened? I made the tree wither then, attracted a tree monster. Is today not my lucky day? Sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you. By the way, Koa's group and the spiderlings are unusually quiet. I looked around and for some reason, everyone's eyes were wide open in surprise. Why? I look around again. The only thing that has changed is the tree monster. Is it because of this? But it's not even scary. What should I do? Scene change. I apologized to the nanofascist because there was nothing I could do about the dead tree. I'm not even sure what went wrong. So, about the tree monster, I had to bring it home. I had no choice but to bring it home because it wouldn't let my pants go. When I tried to manually remove its grip on me, it used all of its other branches to grab me. A strange scene. Strange enough to overlook its growth speed. I watched it a little longer. Then, decided to bring it home. I will let it stay on the new square. No. The underground area of that place is important. I wonder if it will even root itself. It walks using its roots after all. I guess it will work out somehow. The nanofascists are coming with us too? On the way back, I saw the nanofascists are walking with us. Well, it's okay. I'm sure they won't cause any problems, probably. Scene change. They like the area near the lake next to our residence. Even so, why is everyone reacting the same way? The moment they see the monster tree, they will stop moving on the spot. In short, they are stupefied. Perhaps there's something special about this little one. It's a tree, right? I don't see anything strange about it other than it can move. I feel a little uneasy. However, Koa gestured as if saying everything's okay. I nodded to her. I guess it's okay since the reliable Koa was with us from the beginning. If Koa says it's okay, it means it's okay. I'm sorry for worrying you. It's amazing. The roots instantly burrowed into the soil. I mean, are they going to settle down here? Will there be a problem? Fluff is fine with them. I guess there's none. I wonder if the trees around me have also taken root by moving places like this. This is a different world, so that's possible. Trees are moving on their own. If this is Japan, you can only read it at Mu. Chapter 102, Morning Patrol. Lunchtime is a relaxing time. I have established a daily routine of patrolling and checking on my companions. It's not like I'm just playing around. When I wake up in the morning, I'll be immediately greeted by the one eyes. I'm the only one who eats breakfast, so I'll eat last night's leftovers and bread. Only if there are any leftovers from last night. 0. There have been some changes in my life. As the pups grew up, they moved to a hut in the square. The only ones living in my house are Koa, Chai, Ari, and 2 of Boss-san's spiderlings. However, those 2 spiderlings won't be the same spiderlings, they are shifting every day. Shuri's on her hole like always. Strange enough, the squirrels are all scattered everywhere. Fluff is in the lake and Flying Lizard is in its hole. Karen's on her perch in the field. The One Eyes understands everything, so there's never been a problem. Like always, no problem today too. Checking the condition of the snow at Marshmallow's place. We play a little snowball fight and sometimes, Koa joins in. I forfeit whenever that happens. Marshmallow and Koa are playing with snow as if throwing bricks at each other. They should be playing. Sometimes, Boss-san joins too. Once that happens, it means I need to escape immediately. I won't participate, but the snow amoebas will force me. If there's no problem with snow, the next stop is the river. We'll walk along the riverbank to make sure that everything's okay. It's my job, so please don't start shooting water bullets at me. The number of water amoebas had increased. There were around 20 of them. I don't think it's fair to shoot water bullets at me all at once. They have shot water bullets at the field before and pissed off the farming corps. They didn't say anything, but I'm sure they were mad. The water amoebas lined up properly and bowed their heads. I don't know why they're angry at me too. I'm a victim, you know, it didn't get through. The water amoebas stopped shooting water bullets at the field since. What about me? The farming corps is more influential than me. I don't care anymore. I was soaked with water, so I went home to change. I changed into the clothes that have already been prepared for me and went to the tree monster. I no longer care if I had to change with brand new clothes every day. When I arrived at the tree monster's place, the nanofascists welcomed me with open arms. The day after the tree monster came here, I didn't come to see it, so it came to me around noon. At that time, the atmosphere was overwhelmingly tragic. After that, I added going to the tree monster to my daily patrol. I don't want it to be that sad again. And please, stop doing banzai every time I arrive here. Or is that some kind of signal from the nanofascists? I still haven't been able to communicate with the nanofascists. I can't read their gestures too. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't understand them. I won't give up, but I'm feeling a little discouraged. After that, it's time to check the field with the farming corps. I won't touch the field. I'll just watch the chibi ants, chibi spiders, antlings, and spiderlings. There are also amoebas in the field. I can see that they have increased again. The field amoebas seem to be able to help with farming work. They are being relied on more by the farming corps than me. What's with this discrimination? We also checked the fruit forest. There are field amoebas here too. I wonder if I can help here. I got a head shook. I'll just look around then. Good luck with harvesting. Of course, I'll patrol my house too. The giant bugs seem to be doing well. I'm not sure if they are stressed or not since they only stay in a certain room all these times. I asked the three eyes there and it said there's no problem. I guess they are okay. I didn't go into the next room. It's a clothes storage room that was created some time ago. I was worried if the room was already full. But I'll just pass by it. I would never look at the skirts in the back of that room. I didn't even know that the number of skirts is slowly increasing. One day, they asked me to change to one. I refused intensely. It looks like they accepted my refusal and never brought me a skirt again. Good. Lastly, I checked the storage room and the processing room. My whole morning was spent with just looking around. This is a big place. Lunch is a relaxing time. Nothing much to do. I think I'll go find some tea. Chapter 103, Commander of the Fourth Night Order, 3. Emperor's Kingdom Fourth Night Order's Commander's POV. I found my friend. We met in a strange place. Considering the direction where he came from, he should have come from the slave house. We met in an unusual place. HNN? Ah, right. He was startled, so he must have been thinking something. It looks like you're going to the Knight's training ground too, so let's go together. Since our previous mission failed, the Fourth Night Order is basically free. No, they are training but they don't have the same vigor as before. I've already accepted that it can't be helped. To the king, incompetents don't deserve to live. The only reason we're still alive now is because he's focused on other things. All the members of the Fourth Night Order know that what will happen to us is unknown. Will we be given another mission? Or will our heads be cut off? If that is the case, I hope it will only be me. The mags that lost their memories were immediately executed. Thinking about that, it would not be surprising if that order will be given any time now. Scene change. What's this? The Knight's resting station looks very busy. Is that the Fifth Night Order? It's quite noisy and I can hear them talking. The Fifth Night Order will be used to control the forest. Fifth Night Order. They are known as combat maniacs. It is also said that they are the most loyal Night Order to the king and they are being supported by the kingdom. They continue to produce results without the fear of death and will use any means to fulfill the king's wish. The Fifth Night Order going to the forest. If the Fifth Night Order moves. Impossible. He immediately interrupted what I was about to say. My friend is very smart. He had been doing a lot of research about the forest. For a time, everyone around, including me, thought it was a waste of time. However, he was right. Why? I honestly believe that fighting is the only thing I can do for a living. I'm confident that I can defeat any monster or demon beast. That's the main reason why I was entrusted as the commander of the Fourth Night Order. I've made a blunder. This friend of mine is also strong enough for me to recognize him. However, I recently realized that he can see the world clearer than anyone. I sometimes wonder if he even knows what's going on in this country right now. The enemy knows us, but do we know the enemy? Isn't it the forest? You said it yourself, the forest is no longer the forest we know. That's right. The forest gave me a different impression from the forest I know. The forest has changed. Why is that? I have no idea. Has it changed? Or has it regained its original power? Original power. The power of the forest when the kings of the forest are protecting it. We don't know when. We don't know when, but there's an existence that revived the forest. Is that the enemy of this country? An existence that has the power to revive the forest. I felt my body tremble slightly. I thought I threw my fears away a long time ago when I decided to become a knight. However, what is this uncomfortable feeling running inside me? The enemy of this country is the forest, but who do you think is the enemy of the world? My face distorted hearing what my friend had said. It's true that the enemy of this country is the forest or the existence in it. As for the enemy of the world, as I recall, the forest is the world itself. If that is true, then, the existence that the forest sought is the existence that this world sought. The enemy of that existence is the enemy of this world, this country. I am very stunned with that answer. I stared at my friend. My friend is looking at the Fifth Night Order who are having a good time at the Knight's resting station. I can't read any emotion on his face. However, when he looks at me, he smiles for a moment. Not necessarily the right answer. No, I feel like that's the closest right answer. I am very convinced. If the Fifth Night Order were to challenge the forest to a battle, it would be. The power of the forest dropped to the lowest using the magic stone strengthened by ancient magic and current magic. That power was eroded for the last hundreds of years. and an existence revived it in just a few months. How can mere humans challenge such an existence? I think there are some things that we should never turn into enemies. I heard my friend's voice in the distance. For the first time in my life, I felt an unfathomable existence. How powerful is the existence we are waging war against? How much anger will we incur? Chapter 104, Into the Forest, Caterpillar. Let's go find some tea. It's not because I'm bored. Really. It's because I want some tea. Of course, I'll be accompanied by some. It looks like my companions for this trip are Ari, Chaya, and Sosa. There are also 2 squirrels and 2 spiderlings up in the trees. I guess they're there to guard me. Thank you. We sprinted through the part of the forest we hadn't explored before. There seemed to be another kind of berry that I've never seen before. I don't want to touch them, I mean, are they even okay to touch? Ma, they are purple and thorny and black. Are you sure they are edible? I'm sorry, I don't think I can do it. Let's wait until I'm a little braver. I found a fruit that looks really delicious. Oh, it's poisonous? It's an ant poison? It has a very sweet smell and it feels like a peach. A poisonous fruit. Too bad, because it looked delicious. If I'm not accompanied by anyone, I would have died of poisoning after trying it out. Ah, those fruits that look unpleasant, you want to take them home? All right. It's a reddish-black, marble-patterned fruit we just saw. I guess it's okay because they said it's okay. I did my best to harvest them. I looked at my hand after harvesting and nothing's unusual. It seems to be okay. No, I trust you. We took a break. I brought out hamburgers for us. Ari and the others, they'll have 10 of them with more meat. I brought fruit water too. The spiderlings are happily chewing a whole eggplant. Is it good? The squirrels have just harvested fruits, so they should be okay. You're okay, right? Good. Ari? I've never seen a tea tree before. I've never even made my own tea. I only drink some from plastic bottles. I guess it's impossible for me to find one. What should I do? Ari, can you do me a favor? I drank fruit water and then pointed at some leaves. Did he understand? Ha ha ha. Impossible. I plucked a nearby leaf, poured some water out, put the leaf on it, and pretended to drink it. Then I showed him the leaf. Please understand, impossible. This is harder than magic. I wonder how I can get the message to him. Ari? Is he asking me to follow him? Let's follow him for now. We've been running for quite some time, but where are we going? We've arrived at a certain place, a red lake. Eh? Blood? No, I guess not. Nothing changed even after I casted Purification, so it's not a curse, but why is it red? Come to think of it, there's one on Earth too, a pink lake or something. Ari pointed to a tree. As I approach it, I see that it has fruits. Is this it? I stared at Ari and Ari stared back at me. I pick and smell one. No scent. Let's at least try. I break it open and, it's hard. Rock knife, slippery. It's now cut in 2. Inside it is seeds. That's it. Did he get what I'm trying to say? Anyway, I've prepared some water and seeds. No? The skin? I cut the skin off, I did what I could. When I put it in water, the color becomes slightly red. And now, I'm looking at it with eyes full of expectations. I took a sip. It's not tea, but it has an indescribable refreshing feeling to it. It's also slightly sweet and delicious. It's a little thin, but if I process it a little, it might taste better. I patted Ari's head and thanked him. Thanks for understanding me too. It's not tea, but I think I've found a substitute for it. Still, this refreshing feeling is addictive. If the taste is only a little thicker, I'll work hard to process this. I harvested and harvested until I'm satisfied. Scene change. All we have to do now is go home. On the way back, we explored a different road than the one we took on the way there. There are still a lot of fruits that I've never seen before, and I'm not gonna touch them. I almost got poisoned again. I would never touch anything alone again, ever. As I'm running through the forest, something falls in front of me. I was startled. The thing that suddenly fell is the caterpillar. That caterpillar feels extremely hostile and big. It has brown hair, like the ones you'll see in Japan, but this one here has fangs and horns, very fierce looking. It fell from above, didn't it? I looked up and I shouldn't have done that. The tree was infested with caterpillars. Then, they all suddenly jumped to us. This is bad. I panicked when they were falling, but they stopped in midair. Oh, there were countless webs spread by the spiderlings. The caterpillars were all caught in them. Disgusting. Let's escape. Thank you, spiderlings. I was buried in caterpillars, in my dream. Chapter 105, Once a Day, Wine. A caterpillar chased me, it was a dream. There are caterpillars falling from above, it was a dream. I hate those things. I can't sleep. This fake tea is great. I dried the skin and the taste thickened, success. It's relaxing, tastes gentle, and is good for someone who lacks sleep. This fake tea, should I really call it fake? For the currently, tea is good, onions are good, potatoes are good. Thus, I made some nikujaga the next day. My lack of sleep slows down my judgment a lot. No, is it the usual? The fruits we saw that day were brought in front of me. Is this some kind of harassment? You even scattered around in a wide area to bring them. They're safe for consumption? Good. Then, let me do the honor. Melon, it looks like melon, a melon with an eerie red marble design. It's delicious. Its ripe sweetness runs in my mouth. Why did I hate this even though I've never eaten this? No, let's challenge one fruit per day. I'll taste another one tomorrow. I feel energized even though I'm not sleeping well. I think I can sleep well today. Scene change. Sleep is important. My companions are giving off a strange atmosphere this morning. Today, they didn't go hunting. What happened? The little ones were a little scared by the atmosphere given off by their parents. HNN? Is it time for harvest? Let me help. Koa and the others are going to help us with transporting the harvest. I see. Even so, the harvest was great. We harvested from morning till night and still failed to harvest them all. Let's work hard. Ah, you are preparing for barbecue? Okay, do your best. Finally, to the fruit forest. This is the last place to harvest. HNN? Why are you all so aggressive? Grapes? Right, we're out of wine. However, you can't drink it right away. We need to let it ferment first or it will lose its flavor if I magically speed it up. Don't be so shocked. Let's just do our best to harvest them. Ma, I guess we won't run out of grapes since the farming corps has doubled the size of the vineyard. Alright? The number of drinkers has increased. Will we be okay? Ha 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 ha. As expected of the farming corps, they expanded the vineyard again. It's about 5 times the size of the first fruit forest and the vines are all lined up beautifully. It's breathtaking. HNN? Making barrels? Yeah, I'll work hard. I did what I could. The barrels are rising up in front of me. No, I think it is better to say they are piling up. As soon as I finish one, Boss-san will take it, fill it, and put it on the finished product side. Can you stop waiting for me like madman? You're scaring me. The speed of One Eye's crushing grapes, it's horrifying. The farming corps has started participating in winemaking too. Now, there's a large number of barrels in the wine cellar. And you know what? The wine cellar can no longer fit more. Now, there's another wine cellar on the second floor. Ma, as long as everyone's happy. You can't drink it yet, you can't. Be patient. Scene change. Oh? A spiderling is running so fast as if its life is on the line. A One Eye? The spiderling is escaping from a One Eye. It can run that fast? I'll go after them. The One Eye kicked the spiderling. Ah, spiderling. The One Eye nodded in satisfaction and came back. Eto, is it still alive? Okay, I see. What? It beckons me so I follow it. Wine cellar. I see, so that's what happened. Ha ha ha, thank you. By the way, could it be that the One Eyes are strong? Chapter 106, Tea, Drunkenness, Madness. A large amount of tea substitute fruits was brought home. I'm going to try processing them. Japanese tea leaves are fermented to make black tea. I wish I could do that too. Everything I'll do now is a challenge. Learning from a number of failures is normal. For now, I'll cut the skin into small pieces, hard. I switched to a knife made of gold ore. This knife cuts well, but I have to keep in mind where my hand and fingers are. This knife is so sharp that just a graze will cut you. It's too sharp to the point that it's scary. I'm so nervous that I'll suddenly see my finger fall off. I was grazed. I'm already being careful but the knife still grazed me. This will be my 10th heal. Kind of funny if you think. I cut the skin of the fruit into small pieces and let it dry a little. Beside me is one of the One Eyes using a gold knife to cut the skin into smaller pieces too. Amazing, the skin is almost uniform in size. Next, I put the dried fruit skin into a cloth bag and rubbed it. After 10 minutes, I'm tired. This is the first time I make tea, so I don't even know what process I should do or if I'm already done. I'll work harder a little more, One Eye, thank you. The rubbed fruit skin smells wonderful. There's a hint of sweetness. I wonder if this is enough? The next step, I think, was to ferment it. My memory of that TV show is not so clear. We moved to the fermentation room where temperature is kept constant. Amazing. There's so much fish sauce. Scene change. Nice smell. The fermented fruit skin smells fragrant. It's not done yet, but it's nice. The last step is to heat dry them. Lower the temperature of the pizza oven, not too low. We only need to burn the crust. Fail, it totally got burnt. Let's try using a pan then. Success! It seems to have dried nicely. Let's try a cup. There's no color? The aroma is fragrant and sweet. In short, it smells delicious. The taste is similar to black tea, not really, but it's delicious. I think this is acceptable. The lack of color is a little disappointing though. At least it tastes great. Scene change. We're getting to the point where I can say that the wine is ready, though a little early. The One Eyes contacted me. Anyway, today will be the day we will serve wine again. Wait, we still have to cook. Let's just have a simple barbecue. A lot of meat and vegetables on skewers. It's not worth cooking in a complicated way. They'll disappear in no time no matter what method of cooking we use. It will just be a lot of work and we won't be able to keep up. After a while, the wine ban was lifted. Koa's group brought big bowls on their own. And they are lining up. Are you sure you're not going to spill it? Magic is so convenient. Chai's group and Ari's group too. The pups are still, they're adults. Then only a little. Don't drink too much. Boss-san and Shuri's family also brought bowls of their own. The chibi spiders are, hold on, why are you holding bowls the same size as the spiderlings? Change! The squirrels are lining up too. The way they're holding bowls is kind of cute. These squirrels are really soothing. I'll throw in some for Fluffy and Flying Lizard. Karen, don't stick your face directly into the wine barrel. Look, you're going to get the One Eyes mad at me. I was right to have them eat first. There's currently a monster battle happening in front of me. The pups only drank one bowl. Was it still too early? Perhaps. Oh, Boss-san broke it. Pups, run away, run away. No. Don't come this way. That was scary. Shuri versus Ari. Don't kill each other, just play. Is it only my imagination? Am I really feeling bloodlust from the two of them? It's just my imagination, right? Wait, you're being too serious. Whoa. Water's falling from above. What? I can see the water amoeba swinging from the river while stretching their bodies vertically. What are you doing? Are? There are 5 bowls by the river. Fluffy carried them? I see. They're drunk. They swelled up. Once again, water came down from above. I guess this is an Isekai war. Chapter 107. I forgot. Another cave. The flooded square should be cleaned up by those who caused it. That means the river amoeba should. Impossible. Shuri's family and Ari's group, do your best. It's not like this is too much of a penalty since you can easily fix it with magic. Go on. Scene change. Sorry, I didn't mean to forget you. I bow to Marshmallow and the snow amoebas. Since we made too much noise, they will certainly hear us. I honestly forgot about them. Let's see, is that Bossa-san who is buried in snow? Ha ha ha, please forgive me. I'll inform you next time. So please don't go crazy here too. Please. Boss-san came to me shivering. HNN? Koa was buried too? Ha ha ha, it's cold today. This evening, let's prepare something for Marshmallow and the snow amoebas. I'll prepare them just for you. Thanks for forgiving me. Now, let's have a warm drink. Scene change. We are still exploring the forest. We're only within the barrier but it's still huge. My caterpillar sense is tingling. Change our direction. Not that way. Don't. I caught a glimpse of them on the tree. I'm sure of it. I'll never get close to it. Ooh. We found a cave. And its entrance is bigger than anything I've ever seen. The big cave seemed to be around 7 meters high. You can see from the entrance that it continues to go deep inside. I flew a drone clairvoyance to check the cave from above, but it looked like a cave under the forest, so I couldn't tell how big it was. I couldn't capture the size of the whole cave system with my spatial recognition either. Does that mean it's gigantic? Or is it so connected to Earth that I can't distinguish it? Either way, I'm curious. I entered the cave. The air seemed to have changed a bit, or is it my imagination? It was hard to tell from the entrance, but the path seemed to be going down all the way. I just kept on walking but there's no change. I'm getting bored since we've been walking in the cave for quite some time now. I tried to cast spatial recognition again, but it didn't give me anything. However, I was able to mark the path we had walked. It seems that we've come down further than we thought. I think it will take a long time. We hadn't prepared, so it would be better if we head home. If we stay too late, the others will worry about us. I don't know why they're so worried about me. Is it because I'm weak? Perhaps it is. In order to become stronger, I need to have practical experience in fighting, but would I fight against Koa or Boss-san? I can only see how I'll die during the training. They are playing in the square on days they are not hunting, but no matter how I look at it, it looks like training. Should I participate? That will definitely make me go to the afterlife. I've got everything I need to survive, so there's no need to do that. I'm being spoiled by everyone, aren't I? Let's call it a day for now. I told them that we'll return, so we all moved on. The cave path is big, by the way. No way, could a monster this big be living here? Let me check the size of this cave again. Ha ha ha, no way. Ma, should we not explore the cave ever again? Though I think it's already too late for that. What, I feel, those. Fire dome. Fire rages near the entrance of the cave. Countless of those things that are crawling on the ground turned into black charcoal. I checked the surroundings and saw that they were coming from the trees. Earth dango. I trapped those innumerable things on the trees with soil. If I burn them on the trees, fire will spread to the forest. I was relieved until I felt the movement from inside the soil. Could those things possibly come out of the soil? Fire dome. What I'm doing could possibly be treated as cruel, but I don't like those things. I no longer feel any sign of them when I look around. HNN? What's wrong, guys? They're not here anymore, so it's okay. Those natural enemies of mine scared my companions. Chapter 108, Commander of the Fifth Night Order. Emperor's Kingdom's Fifth Night Order Commander's POV. I checked the members of my own Night Order as we headed for the forest. There's not a trace of fear on any of their faces, and they are even full of motivation. There's no problem. Although the other orders are Knights of the King too, they are just a bunch of cowards. They just noticed a little change in the forest and have left to escape in disgrace. Can they even call themselves knights? I already don't remember how many times I want to beat those who call themselves knights like us. If it weren't for this guy beside me, I might have killed the other knights before the king. What can I do for you, Commander? The Vice Commander is the one I trusted the most. He's always calm and understands my actions. I guess you could say he's a good follower. Nothing. I only thought it is finally happening. That's right. Please rampage to your heart's content. This guy really knows me well. Laughter spills from my mouth. Even so, how foolish is it to target the king? I don't know what kind of asshole it is. However, I'll make it regret making the mightiest, the Emperor's Kingdom, to its enemy. I'll make it regret from the bottom of your heart that you are still alive. Look forward to it. Is there a problem with the preparations? If you're talking about the slaves, there's no problem. Good. The mags are asking. Should I explain it to them? Those incompetent should think about it themselves. I've noticed that the ancient magic stone has been a hindrance to the attack so far. In that case, just attack without using the magic stone. It is true that the ancient magic stone is strong. However, there are plenty of other attack magic that are available for our use. I'm a little concerned because we don't have a high mage. However, if we use the slaves' lives, there won't be any problem. We will be able to use magic more powerful than a high mage. I don't know what is in the forest, but I don't care. I was saved by the king and gained strength. Given that, it is normal for me to use this life for the king. If anyone dares stand in the way of the king, I'll knock him out, whoever it is. King of the forest? They are but relics of the past and are just making rustling noises now. I will surely behead the enemies of the king. Whatever it is. Scene change. I started to see the forest from a distance. Surely, it's not the same forest we saw before. But that's not a big deal. It's not a big deal, but what were those Fourth Night Order guys so scared of? We gathered everyone at the entrance of the forest. My vice commander gave a general explanation of what's about to happen. The mags seem to be getting ready. The forest has several layers of barriers. If we don't break through them, though there's no problem in the entrance of the forest, we won't be able to proceed inside. It's a pain in the ass. Since they are mags recognized by the king, they should be able to do something about it as soon as possible. I can hear my vice commander talking about burning the forest. The members of our group were a little upset. However, their agitation soon disappeared and their fighting spirit rose. As expected of a well-selected group, it seems that the slaves are ready. After several failed attempts, we gathered slaves who were all under the age of 5. They are trashes who have not yet been trained for combat. If their slave crests are affected and they escape, they'll be baits in the forest. Their consciousness has already been altered with a powerful drug. It's possible that they can only respond in voices. There won't be any problem with slaves like these. Even if they run away, they won't be considered as losses. When I asked the king, they were immediately prepared without any problem. We can produce as much garbage like them as we want, so 200 is not a problem at all. No, it's their honor to serve the king despite being garbage. Scene change. We entered the forest and deployed a magic circle that would burn the forest intensely in the first open space we saw. If we use all the slaves we brought, we can easily burn the forest as far as we can see. In order to destroy the barrier at the same time, I had the mags prepare in another open space we found. I'm looking forward to seeing how many barriers will break once we use the lives of these bunch of garbage. Chapter 109, Fenriation. POV of Shen, who was mistaken for a wolf. At the entrance of the cave, fire suddenly raged. I was surprised, and when I tried to check it out, something fell from above. That moment, the fire raged more, making that thing that fell burnt to crisp. I was surprised, so I became more cautious, but I could sense his lordship's power from the flame, so I'm sure it's not there to harm us. When I stared at his lordship's face, he looked indescribably bitter. I don't know what had happened because it was so sudden. His lordship might have enhanced his eyesight so he can see things in the distance in an instant. We can also see very far, but we're no match for his lordship. In addition, he has recently increased his range to detect danger in the forest. We're supposed to be his lordship's protectors, but I feel like we're the ones who were being protected. I have to work harder. Scene change. We train with the king every day to be stronger. I want to be stronger, so I'm working hard. My goal is to at least land one hit to the king. I don't want to look like a fool to my pups. We hadn't been able to accurately measure his lordship's strength before. When the king and Boss-san were together, I shamelessly asked them. Both the king and Boss-san instantly gave the same answer, that the battle will end in a blink of an eye. I was a little confused, but then I realized that the king and Boss-san meant that they'll lose in a blink of an eye. That surprised me, but it also convinced me how powerful his lordship is. That's probably the reason why we can't measure his lordship's power. It's good that we are not enemies. His lordship also cares about us a lot. At first, I glared at him because he's human, but he forgave me with his generous heart. He's really kind. His lordship's generosity has brought change to the forest. Not only did he save our lives, but he also taught us the meaning of life. I learned the importance of friends from the way he cared for us. He not only allowed us to live with him together in his own house, but he also did it in a way that it will be easier for us to live with him. He also has a lot of golems, and to be honest, they are stronger than us. Even the king can only smile wryly. Even with that, he prioritized making us contribute with the strength we have. That way, we didn't feel useless. There's only one thing we're not allowed to do, and that is to covet his lordship's food. However, his lordship shares his food with us too. There are a lot of things that I have never eaten before, and I can't help but wag my tail whenever I think of them. His lordship also rewards us by cooking for us himself. When he does that, even the king can't stop her wagging tail. Even though he's strong, his heart is open to other species. His lordship is more amazing, stronger, and kinder than anyone else. I have been surprised by a lot of things, especially with what happened recently. Dragons came. 3 dragons have gathered under his lordship. All dragons are aggressive, and when they meet, they sometimes fight to the death. However, in this place, under his lordship, they don't act like that. The king herself confirmed it. Both Boss-san and Shuradono were surprised upon seeing them like that. As for why, it's because of the magical power of his lordship. If you're near his lordship, it will feel like you're being wrapped with his lordship's magical power. And that magical power feels good. It can even make you feel calm. I know that feeling. His lordship's magical power is truly mysterious, and it does calm my mind. Usually, you won't be able to approach someone with powerful magical power. You'll feel fear just by being close, and your heart will scream non-stop. If you are of the same species, you might be able to handle it, but if it's another species, you'll only be trembling with fear. However, his lordship's magical power is definitely powerful but gentle, and his magical power can negate the impact of the magical power of other strong beings. Recently, I don't even feel fear even if a dragon is near. I'll definitely feel fear if I make them angry, but it's strange that we can live together with them. I can even train with Boss-san without freezing because of her magical power. If it's the usual, I won't even be able to get close. It's amazing to think that we can even fight against the kings over food. I was too desperate to notice it at that time. But when I calmed down, I could only feel amazed. I bared my fangs and took a little bit of their food, and I'm still alive. Both Boss-san and the water dragon forgave me. His lordship is simply amazing. There are a lot of rewards today. Oh. Earth Dragon-san, please give me a little, please. Chapter 110, I'll protect my companions, damn you. HNN? I feel like there's some kind of disgusting air flowing around. I look around but can't find any abnormality. I looked for anomalies in the barrier using the clairvoyance drone but can't find anything either. However, I feel some kind of discomfort. The nanofascists are running in panic. They use all 6 legs to run? As expected, they're not really like a person. I was kind of expecting a little, but I guess that's that. Did something happen to the tree monster for the nanofascist to panic like this? Scene change. It looks the same, but it seems to be suffering. And its magical power is disturbed too. Is it in a dangerous state? Touching it and pouring it with my magic helps a little, but that's not doing anything else. I wonder what happened? Is there a problem when it took root here? If that is the case, I think it's better to pull it out and move it somewhere else. However, this is a place chosen by the tree monster itself. There might be a reason for it. Could it be that there's something in the soil? Maybe the soil is not suitable, or perhaps there's some bad fungus in the soil that's damaging the tree monster. I don't know if any fungus can damage a tree internally, nor hear of anything like that, but I'm not an expert after all. Let's deal with the possible issues one by one. First of all, what should we do if there's some kind of fungi that attacks the tree from outside? Since it is being attacked, what can it do to protect itself? Strengthen its immune system? Then, let's raise the tree monster's immunity to the maximum using my magical power. After that, let's do something about the source of the attack. No, it's not necessarily a fungus, it could be a pest. In that case, immunity will help, but there's a possibility of the roots being punctured. In short, it needs defensive capability. I will raise its defense to the maximum. For now, I need to find out what the tree monster doesn't need. I better spread the magic from the tree monster and investigate as wide area as possible. Pests and fungi seem to spread far and wide in the soil. However, what if the enemy is already inside it? What should I do to protect the tree monsters inside? If they are an external threat, use defense. If it's internal, let's do something about it. Let's quarantine. No, let's burn what the tree monsters have determined to be enemy. To deal with bird flu in Japan, they had to burn the infected. Let's burn them all until they are completely charred. If there are any insect nests or clumps of fungus, eliminate them completely. Let's make it impossible for those to get close to the tree monster. If there are already fungi or pests inside the tree monster, I'll use magical power to determine if it's an enemy. I can't burn them inside its body, so I might as well kill them and use them as nutrition for the tree monster. If it's determined to be an enemy through magical power, it will be minced and absorbed. Can it be absorbed like water? Will there be a problem if it absorbs it? Let's give it a try for now. I finalized the plan in my head. Wide area check. Filter. Authenticate. Maximum immunity. Maximum defense. It seems to have worked. The tree monster's magical power has stabilized. Next, external defense, threat detection, confirmed enemy, complete annihilation and erasure. Its leaves are swaying happily. Success! Now, all we have to do is internal check, authenticate, mince and absorb. Though I let it absorb whatever it is, will there be a problem? Are you alright? It's getting bigger. I was surprised. Are you okay? Are you sure? Good. The nanofascists are happy too. I did it in a hurry. I don't know what caused it, but I'm annoyed. My companions all looked worried. If the nanofascists hadn't come to me, to be honest, I had never seen such a magic disturbance before, and everyone's almost crying because it looks like it will die. I don't know what caused it, but how dare you mess with my companions, damn you. It's been a while since I've screamed so hard. It's not good to keep things bottled up. I wouldn't let it out on my companions either. I can only scream and let it go. Thank goodness. HNN? I'm sorry for yelling suddenly, but I was really scared for the tree monster. I'm okay now. Thanks for worrying. Thanks for informing me too, nanofascists. The credit all goes to you. I should name the tree monster. Of course, the nanofascists too. Chapter 111, and for Fermi Shuri too. Giant Ant, Shuri's POV. I was surprised to see that the world tree, Yggdrasil, had moved on its own accord to his lordship. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Even now, I sometimes wonder if it's all a dream. However, when I go near the lake, I realize that everything's real. Scene change. The world tree is the forest itself and it controls the whole forest. If something happens to the world tree, it will affect the entire forest. For that reason, there are multiple layers of barriers around it so that no one can find it. Only those who the world tree allowed would be able to approach it. His lordship was invited by the world tree under the guidance of the Treants. That was the first time I'd seen the world tree and it's already dying. Probably because it had been protecting the forest from the evil eye that it ran out of strength. His lordship poured magic power into it, but it didn't do anything. The next moment, the world tree withered before my eyes. I could neither move nor speak. Seeing the world tree wither is too much for me. However, the forest did not end. The world tree had received his lordship's power and unbelievably produced the next generation world tree. I just witnessed a miracle. Even the Treant and everyone else was surprised. No one expected it. More than surprised, I think we were all confused. The only ones who were not confused with what's happening are his lordship and the world tree. Strangely enough, the newly born world tree possessed the combination of the magic of the forest and magic of his lordship. And that combined magic power spreads from the world tree, to the earth, and to every place of the forest. Above all, the world tree adored his lordship as much as we do and wanted to be near him. As expected of his lordship, he has accepted the world tree and the Treants as mere companions like us. Scene change. The expressions of our companions when his lordship invited the world tree into his place. They were interesting. When I looked around, I found that his lordship was enjoying it too. It rooted down. The world tree receives magical power from his lordship every day, making it grow faster. It is still small, making me feel uneasy, but it seems like the golems are also watching over it. The golems are guarding outside at night to protect our home. We would never find more reassuring protection. That unforgiving instant kill when they recognized something as an enemy. Very scary. They don't know the word hesitation or holding back. As expected of the golems made by his lordship. The world tree is protected by the golems. We are here too, so it will be fine. Scene change. His lordship's golem is clearly different from the golems we've seen so far. They don't look very strong. They are small and kind of cute. Many were tricked with that physical appearance of theirs. I've seen how strong the golems are when monsters or demon beasts approach our home. That's why I would never piss them off. I thought that golems inside his lordship's dwelling were not so strong. It was because the golems outside gave perfect protection. That's why I got a little careless. I just wanted to get a little wine. The moment I was found, I was chased. For some reason, I felt very cold, so I ran towards my hole, which is my domain. The moment I was relieved, I saw the golem in front of me. The next instant, I came to a pure white world. I could no longer find the golem when I woke up. When I asked my children, they said it went home. Went home. This place is my domain and there's a barrier in it. Once you enter the hole, you can't get out without me or my children's permission, or at least that's what's supposed to happen. It went home. Did it ask permission from you? You were hiding, so it didn't. Speaking of my hole, it is sometimes called the entrance to hell. Are you telling me that it has no effect on his lordship's golems? The golems guarding his lordship's dwelling are also incredibly strong, aren't they? My children are looking at me. Don't worry, I'll apologize later. Since it was his lordship's golem, it should forgive me. It's okay. Come to think of it, why did you go into hiding right away? HNN? You've been through that too. Boss-san and his children and even Koa's group. I see, you should have informed me. Chapter 112, Water Dragon Fluffy. Fluffy, the ball of yarn's POV. For the forest, the world tree is life itself. Such existence is nearby. As I emerge from the lake, I can see the world tree, enjoying his lordship's magical power. What a strange sight. Scene change. In the past, we needed permission from the forest first before we could even see or touch it. However, the order of the forest was destroyed by humans along with the monsters and demon beasts who have nothing but instincts. That time, the world tree decided to hide itself. That was to protect the forest and us too. People have been challenging the forest to acquire the world tree since long ago. The existence called the kings of the forest drove those people out of the forest and sometimes killed them to assert dominance. The kings have to show them that the forest is off limit. The kings of the forest had succeeded in keeping people away for a long time. The elves, who respect the forest, and the beastkins, who live with them, sometimes enter the forest. They don't dare go to the center and remain faithful to the old teachings, so there's no problem. However, one day, We were driven mad by the evil eye that covered the whole forest. It is his lordship that freed us from suffering. The world tree that's under his lordship's protection now has started to take root. I hope that time will pass peacefully like this. Scene change. In contrast to my wish, a strange incident happened to the world tree. The magic inside it is unstable and it is struggling in pain. Even if all of us kings pour our magical power into it, it won't have any effect. The treant brought his lordship. Hurry up! If we don't hurry, the world tree will be destroyed. The expression of the faces of our companions that were gathered by his lordship were all in pain. I'm the same. I can also sense the anxious magical power of the snow dragons group underground as if it sensed something strange at the surface. His lordship pours magical power into the world tree. The suffering seemed to be halved for a moment, but it soon suffered again. What's going on? No way. Are people attacking the forest again? The world tree can be said to be the forest itself. The current world tree is still in its infancy and any attack on the forest will immediately affect it. If the world tree's magical power is a little stronger, it could at least defend itself. I tried to sense the forest to check for anomalies. I feel faint signs of people at the entrance of the forest. I'm not certain because it is far away, but there is a sign of something unpleasant from there. If the wind dragon is here, he can confirm it, but I can only feel a little with my power. Even so, they are here again. I feel his lordship's magical power gradually sharpening. I could sense the faintest hint of anger in it. This is the first time something like this has happened, so I'm a little confused. His lordship has always kept calm. This is the first time I feel anger in his magical power. The sharpened magical power amplifies and envelops his lordship and the world tree. Everyone's praying while staring at his lordship. We believe in him, but we know that the enemies are powerful. If anything happens to his lordship, I will not hesitate to use my life to help him. His lordship's magical power swells to an unprecedented level. I flinch a little because of it. With his lordship as the center, I feel a sign of that sharp magical power covering the whole forest like I've never felt before. Covering the whole forest? How is that even possible? This forest is vast, covering half the world. Even we can't feel the entire forest. We can only slightly feel a part. But his lordship just, how is this possible? I'm stunned seeing what his lordship is doing, but when I look around, everyone's reaction is almost the same as mine. It seems like my companions felt it too. His lordship is simply amazing. The next moment, the magical power of the world tree doubles. No, not just double. The world tree, which had absorbed his lordship's magical power to the limit, changed its appearance at once. I can only look at the world tree stunned. And I'm not the only one. The world tree that has grown so much that we have to look up to it is much more powerful than the previous world tree. The previous world tree also had protection, but not as strong as it has now. Perhaps it was the power that his lordship bestowed to the world tree to protect itself. When I looked up at the world tree, which now holds an enormous amount of magical power, I felt a tremendous flow of magical power coming from his lordship. As soon as I looked at his lordship, terrifying magical power was released along with his angry shout in an overbearing manner. Those words of his contain magical power. Blood was drawn from my whole body. I don't know where it is headed. However, no matter where it goes, I'm certain that the target will be destroyed. It was the first time I saw real anger from his lordship. That would not only resonate in the forest, but also in the world. His lordship has returned to normal from being scary. In fact, he looks too normal now that you would wonder if he's really the person who unleashed that intimidation. I'm really glad that his lordship is not an enemy. Chapter 113, Knight of a Certain Country, 6. Emperor's Kingdom's First Knights Commander's POV. We receive a report saying the 5th Knight Order is doing well. The knights of the entire castle are shouting with joy. My office is quiet. The only sound that can be heard is papers being flipped. Then, someone announced their arrival at the entrance of my room. The person who came into my room was my friend, the commander of the 4th Knight Order, and a subordinate of mine. These two looked somewhat relieved. I gather the documents I've been processing. As usual, these documents are requests from villages. Lately, inquiries from those villages have piled up. They are asking for explanations. It's all about the unidentifiable light in the sky. At first, they didn't think anything of it, but as days go by, their anxiety has been stirred. They have been seeing those lights several times a day. I supposed it can't be helped. I wouldn't mind explaining it to them, but even I don't know what it is. We've confirmed that it's affecting the magic stone, but that's it. I feel like something is slowly breaking down. Commander, have you heard? Yeah, they made it to the forest as planned. Even though they entered the forest, they were able to move on without being attacked by light. I think there's something wrong with that. You don't seem to be happy about it. My vice commander doesn't seem to like how I act. If it were the Fourth Night Order, I'm sure they didn't have any problem at this point too. Ah, no. We were attacked at this point. Attack? What do you mean? I mean by the light. Did anyone die or get hurt in that attack? My vice commander looks unhappy, but I ignore him. My friend seems to be a little confused. You say you were attacked by the light, but no one was hurt or killed. It's just that the slaves escaped. That's no damage. It means it's a warning. Something that only the absolute strong can afford to do. It means it can afford to warn us. If it were threatened, it would have attacked right away. It might be a warning from someone with absolute power, or perhaps not. But Commander, if the Fifth Night. What's next after warning? Warning, attack. That's right. This country has given it a chance to attack us. No one has ever been killed from the attack from the forest. The mags only lost their memories. They were killed, but not by the forest, but by this country. Yes, the forest hasn't killed anyone yet. I don't know what happened to the escaped slaves though. So, let's say that the Fifth Night Order invaded the forest this time and attacked. How would the forest react? It will fully recognize them as the enemy. And if the warning has already been given, the next step is to attack. My friend and my vice commander gasped. The Fifth Night Order was able to enter the forest. That's it. We have no idea who the enemy is or how powerful it is. What's the point of being able to enter the forest? It would only bring the wrath of the forest down on us. But the forest needs to be controlled. My vice commander didn't understand anything at all. He doesn't know how powerful the enemy we're dealing with. It is difficult for a knight to admit the reality that there's an opponent that he couldn't face with sword alone in this world. However, as a commander, it is my duty to guide my subordinates. I have a duty to not let them die in vain. Vice Commander! As soon as I called my vice commander, something heavy hit my whole body. The entire room, or rather, the entire building made a creaking sound. I couldn't speak. I couldn't look up and felt as if I was being slammed against the desk I was sitting at. My body screams. It's as if something horrible is forcibly holding me down from above. Invisible and intimidating. I have a feeling that my insides are being crushed. No, it's not just a feeling, that's exactly what's happening. Ha, 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 ha. I repeatedly breathe. The intimidation was gone in an instant. I raised my screaming body and looked towards where my friend and my vice commander were. My vice commander's arm is bent in a strange way. He seems to be alive, but unconscious. My friend is conscious, but he's in a state similar to mine. The wrath of the king of the world has finally crossed the forest. Chapter 114, Commander of the Fifth Night Order. 2. Emperor's Kingdom's Fifth Night Order Commander's POV. I can see that the completion of the magic circle is near. There was a report that we would be attacked as soon as we went into the forest, but that didn't happen. Did they see how strong we are and run away? That's boring. If they attacked us, I would have played with them. The demon beasts that were attacking us from time to time are a bunch of garbage. We only need to send a bait and beat them up after. They may be strong, but they are not our match. They might even be the demon beasts that our country has released, so they're really not a problem. As for those who are afraid of them, they're nothing but garbage. The slave I used as a bait is convulsing. Be a little more useful, you piece of *T. Let's just pick another bait. The forest begins to emit light. At last, they're attacking. Come here and die obediently. Come on, show yourself. However, make sure you'll last a little longer. Sounds of laughter came from nowhere. Come on, show yourself. And once you do, I'll drown you in your own blood. The light intensified until I could no longer see anything. Being unable to see anything is irritating. Stop hiding and come out. The voice didn't answer. However, I can hear the screams of the mags that were burning the forest. They've targeted the mags instead of us. I won't let them. I ran through the light and went to the place where the mags were. I can confirm that a strange black light is being emitted from the magic circle. And I can also see that the mags are screaming because they are being engulfed with flame. I hurriedly used water magic to stop the fire, but it won't go out. My men also rushed over to cast water magic again and again, but it had no effect at all. F***CK. What's going on? My men who were close to the magic circle were engulfed with flame too. The shouts of my men echoed around me. We hurriedly ran away from the magic circle, but the flames were attacking my men as if they were alive. Black light shoots out of the magic circle towards the sky. The next moment, the flames are extinguished. The only thing that's left was silence. Both the mags and some of my subordinates had completely disappeared without leaving even a speck of embers. Then, I was stunned again when I heard screams coming from the place where the magic circles for breaking the barrier of the forest are located. Those screams probably came from the mags. I instructed my men to stay away from that place, thinking that what happened earlier might happen again. When I stop and look at them from a distance, what's this? The mags and my men guarding the magic circle. I'm not sure how to describe it. They were turned to mincemeat scattered everywhere and then disappeared as if they were absorbed. Even their pool of blood disappeared. No one was able to speak. The light has completely disappeared. The forest returned to its original state before the light appeared. As if nothing had happened. Just when I was about to speak to have everyone regroup, my body was slammed to the ground. The air in my lungs was all pushed out of my mouth and blood splattered with it as if I was fatally injured. Magic power filled with intense fury overwhelmed my entire body. I couldn't move a single finger. When I opened my eyes slightly, I saw my vice commander in front of me. Given the pool of blood coming out of his mouth, he doesn't look alive. I couldn't even let out a scream. My body is slowly being crushed. I can't breathe. My vision is blurry. I heard the sound of my bones cracking inside my body and echoing in my ears. I spewed a large amount of blood. I faintly saw small legs. My consciousness is leaving. What happened? We are the kings. Chapter 115, Everyday Life? I'm currently on my morning rounds. I was worried since something happened to the tree monster. I named it Eco yesterday, but it seems to be okay now. Marshmallow and the snow amoebas are as usual. I no longer want to play snow with you. Today was more intense than usual. WH. Next, we check out the river. For some reason, I had to watch a long mysterious dance. I don't know what they're doing, but it doesn't seem to be some kind of harassment, so I obediently watch. Eh? There's more? I'm sorry, but can you end it already? Thank you, it was fun, sort of. My snow-soaked clothes dried naturally while I was checking the river. I can't believe I stayed there that long. Check the field, check the crops. I'm glad to see that the farming corps are working hard today. The field amoebas are doing their best, eh? They'll dance? Ma, the water amoebas already showed that to me earlier. I must decline, it's already starting. Why? I did my best to watch them until it was over. I don't really care anymore. I check the fruit forest and here too, the field amoebas dance. Eto, thanks. Mao, I give up. However, please dance only once. If you don't stop, I don't know how much longer I can go on. No, I had enough. There's nothing unusual in the fruit forest. Koa and the others have been hunting since morning. You brought back a lot. Isn't this a bit too much? The little Onis are doing their best, but there's more? Re and the others are doing their best too. Wait, where are the pups? Also, stop hunting for now. I can no longer see the pups. I can no longer see them since there are too many prey around. Yeah, thank you for your hard work. What's that? A shadow suddenly appeared from the sky. I was surprised when it got closer. Is that a big fish? Fluffy. And flying lizards with you? Ma, you did your best in hunting too. Thank you for your hard work. The one eyes and three eyes came to assist. Good, HNN? Fluffy, wait. Where are you going? Fish? Oh, no more fishing today. That's enough. Yes, it's true. This 10-meter fish in front of me is already enough. No, it's too much. I finally made it to the lake where Eco and the 3 nanofascists are. Everyone's acting a little crazy today. I wondered if they had been drinking. The one eyes are guarding the alcohol, so it should be safe. What are they so tense about? I'm getting scared. I wanted to name the nanofascists, but I gave up. No matter who I look at them, the 3 are identical. I can't tell them apart. I guess I was right not to name them. Mini nanofascists suddenly pop out, and a lot of them. And Eco became mighty. I was a little surprised to see how much a tree monster can grow in a day. At least the nanofascist didn't call me because it has some kind of problem again. I was so worried about what happened yesterday, but it seems to be okay now. The fungus and pests seem to have been exterminated. Though you still have to be careful about invisible bacteria. HNN? I got a strange fruit from a nanofasci. It looks golden and is wrapped in some sort of thin film. When I was wondering what to do about it, Koa came to me. Let's just thank the nanofasci for now. Scene change. The fruit is currently in a bowl. Koa came with a fork. Do you want me to crush it? Okay. When I crushed it, a savory aroma spread around. It smells like maple syrup. I licked a little and found that it tasted like maple syrup too. Ah, I got something good. I need some eggs. Pancakes need eggs. I have to look for some. By the way, everyone's unusually excited today. Were they affected by what happened to Iko yesterday? It doesn't seem to have any problem now though. Chapter 116, Changes in the Forest, Spiderling's Growth. The strange tension since the past few days has finally calmed down. The result, a mountain of dismantled prey. One storage room was filled in the last few days alone. The little Onis seemed to be satisfied with their work. Thank you for your hard work. The combined dance of the water amoebas and the field amoebas. Before I knew it, they were already working together. I'm already very satisfied. I'm telling the truth. And please don't try to extend the performance time gradually. I'm glad I'm finally back to my usual everyday life. I'm really happy. Today is the scheduled day of lifting the sake ban. One more day. Drinking sake, while they're being tense like that, should make them crazier than usual. Now, what am I supposed to do now? I can't stop it. It's impossible. The eyes of the squirrels are so damaging, it's already hurting me. It's impossible for me to not lift the ban. The nanofascists performed a dance one morning. They are probably imitating the amoebas. Swaying trees, is that a curse? Ah, no, thank you. Scene change. It's time to revisit the cave. Since the cave is too wide, I sprinted through the forest to challenge it in the morning. The forest has become different. I feel like the magical power that's covering the entire forest has changed from a few days ago. Everyone has their own unique magical power, and so does the forest. It's slowly changing. It all started when my companions' tension suddenly soared. Their tension is kind of the positive type, so I think whatever is happening is a good thing. But that's only what I think since I don't really get what's happening after all. No, I'm neither frustrated nor sad. While sprinting through the forest, I noticed the difference. The previous magical power can be said to be sharp and stinging, but now, it will wrap you with its gentleness. I think something big has happened. The forest is too wide, something good should have happened somewhere. I would have noticed it if it was close. I was curious, so I went to the edge of the barrier. I was surprised. Outside the barrier, there are still shadows and the influence of the curse is still strong. However, the shadow is fading. Does this mean that the curse that we've been struggling with so much is about to disappear? Since the influence of the curse is fading, the magic of the forest has changed. I see. Ha ha ha. Good news. Let's explore the cave. Scene change. This is really wide. No matter how far we ran, the cave still continues. I was hoping to find something, but it's just a huge road. What if it's just a road that goes on forever? This cave made me wonder if we should go on. We took a lunch break in the middle and started again. To be honest, I was getting bored. No, 2 roads. I got a little excited. The road just forked to 2, but I'm happy since at least something changed. I wonder which way to go. I want to discover something. I've come this far and all I've seen is a never-ending road. I'm crying. I really want to discover something. For the time being, I threw our fate to my companion, Boss-san. Which one? A spiderling had finally grown to the size of Boss-san. One morning, when I was doing my patrol like usual, Boss-san took the trouble of introducing it to me. I was surprised at first, but I'm happy that my companion has grown. And for some reason, this Boss-san has no wings and there were white line designs on its body which should have been completely black. Is this some kind of mutation? It didn't affect its health, so there shouldn't be any problem. When we were moving through the forest, I noticed that this Boss-san is a master of web manipulation. It should have evolved. Boss-san is different from this Boss-san. This Boss-san is a grown-up spiderling. Yeah, I'm confused too. So, which path? We went ahead to the road that Boss-san picked. Ha ha ha, nothing. We reached a dead end. Boss-san seems to be depressed. It's okay, don't mind it. Let's go home. Let's get back here some other time. Scene change. Amoeba. There's an amoeba at the fork of the cave. I tried to detect its magical power, and it seems to be not an amoeba from our house. Now, what should I do? I stopped in our tracks and made eye contact with the amoeba. Or at least that's how I feel. An amoeba's eyes are small, but I somehow know where they are. Lately, I've been getting a lot of complaints from those invisible eyes. Especially when I'm trying to stop them from dancing. I feel like they are looking at me with complaining eyes. It's painful to be stared at like that, but it's more painful to watch them dancing. It's too long. I asked them to shorten their dancing time and I hope they'll finally listen. Chapter 117, Koa and Chai's Pup. Pup born between Koa and Chai's POV. I'm running through the forest with mother and father to catch prey. I can't hunt alone yet, but my siblings and I can hunt killer bobos ourselves. Killer bobo is one of the strongest prey in the forest. My goal is to be able to hunt one myself. As for mother and father, yeah, watching them instantly kill those is a sight to see. My goal is to surpass father. After father, I'll surpass mother. I'll work hard. The golems will dismantle the prey as soon as we bring it back home. They're so fast so it won't take long. They're amazing. We have no problem eating prey as soon as we catch it, and we usually do that for lunch or if we hunt small prey. However, to be honest, the taste is better if they're dismantled, so I even thought of bringing the golem to hunt with us. It's still delicious no matter the state though. My siblings who were born together with me seem to agree. That's mainly the reason why we are looking forward to eating at home. It looks like his lordship is here today. He's an amazing person that mother and father respect and admire. I think he's a human. He's human, but why would Fluffer-san, Flying Lizard-san, and Marshmallow-san respect him too? Not only us but other children from other species want to know why too. Once, I asked father. However, neither he, nor Boss-san knew. His lordship's magical power is mysterious. We, children, are not yet able to distinguish magical power yet. All we can do is to tell whether a magical power is from a certain species. However, his lordship's magical power is different from everyone else. I thought it was because he was human, but apparently, that's not the correct answer. Mother told me that his lordship's magical power is a mixture of various kinds. From within his lordship, you can feel magical power unique to humans. However, if you look for magical powers of other species, you will find them too. That's why his lordship only looks like a human but he's not one. I wonder if that's even possible. Looking at mother and the other kings of the forest, Shura-san and the others, you can see that they don't particularly care. They respect his lordship because he is his lordship. If you ask me, I don't particularly care what his lordship's species is either. All I need to know is that he's an amazing person. Mother and the dragons are trying to train. Not only mother and the dragons, but Boss-san is also at the square full of motivation. Why? His lordship stopped working today to watch them. That said, mother, it's still too early for us. It's okay since we can run away? No, that's not the problem. Boss-san, if that attack hits us, we'll die. Run? Do you think we will have a chance to even do that? I'm glad that father stopped them. I swore in my heart that I won't get close to mother when she's in the square. Scene change. I'm running through the forest. I'm doing it with every power in my body. An attack on the world tree happened a few days ago. When the world tree took root in our home, the dragons taught us the importance of the world tree. That's why when I saw the world tree suffering in front of my eyes, my whole body trembled with the thought of the world tree dying. I still tremble when I remember it now. When I huddled with my siblings, I wasn't able to stand, so I sat down and shivered that time. Mother and the others look calm on the surface, but you can see that they are pretty tense and are even in a state of shock. When his lordship rushed in, I was relieved, but at the same time, my head was in a mess. I feel like crying, or rather, I'm already crying. Even in the midst of that terrible situation, his lordship calmly looked at us and nodded, saying everything will be fine. After that, we were overwhelmed with his bestowed defense and attack, especially his wrath. I could only stare in amazement at the sheer amount of magical power he used. His magical power aside, it was also the first time I felt his lordship's wrath. It wasn't directed at me or anyone around us, but it was terrifying. Thinking that it should be directed at someone, that someone will definitely, it should be an enemy, so I don't need to care. His wrath and intimidation only lasted for an instant. After that, his lordship returned to his usual self. It seems like all he just did didn't affect him a little. That night, mother told us that even if all the magical power of all the kings of the forest were combined, it wouldn't be able to match his lordship's magical power. I see, that's amazing. When only us pups were gathered, we swore that we would follow his lordship to the end. We also agreed to work hard and become stronger. I don't know if she heard us, but we are now undergoing severe special training. Mother, can't you be kinder to us? Chapter 118, Koa and Chai's Pup. 2. Pup born between Koa and Chai's POV. The forest has changed. The wind running through the forest used to be a bit uncomfortable, but now, I don't feel like that anymore. On the contrary, I feel like the wind is gently enveloping me. The dragons told us why. They said that there's a possibility of the world tree evolving because it has taken a lot of his lordship's power. This is something that has never happened before, so we need to keep an eye on it. In spite of the fact that it should be a serious matter, the dragons were looking at the world tree with a somewhat happy expression. Father said that the dragons were the ones who were most deeply involved with the world tree. Perhaps that's the reason why they are happy to see the world tree looking so well now. At the same time as the world tree has evolved, the power of the evil eye that covered the forest has been visibly reduced. When we go hunting in the forest, I can see places where the black power of the evil eye magic is disappearing. Until now, everything outside his lordship's barrier was black and eerie. Mother and father told me never to go outside the barrier. Arisan's group and Shurisan also looked very distressed. They seemed to have been through something very unpleasant. Shurisan said that even though she experienced unpleasant things, it is because of those that she was able to meet his lordship. That's why she feels not everything is unpleasant. I was told that a human king was invading the forest using evil eye to control it. If the evil eye is getting weaker, then something must have happened to the human king. If he just disappears, the evil eye magic will disappear from the whole forest. If that is the case, I wish that he'll disappear. Everyone is the companion his lordship cherishes. I'm glad that we're part of that group. I want all those who torment them to disappear. If our companion suffers, his lordship will be sad. When I told that to father, he licked me gently. I'm so happy. Scene change. I'm running through the forest with my siblings. We will be hunting a killer bobo. Normally, mother or father, or some other adult will accompany us. However, it is just me and my siblings today. And we're targeting the biggest prey we can hunt right now, the killer bobo. My back doesn't feel as secure as it usually does. I'm nervous, but I'm okay. I trust my siblings as well as my power. It was a little scary, but we got it. Killer bobo. I'm so happy. My siblings and I are so excited. We're still in the forest, but we can't control our excitement. We used floating magic on it just like mother. We are still a little unsteady on our own, so our siblings have to work together. Now, we only have to go home. Hey, did you hear that? We all stopped and listened to our surroundings carefully. No, there's nothing. That's definitely a voice, a faint voice. We moved closer while hiding ourselves to find out the source of the voice. The voice seems to have come from outside the barrier. Enemy? Trap? Father told us that humans would do anything, even cruel things, so we should be careful. Is there a possibility of it being a trap? But we're basically in the center of the forest. Listening to the voice, it sounds weak, as if the one who's talking is dying. My siblings and I looked at each other wondering what to do. The voice stopped. Did it die? I'll go check it out and start running. I hurriedly stopped my siblings from trying to follow me. I have to leave the barrier alone. If anything happens to me or if I don't come back, call mother and father. I moved in the direction where the voice came from. I approached while hiding while trying to find the source of the voice again. There it is. I checked the surroundings to see if there's anything strange. Still, it's hard to explore since this place is still under the influence of the evil eye. This is the first time I've had to deal with evil eye, so I'm a little confused. To be honest, I'm scared. However, his lordship's barrier is nearby. I don't need to worry. I endured my fear. I was able to confirm that there were no others aside from what I can see. I can hide if the other party is strong, but I prepared myself to show up to the other party. Eto, what should I do? Did the other party die after seeing me? Are they still alive? Chapter 119, It Can't Be the One Eyes evolved. The amoeba we found along the way escaped. Too bad. I was interested in that new amoeba, but I don't think it's a good idea to chase after it. If we meet again, I will call it out. If I'm in Japan, I will be suspected of a lot of things just by talking with amoebas. No, are there even amoebas that big in Japan? I feel like they're not amoebas, but they look like amoebas. The amoebas don't hate me either. I'm already used to running through the forest. I'm no longer stumbling. As expected of me, I don't care if it took me a year or not. Scene change. HNN? What is it? My companions are all here. It looks like the pups are back too. Thank goodness. I've been worried about them since this morning, but can't stop them because they're too excited. They were going to the forest, so I strengthened the barrier. It looks like they all came back without any injury. Oh, the giant wild boar that the little Onis are dismantling today is a big one. Did Koa hunt it? For now, let's check why they are all there. What happened? I almost screamed, but I held back. I held it in. Before me now are people, right? They have ears and tails. What's this? I'm sure I heard them from my little sister. Beastkin. There's no doubt they should be. There's no way they are cosplaying, right? Cosplay in a different world, that can't be. So, what's wrong? Koa's pups are looking at me anxiously. They made a circle with magic and gestured that they found them outside. Outside the barrier. They look okay, but I'm worried, so I checked them again. No injuries, no curses, no problem, thank goodness. I guess the barrier is pretty effective. Should I strengthen the barrier again? When I heard that they were from outside of the barrier, I panicked. It's because the curse is still strong outside. The curse is still scary even if it thinned out a little. But since they look okay, there shouldn't be any problem. So, you brought them from outside the barrier? Looks like it. Kidnapping? They don't get what I'm saying. Eto, are you okay? No problem, they get it. I turned my gaze to the beastkins. Too young, with dog ears, so I guess they are dog beastkins? The shape of their ears differs from each other. They are cute, but they look surprisingly strange. What should I do? It can't be. My rising tension was hammered and slammed into the ground. All is but a dream. Calm down. I didn't forget. This is a different world. I mean, turning from jubilation to pessimism is still too early. I wanted to dream a little more. Oh, darn, I'm seriously depressed. HNN? No, it's not your fault. There's no problem. I can't just handle my current emotions. I just never thought of something very important. There's no way the people here are speaking Japanese. Yeah, I was looking for humans, but what was I going to do with the language barrier? I never thought of it. I only thought of finding someone or something to talk to. I could get through all of these. This world is not sweet. Calm down. Now, what should I do if we can't talk? Once again, I stared at the beastkin children. They seem to be injured, and very skinny. No, too skinny. Heal. Let's heal their injuries for now. There might also be cursed but hidden. Purification, binding curse cancellation. Both of their backs glowed for a moment. Were they seriously injured? I'll check them when they take a bath. As for the rest, when I was thinking, my hand was clenched tightly. I looked at the faces of the two surprised children. I did a lot of things to them without saying anything. I guess it's natural for them to be surprised. However, we can't understand each other. Sorry, it looks like we won't be able to understand each other. The two look confused. Cute. I guess they were a little younger than my nephew. I'm worried about how skinny they are though. Anyway, it's time for dinner, so let's eat. I glanced behind me and saw the one-eyes preparing for a barbecue. The vegetables are already cut and there's bread. By the way, the meat was cut in a strange way and meat is also being pickled. It looks like the one-eyes evolved. I can't blame them since they no longer need to make furniture these days. Eh? The children screamed as soon as they saw the one-eyes. Cute. Chapter 120, Mage of a Certain Country, 3. Emperor's Kingdom's High Mage's POV. It seems like the Fifth Night Order had invaded the forest. I was relieved to hear that they were able to enter the forest without any problems. This time, many mags are following them. I hope they come back safely. I'm looking over the documents in front of me. They are important documents about the magic stones that we have been using. What I'm searching for was a way to make up for the lost power with something other than slaves, and if that method to empower the stone could repair the crack. However, the more I read, the more depressed I become. I'm being confronted by the fact that I've committed so many sins. There's nothing here but information about the sins we have committed. The next moment, I felt the castle tremble and felt like I was hit on the head by something. My head hurts and I feel like my body is being crushed from above. I don't know what's happening, but I just heard the sound of my body being crushed. Not yet. I don't want to die yet. When I opened my eyes, I saw the document before me. It is a report about how slaves can strengthen the magic stone. It says that there could never be enough slaves to strengthen the magic stone. After handing the report to the king, he started to make the slaves breed and have children with each other. It is written that there were slaves who shed tears even though their emotions had been suppressed. And I was the one who wrote this document. Forgive me. There's no sound, but I just kept praying. Suddenly, I can finally breathe normally again. I repeatedly breathed using every power of my body and managed to check the surroundings. My subordinate mags have collapsed. I can see that several of them are injured. I want to help them, but I can't even move. Even though the attack has stopped, fear is still blocking my body from moving. I managed to stand up with my wobbling body and go to the fallen subordinates. I was relieved to find out that they only passed out and were not dead. I slowly sat down on the floor and relaxed my body. As I exhale slowly, my body begins to tremble. Fear and despair. Tears overflow. Suddenly, I remember that girl who stared at me full of emotions until the end. I hit her? The crime I committed is proven by the documents around me. As the girl said, I'm unforgivable. Scene change. Voices can be heard in the silent castle again. However, they were shouting, screaming, running, and yelling. While I was listening to the sounds in a daze, someone entered the room. When I looked to check who it was, I saw the chief mage. The chief mage's face is pale and his body seems to be trembling. Something happened to the king. Those words are so heavy that I had to take a deep breath before being able to move again. My body moved sluggishly as if it was someone else's body. Still, I rushed to the king's side. I was a little surprised to see the chief mage enter the bedroom since the king never allows anyone in his bedroom. Except for his daughter and granddaughter whom he trusts. No, he doesn't trust them. His daughter and granddaughter have slave crests engraved on them. When I entered the bedroom, I heard the king shouting and screaming. And his appearance shocked me. His left arm is missing from around the elbow. It is impossible for something to happen with his strengthened body. No, the king's blood has flowed before. When the sword enhancement magic failed. He was wounded that time. However, the king never admitted it. But now, I felt a different kind of despair compared to before. Scene change. The king's left arm never returned to normal. Even if the strongest mags poured magic on him, it's like pouring water in a bucket with a hole. A change happened to the king's body itself. No matter how much magical power is poured, there's no point. The king is angry, but nothing can be done. All for high mags, including the chief mage, are aware of the cause. Why can't the king's arm be reattached? And that it will probably never be able to be reattached again. However, they can't voice it out. Not only the one who'll speak will die, but everyone related to him will be condemned to die as well. I wonder how many will die again. I sighed as I left the king's bedroom. The king's body had been strengthened by the magic stone. If it was the original magic stone, the king's body wouldn't have been scratched. However, the current magic stone doesn't have enough power to strengthen the king's body. It's not just about reattaching the cut-off arm. No, I'm sure that's still impossible even if the magic stone has its pre-crack power. No matter what the condition of the stone is, there is no way to reattach it. Scene change. If only I had noticed it when I was repairing the crack in the magic stone. That time, yes, that time. We gathered slaves in order to use them to repair the still small crack. I don't know why I didn't care when I saw those slaves. They were frightened. The slaves whose minds were supposed to be sealed were frightened. Since that time, the magic stone. I was too late to notice anything. It was too late. Chapter 121, The Children Are Strong, Harvest. A shock runs through my stomach. When I woke up thinking about what happened, I found a one eye in front of me. It usually just waits for me to wake up myself. However, recently, it started shooting me on my stomach to wake me up. As for why it has been doing this, it was to inform me that the beast kids were awake. The way it wakes me up is exactly the same method my little sister uses. I asked her to change the way she wakes me up, but she never did. She's heartless. I went downstairs to the living room on the ground floor. The beast kids are already awake, but they are sitting on chairs in the corner of the room. They seem to be a little scared of Koa's group and Boss-san. However, they are terribly scared of Shuri. It seems like they know her. More importantly, I want to find the parents of these children. I tried to communicate with them using gestures about it, but they never got what I'm trying to say and looked apologetic. It's not like I want them to look at me like that. I feel really bad because we can't speak with each other. The only thing that bothers me is that these two beast kids don't seem to want to go home. Normally, they would want to go home rather than stay in a place with people they don't know, like my place. I don't think they were abandoned by their parents, or did they? Even in Japan, there were places where people left their children if they couldn't raise them due to various reasons. There were indeed a lot of problems in my world. Perhaps the same is true in this world. It might be better to be careful if I ever look for their parents. Good morning. Good morning. The two of them are doing good. I tried to teach them some Japanese words and they learn better than expected. Ma, it's just a simple greeting. As for me, I can hear what they are saying, but I couldn't understand them. Kids are amazing. Let's eat breakfast. In the past few days, they have learned the following. Good morning, good night, breakfast, lunch, dinner, eat, bath, no. Those are the most important words in our daily lives. No, I have to learn it in their language too, but I can't remember. I haven't progressed at all, but I will not give up, I will not fail. The two of them rush to me looking a little happy. They won't move until I say something. I have my doubts, but they might be nervous, so let's just wait until they can adapt. Thinking about their first day, it's already a big progress. No matter what I did, all they did was cry and cry and cry. I'm not good at dealing with crying children. When my nephew cried, I panicked and the people around me laughed. My elder sister was even laughing with her hands on her belly. How can she laugh like that when her own child is crying? I guess she's a strong mother? Come to think of it, both of them are unusually scared of the rock dolls. I think they're cute, but I guess there's the difference in culture, or am I crazy? No, I can't be. Perhaps Japanese monsters are scary from other worlders' perspectives. Ma, perhaps a one-eye having one eye is kind of scary? They'll just have to get used to it. Today's breakfast was bread and soup. There's no need to rush. Eat slowly. I can communicate using gestures in these kinds of talk. Just hang in there. HNN? It's unusual for the farming corps to come and see me in the morning. Outside? Pulling, car, harvesting. I'll do my best. The kids, they'll have to help. I'm worried about them because they're so skinny and scared of the one eyes, so I'll have the squirrels stay with them. I asked the squirrel on the desk for help. The squirrel seems to get the message and approaches the children. They're okay with squirrels. Thank goodness. Scene change. Now, let's harvest the vast field. This is quite important since it will serve as our food during winter. I couldn't go outside for a few days last winter. Let's do our best. And kids, don't overdo it. It's wide, isn't it? Even if we're already harvesting it, the field that still needs to be harvested is vast. I'll work hard because it is necessary, but my back. The kids are working hard too. Are they? There's one-eye nearby. Are they all right with it? Have they gotten used to them? Ma, it looks like there's no problem. The farming corps stares at me when my hands stop. I'm sorry. I'll do my best, so don't kick me out. Hang in there, me. Wheat is amazing. I mean, we harvested 10 times more than last time. No, perhaps even more. I feel that the farming knowledge of the farming corps is amazing. Scene change. We harvested everything when we harvested all the grapes. The one-eyes already started making wine, and for some reason, Shuri joined in and she's been kicked out. Give it up. Every rock doll is a professional, and if you get in the way, they'll be harsh. The harvest took longer than last time. All the vacant parts of the fruit forest were filled in. There were also new vegetables, the result of the daily efforts of the farming corps. After seeing all the storage rooms filled with food, I think we're ready for winter. It was also worth the effort to try different kinds of food in the morning. However, after a week, I had to bow and ask them to stop. That 1 week of testing new ingredients was hell. There are bitter, there are numbing, and I don't know how I endured. Perhaps because I only taste a little for each. However, there are those that immediately spread in my mouth even though I only ate a little. Some things are better not to remember. Chapter 122, Beast Kid. Slave Beast Kid's POV. I've always been told by Scary an adult that I should be useful for the kingdom and thank the king for keeping me alive. That is the mercy of the king. I don't understand what they are trying to say. Thanks? I kept on being beaten and kicked for some reason. It hurts, but I can't speak. Even if I try to, nothing comes out of my mouth. He said that my expression is disgusting and won't change no matter how much I get hit. So, he hit me again. What expression? My body made a lot of noise, but he said I was a beast, so my body should be strong. He stepped on me and it's very painful. I couldn't make a sound even though the pain was already rushing through my entire body. I have to keep my body small and endure it. I wonder what I should be thankful for? I began to understand my surroundings a little better. I am a slave and the children around me are slaves too. My voice and expression are blocked because they were not necessary for a slave. However, I noticed that we can still express our feelings with our eyes. I was kind of happy about that. But the number of children with expressive eyes became fewer and fewer. They are slowly disappearing. That made me sad. People called nobles came from time to time. When they came, slaves were dragged out of the room. They won't hit. They don't kick, but they use those shiny silver things to kill a slave. They said they have to try it out. Slaves that were killed by the nobles were returned to the room for some reason. From what I heard, it's because it's not cleaning day yet. Little by little, I began to lose track of myself. However, for some reason, the number of times I'm being beaten has decreased. I saw the bastard beating us with a frightened face. I also heard sounds falling from the sky as well as light running through the sky. I was startled when the sound fell from the sky. However, I was more surprised when I heard a voice. It was my own scream. For the first time in my life, I heard my voice, and when I checked around, I saw that the others were the same. Somehow, only us kids are like that. I wondered what was going on. I'm scared because I don't know. Someone who didn't have a scary face came. That person looked around us and left. The next day, 2 adult slaves came. The adults were able to talk and taught us a lot of things. They told us about the country, the forest, monsters, demon beasts, and slaves. I find it hard to remember them all since it was the first time someone was actually teaching us something. They told us to learn as much as we could, which I did. As we were working hard, the person who didn't have a scary face that came before came again. This time, he came right up to us and told us to escape when an opportunity arose. He immediately left the room without giving us the chance to react. I wonder if something's going to happen. I'm scared. Scene change. Suddenly, we were taken out of the room and put into a small cage that started moving. I was separated from the children who were with me. I was scared, so scared of what was going to happen. I shivered and made myself small. Someone grabbed my hand. In front of me is a girl I've never seen before. However, I could see in her eyes that she has feelings. She's telling me to never speak and never show emotion. She continued to hold my hand like that. The cage opened and I was suddenly pulled out. I was so surprised that I almost shouted, but I managed to hold on. I can't let them find out. I'm dragged into the forest. The forest! I was surprised because I had heard so much about it. Starting from that point, I experienced more hell than ever. My whole body was screaming. There were several horrible monsters in front of me. They were slashing their claws at me who was rolling around just to be able to escape from them. When the monsters were about to sink their fangs into me, the people watching from afar killed them. The same thing happened over and over again. My consciousness suddenly becomes distant. I don't know why my body is shaking so much, but that's what's happening. When I looked around, I saw the girl who held my hand. Is she the next one? Run away. I felt like I saw some kind of light. I don't know what it was. However, I felt like my body was wrapped by something warm. It feels good. My back also felt warm. There is a large drawing on my back and it hurts. Adults say it's a slave crest. The pain is coming from that. Scene change. Water splashes on my face. When I opened my eyes, I saw the girl. I looked around and was surprised to see the scary adults lying on the ground. She held her hand out to me. I squeezed it and stood up. What should we do now? Let's escape. Is this the opportunity he was talking about? He told me to escape if I could. I went to the cage if there were other children who could escape. The cage is open. I called out to them, but no one was reacting. There was another cage and no child reacted either. The adults said they were alive, but their hearts were dead. I'm sad for them. We got food and water from the luggage around and ran to the depths of the forest to escape. When the scary adults wake up, they will surely kill us. Chapter 123, Beast Kid, 2. Slave Beast Kid's POV. We ran into the forest in order to escape from those scary people who were lying on the ground. I've heard that there are all kinds of scary monsters and demon beasts in the forest. However, I'm a beastkin and even a slave, so even if I ask for the help of an adult, I'll just be killed. Because of that, I decided to run into the forest where there were no scary people. The girl who escaped with me did the same. I could hear the howls of monsters and demon beasts coming from everywhere. We ran through the forest, sneaking. Running fast makes me feel sick. I was trying my best to move my wobbly body, but impossible. We both duck behind a tree and catch our breath. The scary people who brought us here might come after us. I'm scared, scared, scared. Tears are coming down from my eyes, but I dare not speak. The two of us are trembling. I suddenly woke up. I was surprised that I was able to sleep. I panicked and looked around and found no scary adults. Are we safe? The girls with me seemed to have woken up too. She jumped in panic. I told her in a low voice that we're safe. We both ate some of the food we brought. I hear the sound of a demon beast nearby. We nodded at each other and ran to get out of that place as fast as we could. However, our tiredness didn't let us. Even so, we didn't stop running. Even if blood is already going out from the soles of my feet. If I stop, I will probably get caught by those scary adults, so I can't stop. When we can't run anymore, we walk. The forest is mostly dark, so we can't see far away. Before it gets dark, we will find a tree where we can sleep at, rest there, wake up, continue walking, repeat. We no longer have food or water. I'm sad that we're still going to die and even feel like crying, but I hold on. I squeezed the hand I was holding and it squeezed back. I can still hold on. I hear the sound of water. I haven't had a drink since morning, so my throat is dry. I started walking toward the sound of water. I don't even know where or how I walked. I'm tired and wobbly. The next thing I knew, the sound of water became louder and my hand was yanked away. I fell into the water. I flapped my arms and legs in panic, but I lost consciousness. I heard something. Someone's crying? I opened my eyes and saw the girl in front of me. There's blood everywhere. What happened? We ran away. I heard the sound of water. I fell. Am I still alive? The girl in front of me nodded. But will we stay like this? I got up, supporting my wobbly body. I wonder where we are. It's a little different from the forest we've been trekking where it is dark and I can't see far ahead. This place is not so dark. A big demon beast suddenly appeared in front of me. As soon as I saw its eyes, my instincts told me that it was different from all the demon beasts we encountered, which gave me a dangerous feeling. However, I could no longer go on and fainted. Scene change. The next thing I knew was that we suddenly changed location and I screamed in surprise. The girl also woke up and screamed and we huddled together. If we continue screaming, are they going to attack us? However, there's Fermi that the adult slave told us. He told us that Fermi will drag us into a hole. I heard a lot of other things, but I don't remember. The adult slaves told me to judge the situation based on whether they were intelligent or not. If they don't have intelligence, run away immediately, and if they did, tell them that I'll leave immediately and beg for forgiveness. I don't know if it's instinct or something, but I know that they're not similar to the monsters that we've met before. I don't know where we are, so I can't move. I wonder what will happen. There was a human. I was surprised. How can there be a human in a place where many monsters and demon beasts are staying? This is in contrast with what the adult slaves and the scary people said. They said that intelligent monsters and demon beasts would fight against humans. Is he really a human? I was surprised to find myself suddenly enveloped in light and all of my injuries had healed. The weight of my body was good and the long-lasting wound on my back disappeared too. I was so surprised that I instinctively squeezed the hand of the person in front of me. He's going to kill me. I closed my eyes, but he only pats my head. I was relieved. Since he looks like a human, I thought he was like them. I screamed instinctively. There are many golems. A golem is what crushes and kills slaves that are no longer useful. The two of us cried. I couldn't escape because I could no longer put any strength on my body. We suddenly float. I was surprised. The person was holding the two of us. I was so surprised that I couldn't respond to anything. Then, he sat down and put the two of us on his lap. The girl is not moving in surprise too. We were both so surprised that we stopped crying. A golem brought us cups. 3 cups. It smells good. The person takes them and hands one to me and one to the girl. Then, after making a gesture of drinking, the person started drinking too. I gently put it in my mouth. It's so delicious that tears come out of my eyes again. There is a warm and gentle air around this person. It's okay, this person is not scary. I cried aloud using my voice for the first time in my life. Both me and the girl have unsightly faces. Chapter 124 A Knight of a Certain Country, 7. Emperor's Kingdom's First Knights Commander's POV. The knights who had gone to investigate the forest informed me that the 5th Knight Order had been wiped out. I had expected that result. I let out a sight. There were 2 empty cages near the place where the 5th Knights were. They were probably cages that contained slaves that the 5th Knight Order took with them. Considering everything that has happened so far, they couldn't have killed the slaves. If that's the case, where did the slaves go? Did they escape to the forest? But there were many broken-hearted slaves among them. Even if the cages were open, they wouldn't leave. No matter how much I think about it, I can't seem to find the answer. What will happen next? The king will never admit defeat. He will try to win at any cost until he is the last man in the land. However, the odds are already stacked against us. No matter what we'll do, there's no way we can win against the forest. The power difference is too much. I only want to stop my men from dying in vain. However, I sighed. I feel like no matter which step we take, it won't change anything. We have incurred the wrath of the forest and that wrath has been unleashed. We have been warned many times, but this country never stopped. Is it already too late? Scene change. There was a strange tension in the castle. They are frightened because they don't know if there will be another attack. That lightning shows no warning. You can't even see the attacker. It would be impossible to tell them to not be afraid. It seems like many have already escaped. There is also quite a stir among the knights. The Fifth Knight Order was not liked because of how they behaved. However, all knights recognized their strength. With their last mission, a lot of knights were cheering for them, partly out of fear. I know that it sounds pathetic, but that's the only thing they could do at that time. Then, in a blink of an eye, news came that they were wiped out. The knights, who they recognized as stronger than them, all died. They felt how strong the enemy was. Even though they were knights, they have never been attacked by an enemy before. This was because there's no country that would dare attack Emperor's kingdom. I guess I should be happy that they didn't run away after knowing the power of the enemy this time. My legs were heavy as I headed for the commander's meeting. No result will come out of this meeting. I look out the window. It's the end of summer. Cool breeze is blowing and it's even a mild day today. Looking at it for a moment, I feel as if nothing's happening. It's peaceful. No, it's not, because this peace is basically an invasion of the forest. It was our own fault that this happened. My great-grandfather left a diary in which he wrote about the forest in the past. It brought back memories of when I was reading them in secret when I was a child. Gentle wind flowed, the trees in the forest swayed, and the forest gave grace to people. I was envious when I read that he had seen the kings of the forest. I want to see them too. When I was young, this country had already invaded the forest, so I could not talk about the forest. Scene change. When I entered the conference room, I found that every commander and vice-commander had grim looks on their faces. It seems that my friend will join today's meeting too. Since the fifth is gone, it would be better to have more allies. Let's start the meeting. The room was immediately wrapped by tension after those words. The report on the result of the investigation of the place where the Fifth Knight Order was wiped out begins. The search for the 200 or so children slaves who disappeared resulted to 0. However, many small footprints were found, so there's a possibility that the slaves are still alive. Their current whereabouts are unknown. Finally, the report on the recovery of the corpses. Many of them were confused when they saw the number. I asked the Second Knight Order commander who is reporting to make sure that the numbers are correct. Number of mage bodies, 0. Number of knight bodies, 64. I believe there are 35 mags and 121 Fifth Knight Order knights. Those were all the bodies we found. Maybe they were eaten by monsters. No, 92 bodies have disappeared, that's too many. Did they completely disappear in the forest? Chapter 125, I'm sure it's Oni-san, Fluffy's hand? I checked Eco. The children are with me. I'm not sure if I should name these kids. It's inconvenient to call them pronouns. I just don't know if I can name them without their permission. Also, for the last few days, they have been calling me with a strange word. I keep hearing it, but I can't understand it at all. Do I have a hearing problem? In any case, I imagine they are calling me Oni-san. I hope they are not calling me uncle. However, looking at our age difference, no, I'm sure it's Oni-san. I'm certain. Today, we watched the mysterious dance of the Nanafushis again. Both the water amoeba and field amoeba have calmed down these past few days. The water amoebas are only greeting me as usual. It's cold, so please stop sprinkling water on me. The field amoebas are taking it easy now because there's no more field work. However, can you stop surprising me by assimilating with the soil? Is that a new kind of game? I hope that game won't evolve. Looking at the ground closely, I can still recognize them when they are assimilating with the soil. Please don't get better. The Nanafushis are as usual. Strange dance. I've gotten used to seeing it lately, and I've noticed that there are different kinds of dances. The direction they rotate, the number of jumps, etc. are all different. The reason I didn't notice it at first was because the Nanafushis movements were so disjointed. Recently, they have become better that I can feel a sense of unity. Some of them even rotate in reverse, which is kind of cute. In Japan, dances have meaning, but I wonder if the Nanafushis dance has meaning too. If there is, I'd like to know, but, well, I guess I can't. By the way, the smallest Nanafushi was around 5 centimeters big. They are a bit wobbly, and I'm kind of afraid that they might be blown away by the wind. Scene change. I'm done with my morning work. I went back to my place with the kids. It has gotten much colder. Autumn is short in this world. It will be snowing in no time again. HNN? That's flying lizard, right? It looks like flying lizard, but it looks slightly different. Given its magic power, Fluffy? It's shaking its head. Does it mean that it's really Fluffy? Ma, you've grown. Ah, Fluffy was a lizard too. I've always wondered if they are the same species, but I never thought I'm right. Ah, congratulations on growing up. It looks like it's enjoying my patting of its head. It even closes its eyes. Fluffy has become more expressive. Perhaps Marshmallow too, let's be prepared. However, Fluffy is a lizard. It's like a fish that evolved and changed but is still a fish. No, it's like a butterfly. It feels like it evolved into a butterfly from a pupa. I see. You're a lizard, but I guess lizards are cute too. Scene change. It's been a while since Fluffy and I went fishing at the lake. The kids are at home, taking a nap. I think they got sleepy from watching the dance. Long time no see, lake. It looks a lot cleaner than the last time I saw it. Ma, it's good that it's cleaner, right? By the way, why do I feel like the shape of the lake has changed? It looks like rivers are forming all over the lake. Is this a problem? No? Okay. Does this mean that the lake is growing by itself? Ma, it's a world where trees move on their own, so there's that. You sometimes dig rivers in your house? Okay. I hope there won't be any negative effects on the field. Also, please, don't dig a river in the field. Fluffy dove into the water. I wonder what kind of fish it will catch today. No, this is not fishing. This is Fluffy grabbing fish. Are? Fluffy has hands? I mean, when it was drinking wine and eating, it should be using its hands, right? According to what I recall, Vare? Why can't I remember it using hands? Ah, a big catch again. The one eyes look delighted. I look at Fluffy that evolved into a lizard. It's flying around while grabbing fish in its hands. It has hands. Let's check Marshmallow. Chapter 126, Treyant. Trent's POV, who was mistaken for a Nanafushi. When the world tree decided to hide itself, I wanted to hide with it. However, I was still small and weak. I was so sad to be separated from our most important being. However, I decided to do my part as a Treyant for the sake of the world tree that protects the forest. I don't know how long I wandered through the forest, but it took me a long time before I settled down like a tree. If an enemy came here, I would attack them to prevent them from getting deeper. Even if I'm weak, I hope to reduce them at least a little. I felt as if my heart was going to disappear many times. Still, I wanted to fulfill my role as long as I can. One day, I could no longer feel the pain of the world tree. My mind was being overtaken by the thing called evil eye. So, I tried to sleep. I casted sleeping spell on myself so that I wouldn't come to a point where I'll go against the forest. I would never wake up again. Suddenly, the world tree called me. I heard its voice. It's funny that I casted sleeping magic on myself and now, I'm awake. And I can feel the presence of the world tree. However, its magic is different. Its former magic power should be colder from what I remembered. The magic that permeates now is warmer and gentler. What had happened? I hurriedly followed the magical power of the world tree while feeling uneasy. I was surprised when I saw the world tree. Everything was different from the world tree I knew. I wondered if I'm feeling warmth because the world tree is happy. I asked my friends who were with the world tree. I was surprised. I can't believe that the world tree died once. Then, what about this world tree in front of us? I heard that the god of the forest gave birth to a new world tree in this forest. God of the forest. I had never heard of it, so I was confused. Apparently, a god is a being that gives birth to life necessary for the forest. Since he gave birth to the world tree, he must be a god. These were the words of my friends who had been with the world tree for the longest time. I guess that's true. And now, the world tree is with the god of the forest. Amazing! We, the Treyants, can stay with the god of the forest too. I'm so happy. The first time I met the god of the forest, I found that he looked like a human, but the magic flowing around him was gentle and pleasant. The magic of the world tree felt good, but the magic of the god of the forest felt better. I'm glad I was able to wake up from my sleep and meet the world tree once again. Scene change. I was surprised. Everyone was watching the water spirits. They are intimidating the god of the forest. When I was wandering in the forest, I was surprised and saddened to see that. That's exactly how the spirits of the river hunt monsters. The spirits will lift their upper body from the river and attack once they let their guard down. Spirits live by absorbing magic they receive from the forest, and spirits in the river live by the magic that flows in the river. The reason they have to hunt is because they can no longer absorb enough magical power. That's a sign that the forest is weakening. Wait a minute, the forest is full of magical power, so why are they doing that to the god of the forest? In addition, they are betraying the god of the forest. As I was about to go to the water spirits, my companions called everyone for a gathering. The water dragon came to us. I was thinking why it doesn't stop the spirits, but it said that they were showing their strength to the god of the forest. Show strength? The kings of the forest and their children compete with each other in front of the forest god to show off their strength. That's what the spirits are doing. Is that so? I calmed down and checked the spirits again. I see. They want their strength to be recognized. Perhaps because they are being watched by the god of the forest that the magical power around is warmer. However, even though the god of the forest releases warm magic, is it all right to intimidate him? No? The water dragon is looking at the spirits with a troubled expression. That's right. Why are you intimidating someone who wraps you with warmth? Next is the earth spirit. They're not hiding their happiness at all. The earth dragon is on its wit's end. Hey! Starting today, we do that too. Really? I heard everyone screaming saying it's impossible. Even I can't remember it after sleeping for a very long time. As a result of our discussion, we'll start tomorrow. It was decided that we, the Trey Ants, will perform the dance of destruction. Let's train seriously. HNN? You too. Let's do our best together. RA? Was it to the right? Jump there. That's wrong. Which way was it? Do you remember? I don't remember. Anyone? Rotate to the left. Jump, jump, jump. Rotate to the right. Put your heart into it. I wobbled a few times by mistake. I think the god of the forest is looking annoyed. We need to train harder. Let's have a special training and show off to the god of the forest. Eh? Tomorrow is the dance of death? Someone, teach me from the start. HNN? I feel joy running through my whole body. I can't suppress my joy when the god of the forest is watching us. I can't. Can I stop for a moment? This is bad. Careful. Eh? I casted destruction magic to the god of the forest. I couldn't control my magical power. Even so, my attack magic didn't work at all. As expected of the god of the forest. I have to control myself more. I'll do my best. Tomorrow's the day. Chapter 127, Choosing Names, More Rivers. The kids seem to have gotten used to living here. They don't freak out when the rock dolls are gathering around, and they also learn to greet Shuri. They got just a Koa, Chai, and Ari's group a little faster though. I don't get why they can't seem to accept Shuri. Perhaps there's something about her race. They were not able to get close to Boss-san and the others too. Are they not good with bugs? No, they easily get along with the Nanafushis. It's all in the past. At least they're fine with their lives now. Now that the kids have calmed down, I decided to give them names. I don't think it's nice of me to call them boy kids. When the time comes, I'll ask their parents about their real names. Until then, they'll have to live with the names I gave them. They are a boy and a girl. I was a little upset because I thought they were both boys. I hurriedly asked a Three Eyes to make girls' clothes. The Three Eyes was unusually excited. The next day, it already made a lot, around 10. Did it really want someone to wear skirt that bad? The skirt it made for the boy was returned to the Three Eyes. Now, their names. I named the girl USA, meaning gentle and blooming. I named the boy Kuhis, meaning bright future and warm heart. Yeah, my degree of satisfaction is at max, but how about them? They looked confused. I say their names again while patting their heads. It looks like they finally understood. ARA? Don't they like it? They are crying. I'm a little upset. While crying like that, the two of them started calling each other with the names I gave. I'm not sure what's happening, but I guess they like it. I'm glad. Now, why don't you calm down a bit? Scene change. I thought it was getting much colder, and it seems like it is already snowing. If snow piled up more, Marshmallow and the others could go out. That's right, I still have to check if Marshmallow has hands. Unfortunately, like Fluffy, it had grown into a lizard. If it had been a day earlier, I would have been able to check. I mean, it's already strange that I don't remember. Maybe they were using magic to levitate things and bring them to their mouths. We'll find out once Fluffy or Marshmallow has a baby. Are they female? Or male? Where do you look at lizards to confirm that? Let's just wait patiently until they have kids. Is that? No way. While I was checking the snow, I noticed something interesting in the distance. I walked along the pavement in the middle of the wide field to the forest. It seems like I'm not hallucinating. There's a river near our settlement. There's no river here yesterday. I look around. There are other places with rivers between trees in the forest. Did the lake just stretch out some river? Boss-san. The river. I pointed to the field and the river, and it says it's okay. I heard her saying that many times, so I basically learned the words. Thank you very much. I'll just point at something, and point at the other party and expect it to do the rest. It's our way of saying I'll leave it up to you. It nodded, so it's okay. That means I won't need to come to the field. Great! I can see several rivers through the forest. Both the trees and the rivers are expanding in the forest. Will this cause a conflict? I pointed to the river and pointed at the trees and made a fighting pose. Sadly, this fighting pose came from the weekly drinking party. There's no problem too. Did they really get what I'm trying to say? I'm a little uneasy, so let's take time here. I'm sure Boss-san won't mind me taking her time. Ah, an amoeba. Is it one of the river amoebas? HNN? They're dancing again? They're increasing. I was caught off guard. Thank you, you guys are amazing. Applauding makes them calm down. Let's go home before other amoebas get up. There are amoebas all over the river. Let's be careful. I hope I can finally open the underground entrance tomorrow. Chapter 128, The Three Eyes Are Serious, Grown Wings. A Three Eyes brought me a pair of winter shoes. I was surprised as they look perfect. Eh? What's this? With the hard work of the Three Eyes and the giant bug, winter clothes are all prepared. Recently, there have been a lot of clothes with well-thought designs. There's even one with a bunny ribbon that even I thought it was cute the moment I saw it. In short, I have to put this to stop or they would go out of control. The clothes were perfect, but the problem was the shoes. The shoes I'm currently wearing are my rubber sneakers. I know they were rubber, but I don't know how rubber was made. I heard that they came from rubber trees, but beyond that, I'm clueless. I gave up looking for rubber as soon as I realized that. So, I decided to think of a different kind of footwear, like zori. I thought it would be easy to make them since I only need to dry stalks of the wheat as raw material. However, I don't know how to knit, so I gave up. It's impossible to make zori if I've only seen and worn them. However, my shoes are already tattered since I've worn them for a year. It even has a hole. After my failure with making zori, the Three Eyes worked hard. Based on the picture I drew for them, they managed to complete footwear. The first thing they made was something that looks like a setter, a type of zori. They made it by tying a string on a wooden board. I can wear it all right. However, it is impossible for me to use them in the forest. They are dangling on my foot. Then, they modified the setter. They added strings that can be tied up to my foot to make sure it won't dangle. The finished product looked like a pair of sandals gone wrong. They're no longer dangling, but the board below was so hard that I find it painful to walk. I thought I could just get used to it, but this should be fixed. How? Foot size? Shape? They checked my foot size and shape and modified the wood below. Perfect fit setter sandals? Sounds good. I can use this in summer without problem even if I run through the forest. Seeing that there's an anti-slip coating on the sole of the setter, I'll think of it as a sign of care from the Three Eyes. Using sandals in winter will make you feel cold. I thought I should put on some socks. The Three Eyes worked immediately again. The sole is a warm fur and there's even a thin leather processed into the shape of a shoe. It seems that they made good use of the original shape of leather, but I couldn't tell how they made it. I looked at the Three Eyes with admiration. They gave me a thumbs up and turned away. Who taught you that pose? Anyway, I'm thankful for the Three Eyes. They seem to have completed the shoes of the kids too. They're scared but grateful. They no longer freeze when a rock doll goes near them. I guess they're used to them. I tried using the shoes they made on the snow to check comfort. Ah, they're not waterproof. My feet are cold. The Three Eyes are staring at me, and no, the shoes are perfect, there's no problem. For the next few days, I received several pairs of replacement shoes. Thanks. Scene change. The kids have gotten used to the drunken banquet happening in front of them. I thought of a lot of names for it, but since it's a gathering of drunkards, I settled on drunken banquet. I think I was drunk when I came up with that one. Ma, it's a drunken banquet after all. The kids screamed and fainted when they first attended the drunken banquet. I'd gotten used to it and was even drinking a lot that I forgot to pay attention to the kids. Sorry about that. When the kids woke up, they hugged each other and cried. I'm really sorry. I guess you'll get used to it after seeing it a few times. I found myself leaning forward more and more when magic started to break out. Am I drunk? I feel like flying lizard's wings have become bigger. Is its body growing? Is it really a lizard? Chapter 129, Earth Dragon. POV of the Earth Dragon who was mistaken for a lizard. The magic power that pervades in my entire body has doubled along with the growth of the world tree. Considering my prime, it is still low, but thinking that it should have been depleted a while ago, it was close to a miracle. Perhaps it's because my body is approaching my original appearance. After all, it feels great to fly using wings. I'm not very good at flying, but watching the forest change from the sky is superb. I can feel the magical power of the world tree spreading through the forest with my whole body. It seems like the power of Evil Eye has diminished considerably. This is all thanks to his lordship, isn't it? When I got down to the square where I live, I found the kings of the forest. One was called Boss-san now, and the other one was the Fenrir king, Koa. Didn't you fly a little too long? Perhaps I did. Since my magical power decreased, maintaining my body has always been my top priority and not flying. Although I float from time to time. However, that's completely different from flying. What are you planning with that figure of yours? Both Boss-san and Koa laughed after hearing my question. Strange. In the past, it was normal for the kings of the forest to immediately fight against each other as soon as they met. I don't remember the reason for battles though. I look at the second kings in front of me. The size of their body is much different from how they look in my memory. Fenrir was a species that ran through the sky. Its body now is much smaller and has long silver hair. Chuaranir is a species that runs through the forest using its hellfire, and it is only half as big as it used to be. It also has wings now that should have been stingers. The kings are the highest beings of the forest, and among them, us dragons are the most powerful and are responsible for the protection of the entire forest. When the evil eye began to spread in the forest, we traced the core of the evil eye and attacked it. However, we weren't able to destroy the core, and on the contrary, we dragons lost a huge amount of magical power, and defending became the limit of what we can do. I can't tell how much I regretted it that time. We underestimated humans too much. Us dragons gradually shrink as we use our magical power to protect the forest, and being in our big form consumes a lot of magical power. We have never cared about sizes, but humans wanted blood and flesh of dragons. A dragon is still a dragon no matter how small it becomes, and its power stays within it. We had to prevent dragons from falling into humans' hands at all costs. However, we have another troublesome role to play. Being a divine beast. We can't accept death easily. It's because we have the role of a divine beast. However, I can't even remember what exactly that role is. The only thing I remember is that I must not die since I exist as a divine beast. It's a tricky thing. What should we do to protect ourselves from humans? The first thing to do something about that was the fire dragon. The fire dragon transformed into a smaller form, and it looks like a completely different species. After that, we also transformed, imitating the form of the fire dragon. The kings remained to protect the forest after that. When the dragon stopped attacking, humans immediately began to invade the depths of the forest. The other kings transformed into gigantic forms to cope with it and drove the human invaders away. Transforming to a bigger form is too burdensome. Even so, they chose that path in order to instill the humans that other than dragons, the kings are terrifying beings too. It can be said that during those times, that's the only thing they can do. I like the way I look, so there's no problem. I heard the Phoenix Karen's voice from behind. I looked over to see Karen, the biggest of the three kings presently here, holding a barrel of wine. You're going to anger the golems. Are you going to be okay? Did you ask for permission? Flying lizard, I've been out for a long time, so how about a match? It's called wine, and it feels great to drink. That's right. Past is past. The world tree has revived, the forest has gained strength. The kings have become friends, and the strongest of the forest have gathered here. So be it. Fire Dragon and Wind Dragon will be here someday. I won't lose to you, Karen. Ah, his lordship is looking at me, I'm getting closer to my true form. Chapter 130, Fenrir King Koa, 3. POV of Koa, who was mistaken for a wolf. I remember the old days. The way I used to run in the sky with my companions. Compared to those days, I've grown a lot. I guess it's because I've become bigger that I'm not as fast. However, I can still run in the sky. And at this size, I can even carry his lordship on my back. I looked at Boss-san, who was enjoying a glass of wine next to me. When I move my gaze, I see an Arumilania putting web to prank Ari's little ones. What a strange sight. Your child has undergone a strange evolution. When I first saw it, I couldn't believe it was one of her children. I thought it was a completely different species. I didn't expect that it could use web. That was the first ever image his lordship sent me when we first met. Oh, I see. If that's the power his lordship needs, transforming to something like that is expected. However, web? During the old days, I was forced to turn my body bigger, which caused me to suffer a considerable wound along with the depletion of my magical power. I almost died back then. At that time, it was an absolute necessity, so I have no choice, but I don't want to experience that ever again. Won't transforming to something that can manipulate web burden them too? You know that there are Swasoas here, right? We just had to ask them a trick or two. HNN? Swasoas are demon worms that spit out poisonous threads. The golems are taking care of them, though it's a bit strange. Them? We only need their core in order to be able to spew web, so we took them. Don't tell me you put a core of a different species in your body? That's horrible. If the core is not compatible with one's body, it will certainly break it. That's a reckless thing to do. What? That evolved child of yours did not tell you anything about it. You just happened to hear how to be able to use web? HNN? You immediately hunted for a core as fast as you could after hearing it? You really don't like using. You've been like that ever since. Ah, my pup is here. What? You want my position? Not yet. If you want it, you'll have to defeat me first. However, I will not be defeated. You want to be with his lordship, Fu. I think it's wrong to give up my position as king easily. By the way, are there any other children of yours who can use web? 2 more? Ah, so not everyone will evolve. That's good, we parents are still. Stop hitting me. I told you I won't give you my position. Are you still not going to give up? If you give up, no, do your best. Right. Boss-san, what's the color of your web? Black. Can you change its color? Well, that came from the core of Swasoa after all. Black web is hard to see at night. One day, you will be deprived of your position. No, nothing. Don't glare at me. Ah, that's a child I gave birth to. Boss-san, let's go have a special training. I can't give up my position yet. Chapter 131, Watching a Sudden Battle, Cave Amoeba. Snow as far as I can see. This is my second snow season in this world, cold. I went out to the wood deck. It has a barrier and other cold preventive measures, so it's a perfect place to stay outside. In the square, Marshmallow and Fluffy are fighting, I mean doing some special training. 2 lizards standing up and grabbing each other's arms. I feel like I'm seeing an animal video live. No, this should be on a reptile show. Ah, I remember that giant lizard video. A giant lizard terrorizing the city, though that one is bigger than the ones here. Ah, water attack. It evaded. Amazing. Ah, Marshmallow attack back using ice. That giant lizard is not using magic though. This is probably the Isekai version. Good morning. I heard a voice from behind me. It seems like the kids have finished eating and are coming out. Looking at them, I can see that they are wearing warm coats. Good job, 3 eyes. Good morning. Finally, the children can communicate with me like this. I think this is a nice progress. The number of times they got scared while watching what's happening in the square has also decreased. I'm convincing myself that getting used to something like this is a good thing. Even so, the battle between lizards was somehow cute. The magic attacks that came out of their mouths like water or ice are kind of scary. The kids are sitting on the chaise longue where I sit. Soon, the one-eyes made and brought warm drinks. Recently, I thought they were some sort of specialized perfect maids, secretary, and even butler. The one-eyes are amazing. I see a one-eye cleaning. I've casted clean magic to keep it clean, but for some reason, it's also wiping this place. Should I think of another job that they can do? But no, I shouldn't. Ah, this is unusual for a cold day like this. The antlings are out. Ah ha ha ha, straight to the kitchen, which means they want food. Should I go with them? Ah, the one-eyes are in charge when it comes to food. The antlings will be all right. They have been permitted by the one-eyes. If they do anything without permission, they will be chased. I've seen the little one taking food and wine being chased several times. I haven't seen any lately, Ma. I guess that's a result of all the things that have happened. The one-eyes are watching over the antlings with satisfaction. It looks like there's no problem. Scene change. Still, I'm not sure what to do when it's snowing. Isn't it too cold to be having some special training? Boss-san and Shuri's family hate this time of the year. I suddenly felt a magical power approaching. It seems like my companions also felt it and they were already looking for it. Where is it? That's weird. Nothing's unusual around. I can feel magical power, but I can't see anyone else other than us. I'm not sure if my magic detection is more accurate now, but I can tell the difference and even measure the distance of magical powers. I'm also quite sensitive to other things like hostility. The magical power that arrived doesn't seem to be hostile, but I'm kind of wary since I can't see where it's coming from. When I reached the corner of the wood deck, snow nearby suddenly evaporated. To my surprise, a hole opened up in the snow and an amoeba came out of it. Oh, isn't this the amoeba from the cave? Does that mean it came from that far here? Even so, it's staring at me too much. What should I do now? Marshmallow? The amoeba looked surprised. Do you know each other? Is it the snow amoeba's buddy? Marshmallow nodded to me then, squirmed away into the hole the amoeba had made. Since it nodded, it means everything's okay. The cave was quite far from here. Did it move all the way here just by traveling below the snow? That amoeba was amazing. Ah, new tea. Let's drink it. Thank you, One Eye. This is so much better than the tea I made. Chapter 132, Bright Red Companion, They Eat That Way. Marshmallow has returned. It's carrying a red ball of fluff on its back. Etho, it has beautiful color again. Will this become a bright red lizard when it grows up? Fluffy and Marshmallow have grown, but they retain their color. By the way, that lizard on the ground was also colorful. Red, green, and I think even blue. Do lizards of this world require to be flashy? So, the red ball of fluff, I wonder what it is. I feel like it's sulking or something. Complicated magic is flowing through it. Ah, here comes Fluffy. As soon as it saw Fluffy, the red ball ran to it at a breakneck speed. I was surprised. It dashed to Fluffy. They rolled around the square while being intertwined. What can I say? A lizard and a fluff ball seem to be playing with each other. However, it's definitely dangerous. USA, Kuhi, it's dangerous. Get close to me. The squirrels are in danger too. They got caught up in them before they had time to leave. No, they were fighting back. Ah, thanks, One Eye. USA, Kuhi, your tea is here. And it looks like the One Eye's made a snack too. If you're trying to impress me, you've succeeded. A cake made of sugar, wheat, fruit juice, and oil. That cake was completed through a lot of trial and error. They are not piled up on the table. Isn't that a lot? It's okay? Right, I see. In the square, they are still intertwined, quarreling, or having a hard contact or whatever you want to call it. On the wood deck, there are Marshmallow, Flying Lizard, and of course, Koa's group, Chai's group, and Ari's group who seem to smell something. Ah, Boss-san was lured by the smell too. The Nanofushes are here as well. Though the Nanofushes don't eat. I have already secured the squirrel's share, so it's time for a snack. Now, let's eat. When I put it in my mouth, I felt the gentle sweetness and moist texture of the cake. I can't believe that the One Eyes can bake something like this from those ingredients. It's a cold day, so I didn't expect them to get in contact with me. Ah, was it too hot for Marshmallow? The wood deck is covered with a barrier that will warm this place, sorry. Just enjoy the snack outside the barrier. Flying Lizard has no problem with it. Ah, it looks like cuddling time is over. You are okay, right? Good. Fluffy seems to have noticed the cake. It ran to the cake, and flew away. You'll offend someone if you assault the cake like that. A One Eye is already glaring at you. Ah, do you want some too, Red Fluffy? It came below the wood deck, but it seemed to be puzzled. I put a plate with a cake in front of the Red Fluffy. There is a possibility that it's not good at warm places like Marshmallow. When I sat back in the chair and looked at it, it's eating. Ah, I see, so that's why I never found a hand. No, this should be expected, right? It eats like a frog. Do lizards eat by stretching their tongues too? I've never seen any lizards catching prey after all. So, how do you drink? I put fruit water in a cup in front of it. It smells it and then wraps the cup with its tongue and puts it in its mouth. That's dexterous of you. It's licking its mouth. It seems to have found it delicious. I've been thinking about it, but I know I wanted to know, but I feel like I shouldn't have known. Chapter 133, Interference, Another Lizard. With the snow piled up, there's nothing to do, so I decided to check the forest out. There might be a village or a settlement of beastkin there. The sooner we find the children's parents, the better. It had been a while since I had used my drone clairvoyance to look around the forest. I've confirmed that there are no villages within the barrier I've created. I have to check outside the barrier. I can move the drone clairvoyance within the barrier without any discomfort with the use of magic power. In the past, when I tried to check outside the barrier, I couldn't deal with the rapid decrease of magic power. However, it wasn't until my accuracy improved that I noticed that my magical power was decreasing with my magic power detection. Until then, I was troubled with the phenomenon of my body suddenly becoming heavy. This time, amazing. My magical power increased. I don't feel the sensation of my magical power is decreasing. I can check a wider area now. Even so, the black shadows in the forest have decreased considerably. It would be nice if the curse would continue to disappear like this. Now, I want to know if there is anything other than forest in this world. Should I try flying in one direction to check how far I can go? I see something that's not a forest on the screen. Yeah, a field. Finally, I saw something outside the forest. I'm very happy since I was even worried that this world is nothing but forest. Still, considering how long it took me to find the field, I was surprised by the size of the forest. I sent the drone clairvoyance out of the forest to check the place outside the forest. Ooh-wah! I suddenly felt an unpleasant feeling of my body being electrified. The drone's image was cut off. What happened? Let's try again. I tried thrice, but something was blocking me, and I couldn't get out of the forest. I thought there was a barrier, so I tried to detect the flow of magic, but I couldn't feel anything. I can't get out of the forest. Why? I concentrated once again trying to find the flow of magic, but still couldn't feel anything. If it's not magic then, is it a curse? Am I being contained? Let's calm down first. Let's start with what we can do. We're still in the middle of searing for villages and settlements. Yeah, let's take a look around the entire forest. Maybe I can find a way out of the forest. Lakes of all sizes, a few waterfalls, 2 big mountains, a hole and a river. The river seems to be in the process of spreading. Come to think of it, there's also a river near the field. It is spreading throughout the entire forest. As for the villages and hamlets, none. I checked the forest for several days in a row, but I can't find any sign of them. So, those beast kids came from outside the forest. How many days of walking did they do? They're amazing. But that means they get into the forest. However, I can't get out. I found a path leading out of the forest, so I tried moving on the path, but I still couldn't get out. I don't know. I let my drone clairvoyance wander around. How do I get out of the forest? I was startled. A lizard suddenly appeared in front of the drone clairvoyance image. Flying lizard? No, it has grown up and not this little. Fluffy? Marshmallow? I checked outside, they are still playing in the square today. They are shooting each other with magic, but that's how they play. I stared at the image. It's still there. Is it one of Fluffy and the other's companions? Perhaps it is only curious about the shape of my drone. The drone clairvoyance has transformed into the shape of a drone I know. At first, it looked like a shining blob, but before I knew it, it became similar to the black drone I saw on Japanese TV. When I first saw it with my own eyes, I was terrified. I had always thought it was a lump of light. Did it come to check something unfamiliar? Anyway, what should I do? I had the drone clairvoyance move toward my house, and it follows. I'll try to increase the speed. Amazing. It really followed up to my house. Chapter 134, A Mage of a Certain Country, 4. Emperor's Kingdom's High Mage's POV. The mags panicked in front of the magic stone. The magic stone, which had been unresponsive no matter what they did, began to vibrate. The core of their bodies grew cold as they wondered if another attack would begin. Everyone wanted to forget about it, but no one can. Everyone has become fearful because of it, including me. The magic stone vibrated several times, but showed no further changes. Is that all right? That question filled the air. I heard someone sigh, and the tension in the room was lifted. I seemed to have unconsciously held my breath. When I exhaled, my body relaxed. I sat down on the floor, and thanked God that nothing happened to me. I stared at the magic stone. We've spent a lot of time and manpower researching the magic stone. I've read past records, but I don't even know what kind of monster this magic stone came from. No matter what advanced magic analysis we do, we can't obtain any result. We couldn't even determine the magic stone's attribute. We don't even know how to check it. However, we can only continue with our research. That's what the king ordered us to do. If you don't want to die, give me an answer. Those words weighed heavily on us. I'm already prepared to die. After everything I've been through, I think it's fair to say that. I've sent so many people to their deaths with my own hands. I've proposed many things to the king knowing that many would die. Now, I feel overwhelmed by my own sins. Though I still don't think I can face the girl. I can never be forgiven as I have lived with the many benefits of the magic stone. However, the mags under me are different. Many of them have not committed the same sins I have. Especially these current mags, they are just low-rank mags. Not long ago, many mags were executed for treason. Death is too heavy for these low-ranking people. I wonder if there was any way to help them. I stared at the statues of the three gods enshrined in the corner of the room. Please, tell me. Give me an answer that will satisfy the king and make him give up. Please give me an answer that can save the lives of my men who have not committed any crime. I look at the door of the room. It is locked from the outside and a knight is there, not guarding it, but watching it. Normally, he should have been inside the room as well to monitor the situation, but he seemed to be afraid of the magic stone. We don't know what's going to happen. Our freedom to get involved with the magic stone is completely gone. To leave this room, we need an answer. The answer the king demands. Any answers other than what the king demands will not be tolerated, and if you speak out against him, you'll be charged with treason. Not only you but your whole family will be tried with you. In this room with a heavy atmosphere, I read over the records about the magic stone. I know that I won't be able to find the answer to my question, but I still can't stop. Death awaits not just for the one who stopped, but also to his family waiting for him outside. I don't want to cause more deaths. One of the knights comes into the room. This is to get the current result and the future prospect, which doesn't seem to make sense. The chief mage sitting next to me has a very gloomy expression. Perhaps I'm making the same face. The result of the meeting is the same as usual. No, the magic stone vibrated today. But since it only vibrated, we're not sure if it is good or bad. It's not a very reassuring report considering the condition of the magic stone. I look at the magic stone. The cracks have spread to the point where it is almost ready to split in two. If it breaks completely, we will need to report it. At that time, I will be the one who'll report to the king. I'm sure that will be the last thing I'll do. Chapter 135, King of Emperors, 2, King of Emperors POV. Don't you think it's dangerous to stay in the castle? Should we run away? Is this country done for? What are you saying? I'm irritated by those rumors. I gave instructions to kill those who escape for treason. This country doesn't need them nor their family. Burn the throats of those who are speaking insolence. I could hear the gasps of those in the audience hall. Yes, I'm the strongest in this world. Don't you forget that. How's the report from the mags? The kneeling knight did not give the answer I wanted. I was so angry that my front turned red. What are they doing? They just need to return the magic stone back to its former status. They can get as many slaves as they want, why don't they use them? For what reason did they think that I had increased the number of slaves? My anger doubled when I saw my lost arm. Why do I, the king, have to expose myself like this? I'm the strongest, the king of emperors. That abominable attack. Ever since that day, I've been in a constant state of irritation. Your Majesty, please take some rest. Shut up. I kicked the woman who came next to me. I hear screams all around me. As soon as I look at them, they immediately look down, trembling. Your Majesty, what have you done to your own granddaughter? Shut up. I threw something to that woman. It hits her head and she collapses to the floor. Useless small fry. Is there anyone who can bring me the answer I need? I turned my gaze to the nobles lining up by the wall. No one dared to meet my gaze. To think that they have been behaving arrogantly until now, what a useless bunch. Forgive my impertinence, Your Majesty. A noble steps forward. Speak. Thank you for your mercy. Why don't you take another look at the ancient ruins? He spoke in an irritating tone, but I suppressed my anger. The ancient ruins. The place where the magic stone was found. For me, it's a sacred place. I put barriers around it to make it impossible for anyone to enter. The ancient ruins. Right, it should be a good idea to have them check it out again. I'm sure this guy is from a Marquis family. If we find anything from the ancient ruins, I'll reward you. Call the chief mage. Scene change. I received a report that the investigation team for the ancient ruins has left the castle. The ancient ruins were shown to me by the three gods. We found the magic stone there. They want me to become the king of the world. Yes, the three gods have recognized me as the king of the world. There is no need to be afraid of anyone. Yes, there's no need to be afraid. What can the kings of the forest do? What have the kings of the forest, who are objects of worship in other countries, done for us? For the Emperor's kingdom, the three gods who brought miracles to the kingdom are the only gods in this world. The kings of the forest are just a bunch of beasts. Didn't many people pray to the kings of the forest when the people of our country were dying because of bad harvest? However, the kings of the forest only gave us a little food. The food they gave was not even enough to pay for taxes. Can't you understand the difficulty of sending knights to various places in order to have the people pay their due? How many people starved to death those days? Those people are my people and I'm responsible for them. They starved to death because the kings of the forest didn't give them enough food. Though the bad harvest was due to their poor management. How can magic be the cause? Everyone shouting that it was my fault. As if to add to my suffering, the river overflowed. The people are clamoring for me to share my food, but if I starve, the country will be done for. It's already been a difficult time and I had to deal with all those rebels. It's all the kings of the forest's fault. The three gods are different. They have heard my prayers. They have changed the world. The harvest was better than ever, and many of my people were able to pay their taxes to me. What a joyful event! That time, I finally understood. The only gods in this world are the three gods. The existence of the kings of the forest was meaningless. The three gods will help me again, I'm sure of it. Chapter 136, Cleaner Desu. Calm down, me. The weather has become a little warmer, though it's not enough to melt the snow. Even so, it made my morning rounds easier. On my way to check Eco in the lake, I glanced at the square. Everyone seemed okay. They seemed to have somehow understood that they shouldn't use magic when it is still morning. This is something I did my best to tell them this winter. If only we could communicate. I want a smartphone translation app. No, I think there was a toy in Japan that could understand how dogs feel. If I can use that, no, we still can't communicate that way. Is there any magic that can help? I have no idea. If I had the knowledge of manga and drama like my little sister, I would have come up with something already. I guess I should have listened to my little sister a little seriously. Can you remember something you heard even if you're not interested in it? Impossible. My job experience is useless in this world too. I work as a cleaner of mansions. When I go somewhere to clean up and a very beautiful person comes out, I'll be surprised. I was like that at first. I'm also amazed with their eating habits. It's easy to tell once you see their garbage. I work for a professional cleaning company and well, it was fun. We had to pack up garbage and take them away in a way where no neighbors would find out. We even have to change our clothes so that we wouldn't be recognized as cleaners. On the other hand, I experienced being a very high-class cleaner. It was fun. I wonder who took over my clients. Oh well. The lizards are all here. The place before Eco is busy. The little one who came with a drone clairvoyant seems to be someone they know. It's a very low-profile lizard and its magical power also feels elusive. Alright? Looking closer at Eco, I can feel that magical power is covering the lizards. Looking at the flow of the magical power, it seems to be coming out of Eco. What are they doing? As I was checking them out, I felt a gust of wind. I closed my eyes and waited for the wind to stop. Phew, I look at the lizards again. Lizards? Seriously? They're not lizards. Then, now way, given their shapes, dragons? They are the same dragons carved on the ceiling of a temple or on a loading screen. No, their faces are more charming than those, but is this for real? They are dragons. Calm down, me, relax. I'm in a different world. It's not surprising to see dragons. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with seeing dragons at all. However, isn't it strange that dragons look so fluffy when they are little? No, that's not the problem here. So, what's the problem? Their growth rate is too fast. Look at them now. No, is this really a problem? Calm down. Dragons exist in this world. That's pretty much okay. And these creatures in front of me are dragons. And I'm pretty sure they are dragons since they look like dragons. Fluffy, flying lizard, marshmallow, red yarn ball, and the newcomer. They are my companions. I was able to calm down a bit, or so I thought. I look at the small dragons in front of me. I say small, but they are bigger than me. They are smaller compared to the dragons I've read about. They are beautiful. When they were still lizards, they already had scales but weren't as shiny as they are now. And when they were still balls of fluff, they didn't have scales. Now that they are dragons, their scales are shiny and they look like they are surrounded by a gentle light. Yeah, they are beautiful. Can we still be friends even if they became dragons? I can only think of them being creatures of solitude. Perhaps this will be the time they'll say goodbye. A dragon approached me and I became a little nervous. It sent its head closer to me and I pet it like I always do. It seems like there's no problem. It closes its eyes as if it feels good. Given how its magic feels and its pale blue scales, Fluffy, Marshmallow and Flying Lizard came close to me too and bowed in order for me to be able to pet them. Good. As I pet them in turn, the other two came closer. The red dragon was the red yarn ball and the one with shiny opal scales was the newcomer. I pet them one by one and they seemed to like it. No problem. Their names are too different from what they look like and they're not even lizards. Chapter 137, Rash Naming. I want to go outside. It's a big group. When I returned to the wood deck with the dragons, my companions were all there. Do they all know that they're dragons? Darn, the bad point of not being able to communicate. It can't be helped, ha. The kids are surprised. They knew they were our companions. I'm relieved, but as an adult, I feel a little pathetic. The language barrier is a pain, isn't it? Now, let's talk about their names. All three of them seem to like it. I gave Flying Lizard a new name, but he ignored me. Marshmallow, I think. It looks like I can't change it too. Are you okay with those names? Ma, their names are in Japanese, so they probably don't know what it means. Then, there's the red fluffy ball of yarn and the newcomer with light blue scales. I don't know, but it seems to be reacting with Fluff Ball. No, I certainly called you like that, but that's not your name. If it was a fire dragon, I should name it something cool. Guren, crimson, since it would be the best description of your flaming color. Do you like it? It didn't react. Guren, don't you like Guren? Fluff Ball. Okay, you're Fluff Ball. TN, name can be directly translated to knitted wool and sphere. I think Fluff Ball is more appropriate since that's how his lordship saw it. Why? Do you like how it sounds? Okay, now, I only need to think of one more name. Fluffy is water, Flying Lizard is probably earth, Marshmallow is snow. Water dragon, earth dragon, snow dragon, then these two should be an ice dragon and a fire dragon. What is exactly this newcomer? If we are to talk about its color, it's light blue opal. Light blue, lighter color than Fluffy. Eh? Did this little one react to something? It's probably my imagination. The only other dragons I know of are Thunder Dragon and Wind Dragon. Wind Dragon, its magical power is somewhat similar to wind. If this is a wind dragon, I should name it Hayate, wind, hurricane, cyclone, etc. Hayate, it's not responding. Hayate, how are you? It's useless. Wind, not working either. How about color? Light blue, please don't react. Just like what happened earlier, it reacted to light blue. No, why are you even looking at me like that? Light blue? Seriously? The names of the dragons have been decided. Fluffy, Flying Lizard, Marshmallow, Fluffball, and Light Blue. How does it sound? Why can't you even attach your element to your names? Scene change. I want to go out of the forest. Then, how will I be able to get out? It didn't feel like there were any barriers. I didn't feel any discomfort from the magic detection. Also, what I can think of is the curse. The forest was filled with curse, so someone should have sealed it off to keep it from going out. In Japan, there's an old story about a man who sealed an evil spirit in a rock. Is it the same in this world? Perhaps. If the curse completely disappears from the forest, will the seal disappear too? I have no choice but to give it a try. I wonder if I can do it. Ma, first, imagine covering all the forest. How about using the drone clairvoyance? From above, it's too wide. I can't see everything. Right, I already tried this before, dumbass. Let me try something else. Let's use the walls of the seal. Imagine getting along the wall of the seal instead of hitting it with magical power. Alright, I imagined something. Cover everything from the top with magical power, let it sips to the earth too. Let sip in, let it soak in it, soak in, sip in. Purification. It's been a long time since I felt a huge amount of magical power being consumed in an instant. However, what's this? I feel that magical power is being replenished at a tremendous speed. This is the first time this has happened. What an interesting feeling. Did it work? Somehow, everyone gathered around. Why? Right. Purification magic emits bright light, so they might have been surprised. I'm sorry. Now, is it possible for me to go out of the forest? I imagined sending magical power out of the forest at once. It was rejected. Are there still curse in the forest? I made my drone clairvoyance fly to examine the forest. I don't feel any discomfort that I can only feel from the curse anywhere. I wonder if there are still some in the depths of some caves or something. Once again, I created a detailed image from the tips of the leaves of the trees, to the deepest parts of the caves, and to the smallest drop of water from the lakes. Purification. I can't get out. Why? Chapter 138, Knight of a Certain Country, 8. Emperor's Kingdom's First Knight Commander's POV. Thank you for your hard work. I'm only doing my responsibilities as the commander's right-hand man. Right-hand man, huh? Then you'll be in a lot of trouble. Coordinating members, selecting them, preparing supplies, that's a lot of work. I thought that this ancient ruins investigation was a good opportunity. I had these young ones, who haven't sinned like us yet, go. I've prepared a group that will be the front of the investigation and another group as support. These groups of youngsters are those who served in the castle and children who were from poor families. I gathered them in the name of subsistence aid. It's a bit of a stretch, but I managed to do it. Yes, the king is a frightening existence. However, everyone in the castle has experienced it. The power of the king of the world. The horror of being able to flex power without being seen. The king even charged those who talked about it for treason. The king doesn't seem to realize it, but he looks frightened. I guess he's scared of reality. After the sound of knocking on my door, my friend came into my room. He looks calmer than before. However, when his gaze met mine, he frowned and reported. The investigation team has safely reached the safe zone. By the way, I blocked the road to the slave quarters and cleared the path. Thank you. Since they reached the safe zone, they'll be safe. Even if the escapees are discovered now, they won't be able to catch up to them. They won't lose the lives that they don't need to lose. The slaves will probably be able to escape as well. The number of slaves who had regained their minds in the past few days had increased too. The cause doesn't matter. What matters is that they had a better chance to escape. I broke the locks of the cages and left maps showing the route in plain sight. I've spread rumors to the slave dealers that if they get involved with the slaves, they will incur the wrath of the forest, and the next time something happens, they will die. The fact that they were actually attacked must have an effect. No one had come near the slave quarters anymore. Then, my friend came and opened the door out of the castle that I had built in secret. Ma, I'm sure my men will be able to guide the slaves and get them as far away from the castle as possible. I've been making preparations for this day, and I've been making friends. I'll have to be careful about the spies from the Fifth Night Order, or they'll let the king know. What are the mags doing? The other commanders are checking on them. It seems like they are under house arrest and are being forced to examine the magic stone. I wish they'll just give up. My friend and I laughed at what his subordinates said. If they could do that, things wouldn't be as bad as they are. I wish the second Knight Commander and his subordinates were here. However, it is reassuring that they are with the investigation team. Thinking about the future, I put my hand on my sword. This country has to change. Suddenly, the entire castle was bathed in white light. Even my room turns white and I can't help but close my eyes. Commander, it's okay. Calm down. An attack from the forest? I tensed up when I remembered how my body was almost crushed. By the time my vision returns to normal, the room has returned to its original state. I feel no discomfort in my body. What was that? The castle is unusually quiet. Perhaps everyone is too afraid to move. I took one deep breath in. I laughed a little by the fact that my heart was beating faster than normal. I look out of the window. I can see the soldier running away from the castle. What do we do? Stick to the plan. After answering my friend's question, I picked up my sword and left the room. The light from the forest startled me, but I had already prepared everything. Now, all I have to do is to execute it. Scene change. I arrived at the king's bedroom easily. It was kind of a letdown since I've prepared for it. No one paid attention to our movements given the attack from the forest earlier. As someone who guards the castle, this is unacceptable, but given our plan today, it saves us a lot. Was the attack earlier meant to help us? No way. Chapter 139, Mage of a Certain Country, 5. Emperor's Kingdom's High Mage's POV. I felt a sense of unease when I saw the list of mags to be included in the investigation team of the ancient ruins. They are all bottom rankers who had just become mags. I want to find out why until I saw the face of the First Knight Order commander who had brought the documents. When I saw his face, I said nothing and signed to give my consent. Something is about to happen and I have no right to stop it. The chief mage and the other two high mags are probably aware of it. However, upon seeing off the mags who had been chosen for the investigation team quietly, tears spilled down my face. I realized that I was able to save their lives. The investigation of the magic stone did not proceed at all. Everyone's faces looked bitter. Perhaps it is time for the tide to change. That's what the chief mage said. I exhaled heavily as I felt power come out of my shoulder. I know what he was trying to say. However, I still feel sorry for my life. When I think about the future, my body trembles with fear. The king will never forgive us. Suddenly, light dyes the room pure white. I close my eyes tightly, but it's not enough. I have to cover my eyes with my arms. Even so, I still feel blinded. I wonder how much time passed by. Gradually, the light began to subside. At that time, I heard a crashing sound in the room. My whole body stiffened as I thought it was some kind of attack, but nothing particularly happened. The room was quiet. I opened my eyelids and blinked several times. Finally, the discomfort in my eyes disappeared. I was relieved until I heard my subordinate screaming inside the room. I turned my gaze to my subordinate, but he was pale and trembling. I looked in the direction my subordinate was looking at and saw the magic stone. The magic stone broke into two. It seems that the time has finally come. Suddenly, my body weight increased. I see. I looked at where the chief mage was sitting. I slowly approached him. When our gazes met, he looked surprised but quickly nodded in agreement. The two high mags also seemed to have quietly accepted the incident. I went next to the chief mage and he squeezed my hand. There's no strength in it though. I bowed quietly to the three of them and slowly headed out of the room. I tried to leave the room but it was locked. I knock on the door but I don't feel any presence. I broke the lock with magic and opened the door but wasn't able to find anyone. They must have been afraid of the light and ran away. I feel lucky since it is impossible for me to beat them now. Scene change. I made it to the door of the king's chamber without anyone getting in the way. It was good for me, but I can't help but laugh. In this situation, no one even tried to protect the king. I knocked on the door a few times. No one was answering, so I opened the door and stepped inside. The room is large, as expected of the king's bedroom, but it is currently in a mess. I saw the princess, the king's daughter, in the room. Looking at her face, I knew that she was already dead. I saw the king sitting nearby. I've always been scared, no, terrified by him. But now, I feel nothing. As I tried to approach the king, I heard the door behind me open. I looked in that direction and saw the commander and vice commander of the First Night Order. The commander of the Fourth Night Order is also with them. All of them are holding swords. They won't use them to protect the king, won't they? When their gazes met mine, all three of them stopped moving in surprise. I chuckled. I wonder how ugly I've become. A high mage. They may be skeptical, but they seem to have judged who I am given my outfit. The magic stone has completely broken in two and this is the result. The result? We, the king included, used the magic stone to slow down our aging process. In order to prolong the king's life, we searched for a way to stop the aging process using the magic stone. However, we could not find a way to do so and time passed in vain. What we managed to accomplish was a way to slow down aging. The king was not convinced but decided that it would at least buy some time. After confirming the success, given how we, for mags, succeeded, the king slowed down his aging process too. The condition of delaying aging is to constantly cast regeneration magic through the power of the magic stone. When the magic stone cracked, the supply stopped. In other words, the aging that had been slowed down began to progress. Even so, I had thought that aging would proceed slowly. However, our age seemed to have returned all at once. I didn't realize it until I heard his own voice. When I tried to put my hand on my mouth, I stopped moving upon seeing the wrinkled hand of mine, which are nothing but bones and skins. I am the king, the only person, God, appointed, to beat the king of this world. I could faintly hear other voices in the room. When I stared at the king, I could see that his face was already wrinkled and his eyes were even showing a strange light. I wonder if I look like that too. I wonder if I look like a monster too. No, I am a monster myself. My breathing became painful and I collapsed on the spot. My whole body is screaming, but all I can hear is the sound of heavy breathing coming from my mouth. I can hear the sound of the bones cracking inside my body. I managed to lift my arm up, but before I managed to put it on my neck, my arm fell slumped down. My consciousness quickly faded away. Chapter 139.5, List of Companions. Fenrir, his lordship's POV, wolves with scary faces, with short silver hairs and are almost 2 meters tall. Koa, leader, one of the kings of the forest. Soa, Hyo, Karu, Shun, pups. Direwolf, his lordship's POV, dogs with scary faces, brown hair and are almost 2 meters tall. Chai, leader, Chaya, Chatter, Churu, Saw, Sosa, Sami, Kisa, pups. Garm, his lordship's POV, dogs with slightly better but still scary faces, ash grey hair and are around 1.5 meters tall. Ai, leader, Sora, Enye, Raki, Amy, Imuayu, Myra, pups. Phoenix, his lordship's POV, I thought it was a small bird, then it grew up. Wings have red gradient color and wingspan is around 4 meters. Karen, one of the kings of the forest. Chu Aranir, his lordship's POV, spider with wings. I thought it would never use web but it did. A spider with 2.5 meter body, 6 eyes, and wings on its back. Bossan, one of the kings of the forest. Armirania the His Lordship's POV, my heart's pounding thinking how big it will grow. Everyone has black body and 6 eyes. Some have wings, some don't. Have variety of sizes. However, there are those who don't have wings that can use web. Their size is around 160 centimeters and they look like spiders. A lot, indistinguishable. And for me His Lordship's POV, a giant ant with scary jaw. Looks like a red ant with big jaws on its 2-meter body. Shuri. Aberfirme His Lordship's POV, my heart's pounding thinking how big it will grow. Red body and various sizes. Looks like ants. A lot, indistinguishable. Ratatosk, His Lordship's POV, there are horns but they're my healer. Green squirrels with small horns on the forehead. Indistinguishable. Water dragon His Lordship's POV, I was surprised that it was a dragon. Why does it look like a ball of wool when it was small? I have some questions. A round creature with wings with deep blue body. Lizard with light blue scales. Dragon with shiny light blue scales, about 2 m big. Size has grown to 10 m. Unknown, fluffy, one of the kings of the forest. Earth dragon His Lordship's POV, I'm more convinced that this one is a dragon since it was a lizard from the start. Lizard with wings. Dragon with shiny earth-colored scales, about 2 m big. Size has grown to 10 m. Unknown, flying lizard, one of the kings of the forest. Ice dragon His Lordship's POV, I was surprised that it was a dragon. Why does it look like a lump of snow when it was small? I have some questions. A lump of pure white round snow. Lizard with white scales. Dragon with shiny white scales, about 2 m big. Size has grown to 10 m. Unknown, marshmallow, one of the kings of the forest. Fire dragon His Lordship's POV, bright red. Why did it suddenly become a dragon? I have some questions. Bright red ball of fluff. Dragon with shiny red scales, about 2 m big. Size has grown to 10 m. Unknown, fluff ball, one of the kings of the forest. Wind dragon His Lordship's POV, I am surprised that another dragon appeared, but I'm worried about its unrestrained magical power. Lizard with light blue scales. Dragon with shiny light scales, about 2 m big. Size has grown to 10 m. Unknown, light blue, one of the kings of the forest. Water spirit transparent blue amoeba, size up to 1.5 m. Ice spirit transparent white amoeba, up to 1.0 m in size. Earth spirit transparent brown amoeba, up to 1.5 m in size. Fire spirit, transparent red amoeba, size up to 1.0 m. Wind spirit, transparent light blue amoeba, size up to 2.5 m. His Lordship's POV, they are multiplying. How much will they increase? Swasoa His Lordship's POV, a little scary. Looks like silkworms. Beast kids, His Lordship's POV, cute. Dog beastkins that are around 5 to 7 years old. Boy, Kuhi. Girl, USA. Chapter 140, Commander of the Fourth Night Order, 4. Emperor's Kingdom's Fourth Night Order Commander's POV. When we entered the king's bedroom, we found a strange existence. It is wearing a robe of a high mage, but the figure is a high mage. My friend said to the being in front of us, "Are you saying that it's one of them? This creature? The skin is dark and there's no place where there are no wrinkles. Excess skin is even hanging down. Its eyes look strangely large and the position of its nose is also strange. The magic stone has completely broken too and this is the result." The result? A hazy voice reaches my ears. I was surprised when I heard that the magic stone broke, but I'm more concerned about the strange creature before us. Why does he look like that? His voice changes from a faint one to an increasingly shrill and inaudible one. I was surprised by what I heard, but I was also frightened about how his appearance constantly changes as he speaks. And there's another one. I can hear another shriveled voice, but I can't seem to understand what it's saying. It's too hazy. I looked around to find the source of the sound and noticed that at a place a little further away, there's another one that looks like this high mage. Those clothes, is that the king? I gulped upon seeing the king that I had feared so much. Neither my friend nor I can move. I came to where the king is with determination. We are here to change the future once and for all, and when we arrive, I have never imagined that this is what would happen. What should we do? The high mage in front of us collapsed on the floor and began to struggle. Even though we're at a distance from him, I can hear sounds of something breaking. I can't help but take a step backward given what I'm seeing and hearing. It's terrifying. However, I couldn't take my eyes off it. I watched until his head rested on the floor. Hi! That scream came from the mouth of the Vice Commander of the First Night Order. I'm not going to lie. I let out something like that too. Suddenly, I heard a rattling sound of something falling down. Looking at the source, I saw the king struggling on the floor. He seems to be trying to escape, but he can only move a little. Even if we don't finish him off, he will surely die. Is this the end of the king of emperors? Will the king die in such a monstrous appearance? Like this? I notice someone approaching the king fast. It's the princess, one of the king's granddaughters. In reality, she is one of his slave wives. I was quietly watching as she moved her hands upward. I don't know whose voice it was, but as soon as her arm swung down, the king's head rolled to the floor. I protected you with this. I heard the princess saying that in a low voice. I don't know how much she must have suffered as one of the king's slave wives. I don't even have any idea. However, her expression while she sheds tears quietly is really gentle. It was hard to believe that she had just chopped off the king's head. Scene change. The king not only disposed of his brothers who fought for the throne, but also all his male blood relatives as traitors. In addition to that, all women were confined to the inner palace where they were engraved with slave crests and turned into the king's wives. The wives who rebelled were apparently subjected to severe treatment to set an example. Stories about the inner palace rarely come out, but rumors still circulate. He never allowed anyone to challenge him, and he never showed mercy even to his own blood relatives. It was when the first prince was born that it became known to the whole castle. When the king found out that the child was a boy, he immediately ordered for that child to be killed. The king was furious with those around him who were worried about the matter of his heir, so he had the prince brought to them and killed him in front of everyone. After that, whenever a child turns out to be a boy, he will be disposed of on the same day. When a princess was born, she would be marked with a slave crest, and on her 10th birthday, she will not be allowed to leave the inner palace because she'll officially be a wife. The only time she can leave the inner palace is when the king calls her to be by his side. In time, the wives in the inner palace came to be called slave wives, and the king never denied it. I don't know how many lives were lost in the inner palace. The king's death will slightly heal their broken heart. My friend took the crown that had fallen near the king. Let's go. We left the room and walked down the hallway. The soldiers and knights froze the moment they saw the crown my friend was holding, and then they'll show relieved expressions. The king's death was quick and easy. The king, who was said to be the strongest and most feared person in the world, was killed by his wife while being protected by no one. It was a quick death. I couldn't help but say those words. Then, I heard my friend laughing. We have oppressed everyone for so long. We will have to ask for forgiveness from the slaves and the forest. Will they forgive us? Until we are forgiven, we will atone. Chapter 141, King of Emperors, 3. King of Emperors POV. I drink some wine, but I don't feel any better. I look at my missing arm. Why do I have to go through this? When will the investigation team return? Will they find a replacement for the magic stone? No, they will. I'm sure the three gods will guide them. There's no need to be afraid. Afraid? I'm afraid? I throw my cup against the wall. The two women nearby screamed, but that caused me to be more irritated. I glare at them and they shrivel up and tremble. Yes, I'm the strongest being in this world. I am to be feared and respected. Why do I have to be afraid? I'm the king of this world. I kick the desk in front of me. It hit the nearby chair, making a loud noise. I have no fear. My irritation surges up. It's neither fear nor anxiety. I'm irritated with those around me that can't carry out my orders. Fear has no place in my life. Wine. A woman nearby immediately goes out of the room to get wine. Why didn't she prepare it beforehand? What happened to the maidservant? Damn, they're all useless. I look at the other woman in the room. I'm bored. Entertain me. Hey, hurry up. Why yes. She started dancing, but what the hell is that? Is that even a dance? You can't even dance. You have my precious blood, but you can't even do something useful. I threw a nearby book at her. She was hit and fell down. Forgive me, my king. Forgive me. Shut up. As I approached the fallen woman, I could see that she was shaking, probably from fear. Is this one worthy of being kept alive? How can someone with my blood be this incompetent? If she gives birth to my child, she'll probably give birth to a man. Rubbish. I took out a knife I kept in my pocket. I don't need garbage. The sight of her eyes widening from horror and spewing blood from her mouth makes me feel a little better. When my laughter echoes in the room is dyed by pure white light. I close my eyes, but my body shakes with fear as I collapse on the floor. I don't want to die, 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 I don't want to die. I don't know how much time passed by after that. However, I can't stop trembling. The desk I'm holding is even making a rattling sound. I had my eyes wander around the room. I'm scared, I'm scared. Why is no one by my side at a time like this? What happened to my knight? All of them. I put my hand on the floor and tried to stand up, but when I saw my hand, I stopped moving. What the hell is this? What's going on with my hand? Why is it like this? What's happening? My hands, which look taut and firm, have turned black, wrinkled, and ugly, and they look like they are nothing but skin and bones. I was unable to accept the reality in front of me. Then I heard the sound of knocking on my door. When it opened, I saw a monster coming in. What is that thing? How can such a creature enter my room? What are the guards doing? What the hell is that thing? I hear the door open again. I see my knights come into the room. They are finally here. I'll have to punish them later. A high mage. What? That monster? It can't be. The magic stone broke? That's impossible. That magic stone was given to me by the 3 gods. I won't believe that. No. He's lying. What are you doing? Kill that monster now. I am the king, the only person, God, appointed, to be the king of this world. The monster they called a high mage fell to the floor. He began to get more and more disfigured that it was unbearable to look at. I'm different. I am a recognized being, so I'm different. Scary, 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 scary. I can't die, I'm the king of the world. Scary, 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 scary. I don't want to die, 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 I don't want to die. Please, gods. One of my wives is in front of me. I know those eyes. Eyes of extreme hate. Why did you hurt me? I am the king of the world. Chapter 142, The Forests. Border, destroy it. I checked the forest for several days. The curse is gone, but I still can't get out of the forest. Darn it. Calm down. Nothing good will come from being angry. However, why? I should go to the border of the forest. I should see it with my own eyes. There's a chance that I'll discover something. That's a long way to run, but I have to do my best. When I walked out of my house, I saw the usual scene in the square. That calmed me down a bit. Good. Scene change. Koa is running in the sky with me riding on her back. When I tried to start my journey towards the border of the forest, Koa got in my way. I was surprised. It was because she never stood in my way until now. As I was wondering what to do, she squatted down and showed her back to me. Is she trying to make me ride her? I gave it a try and I was right. After riding her, she got up and started running in the sky. I didn't say anything, but somehow she started running in the direction where I wanted to go. Thank you, Vare. You guys are coming with us? Surrounding us are wolves of the same species as Koa. Ah, no, the pups have grown and I can no longer tell them apart. Let's see, that one's a pup, that one is the pup. Let's not worry about that right now. Given Koa's size, her running is stable enough even if I'm riding her. Well, I wrapped her neck around her arms and hugged her body with my legs to make sure I won't fall. I only need to be cautious of hurting her. I've made a few mistakes, I'm sorry. The forest is big after all. It's already night, but we weren't able to arrive at the border of the forest. We finally reached our destination morning of the next day. Of course, we're taking proper breaks along the way. This is the place where I saw the path leading out of the forest I saw with my drone clairvoyance. Could it be beastkins? I could see signs of someone being there, so I decided to stay there. I walked along the path and tried to go outside. Bang! Ouch! I guess I still can't. My companions are looking at me with great concern. I'm fine. I'm just annoyed since we're trapped in here. Also, Koa and the others didn't approach me, and when I approached the barrier, their hairs were all standing. That might be out of fear. Maybe they've been hurt by it a few times before. However, I'm definitely going to be able to get out of this forest. But how can I do that? There's an invisible wall. When it comes to breaking down walls, should I use a wrecking ball? That's what I've seen on TV, they use it to break down things. Other than that, dynamite, no way I'll use that. Let's rethink this from the beginning. Why don't I make a big wrecking ball using magic? Perhaps I should try compressing wind over and over again. If I hit it repeatedly with compressed magical power, I should be able to break it. However, the problem is that I can't see the wall. If I hit it in another place, the load will be distributed. How about I make one super strong magic that is compressed several times? I have no choice but to try it and see the result. Okay, palm against the wall. Let's try one shot. Bang! Okay, attack won't be reflected. I'm a little relieved because I'd be done for if my attack is reflected on me. The moment I hit it, I think I saw something. I'm kind of curious, but for now, I'll just concentrate on breaking the wall. I swear I'll break it. I pointed my palm at the wall and started compressing wind in front of my palm. I'm not sure how much force I needed. Maybe it's not enough yet, so let's try to pack it more and more with magical power. Imagination is also important in magic, right? Should I imagine the wall cracking? Imagination is free, isn't it? Let's imagine a wrecking ball hitting a glass and have the wind blow it around. Destroy it. Bang, 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 crash, 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 crash. I hear sounds. It changes a little. The moment the sound changes, a translucent wall appears in front of me. Is this what I can't see earlier? I could see cracks at the place where my magic hit it. The cracks are spreading out until they stop. I kick the crack in the wall. Since there's a crack, I should be able to break it with one more impact. Gashing! The wall shines and really breaks like a glass and falls down. I was surprised, but on the way down, the pieces of the wall emitted light and disappeared. I managed to get a wall fragment that had fallen in front of me. I instinctively grabbed it, but uare? The wall piece, which I thought would disappear too, lost its light and turned into something like a glass the moment I grabbed it. This is not the result I expected, which kind of scared me. While I was freaking out, all the pieces of the wall, except the one on my hand, disappeared. Yeah, at least I was able to break the wall. Mission accomplished, I guess. I produced a ball of light and followed the path out of the forest. It seems like we will be able to get out of the forest without being obstructed. I took a deep breath and took a step. Koa's group, who had come together with me, walked with me. Their tails are wagging too much, which I think is cute. Chapter 143, It's You Again, I'm the victim Daisu. I'm out of the forest. It feels like the countryside, but out of the forest. Koa and the others are also getting a little excited. This world is. It broke. Why? What are we going to do? You said it will never break. Ooh, I'm so surprised. I'm suddenly hearing voices. What kind of horror development is this? I looked around, but couldn't find anyone else. What's that? Where did those voices come from? Also, it felt like those voices were familiar. This is bad. Now that the wall's gone, the power of the divine beast is out. Let's build a wall again. We can't. It will take too much divine power, and our divine power is sealed. Divine beast? Divine power? I look around again. And still found nothing. I can only hear voices. I've experienced this before, when I was dropped into this world. And these voices are similar to the voices of those 3 idiot apprentices from that time. No way. Was I caught up with something they did again? Who broke it? Do you want me to answer that question? I gripped my hand hard. I suddenly felt discomfort with my right hand. Come to think of it, I was holding a part of the wall. Who is he? Why is he with the Fenris? Fenrir? You mean Koa and the others? I stared at Koa, who's sitting next to me. So her wolf breed is called Fenrir? That sounds cool. I pet her head and she likes it. Fenrir, I think I've heard my little sister talk about it before. Ah, the magic stone. What about it? Wait, how could it break? It seems like the thing called magic stone broke. I don't know what they are talking about though. However, given the conversation of those 3, I'm sure they are the root of all evil. They want me dead, so they dropped me into this world. They also seem to be the reason why Koa and the others can't get out of the forest. What should we do? I don't know, but I suggest you to give up. I don't know, but if this leaks out, not only we will lose our divine power, but also our apprenticeship. So, your divine power was taken because of your previous failure. That involves me. I think it would be good if you lose your apprenticeship rights. Hey, how about using that guy? That guy, they are talking about me. They're definitely talking about me. Don't be irritated. Koa is already looking at me anxiously. It looks like I instinctively released magic. Phew, thank you. And Koa, no. I mean, everyone, thanks for your concern. Because of a magic tremor from me, the other little ones are looking at me anxiously. Let's calm down first. Let's do that since he's a human like the other Fare. Is he really human? I'm human. What else do I look like? However, given the conversation of these guys, it seems like they have already done something. I wonder what that is? I don't care. Let's just use him. What are you doing? I felt the presence of the missing divine beasts. It looks like they were found out. And this voice is also familiar. I heard the voice of God the same time as the hero summoning. What? That world. No, God-sama. This is? No way, did you steal the world fruit? It looks like they even stole something. They've done a lot of things. I've been listening to them, but is this okay? I can't help it though. It's not like I want to eavesdrop. No, it's not like that. What do you mean? It's going well. This world is spinning properly. You locked up the divine beasts in order to steal the power of the divine beasts, right? What are they talking about? Who are the divine beasts? Is it Fluffy and the dragons? Does that mean that they are special existence not only in Japan but in this world too? Are you saying that they locked up Fluffy and the others so that they'll be able to use their divine power as their own? Bastards! By the way, there is someone who has been listening to us. It seems like I've been found out. That's a little scary. I apologize for that. Those three idiots, I'm the victim of those three apprentices. Stop lying. Shut up. The voice was so loud it was almost intimidating. I was even startled. What do you mean by victim? I'm a man from Earth who got involved in the hero summoning performed by those three and was dropped into this world. Amazing synchronization. Or rather, no one was aware of what happened to me. Thinking about it, I got annoyed. Chapter 144, This World is me. I was poked by the tip of Koa's nose. My trembling body stopped. Even though it was only a little, Koa managed to calm me down. Why did I suddenly speak out and then worry? Is it because I can hear God's voice? I am sorry, Earthling. However, I'd like to examine this world first before talking with you again. All right, I'll go home for now. Home? Yes, I'm living in the forest with my companions. Is that so? I apologize for that. No. One of the apprentices interrupted my conversation with God. Is this okay? Can't you read the atmosphere? Yes? Idiot. Okay, I'll pretend I didn't hear that. I actually want to ask why, but I feel like I'll just be irritated with the answer. There's something I should ask. God-sama, I would like to ask a question. What is it? I wonder why I can hear your voices. Fumu, did you touch anything they made? Touch? I look at the thing in my hand. I'm clenching at the piece of broken wool tightly. Did you? Yes. I have a fragment of the wool that has trapped the divine beast. Now that I know the reason behind the thing bothering me the most, let's go home. Koa, let's go home. I feel very tired. Scene change. Koa's back is soothing. The wind feels good since she's running slowly. Being at her back makes it easier to go back home. It took us 2 days to get back to our house. I was relieved when I saw our residence. The farming corps is planting seeds. Is it that time of the year already? No. The snow at Marshmallow's place. I wonder if I can still make it now? I'll have to get off Koa and make snow real fast. I can see something flying from a distance. Those are dragons, aren't they? Yeah, those are definitely dragons. They have become gigantic. Why? Come to think of it, the divine beasts were trapped and their power was being used. Does this mean that the power of the divine beasts is back? Is that why they grew? They are around 10 meters tall now. Seeing it carefully worrying about the field as it comes down is kind of bemusing. Marshmallow. There's no snow around, but you seem fine. Flying lizard, don't rub against me like before or you'll splat me. You guys have grown up. Learn to adjust. Farming core, chibi ants, antlings, chibi spiders, and spiderlings. Thanks for planting seeds. And field amoebas. I'm back. Sorry for worrying you. The kids came running out of the house. They've grown quite attached to me. Now then, let's have a barbecue. The dragons can freely transform? If you can get smaller after hearing the word barbecue, at least transform to your smaller form when you're at home. Karen, if you don't put out your fire when you are at your perch, the perch will burn again. One Eye-san, start working. Scene change. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Who are you? A hermit showed up. Given his looks and atmosphere, he's an ideal hermit. I don't know him. He's speaking in Japanese. I'm a god. I'm sorry. I asked him to sit on the chair in front of me. I brought us fruit water and a plate of fruit. I don't know what happened, but he seemed very tired. I've been able to confirm your situation. I see. I apologize. About the hero summoning and trapping you in this world. It seems like I have been intentionally trapped. I'm starting to get scared of the things I don't know. The apprentices dropped you in this forest, hoping that you wouldn't be able to adapt. I see. In other words, I was dropped into this forest with the intention of killing me. Perhaps it is their way of getting rid of witnesses. They're God's apprentices, right? It seems like he's the one looking out at them. God gave a long sigh. Thanks for your hard work. This world is something that they created on their own. Can a world be created easily? If you use the fruit of the world, fruit created by the creator, yes. They stole it. You can create a world using the world fruit. Is it that easy to steal? That's scary. It is at a place where only God candidates can enter. No one would think that someone will steal it. God candidate stealing. It's those three. This world they made was good too. It's a long story. What are the main points? The world building turned out great, but beasts were enshrined as gods, so it pissed the three off. At that time, a king of a certain country enshrined the apprentices as gods. It seems like they felt good about it and gave him something called magic stone that is filled with power. They are true idiots. They should have looked at the situation closely. However, they thought that summoning heroes will speed up their promotion as gods, so they were absorbed in their summoning technique research. While doing that, they have left this world unattended for hundreds of years. They failed to summon a hero and it made various gods angry. They were punished by having their divine power sealed for several years. When they were thinking of a comeback, they finally remembered this world. That's only after I've done a lot of things. I've done a lot of things? Chapter 145, I'm not kind, graduated from being a human. I think about what I've done. It seems like instead of a curse, I erased something called evil eye. I don't know what that evil eye is, but I'm glad that that black thing is gone. I seem to have broke the thing called magic stone. What is that magic stone? It looks like I have revived the forest. That's good. I seem to have evolved Yggdrasil. What's Yggdrasil? I liberated the divine beasts. That's me all right. I killed the fifth knight order of Emperor's kingdom. What kind of people are they? Didn't they deserve it? It seems like I indirectly killed the king and the high mags. What kind of people are they? That's divine punishment, I think. Is there a problem? I thought you'd be depressed after knowing you killed. Ah, there's a word called retribution. What else? I'm upset that I kill, that's it. Besides, those fifth knight order, the king, the mags, they were unbelievably outrageous. Sacrificing beastkins, using children as bait, they shouldn't be allowed to live. It seems like the slave children were protected by a neighboring country. I'm not sure why you are telling me this. Then, he further explained it to me. There were 200 slave children brought into the forest to be sacrificed and they were safely protected. The two of them are staying at my house, eh? It seems like they have survived the forest thanks to your protection. You have helped them too. It was also good that the slaves who had fled earlier had asked the neighboring country for help. There was a scouting corps of the nearby country in the forest at that time. What do you mean protected? I didn't even know that the slaves existed. How can I protect those children? I don't know, but it was all thanks to my magic. Eh? I'm involved in the slaves who ran away earlier. That's it for now. It's great that the children are alive. But still, I'm surprised by the fact that USA and Kuhi were slaves. As for you, you have become something else. Eh? What are you saying, old man? I mean Godsama. It seems like all the power of the four heroes has been poured into you. Moreover, in this world where there is no overseeing God, you have become the master of the divine beasts. You are now the ruler of this world. Eh? So, I've graduated from being a human? Let's calm down for now. Do you want to become a god? I refuse. What are you saying, old man? I mean Godsama. Can you wait until I calm down? There are too many things running in my head and it's about to explode. Don't you want to be that amazing? I absolutely can't do it. What did you try to do? Nothing, just selecting a god to watch over this world. If I said that I wanted to be a god, something might have happened to me. Apparently, the old man in front of me is not a straightforward person. Let's be careful with what I say and do. Don't be so cautious. Can you blame me? You just tried to do something to me, didn't you? My apologies, your existence is too unusual, so I'm having trouble handling it. I'd like to say it's none of my business, but it's all about me. I'm having trouble dealing with myself too. What matters most for me is to spend time with my companions. You have great power, is that all you want? For me, power doesn't matter. The curse, I mean the evil eye, the reason I decided to do something about it is because it is tormenting my companions. I cleaned the forest because it would be better to live in a clean place, right? That's how I decided to live in this world, that's it. Nothing more. Though I must say, I survived because I had power and I'm grateful for that. I see. My father and mother told me that when in doubt, simplicity is the best policy. Always prioritize your life. In times of trouble, the most important thing is not to think too hard. Once you have secured a place to live and food to eat, you need to take measures against diseases. If you can make friends while doing so, do it. If thinking too hard makes you unable to move, then start moving by protecting yourself. This is the way my father and mother taught us, siblings, to live. My father had wandered around the world when he was young and they seemed to be the lesson he learned from that. It meant a little in Japan, but in this world, they are words of wisdom. To my family, no, that's it. I apologize. My family should be fine. I'm sure they're laughing while talking about me. Ah, he said I'm no longer human, so what have I become? Chapter 146, Emperor's Kingdom's Neighbor, Enter Kingdom. Enter Kingdom's Knight Commander's POV. Break. I sat down on a nearby rock to make sure the knights around me were taking a break. A little further away, there is the Emperor's Kingdom's former slave. Last summer, slaves from Emperor's Kingdom came to our country to ask for help. Many people suspected it as a trap, but the mags investigated their slave crests. It was confirmed that the effect of the slave crest had disappeared and the suspicious of being spies were thrown away. The slave crest is quite powerful and the circumstances of them being released will be investigated. There, it was discovered that they were hit by the white light in the forest. That white light has been a hot topic in Enter, and everyone thought that their release should be related to the white light. Even with the efforts of all the mags, nothing was known about the white light. But now, they have gotten a clue from an unexpected source. The excitement of the mags was great. No, they were scared. The slaves were once again examined in detail. As it turned out, the white light didn't come from emperors. They had been attacked by the white light while trying to investigate. However, they still didn't know what the white light was. In order to find out, a major survey of the forest was decided. We are now conducting regular surveys to report any changes in the forest. Also, about the reported white light. I look at the forest. It has definitely changed. Commander, monster. A monster appeared nearby. It's big. Everyone immediately prepared for battle. It's not moving. That's strange. Why isn't it attacking us? Is it only here to observe us? Is it trying to catch us off guard? The stalemate continues. I look closely at the monster, especially its eyes. Does it have intelligence? But there's no monster like that in the forest right now. Let's give it a try. My fingers get cold from nervousness. I apologize for the disturbance. We only like to check the forest a bit. The nights around me got a little noisy, but it can't be helped. There's no point in doing what I have done in the forest now. However, those eyes are bothering me. In the past, the kings of the forest were defending their own territories at various parts of the forest. They were intelligent and had good relationships with beastkins and elves. I have elven blood in my veins, so I've lived for a long time, but I've never actually seen any of it. I've only heard stories from my father. He told me about it many, many times. Whenever I met a monster, I had to check its eyes. I heard the monster saying "Goo." I tightened my grip on my sword. However, the monster did not do anything and disappeared into the forest. It worked. Everyone was dumbfounded as they stared at the place where the monster had disappeared. Was it an underling of the kings of the forest? If so, does that mean that the kings of the forest had regained their power? See, Commander, that. Calm down. I'm not sure about it yet. We have to look at the situation a little more. Reviving the forest was thought to be hopeless. However, this should serve as hope, isn't it? I need more proof. When in the forest, don't make too much noise. Once things settle down, let's start investigating. Scene change. The forest is changing as expected. The influence of the evil eye has considerably diminished. In addition, we found countless rivers between the trees which are said to be blessings of the forest. I've been in this place and there was no river here several years ago. Shut up. We're in the forest, so be quiet. There. That's my vice commander. I want to punch him. I turned my gaze in the direction my vice commander was pointing. I did my best to not scream. Phoenix. Flying with bright burning wings. I've seen its picture before, so there's no doubt it's real. That's a phoenix. Report back to the kingdom at once. The mags prepared the message. The kingdom will be informed soon. I had my doubts about the forest investigation, but now, they're all gone. Chapter 147, Emperor's Kingdom's Neighbor. Enter Kingdom. 2. Enter Kingdom's Knight Commander's POV. Perhaps it's because of the excitement of seeing the phoenix, the sense of danger among the knights was somewhat diminished. If we continue our investigation like this, there's a chance that it would only lead to injuries. We know an open space and we just have to rest there. Given enough time, the knights will calm down. Stop. We're going to rest here today. We traveled a lot, but I didn't feel tired because of excitement. Like everyone else, I need to calm down too. Vice Commander and Adjutant, come with me as I look around. Yes. Given their replies, they're in good condition, aren't they? The Vice Commander is someone who runs out of control immediately, while the Adjutant is a little airhead. I wonder why I chose these two. A lot has changed in the past month. Ah, right, you participated with the investigation a month ago. Commander, how can you forget the actions of your own men? Of course not. My Vice Commander's gaze kind of hurts. If you look around, you can see many rivers among the trees. If you look in the river, you'll notice something transparent. They are basically invisible, but they are called spirits. There's something there, isn't it? I heard that if your magical power is high enough, you'll be able to see them more clearly. It's impossible for the current me to see them. I would like to see them even once. As the wind blows, I notice something approaching. My Vice Commander and I equipped our swords and looked around. Something is approaching us. And there's a lot of them that I can't even count. The influence of the evil eye has faded, but it is still difficult to read magic power here. This makes it impossible to determine whether those approaching are demon beasts, monsters, or the kings of the forest's family. I heard that the family of the kings of the forest doesn't move in large groups. That means they are either a horde of monsters or demon beasts. My adjutant is already pulling his bow. They are getting closer. As the rattling sound gets louder, my heart beats faster. Something jumped out from behind a tree and my adjutant released his arrow at the same time. My adjutant's face turned pale after. What jumped from behind the tree was a beastkin child. I tried to block the arrow with magic, but it won't make it in time. I'm already prepared for the worst, but the beastkin child got enveloped in white light and the arrow deflected from him. Great! I heard my adjutant's voice. My Vice Commander also sighed. However, I couldn't take my eyes off what's happening in front of me. Beastkin children appeared one after another, and they came from the depths of the forest. Scene change. I'm tired. There were 198 children. All of the children are either 5 or 6 years old, and all of them are slaves. If it hadn't been for the former slave that was with us, the children won't come with us. It was ironing that ordering the slaves means nothing this time. Several hours have passed since then. The morning sun is starting to show up. We were up all night. Ha! Excuse me. The person who came to me was the former slave named Kaju. He calmed down the children since they only listened to him. Thank you. I'm glad you came with us, Kaju. Kaju smiled happily. The children were identified as former slaves of emperors given the slave crest on their backs. Former because the mags confirmed that all slave crests were no longer in effect, just like Kaju. However, there was a big difference between these children and Kaju's group. That is, they are being protected. That power showed up when my adjutant shot them. Who is protecting them? It was a white light and the mags were quite motivated to find out. I hope the children are not scared. Huh? What did you just say? Monsters brought them food? Eto, according to the children, the monsters were carrying food. Is that possible? Excuse me. One of the mags rushes into my tent with much excitement. The one that's protecting the children. Ah, it has the same magical power as the magical power flowing in the forest. What? Are you okay? Calm down. Say it slowly. Eto, fu. The magic that protects the children and the magic flowing in the forest are similar. No, they should be the same. Which is it? Are they the same? Or are they similar? They are indistinguishable. No, I'd say they are the same, but it's impossible to come up with a calm judgment if he's this excited. Magical power flowing in the forest? According to the ancient text, it was written that the magical power flowing through the forest is the power of the world tree. HNN? In other words, the magical power of the world tree is protecting the children? No, it could just be a resemblance. What kind of magical power is similar to the magical power of the world tree, the kings of the forest? Let's get back to the country. This is something out of my league. Chapter 148. One of the followers. Follower of a king of the forest's POV. The breeze felt good again today. The forest has become much more comfortable. There are still some places where unpleasant things have yet to disappear, but that's not a problem. I ran through the forest. I've been trapped in the dark for so long, but now, I'm free. The magic of the world tree seeps into my body. It is not the same magical power from the world tree, but it feels better. It feels comfortable. HNN? What the heck was that? People again? They are small. And there are so many of them. Even so, if you do something against the forest, I won't forgive you. Growling, oh? These little guys are wrapped with the magic of the world tree, aren't they? Does that mean that I can't attack them? Ah, they cried. I didn't know, I'm sorry. Goo! What's that noise? You're hungry, like I care. Bye-bye. Scene change. They were small, I'm curious, the magical power of the world tree. I wonder if I should help them. The world tree is protecting them after all. It also looks like they were hungry. Food, should I go hunt down some demon beasts? I'll ask my friends. Scene change. I'm a fool? Those little guys really have the power of the world tree. Go check them out, boy. Scene change. I told you so, right? So, should I go hunt some demon beasts? I can't? We still have to cook meat? But it tastes better raw, you know? This is hard. How about nuts? Like that one? Poisonous? The nuts in that place are okay? Fine, I'll go there. Scene change. Eat. Aren't you going to eat? Ah, they did. I guess they're really hungry. HNN? What are we gonna do? Ah, with these little guys? Right, what should we do? Lead them out of the forest? Yeah, that's right. We should lead them out of the forest. Let's do it. Do we have enough food? No? Let me get more. Scene change. Ah, presence of people. They are traveling in a group. Let's take a look. If it's that group, the little one should be okay, right? Let's take a closer look. Right. Scene change. Let me show myself to them for a moment. They didn't attack right away. Well, you passed. Go. Scene change. We managed to let them meet the little ones. I'm currently wondering, what could I have done if they attacked? Ma, there's no point in thinking. What? I'm not crying. Foo. Chapter 149. Thank you, clueless me, to other world, please. You are probably not aware of this, but you are supposed to be dead. I'm shocked. I wanted to chalk it up to my imagination, but I definitely heard those words. Who am I? What am I? Anyway, I'm supposed to be dead? Alright, let's calm down. Peace of mind, squirrel, thank you. Let me pat you. Calming. Okay. I've heard the story. Thank you, clueless me. Normally, it is impossible for anyone to accept the magical power of 4 heroes. In a normal situation, magical power would have gone berserk in my body and I would die. However, I'm still alive. The reason I didn't die is this world. It seems like I used magical power repeatedly to try and purify the evil eye. I would still be in danger if I only did that, but I created a barrier which calmed down my magical power. Barrier is an advanced magic that constantly uses magical power. I guess I'm capable of using advanced magic from the start. If it was a normal person, he would have run out of magic and died, but on the contrary, that stopped the magical power inside me from rampaging, making me escape death. The former me, good job. It is said that the hero magical power in me was increased in 3 stages. Perhaps it is designed for humans to cope first, at least that's what I think. And I was strengthened thrice. My power is the power of 4 heroes. I should have been in danger when I received the 2nd stage, but I avoided it because I widened the barrier. Perhaps that was the time when I widened the barrier to the lake. The 3rd stage was also avoided because of barrier widening. Perhaps I should celebrate that every time I gain additional power, I immediately set up or widen the barrier. Barrier, you're the man. However, that's still the power of 4 heroes, so it is impossible to calm it down with barrier alone. It seems like everything I did seemed to consume magical power, a lot of magical power. In summary, the purification of evil eye, which I repeatedly do several times a day, repeatedly. I don't remember. To bestow magic to my companions, when did I ever do that? Making a large number of golems move at the same time, golem? Helping the Yggdrasil devolve? Strengthening the Yggdrasil's defense and protecting it, I don't even know what that Yggdrasil is. Eliminating the evil eye in the entire forest, that's what made the whole forest clean. In any case, it seems like I've done a lot of things by using magic every day. I'm afraid I don't remember any of it. I've done everything unconsciously. I wish it's just a matter of consuming magical power. However, gradually, my body became accustomed to the magical power of 4 heroes, and it no longer has any problem in holding a huge amount of magic power. Since it's too much for a human body, I gradually transformed into something not human. At the end of the day, God-sama said that he couldn't predict what would happen to me since I'm something that never happened before. The mystery of my body, let's just leave it like that. Are you alright? Should be Desu. There's nothing I can do about it after all. Fumu. The magical power of 4 people, the magical power of 4 heroes. Am I strong by any chance? I mean, I'm already using advanced magic. Right, about those 3. Those 3, the 3 idiots, I mean those 3 apprentices. Yes, they did a lot of things like stealing the fruit of the world and stealing the eggs of the divine beasts. They did a lot of things all right. Is that all right? I've heard everything about it, and to answer your question, no, it's not. You probably don't know much about gods, but we are not free. We follow rules strictly, otherwise, worlds would be destroyed. They acted like they didn't learn anything. As punishment, it has been decided that they will be stripped of their apprenticeship and their divine powers. Most likely, they will be reincarnated to the lowest level with their memories intact. They will retain their memories? They were very fixated on becoming gods. That is the best punishment for them. They will fall from the place where they can almost reach it to a place where they will never reach it. Making their memories intact would make them aware that they are being punished, and the other gods are furious with what they did. What kind of existence is at the lowest level? Will they reincarnate in this world? Rest assured. They will not reincarnate here. Good. Chapter 150, I'm me, it will never change. As usual, I woke up after being attacked by a one-eye. Someday, I'll wake up before it attacks me. As I went down to the first floor for breakfast, I saw the children through the window. They seemed to be helping the farming corps. Did they get permission to go to the field? Are they better than me? No, I should feel depressed when thinking about the field. I'll leave everything to the farming corps. God came yesterday, and a lot happened in the afternoon. There were too many, even for me. I thought about those last night, but, so, what have I become? Does it matter if I'm no longer human? I'm still me. I've heard that my actions have made this world a better place. So what? It's not like I'll do more since everything's over. In other words, I've realized that nothing will change. The only thing I have to keep in mind is that my magic is strong. Good morning. Let's eat. Good morning. However, there was one thing I regretted last night. When I thought about it, I fainted in agony. How can I forget it? Language. Since he was a god, he made it possible for me to converse with him. I was talking with God in normal Japanese, so I forgot about it. I can't help but regret. For some reason, it seems like God will introduce me to the god of this world once they decide who it will be, so I will make sure I won't forget about it that time. Once the new god was introduced, I'll ask him to solve my language problem. Scene change. I stared at the forest from the sky while riding Koa. Such a big forest. Since the influence of that thing called Evil Eye has disappeared, greens cover everything no matter how far I look. There are countless of rivers that can be seen between the trees, and they are flowing around the forest. Some rivers even flow outside the forest. It seems like fields near the forest have started to grow because of the river. Koa and wind amoebas. I was frightened when they suddenly appeared in the sky, but they felt familiar. Since it's this world, I didn't bother question why amoebas can fly. Since they can fly, let them fly. You're the biggest, aren't you? The amoeba flying through the sky with Koa was the biggest one so far. It looks beautiful as sunlight makes it glitter. Oh, there's a beastman in the forest. No, an army? I can see several beastmen on a path in the forest. There are around 40 of them, and they are wearing the same outfits. Ah, there are beastmen with different outfits too. They seem to have noticed us. I waved my hand at them. It seems like they panicked. Are they okay? I had Koa stop moving above them. I thought they'll attack, but it seems like they won't. Moreover, there are even people among them who fell down. Ah, the wind dragon and the water dragon are flying here too. I haven't greeted them today yet. Good morning. If they are going to circle around me like this, I would prefer if they are in their little form. They're too powerful. HNN? Are they all right? More and more people fell. Ah, I guess they were surprised to see dragons. Water dragon and wind dragon are both divine beasts, right? I guess they're scared. Koa, let's go. I want to interact with the beastkins from outside, but it seems like the dragons have already startled them. However, I can't speak with them now. Let's speak with them once I meet God. Let's pray that they'll come back soon. Come to think of it, there was a cave that I have yet to capture. I guess I'll have to conquer that one first. My goal, for now, is to conquer all the caves in the forest. I also want to interact with the beastkin to get more seasonings. I want eggs and rice. I want to eat donburi. I want pancakes. I don't know what will happen from now on, but I'm still me and it will never change. Volume 1 ends here.